if it's laughably stupid and incompetent to ever think the earth is flat, it's slam dunk science that's been proven irrefutably. So why do you have to lie to present evidence for it? That doesn't even slightly make sense. Those cannot coexist.
Why do you think they're lying?
Now, why is your girlfriend deleting her snap? I don't know. Maybe that dude has a little money. I don't know why. There's a million reasons that they would lie about this. You know, they drew a circle around you called the 60th South parallel, and it's illegal for anyone to leave it, and no one knows it exists. And so, if you were,
That's it. Can I ask you a question because of that question?
Yeah.
What do you think? If they lie, they can maybe control you or not?
Yeah, definitely a good first step, huh?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But I think that there are other things you could lie about that are a bit.
If I'm lying to you, for example, listen this. You have water, lake near to your house, and I'm living also near to your house. But I'm saying to you that water is poison, and you are going every day and buying water because you don't want to use that water. But I'm using that water and drinking cheap every my life. But you're buying all your life water, because you believe me that water is poison.
Yeah, and you say there's other things you could lie about. Well, yeah, they lie about almost everything. Yeah, there's tons of things they lie about. We're talking about one specific thing. So if people had this motive to control all the people on the earth, would it be beneficial to their plan to limit where everyone on the earth can go and draw a circle around them and make them all stay there and not let them know there's other stuff outside of it? Would it be easier to control all the people on the earth if you lied to all the people about what the earth is?
Yeah, if the news are fake, imagine history, Eratosthenes.
Oh, how many people in the last 50 or 100 years went to explore that we know, like John Smith, this guy. So many people went to explore south, north, but only in 1908 or something like that. But nothing in the last 100 years. Nobody go nowhere.
Yeah, they explore Skyrim.
And GTA 5 and
yeah.
Minecraft and
exactly
and OnlyFans.
And
feet pics for 17 hours straight.
Yep. A lot of Pornhub exploration going on.
Black holes and giants, supernovas.
What?
Whoa.
Black holes and giant supernovas.
Well, two of those three things aren't real. Hey, bro, I want the guy that thinks there's a globe. Are you starting to see the bigger picture, though, man? Are you starting to?
I've been in flat Earth a while.
Okay, cool. So here, can we get an idea of where you are? Do you agree? You don't sound like you're from the U.S., but do you agree that the U.S. government lies about a lot?
Yes.
Do you agree? So you agree that intel agencies like CIA and the FBI and the NSA,
UN,
the UN, even, yep, they lie, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what would make NASA the exception? I've literally traveled the U.S. for a year asking this. I never get an answer. Maybe you can help me out. What would make NASA the exception that would never lie?
Nothing, but it's what it's about.
Okay. Well, whenever our ship got blown up and we went into war against Vietnam, no one thought, oh, America blew up their own ship, right? So you don't have to be able to understand why they lied. It doesn't mean that they didn't. They studied how to brainwash people. That sounds crazy. I agree that being able to lie about the entire Earth sounds crazy when you first hear it. But so does brainwashing people with LSD and frequencies. So does CNN being literal CIA agents. So does paper passports popping out of fire 7 people with box cutters defied physics. all their lies sound crazy. Their motives are crazy. That doesn't matter, though. Their motive is independent of the truth.
Sure.
Right. So, like, this is why I just really want you to critically assess that. If we know the CIA, the FBI, NSA, all of them, they lie all the time and declassified and very malevolent lies, like brainwashing people to support wars, lying to them to support wars, poisoning us, putting a neurotoxin found in rat poison in your water and giving it to infants. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. They lie
What's
about
the
all kinds of
neurotoxin?
stuff. Fluoride's a neurotoxin. So they do, yeah, fluoride's and neurotoxin. They do all kinds of crazy stuff, though, right? And they lie about all kinds of things, dude. Entire wars. The CIA trafficked more drugs than anyone in the whole entire world. Okay, so they obviously have no moral compass. That they lie about anything, and so I'm just curious. How does NASA have this magic bubble around them where they're the one governmental agency that doesn't lie?
No one's saying that. Oh, well, anyone who does is
Okay, well then,
American.
what do they lie about?
Hmm?
What do they lie about then?
Well, they're not exempt from lying. It's not like they can't lie.
No, but I'm saying, do you think that they're a fraudulent agency like the other agencies?
I wouldn't say that they can't be.
Right, and
Yeah,
actually,
they wouldn't be motivated to be.
sorry, but yeah, I'm saying actually, you'd be going out on a limb, really, to say that they're not right. Like the default is, well, they work with all these other federal agencies that lie all the time. They are a federal agency. They were actually spearheaded with literal Nazis. So we should start over here by not believing them, and then they should have to prove to us what they're saying is true, right? But it's literally the opposite. Everyone blindly believes what they say. They never have to prove it as true, and everyone thinks that they're the one exception of federal agencies that lie. It's like your girlfriend has 10 friends. They all cheat on their boyfriends, but you think that your girl is going to be the different one. No, dude. They all go hang out on the weekends because they're all going to the club and they all cheat on their boyfriends.
Right.
Don't tell me that one of those girls is the one that you know is not cheating, but yeah, she does dip off and won't answer the phone every weekend. I'm like, bro, let's be real. Like, she's going to have to prove she's not cheating. You're going to have to see that she's loyal before you can trust her, right?
I don't really care too much for NASA itself. Nothing that they say is like, oh, that's the way it is. Except for once you start to get into
This
it.
NASA
What
doesn't
do you
lie.
think about science, actually?
Let me
Wait,
get.
except what were you about to say? Except when you get into what?
Get into it. So if you think that the Earth is a globe to begin with, it makes it more reasonable to at least sort of take on what NASA's saying. But I would say that you could what do you call it? You could think that the Earth is a globe without NASA existing.
Okay, but people don't. So I'm interested in having the real comment with you. This is not a debate. I mean, this is a debate server, but I'm saying, like, it's actually not a debate because flat Earth is just objective, and the other side has no evidence. There's actually no debate. So I'm just trying to be real here, right? Like, we know that everyone thinks the Earth's a globe because we have NASA out in space taking pictures of all kinds of stuff in space. That's what the actual consensus around the world was, that for the first time in human history, it was definitively proven the Earth's a globe because the USA went to the moon, turned around, and took a picture of it.
But most people are normies. Who cares?
Well, okay. Well, that's my point, though. If it's all true, then why would there be a federal agency that has to lie about all of it?
Well, that's assuming that they are lying about all of it.
Well, yeah, they lie all the time. They show pictures. People think they're real. None of them are real. None of them are real. You can go look at the Earthrise picture from the moon missions, and you can see that the Earth was photoshopped in. And then once we found it, they changed it on their website. but you can actually use the Wayback Machine and go back to the URL in a previous date, and you can still see the photoshopped. So why would they Photoshop the Earth in a picture in space, dude?
Do you have the link to that photo, or does anyone else have that?
Yeah, maybe it's actually in here. I don't know, but I'll try to remember everything I got to send you. But just know, I'm not making this up. This is the thing, right? I don't have to make anything up because there's such an abundance of flat Earth evidence. It would be very irrational for me to make things up. It would just undermine the validity of my point. It would make me not credible when I don't actually have to do that. We can talk about endless physical measurements. We shot lasers 35 miles. 35 miles. Should have been 300 feet blocking it. 280 feet. Nope. Just hits the target.
You see, Witt's about not making it weird, and it'd be weird if he started lying to you about any of this right now. You feel me?
Yeah, just to back up the fluoride thing.
Yeah, I don't think he thinks he's lying or that he's wrong. Or
it sounded like
he's on a roll. You listen.
It sounded like you took issue with the fluoride claim, so I wanted to go ahead and post the 3 chemicals of fluoride as they appear in municipal water: sodium fluoride, fluorosilicic acid, and sodium fluorosilicate. And then, of course, their MSDS, fact sheets. Just because it sounded like you were taking issue with that, I just wanted to post those resources for you so you could understand that his claim was 100% valid.
Yeah, numerous medical journals that you can find that'll show the damage that it caused via ingestion.
Yeah,
and admittedly, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just that I thought rat poison was warfarin or warfarin. Don't know how you say it.
It has numerous ingredients, but fluoride is in rat poison. Yeah.
Right.
Also,
that's
Terrence,
pretty crazy.
Good morning.
It's
good
in
evening to all
psychotropic medicines they give out to. Hundreds of different medicines have high fluoride in them. Why would that be?
Because
to go back to what you just said earlier, before it continues, did you just say that without the brainwashing, school, NASA, one would eventually come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe? Just earlier, a few minutes ago.
I think you could do it without that. I don't really know.
Okay, but maybe I think the point he's driving home is, if they didn't tell you, would you have come to that conclusion on your own?
Probably not. I'm 17, so.
Right, and your whole entire life experience is the exact opposite. Have you ever felt the Earth spinning?
No.
Have you ever seen the sun move?
In the sky.
Depends on what you mean by that, but no.
Yeah. Have you seen the sun move?
But it moves across the sky in terms of.
Right. Yeah. It moves across the sky. Right.
No.
So you've seen the sun and moon move in the sky. You've never felt the Earth moving. Have you ever seen an ocean?
Yes.
Yeah, the water's level, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. Have you ever seen a horizon over the ocean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's horizontal, right?
Straight line.
Yeah, that's why we call it horizon.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's from the word horizontal. So your entire life experience every day would be, if you wanted to go from walking to jogging, you just started speeding up, assuming the Earth's stationary. If you wanted to drive your vehicle, you assume the Earth's stationary. If you wanted to do anything, get in a plane, get in a helicopter, fly a plane or helicopter. So the point of that I think it was a great point that he made, right? It's like, if no one ever told you, because you said you can prove it without. I'm like, okay, well, like, so if you weren't told this via meticulous propaganda, would you have ever come to the conclusion? And you conceded, no, probably not. And then you said something about only being 17. Well, you could be 1,700 years old, and every single day of your life is going to be the same experience, which is that the Earth doesn't move because you don't feel it moving. And when you look up, you see all the stuff in the sky move. Like, I just want us to agree. It's not a trick. It's not a gotcha, bro.
Yeah, I get your point.
So, like, then so we're in agreement that the default position is that the Earth is still and the sky is moving. Stuff in the sky is moving over our heads, and we look up to see it, and we don't feel the Earth moving. So that's the default position, right? So if we weren't all brainwashed by public schools, that's what we would all think. Now, we have a different claim on the table now. It claims that the Earth is a ball, tilted, wobbling, and it's actually spinning. You just can't feel it. And when you see the sun and the moon and the stars move in the sky, they're actually sitting still. They just look like they're moving because you feel like you're sitting still, but actually you're moving. And during a sunset, you're falling backwards. So that's the secondary claim, right? We have the default claim, and then we have that claim. Now, in clown world, everyone, 99% of the population thinks that claim is the real one, but that's irrelevant to facts and stuff, right? So we don't care what everyone thinks. A bunch of people used to be cool with child sacrifice. Who cares? If everyone in a room agrees with child sacrifice, they're just all crazy. So we would have to get physical, empirical evidence that could ever substantiate such a claim as to claim the Earth is the exact opposite of everything that we experience. It has the burden of proof. Not the other side. The other side doesn't have a burden. Say again?
Both the flat and a sphere does.
Well, here's that's what I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain it to you. I was just almost done. I'm talking a lot, but I'm really hoping that you're getting the picture. The other side, that default position we talked about, they actually don't have any burden of proof. We're just, and you even agreed to it, we're just acknowledging the default position.
So the Earth is flat. It is a positive claim. Like, the Earth is. It's not saying that it is not something. So saying that
that's right.
It's not a sphere. It's not the same as saying it is flat.
I do agree that saying the Earth is flat is a positive claim. That is true. Mm-hmm. So if you make that claim, you have the burden to prove that. We definitely can do that. Whether that be 255-mile observations void of 3.5 miles of vertical physical obstruction from the geometric horizon that's never there, or laser tests, all kinds of things. 10,000-mile radio transmissions, all kinds of things. Okay, the fact that 70% of the bottom of the ocean is called abyssal plain, completely flat, endless. But overall, we're talking about default position. Okay, we see the horizon horizontal. We see water is level, right? We see the stuff in the sky move, and we don't feel like we move. They claim, actually, that the horizontal is curving and not flat, that actually you're spinning and you just don't feel it, and everything in the sky is sitting still and just looks like it moves. So they have the evidence. In this situation, we're not saying the Earth's flat. We're just saying, hey, horizon, horizontal, you're saying it's curved. Prove it. Water, level, you're saying it's curved. Prove it. We are stationary. You're saying we're moving. Prove it. We don't have to prove anything in any of these scenarios. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my point, and it gets overlooked and it gets drowned out in all the sophistry and debate tactics. But that's the crux of the issue. So if we can't even get the proof, we can't even start the debate. And that's why I said it's not a debate, because technically it's not. So that's what you should do. Your step should be, okay, well, yeah, their default is that the horizon's horizontal. That is what we all observe. I'm saying it's curved. I need to prove that. The default's that we're not moving. I'm saying that we're spinning and revolving, tilted, wobbling. I need to prove that, because I'm making a claim antithetical or opposite of all experience and natural observation. It's the default position. If you're claiming the opposite of it, we need proof. And then you're going to be forced into a corner where you have to go call out to NASA, which we just talked about, and you even admitted you're not their biggest fan. So you're starting to see the picture now?
Yeah. What would you say an axiom is?
Yeah, like a fundamental requirement or a relationship, response, reciprocation.
Would you say the flat Earth is an axiom?
An axiom of what?
It measures flat. That's kind of...
It's something that Box Ops likes to say. I just want to know what you think.
So,
Well, yeah, apply.
Sorry, what's it?
But good.
Statement of self-evident truth. Axiom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
Is the flat Earth self-evident?
Yeah.
If you go and take a look, it is, yeah.
The
But if you believe
surface,
someone, it's not.
Would that not be evident? Because
it's evident that the horizon is horizontal, that sea level is level. Those are
right.
Those are just, yeah, that's what we see.
It's 10
So how
miles
is
flat.
that self-evident?
20 miles. Listen, it's 10 miles flat. Then it's 20
Well, we
miles.
don't.
Then it's 30 miles flat. Then it's 40 miles flat. Then it's 60 miles flat. Then it's
The
100
thing
miles
is, we
flat.
don't have to make an additional claim. That's the whole. That's the whole thing that Witsit was pointing out. It's not we're not required in this scenario to make any additional claims. We don't have
And
to.
that's because the globe Earth math has been falsified by tests, observation, and experiment for years.
Yep. So, but we just talked about how it's self-evident, man. I was using the word default position. I feel like that really covers everyone. From my experience, it's very obvious what I'm saying. It's the default. Default?
Yeah.
Helio likes to say Earth presents itself as flat and stationary and enclosed. I like that too. Presents itself. The only way that it presents itself.
Mm.
Right, but that would be evident, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be self-evident.
Sure.
You're using evidence.
Yeah.
So how can it be
here for?
So how can it be an axiom?
Oh, I'm not
Like
arguing
this.
the axiom thing. You guys go ahead.
Listen, this water. Water is water. Water is behaving like always, and always will behave like it's behaving. But people will say that water doing something else. Do you will believe water, or you will believe now people?
I'll say
Because
this. The only
water
reason...
is axiom.
sorry. Yeah, the only reason I would say... I'm sorry. Okay. Really, I actually defined it when you asked me anyway. But so the point is that self-evident, meaning it requires no further explanation. It requires no explanation. It's self-evident, right? Well, saying flat Earth, this all-encompassing term that was pretty clearly crafted to kind of shadow the truth of the Earth, right? Flat Earth, yeah. You have if you want to make a model claim of the Earth in entirety, then it would encompass a bunch of claims, or you'd have to explain how mechanisms work. But if we're just saying that the surface measures flat, well, I mean, okay, the water is level. These are self-evident truths. Yeah, like that needs no other explanation.
Yeah, I would like to suggest, but this is something off topic. If this guy's name is Globus,
His tag. I was actually.
I hope I hear you someday trying to impersonate Elon Musk. Quite many times listening to you here talking, you sounded so much like Elon Musk voice. So yeah, go ahead, guys.
I was just going to say, it doesn't look like he deserves the Globus Hystericus tag. That might have been a consequence of text back and forth text chat. But
my brother, would you like to concede on the axiom bit?
I would still say it's not self-evident.
Okay.
as it relies on evidence.
I've got a question for you. What is self-evident about the surface of the Earth to you?
Nothing. I would say that, like, you know the saying, "I think, therefore I am."
Ugh.
So
Okay.
when you go look at the horizon at the beach,
Mhm.
so it's not self-evident to you that that
No,
line
it
of
would
the
be evident.
horizon, I was almost done, that the line of the horizon is actually a straight horizontal line? Are you denying this fact?
May I interject before he answers?
Okay, so that he already answered, and what you just said, yes, that means it is self-evident.
There's another way we can go about this. Who am I talking to anyway? Who's the
Terrence.
Terrence?
Mhm.
Okay, Terrence. Let me ask you something. Forget everything you've ever known. You're a caveman, right?
Right.
You've lived underground your whole life. You know
Mhm.
nothing about the world above. You know nothing about the sky. Nothing. You step outside, and now you're in the open world. Describe it.
Sky looks pretty blue.
Sky is blue. Okay.
I wouldn't do colors, would I?
It's okay. It's
You
okay.
see. Describe what happens in the sky from a caveman's point of view.
There's a bright thing in the sky, and it's quite blue, and it's got white stuff in it, and there is green, hairy stuff on the ground.
Describe your environment. Like, what is the thing in the sky doing?
Being very bright.
I know, but what else is it doing? Is it just sitting there?
Oh yeah, so if you stare and watch it for a long time, somehow
It does
it will
what?
look like it's moving.
It's moving. So
Mhm.
the very first axiom is the stuff above you is moving,
Uh,
right? As an absolute foundational first principle, the stuff above you moves, and that's it. It is a self-evident truth.
the,
Because
it,
it takes being taught something contrary to what you would first see to believe anything else, right?
um,
Right.
mm,
Let it go.
so you're relying on what you know of how stuff looks when it moves.
Okay, time out, time out. No, you brought up axiom, dude. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is the ultimate first principle here. You
yeah,
have no knowledge. You have
right.
not been fed any knowledge. You see thing move in sky. Og see thing move in sky,
Hmm.
right? So
Yeah.
at the very basic foundation, we see things move. Does Og see in distance? Og see mountain far away. Og not see
Hmm.
anything but mountain far away, right?
If Ugg was blind, would there be a mountain?
Well, we're not talking about Og being blind. We're for the requirements of the metaphor. Og is a normal human who just has no knowledge,
and if
Right.
Og was blind, did the sun stop moving?
right? And I think that reveals a little something
No.
that maybe you think we're blind without people telling us what the truth is.
What do you mean?
Well, you need an authority to tell you such and such is happening. I know you see big sky orb move. Big sky orb move. Big sky orb move because we move around big sky orb.
You would have the evidence from other stuff moving
What,
and
like
knowing
what?
what that looks like
Like what?
to then say that the sun, like with evidence
So
from
the
your
sun
eyes.
moves. Let me ask you this. The sun moves, the moon moves, the stars move. How is that any evidence contrary to everything moving in the sky? It's all still moving in the sky.
Um, Well,
When Ugg look at shadow, Ugg sees sun moving. Shadow moves from the tree. Shadow moves also. But when I close my eyes, I fall down, go boom, and hit my head on the rock. I feel every motion. But when I look up at the sun, it's moving. Feel no motion. Ugg doesn't understand someone saying I'm moving when I'm not. I know when I'm moving.
Yeah.
Ugg not dumb.
Yeah. So that's the thing is, you know, you're not moving because you have a vestibular system in your head. That
all this is
that
evidence. That's what I'm trying to say.
it's a matter of evidence. It's like cogite ergo sum. Are you a real person? Are we just figments of your like imagination, or like your inner soul speaking to yourself, and maybe you're in a dialogue with yourself and you're the only person in existence? I mean, what do you mean by evident? I think looking at reality and seeing it for what it is self-evident.
Yeah, it means the word obvious, bro. It means obvious, self-evident.
Yeah. It's like, is the car I'm in white? Yes. I don't have to prove it. It is literally the color white.
Okay, let's just say this isn't what's actually happening. Like, let's just say whilst you're sleeping, some person stuck like contact lenses onto your eyes.
But
It
why does
made
all of this
like green
require?
eyes.
Why do your explanations require the manipulation of senses somehow? Like you're sleeping or you're blind?
Because we're on about very
How
very
about that you're
simple things.
conscious
We're just
statement?
talking about conscious observation of reality, no tricks.
It's like you don't want to see reality.
Yeah. It may be you want to talk about dreams because somewhere in your subconscious you know you live in a dream world. I mean, you wouldn't have sat here arguing with us for this long if you didn't know that somewhere inside.
I don't think so.
Hey, I've been doing this for almost 6 years now. That is the go-to. The people who stay here and argue are staying here and arguing for a reason. They're trying to convince themselves.
Exactly. And we're here for you, man. Just keep it cool.
It's a painful process, you know.
Real talk. I mean, I know a lot of us weren't. I mean, I wasn't put on blast, whenever I first heard of it. So I was really receptive, but not the point. I mean, so like, do you agree that when you brought up axiom, that was a perfect way to make the point I was making to you earlier, like with the default position?
This kind of what I thought you were trying to get at.
What is the default position as to the nature of the Earth based on terrestrial observations? Earthly observations.
Yeah, so you could say that based on Ooga Booga, Earth flat.
Okay, cool. So the default position based on all empirical observations and evidence is that the Earth is stationary and flat, and that the stuff in the sky moves over top of the Earth.
I wouldn't say all. But to Ooga Booga, yeah, sure.
Okay, so again, I said default position. I'm intellectually speaking, if we're going to dissect our claim about the nature of the Earth, we have to start with the Earth. So how do we do that? We observe it. Okay, so the default position is all of our observations, right?
Hold up for a second. What's it? Terrence, who I'm invoking is Aristotle. So don't say it's Ooga Booga. This is Aristotle. A little smarter than either of us. You
What
have
did
to forget
Aristotle
all your
do?
knowledge in order to learn
Really?
anything. You have to forget. You have to start from the clean slate. It's not Ooga Booga. It's clean slate knowledge. So don't bash Aristotle.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to get something. I'll be back.
Then that guy tried to say something about privations.
So when did the Ooga Booga start?
We were just making a point. He had to break it down to him like if he was a caveman locked underground and popped out and saw the earth.
I get it. But when did this all start? The Ooga Booga way of explaining things.
Ooga booga log ooga.
Yeah, this is. I was just saying, like, you admit the default position based on all evidence is the Earth is stationary, horizontal horizons, and stuff in the sky moves over top of us. That's the default position, and if you're making a claim antithetical to that, you have to prove it. Because I'm like, so no asking you to prove all those things. We just agreed that's the default. We don't, those are already proven. You know what I'm saying?
MJ, don't make fun of UG language.
MJ, Meme asked him to pretend that he was in a cave and walking out from the cave.
I heard that. Yeah,
that's where the Ooga Booga thing came from.
When he named him Ooga Booga, that's basically what the question is. But yeah, thank you.
Can I hear him say, we have better CGI?
No.
Terrence, can you say that, please?
Yeah, I supposedly know someone that, I know someone that supposedly was messaging Elon Musk. He's a pretty famous artist or whatever. And mentioned flat Earth and outer space being fake to him. And he just like cussed him out, went off on him and blocked him after knowing him for years.
Wow.
Why is he so triggered, man?
It's the big bucks. They don't want to lose with this fake space stuff.
I'm back.
Cool, man. You get the gist of the conversation. You brought up axiom. It's a great way to summarize the subject.
Yeah, I still disagree that the...
You disagree with what?
It's an axiom.
Okay. Did you know that flat's not a shape?
It may as well be.
It may as well be. What if I have a flat square table and a flat circle table? Are they the same shape?
Yeah.
Okay. You've lost the plot, dude.
It doesn't really matter. At least
how's it? So a circle is the same shape as a square?
No.
Okay, so flat is the description of a surface.
It's an adjective. Here. It's an adjective.
So the surface of the Earth.
Hold on. Is a shape an adjective or a noun?
An adjective.
No.
Right. Oh.
No, you didn't. And again, is flat ever a noun? Give me a flat.
Yeah.
What would you be giving me if I asked you for a flat?
An apartment, $1,500.
Okay, thank you, Witsit. Amazing. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, exactly.
This is flat to the lobby area.
Okay, so here's the thing. Flat is almost always an adjective unless you're talking about an apartment, yes. But for all other instances, flat is an adjective. That's the point.
I meant the other one. Like salt
a flat white from Starbucks? Again, it would still be an adjective. What?
No, like a salt flat.
Yeah.
Oh, check them out. Are salt flats flat?
You could say so.
Yeah, cool. So when you described it as flat, you would be describing it with an adjective, right?
Yeah. How many flat surfaces make a sphere?
I don't know words. Probably.
Dude, don't devolve, man. We're pulling. Some of us are pulling for you, man. I know it's kind of a difficult process, man. All right, This is the point, dude. You said axiom, and then you said shape of the Earth can't be an axiom. Okay, I said flat is not a shape. Flat is the axiom. In fact, we have a topographical plane. If you want to get hyper literal, and we have water that's flat. So, it's a plane. That is the axiom. It requires no further observation. We see it. That's what it is. You can measure it. You can shoot lasers over it. It's flat. You're claiming something different, though.
Yeah.
Prove it, man.
I don't know.
That's correct.
I appreciate the honesty.
And that's the answer around the board, by the way.
I could give evidence, sure.
What's up?
I could give evidence for it.
Say with your
like
chest, bro.
right now, probably not. Maybe.
Say like
there is that theodolite guy.
Okay, theodolites aren't gonna help you.
Pardon?
Did you say theodolite again?
Yeah, the theodolite guy.
You think that's gonna help you prove that the Earth isn't flat?
Yeah. Do you have the, what do you call it? The
What, do you have to level a theodolite to use it?
Yes, you do.
Okay. What is level?
Being perpendicular to plumb.
No.
Okay.
Horizontal.
Right. So yeah, what's perpendicular to vertical?
Yeah, to plumb. Oh.
What's
at 90 degrees.
perpendicular to vertical?
Yeah.
Say the word.
Horizontal.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
What is perpendicular to vertical?
To be at 90 degrees to.
It's horizontal, man. Horizontal. Okay, so if you drop a plumb and get your vertical to get your level perpendicular, which is horizontal, then how is that helping you prove that the Earth isn't horizontal?
Because you can compare angles. That makes sense. So if you find your horizontals to be parallel, then yeah, it would be flat.
Yeah, so to even use the theodolite, you have to use the Earth as if it's flat.
No.
Literally, we just discussed it. The basic
identical.
components of its mechanism, objectively, is that.
Yeah, because it's over such a short distance. It's like millimeters.
No matter what distance you're doing anything with the theodolite, you have to level it.
Yes.
And that's using a plumb line dropped to the perpendicular horizontal plane of the Earth.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so to invoke the theodolite to disprove the horizontal plane of the Earth is paradoxical. It's oxymoronic. It's contradictory. They cannot coexist. It's self-defeating.
If you measure theodolites to have non-parallel plumbs.
My man, can you address the point I said first?
I'm not really too sure.
Okay, it's really simple, right? So to use a theodolite, you have to level it. To level it, you drop a plumb line, which is metal, hooked to a wire that goes down to the ground vertically, and that's perpendicular to the ground, which is horizontal. That's how you have your level, and you put your theodolite within this level that you have established to be able to begin to use it.
Yes.
Okay, so that means you have to treat the Earth like it's flat.
At that point, yes.
Correct. Okay, cool. So go ahead. To even use this thing, we have to treat the Earth as it's flat or it wouldn't work. Okay.
It doesn't mean anything about the land surrounding it. It just means at the point of that plumb.
Okay, so when you look at the other plumb line, does it shrink in size?
If you move further away, yes.
Right, because the angular size change with distance.
Uh-huh.
Do you account for that in the calculations?
Why would it be necessary?
Because the literal size of it changed.
What do you mean?
The size of it changed. What?
You mean the angular size?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would affect anything.
Well, okay. So, do you think you can just? So you're saying you can just ignore it?
Well, I mean, let's just say you pointed two theodolites at each other. As you get further away, your results are going to get less accurate. Because it's getting smaller and therefore harder to aim at.
Okay.
But I don't really see any other problem with it.
Okay. So, as you look at things in the distance, they're going to change size because of angular size change with distance. And depending on your distance, you're going to be looking through set amount of atmos, right? Okay. And so that's going to affect your observation relative to how clear it is outside.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So these are two primary factors that we have to account for from the beginning before we try to determine what's going on in the distance with an observation, right?
Right.
Okay, so any type of math in geodesy claiming to supposedly show the differentiation between these two parallels, or what should be parallels, right, never accounts for these things. It does not account for the angular size change with distance. It hijacks it, and then in addition, it encompasses the assumption that if the Earth were flat and you established the level that you literally did, that even though they're parallel, since they're parallel, you would always see them to look exactly parallel in the distance through Atmos. Is that what you think?
No.
Right, because you wouldn't. You would see it all kinds of ways based on the Atmos. And it's shrinking in size.
That's the claim.
It's shrinking in size.
There's more than just shrinking in size, isn't there?
I would like to ask a question, actually. Terrence, do you know what a theodolite is used for?
Surveying or building or doing stuff where you want a level.
Huh. So that's funny because that's one of my tools and I've been using them for like 25 years, right?
Nice.
So what's the operational range of a theodolite before it becomes out of plumb?
It depends on your theodolite.
It surely does depend on the theodolite, but if we were to take if we were going to take a national test standard and they said you really shouldn't plumb your foundations outside this range, what do you think it would be?
What, a mile? I don't know.
Try more like 980 feet.
Oof.
What is that?
A fifth
980
of a mile.
feet is the radial maximum
distance.
It's the radial maximum distance that you're supposed to be leveling out of. So what happens is people who don't know what these tools are for are using them for purposes they weren't intended for. And they're saying this is proof of something, when the reality is they've never worked a day in their life and don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know the properties of these tools. They don't know the purpose of these tools. They're using a hammer like a screwdriver. The theodolite is not going to tell you anything over vast distances. That's why whenever they remeasure mountains, the heights of the mountains are always changing because they're using theodolites across miles. And it just doesn't work like that.
Well, why can't you use a theodolite past a certain distance?
Because, okay, let me ask you something. Have you ever put a picture on the wall?
Yes.
Did you use one of those little torpedo levels? Like, how did you level it? Did you have like the little, like 4-inch wide level?
No, I just looked at it.
You just looked at it. Okay. Yeah. Well, you've seen the little 4-inch long level, right? You've seen like 4-inch long level.
Yeah.
Okay. If you were to level that picture, or let's say you were building a block wall and you use that little 4-inch long level on one block, do you think you could get that one block level? Do you think you could?
Yeah.
What would happen if you put the 8-foot level on that after you leveled it with the 4-inch level?
It'd still be level.
Wrong. It's almost always out of plumb. Because your frame of reference, the shorter your frame of reference to the bubble for a hard line, the more out of plumb you will be the farther away you get from the center of the plumb. It's a fundamental principle of building. And when we were doing geodetic and geodesic construction, in which we would set up our GTRs, which are the geodetic robotic units that are hooked up to all of like our excavators and our bulldozers, we would spend 2 hours setting that transit up. And it was $130,000 transit. I'm telling you right now, we would get on there and we would put an 8-foot level across just the tripod before we even attached it to the transit.
Right.
Because the smaller your frame of reference for level, the more out of plumb you get, the farther out you go. The larger your frame of reference, the more fidelity, your 90 degrees has. Because you might be 89.999. That might be your angle.
I think I got
and so once you're at 500 foot, you're out of plumb. Now, how are you going to test that over miles? How do you know you're in plumb over miles? You don't.
Will it be to within an accuracy?
Well, the problem is we just don't have anything that accurate, and it's a fantasy to think that we do. We have to build everything going like 500 or 1,000 foot out maximum using like cornerstones and levels. Like we get a grade point and we keep shooting off that. Like every time I would go build a house, there would be this one part circled in the road that has 1981 written in it. And that's because it's a survey from 39 years ago that we're going off of to build.
Right. How accurate would say a theodolite that you use be in terms of like arc minutes or arc seconds?
It's accurate enough for me to do the job that it's used for. And that's like building houses. Because I own a concrete company. And so everything I has to do has to be shot with grade or with gradient, one or the other.
Well, with what type of an angle? I mean, so like a theodolite would have an accuracy plus or minus a certain amount of arc minutes or arc seconds.
But look, all I know is you don't go out like with my theodolite. The engineering specs say it's 600 foot range, 600 foot radius. Outside that, you're out of fidelity.
Right, but it's not like the theodolite knows when that distance is. It's because after a certain distance, the tolerance of the theodolite means you get massive sizes.
Your theodolite is a small frame of reference, and you just can't go past that accurately. And if you think you can, it's just a fantasy.
Right.
Because when it comes down to actually making money and actually having to provide a product, we have to do real work, not theoretical.
Well, how accurate is your theodolite?
A lot of the stuff that you're repeating about theodolites and the Earth and all that, none of that's going to make anybody money, and none of it has any responsibility to any market to produce something. So you can say whatever you want. I mean, you could literally make up whatever you wanted because there's no responsibility for it. It has no accountability for it. What I do is I put stuff down and I have accountability because there's money on the line. I guarantee you if there was money on the line, the Earth would be as flat as it could be to everyone. If it actually was going to cost everybody money that it was a globe, it would end up being flat.
Right.
Because the moment there's a monetary incentive, data has to be real.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be fake. The moment there's monetary or legal liability involved in anything, data gets real. And there's no accountability for the people who are telling you this measurement or that measurement or it does this or it does that. There's no accountability for them. They can just say whatever they want and make up whatever they want about tools that they don't understand. And that's all that's going on. You know? It's the way it be.
Well, I mean, when I was searching up theodolites, I was searching for an accuracy of a theodolite, not in terms of where like the distance it's accurate to, but the accuracy in terms of angles. Because you can then do a trig to find out.
Dude, the accuracy of distance and
above or
angles,
below.
that's the same thing.
Yeah,
You're
yeah. So
accurate
like
as you
in
increase it.
angles, how accurate is your theodolite?
Theoretically, if you have a perfect 90-degree angle on your theodolite, you can shoot across all of existence in a perfect parallel line. Now, let's come back down to reality. Reality is not theoretical. It's not going to happen. Right?
Sure. I'm still
On paper,
trying to
math
find out
works.
though.
On paper, math works. In reality, it don't always work.
And your angle is going to be more and more off proportionate to distance, right?
Pardon?
Yeah. The farther out you get, either the more acute or more obtuse your angle is going to get. So if it's obtuse on one side of the theodolite, it's going to do what? It's going to return down to acute on the other side.
Do you get it, bro?
I'm not too sure.
It's not a valid argument to invoke the theodolite. Do you understand those words? Like, these guys have been spending a time trying to get this through your head. You can't use it as your argument. It's not valid. Do you understand?
I've come across so
I
many
don't
out-of-level
understand quite well.
buildings that were set up with theodolites. It's just a joke argument to someone like me who actually knows how to use the equipment.
Right. How
Right.
accurate in terms of angles is your theodolite?
No, it's not that. There's a user issue. The
Right.
theodolite does not operate itself, does it?
No.
No, it doesn't. Who operates a theodolite?
A person with
A
an
person.
eye.
A person with an eye. So if this mongoloid has never built anything and has a preconception and he's like, that's good enough, what's he going to do? He's going to screw it up. And that's the problem is the math that exists on paper, 90-degree angles are perfect, and a theodolite is 90 degrees, therefore it's perfect. Like, you do realize that's like dumb thinking, right? Like, you must realize that. Like, the plane is designed to fly, there should be no crashes. Therefore, there are no crashes.
No, I get that theodolites have inaccuracies. I'm trying to find out what the inaccuracy is.
It's not.
So like
It's a principle. It's a principle of reality. It's just that things aren't perfect. Nothing's perfect, and it doesn't matter how good of an engineering. They've got theodolites now that don't even operate with gears. They operate with a screw that can make like micro-millimeter adjustments, and they're still inaccurate across thousands and thousands of feet. Like, think about it like this. You're 1,000 foot out, but you're only a quarter inch out of level, right? Only a quarter inch out of 1,000 feet. Now extrapolate that out to 10 miles.
that's what I'm trying to get at, yes. So as you get further, the actual size in terms of like meters, it increases.
Yeah.
Because theodolites are accurate to an angle, not to a size. It's after a certain distance. This angle
Oh, I get
corresponds
it.
to a
You
size.
couldn't visualize. You couldn't visualize it. I get it.
Yeah, whatever the angle is from a horizontal datum.
Right.
I'm glad you agree.
Hey, if the Earth is dropping underneath this level, isn't it effectively just going to go up in the air?
What do you mean?
If you have you take your little magic theodolite and pretend it goes forever. If the Earth is dropping down beneath it, it's just going to keep going up in the air, right?
If it's a magic theodolite, yes.
If it's horizontal, it's just going to go out into space eventually in your model, right?
Sure.
Okay. So why would we even be trying to use a flat in the first place? Yeah, why would we use anything horizontal in the first place?
Because it's locally flat, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. It's not locally flat.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Because we can't measure curves. We can only measure deviations from flat. That's all you can do.
Explain what mean locally it's flat?
Well, I mean, like, the whole 1 degree is 69 miles.
How about 40,000
No,
Miles.
no. We don't even have to move on, because once you say it's locally flat, you've made the rest of your idea unfalsifiable, and we can just dismiss it.
Yeah.
Because then you're just saying, well, it's locally flat, and we just can't see that far. Okay, well, your idea is unfalsifiable and therefore unproven.
And then we do see that
That's
far.
not what I'm trying to say. No.
So wait, time out. No, really think about. We want you to respond to what he's saying, right? It's unfalsifiable. We can't see out there. It's unfalsifiable. You're saying that. Then we do see out there. Okay, now it's your turn to talk.
What was the question? Oh, locally flat.
You said locally
over
flat,
6
so
to
that
9
means
months.
basically all observations. If you're making claims outside of that, you're just making unfalsifiable claims with no evidence. They can be dismissed as such without evidence. It's even worse than that, though, because once you claim that with no evidence, say we can't see this far, we then go see that far.
Yeah, it's like kind of like saying if I had a unicorn in my closet, right? And I've got proof. There's definitely a unicorn in my closet. It's just that I can't show you the proof because it's in my closet. And anytime anyone tries to see it, it's invisible. But
Only a
because
special,
it's invisible, that's proof that it's a unicorn.
only some special person has a key for the closet, not you.
I'll go in the closet and I'll tell you what it looks like. All right.
Yeah, you just have to listen to Mimas.
It's
You just
white.
have to believe Mimas now.
Yeah, it's white. It's got a horn, and it farts rainbows.
So you have to believe that because you believe in the unicorns in the first place. So you have to believe what the expert says about it, whether you can see it or not, right, Terrence?
I don't know if it's a straw man, but no, that's not what I'm saying.
Let's say that you then go check the closet, Terrence, and there's nothing in there.
Well, hold up. It wouldn't actually be a straw man because I'm not presenting your argument in any way. I'm presenting something that is unfalsifiable.
It's still coming out then.
Yeah. And so, actually, we go into the closet and there's no unicorn in there.
That's because it's invisible. What's it? I told you that already. Once you look at it, it's invisible.
Quantum unicorns from the 8th dimension.
Yeah. It's a quantum unicorn. Only I can see it because I learned how. You're just going to have to take my word for it, man.
We should publish this in books or something.
Now, prove me wrong.
Yeah. Why would you not believe Mimas? He's an expert in the field. I mean, obviously he is because he's got possession of said closet, the secret closet with these secrets in it. You don't have the degrees of intelligence necessary to understand what Mimas is going to tell you. So we're just going to leave the closet door locked.
Wait, one more thing that I want to say to him. You see how it's come full circle back to this axiom thing again, though? The thing that you brought up, which Meme uses and told you can't use for that, and I pretended that you could and still just destroy the argument even just from a logical perspective because it's dumb. But again, to even try to go pick out what you were going to use to prove the Earth's a ball, you literally had to start by treating it like it's flat.
Yep. Welcome to Flat Earth. Every other technology is like that too, from aircraft to any kind of surveying, civil engineering, like Mima said, any kind of building, highway construction, canals, railroads, even undersea water cables. There you go. No curvature needed. Isn't that strange? On a supposed globe that we never use curvature for anything we do in reality.
And isn't it odd how we drop all of the curvature calculations and all that the moment we have to do real building?
Yeah, or real flying or any of it.
They have a max. Are you serious?
Like the moment that lives are at stake, all of our aircraft are assumed to be on a flat, non-rotating object.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Oopsie.
Same with target acquirement.
Because if they weren't, then there'd be a lot of lawsuits.
I was getting them.
Everything, dude. So again, go back and just think about it. Default position, claims antithetical to observations and evidence, burden of proof.
Hey, Elbow, you're hot micing.
Micing? Sorry.
No worries.
Does anyone know much about refraction? Not in terms of
Yeah, it's the sub deity. It's one of the numerous deities of the heliocentric religion.
In the doctrinal, yeah.
Can anyone prove refraction? Can someone in here prove refraction?
Got
You
that
don't
proof?
think refraction exists?
Do you got proof of? Do you have proof of refraction?
And when we say refraction, we're talking about atmospheric refraction. We're not talking about
Yeah,
Snell's
I'm
law.
not on about that.
What type of the three main types are you talking about?
What about like fundamentally?
The
like what is refraction?
So you don't
Okay,
know.
well, he just said it. Snell's law. You know, two different mediums. So we're
Yeah, but
talking about
Snell's
just the
law is really
atmos.
basic.
Is gas a different medium than gas?
Hey,
Is
this
gas
isn't what I'm trying
different
to
medium
talk about.
from gas?
Yeah. Do you have a demonstration or an example of diffraction through gases?
Answer the question though.
What?
Snell's law requires a change in medium. What's the change in medium in atmospheric refraction?
Change in density.
No, we said medium.
Yes.
Snell's law requires a
It's to
medium.
do with the density of electrons.
No.
Medium.
Listen, Snell's law is about medium. So it's like going from gas to solid to liquid passing through. So imagine a cup of water with a pencil inside of it, and the light changes direction because it's going from liquid to solid to gas to your eye.
I'm not sure that's.
That is literally Snell's law. That is the example given in Snell's law. That was the experiment of Snell's law.
Mm-hmm. And Snell's law doesn't work unless it's everything that's discussed about it is on a plane of incidence. A plane.
Of course.
Yeah. Every single thing used with your refraction is on a plane.
Just literally everything, yeah.
Right, I'm not sure.
By the way,
you understand? I'm not on about terrestrial.
Atmospheric refraction is not calculated. Is not done the same way as Snell's law anyway. Atmospheric refraction is just an increase of the size of radius. It has nothing to do with optics.
Yeah. Show us in atmospheric refraction, since that's what you're skipping to now.
There's
Show
no
us
such
in
thing as
atmospheric,
atmospheric
show us in
refraction.
atmospheric refraction. Density, like you said, has anything to do with atmospheric refraction, number one. And number two, it would have to have vertically stacked density layers from you and the observed object. Can you show that this actually occurs?
I'm not going to. That's not what I'm trying to talk
Okay,
about.
so now you're just going to run away from that one too? Really?
Well, so when you asked us what we know about refraction, what you meant to say was, I don't know much about refraction, but it's usually what I've heard people say when they can't say anything else against flat Earth.
No.
Okay, so then why, after all we've told you about practical use cases and all the implementation of these practical use cases in the world when they actually have to work, and your response was, what do you guys think about refraction?
Yeah, I'm not on about refraction in terms of like I'm trying to find out like why light refracts at all.
What do you mean why light doesn't
Why
refract?
is a question for God?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for giving us
So does that
thanks for giving us the raise, because we have this often. We have people come in here and ask flat earthers questions only God could answer. But it's cool, I guess.
Why does the universe?
Snell's law something for God?
But why is a question of motivation, isn't it?
Y'all need me to talk to God? I could do that.
Like when you ask why, you're saying, what are the motivations for it being this way? That's a why.
Then you switch to what is. Then you went back to what is. You asked why. So why is a different question than what is. What is refraction?
I'm not trying to talk about God.
You gotta ask a philosopher why.
Can you ask yourself that question?
You ask a scientist what is. You ask a philosopher why.
Okay, so I'll ask you
Can
what is.
so sorry? Can you ask the same question? But can you stay near to the mirror and ask the same questions to you yourself?
I
And
could ask the same question.
okay, try
To
now to
yourself.
answer.
I don't have the answer. That's
And
why I'm
why you
asking.
asking us?
Of course, you don't
I
have
know
the
that's what I mean. He's asking us, so thank you once again. But I mean, do
I
you have
know
any?
really
Do you have any
some
proof of this? What are you on about right now? Well, what's your point right now?
So like permittivity and permeability of the materials, that sort of stuff.
I didn't understand that. It sounded like you said
permeability of the
permeability.
material.
Me, Mr. Hot Miking.
Yeah, permeability is just medium dependent. Yeah, what's up?
Are you going to try and ask how if something can pass from gas to gas? Easy. It goes from gas to gas.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it
No,
not?
it's
There is nothing in this universe that will ever change that you are not applying Snell's law to the atmosphere ever. In the paper on refraction that is used universally by the globalist, in the paper on refraction, they even say this is not Snell's law.
what is the
So
paper?
I don't know what short TikTok videos you're getting these, anti-flat Earth ideas from. They're really bad though, because I've seen them, and they don't give you enough information to defend what you believe. And I realize that's what you're trying to do, but you don't have the information you need to go on. I don't know why you're sticking with it. Snell's law does not apply. But in 10 seconds, you'll say, well, then how does it work? Well, that's your assertion. That's your problem. That's not my problem. I don't believe it.
No. You're talking about refraction in this, like...
No, I'm going to tell you what refraction is. Refraction
Okay,
is Snell's law. Snell's law, where
what
it
is Snell's
passes
law?
from solid to liquid to gas, the light.
Why does it do that?
Refraction, atmospheric theoretical mathematical adjustment of the radius of the Earth. It has nothing to do with optics. It's in the paper on refraction. You can go look it up.
Okay, why does light refract?
Light
Why does it
refracts
There you are with
changing
why.
because it
medium
passes
cause it
through
to refract?
different mediums.
Pardon?
That is why light refracts, because it passes through different mediums.
And why does that do something?
Why does that do something?
Uh-huh.
Why does air contain oxygen?
Yeah. Why do people like Pokemon?
Right, I didn't know this was kind of your limit.
I don't understand your question. Why does light behave the way light behaves?
Oh,
Ask the universe. Ask God. I mean, say a prayer. I have no idea, man.
right, so does anyone have an idea?
Nobody has an idea. What does it matter?
Well, I'm
I
interested
don't
in it.
understand
So
these
it
like
matters to me.
fundamental questions of how like the universe began.
Yeah, your side can't answer any of these questions. Like that's the whole
I
thing.
would say,
We don't
well,
care
I've
to
seen some
answer.
Like,
We don't
let me
care
ask you,
to answer
what's your
questions that
motivation
are
for
holes.
asking
But-
the why does light work? Do you
Yeah.
understand that is a crazy question?
It's like asking why is water wet?
right, okay. I'll try to rephrase. What's happening when light refracts?
It's passing through different medium
and changing direction. That's it.
and changing
What about the
direction.
medium causes
It's
it
not
to
bending.
behave?
It's just changing direction. It's an angular change in direction. That's it. It continues on a straight line after
And by
that
the way,
change.
it's straight lines. It is not curving.
It never is curving. It's just changing an angle.
Yeah.
The only thing any kind of refraction can do is shorten your focal length anyway. So I don't know why you guys are fighting for it. So that would take the black swan from something like 1.225 miles to 1 mile. Go ahead, use refraction. So it's shortening your distance of length, not extending it. This is what we know about refraction. So if you want to know, it shortens your distance of view. Period. That's it. Does not affect the horizon at all. Does not project at different times the horizon out 10 magnitudes of amount to 30 times in the same view. This is totally impossible with the globe. So we're either seeing the oil rigs and the black swan, or you're not seeing them. The people with the fairy tale are going to try to tell everyone that you can't trust your eyes and that everything you see is a mirage. Where does the mirage start? That's what we want to know. Where does it start? Where I want to see that location. Can someone show me that? Mm-hmm.
No.
No, they can't. That's the end of my argument.
Right.
Bro, don't ask how light refracts again, because you already heard. I know it's like on the tip of your tongue. You just want to respond.
Yeah, just kind of not really answering it.
Yes, I did answer it. When light passes through two different mediums, it refracts.
Okay, what's happening when it refracts? I know it passes between two different mediums.
You tell us
Yeah,
because we told you about 6 times, Terrence. You tell us.
Holy Jesus, help me.
I know, sorry, Mimas. So,
but I don't need you to tell me that it changes medium. What about the medium is causing
when light passes
angle change?
two different medium, it changes its angle of travel.
You could change the medium to glass. It'll change in a different angle. You could change it to water from glass, or air to water, or air to glass. It's going to be a different angle. You could put these side by side to show the angle. There's no curving anywhere in there at all.
And by the way, if light was curving all the time, then how are we using laser guided missiles?
Yeah, and it's
How are we
classified
using
at least
optical
100
devices
miles.
anywhere? How are we functioning as a society? These are all stupid theoretical things that you can assert. But when it comes down to money and market, we forget all of that, don't we? Because shit has to work.
Right, cool.
Shit actually has to work, or people will get sued and people will lose money. And when it comes to that, none of this stuff is true.
Or you'll kill the wrong type of brown person with your missile, so you got to be accurate.
Right.
Don't want to get that wrong.
Show me a missile maker, a defense contractor who's calculating refraction when they're making the Sparrowhead missiles that shoot a laser beam. How many miles out in front of it does it do this? Does it shoot the laser beam? It's a long ways. It's like 80 miles.
Right.
It's a missile that shoots an 80-mile long laser for accuracy. Show me anywhere where a missile manufacturer like Raytheon or who else? What's another one? Who cares? Disney is making a missile using refraction. None of them. Not one. None of them are going to calculate it in. Ever. Ever. Not ever. It will never happen. Because it's not real and it doesn't matter. Because when it comes down to do we get this $4 billion contract, shit's got to work.
Pardon me. Sorry.
Yep. So it's only with doing real things that we're talking about technologies, doing real things, physical things, physical activities with physical objects or devices over physical surface. That's when we don't need to worry about the globe. How interesting. Why is that? I'm still asking for any technology of any. Let's just stick with wheeled objects or wheeled devices. Any wheeled device, any kind at all. I don't care if it's a toy, a bicycle, an automobile, a locomotive, any technology, submarine, torpedo, any of that, where they're using the curvature of Earth. Show me where that adjustment is taking place. In any technology, a citation, please.
I think I have a picture of a naval document.
A picture.
That
love
was refraction.
That's not what I was talking about. But okay, picture of refraction.
Picture of refraction.
Is that what you said?
No, yeah, the naval document was about Coriolis.
Okay, just show me where in the logbooks they're actually doing this. I would love to see it.
I don't have logbooks, no.
No, oh, not actually. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you mean to say? Nobody's actually doing it.
I do not have logbooks.
Okay, well, I need to find out if they actually are doing this and who is doing it and when and what the results were.
Right.
Yeah.
If I post the U.S. Navy SEALs Sniper Handbook, can you show me the part where they tell me how to account Coriolis?
Please.
Pardon?
The SEAL Team Sniper Handbook. Can you show us in there?
No.
Where Coriolis is taken account? Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't find it either.
Now, hold on. Which direction is a barrel rifled?
I don't know. I don't have a
When a barrel is twisted, it's twisted because it's not a straight tube, right? A barrel is rifled. It's a difference between a rifle and a musket, right? The rifling is where they twist the barrel, right?
I know that.
The barrels of a gun are twisted, and it's left to right. So when you shoot north, the bullet's going to deviate to the left. When you shoot south, yeah. So how are you accounting for Coriolis when you have a variable in which the bullet doesn't stay center?
Who says you do?
How are you accounting for Coriolis when you have a drift on a bullet because of the rifling? It's called the Magnus effect. It's the rifling of the gun causes a drift on the bullet because the bullet is spinning.
Okay.
And that's why you have your spotter there. And that's why you get to know your gun. That's why a sniper will keep the same gun. And he will not use someone else's gun because he knows his gun.
Right. I don't get your point. What are you trying to say?
Whenever you're trying to test something, what do you have to remove in order to test the one thing that you're trying to test?
Other variables.
All the variables. If you're doing this in the atmosphere, where you can't account for maybe wind or atmospheric pressure or the rifling of the barrel itself, all which are going to greatly affect a bullet, how are you going to test for something? You're not.
Right.
So you'd have to make a different calculation for every distance along the path of travel.
Yeah.
How are you going to do that? It's changing all the time.
Yeah. And by the way, once a sniper gets his rifle spec'd in, where he gets his he adjusts his sights to account for his rifle specifically, that doesn't deviate after that. There's no Coriolis effect after that.
Right.
True shot every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like, if this Coriolis, if you're not exactly the right directionality with the so-called spin of the surface, you would have to make a left or right adjustment. When is this ever done? After you've already found your target and you do an elevation angle with your rifle, with your sights, right?
Yeah, when your sights are cued in or spec'd in on your rifle, when you have your sights adjusted to that specific rifle, all you do is account for wind and drop.
Wind, that's it. Wind
and drop.
Elevation. And elevation, yeah, that's it. And any obstructions along the path, right?
And I'm an American. I grew up with guns, and so did Sonny.
Okay. I don't know what you want me to say to that.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to say to it. It's an impossible test. It could never, you could never make the test because there's never a point when you could remove variables to be able to isolate one thing. Because the moment you fire something with an explosion, you don't have the same results every time. You can't zero in on it. You introduce it into an open environment where other variables can affect it. Anything from sudden spikes in barometric pressure that you can't account for, to the rifling of the gun, to unseen imperfection on the casing of the bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a point I've been thinking about for a while. Now, when someone comes in and starts talking about refraction, let's just use the black swan again. Okay. Is the air above the surface of the water just stop right then when you talk about refraction? Everything just stops? And just layers itself perfectly? Is that how that works?
No.
Okay. So things are swirling around, right? Above the surface.
Kind of, yeah.
Above the water especially. You have what kind of motions? Heat, convection, circulation, conduction. The sun coming over, heating up the whole entire local area. So when is anything static that you can say this formula or that formula applies to a non-static environment?
Standard refraction doesn't apply to anything really.
No
It's
refraction
idealized.
applies to what I'm saying because you would have to make the whole entire atmo stand still for a second while you discuss it.
Right, that's why you get these equations in like experiments in labs and stuff. You don't go.
No, it's a different thing. We're talking about in real life, observing nature.
Because there are so many variables in nature.
Kind of,
you don't do it in nature.
I just discussed the variables that are above the surface.
Yeah, and there's so many.
Yeah, and they're not the way any kind of refraction is saying. That's the point. So you don't have the medium required to do anything with refraction. Period. End of discussion. Unless if you want to counter what I'm saying, please provide the source and the citation from that source. I mean, I could go on bludgeoning this with a Louisville Slugger all day long because the light, if it's at the Black Swan, is hitting a surface that's angled away from you on said globe, alleged globe, and it's below your line of sight. So you tell me how the light is getting to your eye, hitting a surface that's supposed to be on your globe, facing away from you and below your line of sight. Please, can you explain that? Yeah.
I don't know exactly what's going on there.
I rest my case.
Is that feasibly?
Explain it. Provide evidence for it.
No.
Because I can explain anything.
You can explain anything.
You could literally explain anything. Like if we were in 2,000 years ago, I'd tell you Thor was causing the thunder. I could explain anything in any way I wanted to.
Yeah, he previously explained unicorn in the closet. You could go on to describe different aspects of said unicorn. Doesn't make the unicorn any more real.
Yeah, I'm not interested in explanations. I want reality. I want to understand reality. I don't want to understand some dildo's version of reality.
Yeah.
I want to understand reality, and I'm sick of not being told what reality is. I just want to find out what it is. I want to see how things work. I want the truth of everything. I don't want ideas. I don't want speculations. I don't want explanations. I want scientific, irrefutable, undeniable proofs.
Yep. We're looking for demonstration instead of explanation.
Right.
Come on, man.
Did you vote Biden?
What in the fuck?
Vote Biden 2024.
Bruh, just stop.
What do you for the moons?
What's up, Charlotte?
What up, me, my dude? How you been, brother? It's good to see
Pretty
you.
good.
Or
I've been
hear you.
doing lots of floors. I worked like 122 hours for myself one week.
Damn.
God damn, bro.
No
Breaking that back, huh?
Sort of. I made 15 grand though.
Hey. Can't be mad at that. What's
I
going
went out
on
and
in here?
I went out and bought me a pimp suit. Big old hat. I've been with nothing but swag now.
Bro, it doesn't count unless you have the platform shoes with the goldfish.
Whoa, shit.
You know what I'm talking about.
Goldfish.
With the
I know
goldfish in the
I
bottom.
know exactly. What do they do with those shoes when the goldfish die?
Do they ever replace those goldfish? What's up with that?
I don't know. These little goldfish rotten bodies floating around in your shoe.
Have a little thing on there, a little disclaimer says no goldfish were harmed in the manufacture of this shoe. We let them out every now and then to take a swim. Extra shoe curricular activity.
All right, I'll be back. I got to go see a client.
All right, brother.
What's new in your world, chocolate?
Not much, brother. Just getting out of work. Got out a little early, so
cool.
do a little shopping before I go home.
Right on.
That's about it. What's up with you guys? Anybody prove we live on a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum yet? Or nah?
Nah.
That would be nah.
Okay. Not happening.
All right. Worth a try, I guess.
And a hush fell upon the chat. Everybody across the plane was wondering, where is that proof of the globe?
Hey, so I told you guys I threw the Earth in my federal motion to dismiss. I threw the subject of flat Earth in the motion to dismiss.
Wait. Say that again. How did you do that?
Motion to dismiss for violation of the First Amendment, which starts with, free exercise of quote unquote religion. Section A, biblical cosmology.
So they're they want to keep going. They're discriminating against you. So
Well, they did. Yeah, they specifically talked about how that's what I was talking about.
And the leaked deposition, whatever. That was kind of dumb.
Well, just in general. So, yeah,
so did show their hand in that little thing they sent you? They did, didn't they?
Yeah, for the most part, for intents and purposes, but they definitely altered audio. I don't even know how much I can talk about it though. That part specific.
Yeah. Never mind. I won't pry. Yeah, no worries.
But like flat Earth is literally an emotion to us. And by the way, like he cannot rebut the motion. So flat Earth's not in just like this grasp at straw. Someone tried to throw it in there. It's like entirely legally relevant, and I would say
Mm-hmm.
can't even be rebutted. And that's just section A of biblical cosmology, which is underneath free exercise of religion. And then I'll point out that NASA, they have a religious preference. In fact, they name many of their projects with religious undertones, and I name a few of them. I'm like, so the religious preference of the government does not prohibit, or does not allow for the prohibition of exercising alternative beliefs.
By an individual. Yep, exactly.
Nor does it permit censoring the challenging or censoring any challenges to said cosmological and religious claims.
Right. Because that would just be tyranny then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then I get into that even more under grievances, where it's like, oh, we're allowed to express our grievances of the government, but you're saying only if the government gives you permission to do that.
And
So
a
then,
special
okay,
place. Yeah. And a special place, right? Like you have to go to a certain place in order to exercise your free right to expression. Ridiculous.
dude, the U.S. attorney completely ducked the First Amendment area portion of my initial motion to dismiss, dude.
Yeah. Dodgeball.
Well, yeah, I mean, what are you just tapping out? But anyway, what's funny is flat Earth is on the record, bro, ladies and gentlemen, and
Right.
I concisely say it, but I said further investigation only further investigation only proves the accuracy of this description, as it can be verified through various use cases of military technologies, physical measurement, scientific experimentation, and proper application of natural law.
Boom.
I'm pretty sure that this is verbatim. I'm just trying to remember.
I can't
But
wait.
pretty
Once this is all done, we can start using this as precedents.
Oh yeah, once they roll and stuff, yeah. Like if the judge, I wrote it to set the judge up. Is how I feel. Like I set him up. Like if they roll against that, it's bad look.
Mm-hmm.
The pills for them.
Well, actually, I think they're in a position that it really doesn't matter which way. It's all bad for them, which way they choose.
Well, they should. Yeah, but they should have just got out. Should have got away.
They should. They blew it.
Yeah. So that's a good thing.
They should have offered you as much as they possibly could, like 10 mil or something. 20.
Not even money wise. Like they should have just thrown out. They should have been trying to prosecute me. The further they try to do this,
Right.
yeah,
Exactly.
guaranteed, flat Earth is on the record
Permanent.
and I have an unquestionable right to discovery. I'm being prosecuted.
Yep. So you need to get every single thing they have on record, everything they've written, every fucking everything.
Well, he's trying to play hardball, refusing to give everything. So I think the judge basically reprimanded the U.S. attorney in her order. So it's just very interesting. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of epic stuff. Like my motion to dismiss for facial invalidity, meaning that law is unconstitutional on its face, is pretty epic. And in addition, she brought up Brady. I could file a notice of Brady request because she can tell the government's keeping information away. Effectively, is what she said in her order. The federal judge. And I guess when Trump was there, he got impeached, and they intentionally hid information that would exonerate him. So there was a new law passed, so not many people even know about it, and it puts way more responsibility and pressure on the government to provide discovery of anything that could exonerate the defendant or whatever, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting because that would be pretty epic as well. It's like a new law, right, that was passed that hasn't really been used. So it's like there's a bunch of stuff going on in all this. It's pretty crazy. And again, I'm not trying to bore people with court talk. I was just bringing it up. The reason I even brought that up is because, like, yo, I just say this case has potential to really be something epic, and flat Earth's on the record, bro. And how stupid masks are, etc.
I wanted to test real quick. Am I coming through, Robody?
Not at all.
No.
Okay, so it's an input issue, not a output issue. Everyone sounds Robody to me, but then I listened to the YouTube stream, and it was perfectly clear. I've restarted. I don't know what in the world to do. It's weird.
In the world.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that? You heard that?
Yeah, I can hear everybody, but it's all like it's just Robody. But
On the YouTube, you mean?
No. Here in Discord.
Really?
So I validated that it was not an actual Discord problem because I can hear it perfectly fine on YouTube. So it's not an all-out audio failure on my computer side, but there's something wrong. It's weird. It happened like spontaneously mid-conversation about an hour ago. I've been trying to handle it, and I've failed.
So, like, what are they going to do? You know, like, I know they're going to get triggered that it's in there, but it doesn't matter. Like, I have the legal right to put it in there. Like, literally. So, if I'm able to win this case, included within the case, that would then be cited for the ruling on free speech areas in national parks in America and the whole entire rule allowing you to speak in national parks. And second violation or violation of amendment, this is the First Amendment motion to dismiss that's on the record in the case, starts off with the Earth. Oh yeah. So, you know, whenever I used to go out there and I'd get harassed and I'd be like, what about Coons versus New York or whatever? In the scenario that I won, you know, you could be like Whitsett versus US. And just someone was like, what is that? What's this guy talking about? The cop tried to say he couldn't talk. He said Whitsett versus US. And they go look at it. Bow. So basically, I feel like I took one for the team is what I'm trying to say. I made it relevant because there was an avenue I could. And I did it for the squad, you know.
That's going to be like
for the culture.
That's going to be like an instant flat smack. Like no questions asked. Just look at Whitsett versus U.S. Just go look at that case.
Whitsett, what up, bro? What's going on, man?
Chilling. To clarify, if they don't have to debate the Earth. By the way, guys, I'm not saying they don't have to. They don't have. It doesn't. It's not material to the actual case, other than it was a subject they used to determine dissension. So it's not that epic.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like flat Earth literally in court like it was in Georgia, only like super epic. Like, nah. Good luck with that one. This is probably the best you could ever hope for.
What's going on? Somebody's taking you to court or something? I missed.
Yeah.
I missed most of what you were talking
I got
about.
arrested. I got arrested in Rushmore, you know, for talking or whatever. Then I got, I guess, federally arrested and released with just given a citation a couple days later in Yellowstone. And so I'm fighting the case.
Did you say you got arrested for talking?
Yeah. First Amendment violation or something.
Oh, there's that freedom again.
Yeah, in national park, bro. United States national parks, dude.
Oh, you can't talk in a national park. Oh, shit.
Apparently, they have free speech areas with, you know, that's where you're allowed.
Wow.
Which is antithetical to the free speech in the first place. How ridiculous. Maybe they'll get rid of all of those in every single park.
I thought the free speech area was the United States of America.
Right.
I said all of them, and I'm like, so are we in Nazi Germany right here? Is there like a line?
That's what that sounds to me, bro. You know the
Well,
look I give somebody and tell me you're not allowed to talk here. What,
I
bruh?
think I think it's when you enter into that national park, the shareholders will not be denied. So you're probably entering in China. They don't like
Oh,
free speech there.
because the shareholders created that park.
No, they're more than 50% shareholders though of all the national parks in our country. Interesting. That's all foreign
What?
held.
And
So
the
what's this?
rule,
You said they dismiss it?
no, they haven't, but that was the best thing they could have done. I try not to talk about too much and say like that because I know I just sound real arrogant. You're like, dude, Austin, you're pro state versus the federal government with 99% success prosecution rate. Pump the brakes. Whatever, man. Go read it. It's public, actually. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, after that, if they do dismiss it or whatever, or however happens, sue for deprivation of rights.
That's correct. Or guaranteed a civil lawsuit.
Yep.
I mean, basically, the lawsuit's real simple, too, and it's even laid out in my motion to dismiss. It's the different government officials were conspiring, describing us, saying, watch out for these people using their First Amendment. Literally, these two individuals doing First Amendment or exercising their First Amendment or partaking in First Amendment activity is actually what it said. So, federal, be on the lookout, a bolo, for these two individuals partaking in First Amendment activities. Subjects they cover are flat earthers, anti-government. So they're like coordinating together. Like that's very illegal. That's very unconstitutional. It's the whole reason the Constitution, dude. The idea was over there they wouldn't.
Amendment activity.
Yeah,
That sounds insane to me.
As if that's against the law now.
First
And
Amendment activities. That's called talking. The fuck?
yeah, round up all these people that are
I'm
talking.
good.
Yeah, round them all up. If they're talking, they must be breaking the law if they're talking. So we all have to coordinate ourselves and get rid of these talkers. Like,
and dude, when
not
you read
allowed.
the law that I was charged under, it literally just reads like the First Amendment, and the determining factor, right, for the official to use their discretion is any conduct or expressing views or grievances, the conduct of which is reasonably likely to attract a crowd or onlookers. So, if it's in the official's opinion, reasonably likely that it will cause people to look, you can make them not allowed to do it. You can prohibit them from doing it. So, and they call it a demonstration.
So there's two controls. One is on speech and one is upon looking.
Yo, it's actually
Looking.
your ability to speak. Your ability to speak is dependent on whether or not someone else decides to look at you while you're
Oh,
speaking. That's literally the rule, bro. And it's been challenged and updated, and the government had, because it got challenged and ruled unconstitutional in 2010 and in 2000. So they did they redid the whole rule, and they made a small group and individual exception. You can go you don't need a permit to talk in the First Amendment area. That's what they did. And so they wrote this. They think they had this home run that they wrote and then I came in and honestly, I think I destroyed it. And so it's pretty funny. So the government just gets to keep on making the rule really bad until someone has the balls to go in there and challenge it, and then win, and then they change it, and then they're not tested again until even if I win, they can just make another unconstitutional law in a couple of years. Like last time, they put an interim rule out, which basically said you can be free in national parks, and it was like, whoa, it was America for 3 years. Then they came out with a new rule in 2013, which is the one it is now. Anyway, the stupid flat earther with a chipped tooth that dropped out of college is taking the U.S. attorney to court, bro. I mean, it's like taking him to task. I don't even know, saying taking him to school. Legit, you can just go read it. It's really bad. It looks like a legal version of a conversation in here with a globe earther.
It's really bad. That's like a full-on face plant for them. What a bunch of dicks.
Yeah, it's really crazy, man. And like they're trying to toy with me and mess with me, and they're communicating until Yellowstone and Rushmore are communicating and trying to get me to say things about the other place to them. So the civil lawsuit's gonna be real bad. Cause I'm like, I want all the emails between Yellowstone and Rushmore. I want all the emails that you guys are sending about anything to do with this. And the judge said, do not destroy anything to the government in her order. Because the dude came and asked for more time. He asked for more time. The U.S. attorney came and asked the judge for more time to respond to my motion to dismiss, and then asked the judge to also set certain deadlines and then to respond to discovery, like to give us discovery clarity. Like, how mad do you think the globe earthers are going to be, dude? So, pretty cool. Of course, in Rushmore, they also hit disorderly conduct on me. So even if I get the law ruled unconstitutional, but we'll see. Okay, I'll stop boring the room. I just wanted to announce that you can actually read it if you can find my doc. It's publicly available if you have a Pacer account to read federal court documents. Super cheap. And it's like super cheap. Anyway, literally starts off explaining how the earth is flat.
So you just said that they gave you a disorderly conduct charge and while you were at Rushmore. I watched that stream and I didn't notice anything like that at all. I didn't see where you were disorderly. How does that work?
Oh, they just get to say it. I mean,
they just said it.
Apparently, he was speaking without a permit.
Well, they charged me with that, and they charged me with disorderly conduct.
Well, I didn't see disorderly. I didn't see action like that.
Fucking crazy.
It's just weird that they would even do that because I don't see anything like that happen.
It's not weird for corrupt police to do that. No, it's not.
Dude, then they stole the speaker and the flat earth sign made with bamboo sticks. That was super dope.
Well, it's going to be real interesting to see how this turns out. I hope you get everything you need to get out of it for you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm almost tempted to go to Rushmore in person, but I need to like deal with the mask thing up front.
You're still making you wear a mask in court?
I appreciate everything you're doing. Well said, and good luck to you.
Thank you, man. First time I went to Yellowstone, they said that I could appear by video, but didn't tell me, didn't respond, and let me know until 10 minutes before. So we drove like hundreds of miles to get there. So I'm like, well, we drove hundreds of miles throughout the night to get here in an RV and spent hundreds of dollars. So I guess I'm going in here. And they wouldn't let me without a mask. And I'm like, okay, I'm not wearing a mask. I don't wear a mask. And then she said, well, then you can go back in your truck and do the video thing. I went out there, got connected. Then I hear the judge and her talking, and she's clearly just complaining to him. And then he says, okay, you guys go out there and tell him to come in here, I'll be arrested. Then they come outside and with court marshals surround me and say that I have to go in there, put a mask on, or they're going to work on a warrant to arrest me. Or contempt of court or FTA or something. So anyway. But yeah, I guess my point was, I think it would be cool to go in person in a way. I also think I want to send a copy of it to the South Dakota governor because that's like the one state that didn't shut down for the whole air's going to kill you ordeal.
Oh, it was Mount Rushmore? They didn't shut it down?
Well, South Dakota, yeah. South Dakota was like the one state that just disregarded it the whole time. Well, we know they're probably all corrupt. Let's be real.
Well, I'd say it's more than just probably.
Right, but don't they have like roles to play in the little play? They have roles to fulfill in the play. So there are like DeSantis is the freedom guy, like Trump's the freedom guy, like South Dakota governor's the freedom guy, freedom girl. Anyway. Oh, and the last thing I'll say about it. So the reason I'm thinking about going in person on Rushmore though primarily is just the way it happened. Is it's the court date, the trial date is April 14th, which is my birthday. So I almost want to go and win, make them actually go to trial, win. And if I win, then infamously, the case is on record, right, for the win. And it would literally be my name, my birthday.
Yeah, that'd be cool. For sure.
Yeah, who cares? I don't really care. I think it'll get done.
I know, but still, it would be cool. Whether you care or not, it would be cool.
Well, there's the update. It's official. I pulled it off. Flat Earth on the record, federal court. You know, I'm sure pending updates soon. Again, I think I was like, I have to do this for the team. You know, I saw the opportunity, and I'm like, because I really could have just hit them a little harder, in my opinion. But I sacrificed room in that motion to put that on the record, like for the squad, and then called out NASA for religious preference. Well, I feel like I killed the room. Sorry, everyone.
What happened to the guy we were talking to? Did he leave?
It is.
Who was the Glover we were talking to? Is he gone?
Don't know.
Any other big people on here?
Yeah, I don't see any Glovers. Dang, bro! Somebody say something. I'm sorry, I killed the room.
No, you didn't kill the room. For hell's sakes, the room's been like this for weeks, off and
I'll
on.
ask you one question. When are you expecting good weather for your wedding tomorrow?
Say again.
Are you expecting good weather for your wedding tomorrow?
Yeah. Yes.
Good.
Sunny and 80 or something.
Is it going to be outside wedding?
Yeah, on the beach.
Oh yeah. All right. Cool. That'd be fun.
Congratulations, you guys. That's really awesome, man.
Plenty of shots of the play horizon behind them, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats with it, man. That's really cool. I wish I could get down there for the celebration. Unfortunately, I have a group of 6 people coming in town, so I'm going to be tied up, but congrats.
No worries, bro. Thank you, man. It's going to be a super chill. The wedding itself is there's no telling how fast it'll be. It's pretty funny. Then we're just eating. Then we're hanging out with our fam the next day, chilling. And then, yeah, anyone that's close to Fort Myers and wants to kick it, we're going to kick it. But, you know, probably going to be super chill as well. I procrastinate everything online, so.
Are you going to stream the wedding?
It's an interesting question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some things should be kept personal, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Witsit, I thought you should be aware of the fact that last night on the live stream, Lou was trying to hand off his title of Eeyore to somebody else, and I was not having it.
Thank you for setting him straight, bro. Hold him accountable, bro. He has earned the title.
Oh no.
Let's
Anyway,
not make a habit of talking about people behind their
there's
back, though.
I
there's someone.
literally can't even be in Lou's presence without calling him Eeyore and talking about how he bumped his head. Like within the first 10 seconds, I see him in here. So I mean, fair enough, though. Fair enough, but he knows where I stand. I made memes and everything.
Anyway, hey, we have someone named Avi here in the chat. Let me see. Wait a second. AVI. No roles. Should we unmute him here or just?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go. AVI, do you have control of your mic? You're unmuted. The panel here would love to speak with you. Okay, you guys handle that as you will.
If you think the Earth is flat, don't say anything.
Blah 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 blah. I don't think.
Okay.
I know it's flat. Does that count?
I did pull the flat out on Gospel Bear earlier, so I'll take what I would deserve.
You almost tripped me up though because you said think, and I'm like, no. I wanted to react to that right away. Gotta hold off. 80 and sunny, man. I bet that's gonna be freaking beautiful. Wow. I can already kind of see it in my mind's eye.
Yes, it should be pretty chill. Hopefully, it's just real chill. I will say though, like the part I'm really excited about is I got my whole outfit's linen.
The bit rates for the VC. Yeah. Good call.
I got married on the beach in linen as well. That's it.
Nice.
It's going to be 75 here today. Currently, it's 75 in Phoenix already. Just a little above the 33rd parallel, west of the Rockies. The plane is flat as we can see, as far as we can see.
As far as the eye can see, and then some.
As far as the eye can see.
And then some.
If anybody hears this broadcast, I'll be near the aircraft carrier Midway. I have food, I have shelter, and all the water is flat. I wonder if anybody got the reference to I Am Legend again or not.
Oh, say it again.
I Am Legend. No, I'm too embarrassed to say it again.
Aww.
Okay. If anybody hears this broadcast, I'll be sending this broadcast out every day at noon. I'll be close to the aircraft carrier Midway. I have food. I have shelter. All the water is flat.
Oh, I thought you were being for real, like you were getting ready to bug out or something, Sonny. That's what I was thinking.
No.
Just playing.
Yeah, I'm playing like preempting the
dude,
zombie apocalypse.
You should do something like that, but make it, more flat earthy.
A live stream in front of people waiting in line to get on the ferry.
Maybe. Please observe for your convenience that the water is completely flat during the entire duration of your journey.
Take note, folks. Yeah, exactly. Take note. When you're on the ferry crossing over to the island over there, all the water is horizontal all the way across.
Dude, you should do something like that. That would be badass.
I do it in real life because I love people.
But write it down.
They're a captive audience, and they're all there from like cruise ships, and there's tourists starting to come around again. They're going to see all these sites around here, and the harbor is right there. I'm like, look at that. You could see all the way across the harbor.
I I get what you're putting down. A bunch of questions people can't unthink for themselves.
Yeah, I've done that several times.
Nice.
One
Just
night,
a little
one night
seed.
I was looking at the full moon. It was a moon. It was this really cool crescent moon, and it was setting behind the hill. So I saw this like orange sparkly horn going down over the hills. It was so weird. So I started talking to people, two separate couples I talked to. I said, "You see that moon there?" They're like, "Yeah." I said, "That's impossible on a ball." And look at the light from the moon going all the way across the water. Impossible on a ball. See, I love it on the bicycle because I can flat smack 100 people in a matter of an hour easily. Drive by flat smacking. Try to control my speech. They'd have to control my motion first. I'd like to see him try that. Oh, shit.
Oh, KJ, she's clowning us. You got me. I thought Glatflobe got a promo.
I got to go out early today.
Wait a minute. I think I know. How long has KJ been gold? Is that recent or is that like brand new? Yesterday. Okay. Then rewind, delete what I just kind of put in the text chat. And big congratulations to KJ making gold. Yay. Always here, kind of keeping an eye on stuff and making sure we got some music when we need it and just really like contributing. So the participation and the things you do speak for themselves. 2 weeks ago. Okay, then I did. All right. Maybe I did notice. My bad. Oh, I guess I just figured it was only a matter of time before it happened, so maybe that was why I wasn't surprised.
Now I got the connection. I didn't know that before, Glatflobus.
I'm so glad I'm not the only one. Thank you, Sonny. But yeah, wouldn't you say that's a fair thing to say that, you're not surprised and that's why you kind of didn't notice because, she's always contributing.
Oh, her getting globe? I got getting gold? Getting globe. Shut up, son.
Oh, no. Okay, never mind.
Getting gold.
No, you were talking about the name. Okay, I'm with you now, Sonny.
Yeah.
Right.
No worries.
What about Glatflobet?
Well, that's
that sounds like Smurfy. That sounds a little Smurfy.
That's cool. That's cool. You guys were in the same area or made arrangements or whatever you did. But whatever. That's really
Austin.
Great.
Oh.
Someone's calling Austin out. Who was that?
What happened? Someone say my name?
Say my name. Say my name.
Yeah, you want to get round smacked?
Yeah.
Round smack. Is that a flat round? Is that a flat round, a floppy pancake round, or a circle of equal altitude? Oh, you're
Okay.
talking. I'm sorry, you're talking with it. I'll back down.
I'm putting it together now. Yeah, man, I haven't been round smacked in a while, bro.
His goat is the person that was speaking, for the record.
Yeah, pretty sure he's someone I actually know. In the world. Nah, bro, we know the Earth is spinning ball, though, man. You know what I'm saying? NASA shows us cartoons. Masons came up with stories. They work with
Hey,
Disney. Come on.
hey, what's it? You know how I said forever ago that I wanted to get one of your shirts? I just got paid today. Can you send me a link? I'm gonna do it right after. Because otherwise, if I make a note, I'll just be in the same spot I am now, probably later.
Okay. Let me find it.
No, seriously, I've been meaning to. I want to get the one that says, "Don't make this weird." And I'll just go, strolling through town or something, not saying nothing, letting the shirt speak for itself.
That's the move, honestly, man. It's like it's really cool just to be
Well,
sitting there.
the small town I live in, they have little festivals every now and then. So, yeah, perfect time to wear something like that.
Yeah, it says all you need to say. You don't even need to say anything about it. It makes them not feel like they're not in the cool kid club,
Something. And it's about time I wear something like that because I've already kind of been laying the foundation and making a lot of acquaintances and stuff like that, talking with everybody in town with my job and all. So it might be about time this summer or whatever, get down to business. I don't know, I'll have to feel out the waters. We don't want people getting weird, like face to face with me or nothing like that. I ain't about that. You guys know. All right. Clicking the link.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I love it.
I forgot I even had that.
What?
Yeah, like, cause I actually didn't even do it at all for money at all. Like, I was just like, this looks like it'll give them decent quality, and they'll get it, and I don't have to worry about it. And people kept asking me to do it, so I don't really even think about it because they like rape you on what. But I just think it's cool if people wear it. If you get something premium, it's just really dope. I have a few of them.
Wait, what was the last thing? If what?
Like a premium T-shirt.
Yeah.
We have another one that Kai got that was tie dye, and
Ooh.
now that it's been washed however many times and worn however many times, it's kind of starting to. You can see cracks in the print. But that does
I'll
not.
take that under advisement. That's all good, man.
Yeah, and I didn't even. But if you go to it, it looks like a little mini Walmart of merch, And so that's why, like, whatever. I don't got time to be shipping people shirts.
I got you. Hey, can I search Flat Earth on your site and it'll bring them up? Because there's
Uh,
a lot of different
I,
ones. I'll just keep scrolling.
yeah, there should be two. I don't even know if you can do that. Maybe.
Some more controversial ones than Flat Earth, from what I'm seeing real quick. Like, yes, sir. No playing around on your site. Yeah, graphic tees are the thing now, for sure.
Pretty fun. I think now that you've reminded me, I have a merch store. I'm thinking that I want to make some like AIDS joke shirts.
Dude, might as well keep it going.
The AIDS.
Oh, I love the one in a world and your hands are up. I like that one. All right, I'm getting closer.
Kai. She said when I do my activism, I always lean back and like throw my hands up.
Yeah. I know exactly. You know what? It's so adorable. I think I've seen her do it a little bit, like a micro kind of way. It's so cute. I love it.
Hey, Witsit.
Uh,
What do you call somebody fully boosted who's a resident of the state of Florida?
I don't even know how you're gonna pronounce that. Let's hear it.
Gatorades.
Oh, you totally got me.
All right.
Oh, hell no. Gatorade.
I always forget them
Okay.
too. I was making them up as I was spamming Jaren's chat with them. I actually was kind of testing the waters and see if YouTube would trip. So the H jokes seem to fly right past the radar, everyone, just in case you're wondering. I guess they don't think anyone will put it together that we're talking about the people genetically modified. I guess I don't know.
Okay, I get it now. The reason why it's on the last page of women's t-shirts is because I think it was like one of the first ones you did, correct?
Oh, okay, yeah. Yep.
All right.
My bad.
No,
I don't even know anything about the site, to be honest. Like I made it.
well, I'm not like any kind of online shopper anyway, so it's all good all around.
What do you call somebody genetically modified at a concert? Band-Aids.
I haven't decided what the best Band-Aids one is. There's a bunch of good Band-Aids because when I first did it, I was like the Band-Aids, like it's a band. Like, have you heard of the musician? They're the Band-Aids, and I thought that was really funny. Then someone said in the chat like Fauci and the Band-Aids, and I just thought that was way too funny. But there's a bunch of them, like whenever the elderly people don't listen to you and get their booster anyway, what do they need? Hearing aids. But, and it started actually with me just saying all that drinking the Kool-Aid and now you just have AIDS, or drinking the Kool-Aids. And then I said, what do they say? When life gives you lemon, get AIDS. And I'm trying to come up with a list of them to barrage people with in public. I'm still in the Gatorade one.
Fauci takes the cool out of Kool-Aids.
Wow, I like it. Yeah, that's like really the world we live in is like making AIDS jokes to half the population. I don't want to see. I've thought about it. Like, I don't want to like ridicule them or anything like that. And I hope that they can detox and stuff. But at the same time, it definitely doesn't. We don't need to just scoot right past it. They built an infrastructure to respond to a future pandemic. I mean, if anyone thinks that this is all just a one and done ordeal or something, oh, now look at Russia. No, they built an infrastructure though. So, like in Australia, they have all these camps built. They're still building them. I guess I got too heavy.
Isn't there a treaty being put together, kind of like a world treaty that the U.S. is possibly going to sign here in the near future regarding pandemics?
Oh, you're not talking about the 70 nations agreement that's been signed for the last 15 presidents.
No, I think it's something new.
Yeah, they have like this new international pandemic response plan. I think it was actually supposed to be the initial signing of that. I think was supposed to be on March 1st. So that's right around when they said, "Hey, look over there, Russia bad." Just like 9/11, bro. When they signed the Patriot Act. Well, we were ill prepared as a world, even though we were able to manage everyone shutting down across the entire earth on the same day with the same rules. So we need to be ready for a future situation so it's not as severe. So we have to come up with a plan preemptively to plan for it with, involving international cooperation. And they put it in place. And think about this, dude. There are people still scared of the air. There are people still here in Florida that on a daily basis are like scared of the air and probably have AIDS, literally. And so just exhaling toxins with a weak immune system and just cycling them in Florida still to this day. So imagine if like there was an actual illness or like people actually were getting sick, like at an unprecedented level, like if that was actually happening. What do you think people are going to do now? That's why they had to break the first layer for the next lie. Hey, shout out Jinu.
Yeah, I'm excited. My first flat earth shirt ever. I just love that you use don't make this weird, because we used to use that word like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever. So it's just so fun. But Yeah, so like there's never enough hours in the day to do all the stuff you want to do. And I haven't really been listening to any of your stuff. Have you? I thought I was still subscribed, but sometimes I like unsubscribe to stuff to kind of take a break. But I don't think I did that. Are you still doing stuff, or are you just doing like your podcasts and like your shows or whatever? I mean, you're not doing your tour or going to places right now, are you?
I have not been. No, I took a break from pretty much all of it for a couple
Yeah.
months, few months, I guess. I don't even know, but
Well
after we
deserved.
get married, I am going back out and doing activism again, and then we're actually getting back on the road again. And I do my YouTube some here recently. Yeah. Once we get past the marriage thing, the wedding, then yeah, I think we actually are going to go kind of do
Just
this.
get to it, get a baby.
Yeah, yeah. Until we get the baby.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. You guys need to enjoy each other for a while before you do something like that.
Well, we're the way we were both in agreement, and this was like early on us hanging out when we talked about this. It's like that's all in the hands of the creator.
True. It happens, it
Actually,
happens.
one part of my life that I grew substantially in is that aspect, right where I was just like sucking in depravity in that realm back in the day. It's super desensitized, and I thought that I had this power as a human to determine or to manipulate odds of a baby being made. And I'm not judging anyone that does that, but I'm just saying now I don't. Like now I actually, I have like a moral conflict with that. I feel like it's
I do
weird.
too. You know what I have even more of a moral conflict with is are you talking about in vitro fertilization?
Well, no, I wasn't, but
Oh.
also I do have a. But no, I'm saying like just even
Oh, sorry.
like birth control and not just the pill, just the idea.
Oh, okay. You were trying to be polite and I just didn't catch
Yeah,
that. Thank you. Yeah. All
yeah,
right.
like the way that I used to behave, and I would clown myself for no reason.
Oh.
I was that deluded. That's how I view it now. Is that I was that detached. But again, I'm not judging anyone. But for
Well, of
me,
course.
and we agree. We agree.
Hey, that's cool. That'll be fun if it happens. But yeah, I hope you guys get to experience each other for a while before it happens. That would be nice. But anyway, when is the big day? Did you guys set a date or announce? If you set a date and you haven't announced it, I don't want to pry or anything.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Please extend that to Kai. Oh my
I will.
gosh.
I will.
Yeah.
Her friend came down from North Carolina, so they went out to eat and hang out and catch up.
Oh my gosh,
With
this
it,
is like a love story, a flat earth love story. It's so beautiful.
with
Oh
it
my
should be
gosh.
practicing how to tie a tie, and he's on Discord.
No ties, man.
I'm,
No ties.
I'm so happily
I
jealous for
got
you.
Thank you.
You're
you.
welcome.
White button downs. Don't have to tuck them in.
Nice.
No
Oh,
ties.
okay.
Are
Roll
you
your
guys gonna be
sleeves up.
barefoot?
Yeah, if you want to be, yeah. Like I'm wearing all white. She wanted me to wear all white. So like the guys are wearing a white button down and then khakis, and I'm just wearing all white. It's like linen pants and shirt, and then like all white kicks.
I love it.
Yeah,
Significance of a new beginning. Oh man, so beautiful.
yeah, that's cool. And we want to do a tour, but we want to do it much more tactical, planned out, like taking over state by state kind of thing, like set up for a month in the state and all these areas around it and stuff like that.
If you
So
come back to Missouri, please send me a DM because I'm a bird brain. I missed you last time.
yeah, for sure. We'll all hang out.
I could have easily went up to St. Louis, but there's better places, dude. If you want to go through Missouri, I think I've told you this before, but Tom Sauk is the highest elevation point for the state. And it's not very high, but I mean, in comparison to like Alaska, the heights of the continent type of thing. But yeah, that sounds so exciting. You guys are going to plan a more, a detailed trip.
Yeah, like if we feel led to do that, yeah. Like I think that's what the creator wants us to do as of now. As in, we will detail it. We'll detail it like month by month, and then we'll go as we go, something like
Well, we'll
that.
have to have all the ladies talk about you guys tomorrow. And maybe we can talk about all our favorite moments or things about you both and send you positive energy on your awesome first day being married. Are you guys going to run away somewhere?
So what we did with any family like trying to pitch in on a wedding or anything, we just booked like a really nice RV park and had like a month honeymoon basically. So that's basically what that's
Love it. Love it. Okay. Are you guys going to be connected to the internet or are you going to be off grid kind of?
we are connected to internet. So but that
Right.
like instead of we wanted to keep everything real chill and cheap, you know what I'm saying? So we paid more than we normally would for a month at an RV park, but it's really nice. And then we have a nice hotel for the wedding nights on the beach. It's actually how we got the place to get married is by staying at the hotel. We're just going in on
On
the
the beach? Oh, man. That sounds so great. Awesome, awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Best of luck that everything goes the way your heart desires it to.
Much love.
Yes. All right. I'm going to be quiet now and stop gushing on with Austin and Kai. So, anyways. But yeah, man. So excited for you.
Yeah, it's cool. We met on here.
That is like amazing.
You wanna the funny thing is that I'm the one that sent her to this server.
Wait, what?
Yeah, check it out.
Dude, you should be the
I,
best
rem-
man.
I remember the night they met online. I remember that night too.
See, we need to talk about this tomorrow on ladies' night. I won't be. You guys will have to do it without me. I mean, it'll be great without me, I'm sure. But you guys, yeah, ladies' night, maybe we'll have to have a wedding takeover discussion.
And I have to say this at this juncture. Austin said, "I have dibs."
What?
He was right. He did have dibs. He called it.
And I was like, I was just like trolling.
Wow.
I was trolling, dude. Like, Kai knows this too. When I first met her, I would have never thought that we would have dated.
Man, oh
That's
man.
wild. That's amazing.
Dibs. You got dibs. High five, Austin.
That's pretty funny. Do you remember that?
So watch what you ask for, right? Like even if you don't mean it or whatever at first.
That's a trip. It's a trip.
Yeah,
We hung out, bro, and it was really crazy, man. Like
that's wild. That
yeah,
must have been fun.
like we planned on just hanging out, like very briefly, and we hung out for like 10 days.
Wow.
Yeah, like just hung out. We hung out like we had a 10-day date.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, what's Kai's name right now in Discord? I want to tag her in the ladies' night text.
Mrs. gets it, I think.
Oh. No.
I have no idea.
Is it? No, it's not that.
Thank
Yeah,
you
there
for
it is.
helping.
There's...
Is it?
Yeah, MISSES.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got it. Thank you, guys.
Hey, I will say, all the people that know the true nature of the earth and they're organic, you got easy sledding here soon, fellas. Just hold out. You're gonna be like the only ones viable.
They're organic. Man, what a nice cryptic way to say that.
Like I've heard talks of it already happen the other way, where females that normally run around and try and get wealthier men to end up marrying them, if they're GMOs, they're not interested in that because they want children.
Mm-hmm. The purebloods.
So in the real world, it's already started to affect selection.
Yeah.
Still viable after all these years.
Yeah, I think that's super funny just to say use viability as a description.
Yeah.
Reproductive viability. Truth hurts, man. Put on a Band-Aid.
Yeah, I'll be 64 this year in July. I'm still viable. It's crazy. Never would have thought that would have happened.
My great grandfather was still procreating at 93 years old.
What?
Yeah.
What a legend.
Relatives of my
Okay,
ex-wife.
since. Oh, sorry, Sonny.
A relative of my ex-wife, she had some granddad or something, or great grandfather who had 12 children. His first wife died. He was like at the age of 70 and had 12 more children. He died at the age of like 103 working in the field.
Yep.
A Creek Indian.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I made a ladies' night announcement for tomorrow since I'm not going to be here. So I'll just read it. One of our ladies is getting married tomorrow. Mrs. gets it. She will begin her new life with another of our own. Witsit gets it. A flat earth love story. Please take over ladies' night. I tagged everyone with stories of your crossing paths, of their shared journey of truth and love. Oh my God, so exciting! So hopefully everybody will do that tomorrow. I only knew it was a matter of time you guys would be doing what you're doing. It was obvious to everybody, in my opinion.
Wishing you all the best on your big day.
Thank you.
That's right, it's a big day. It is an important moment in your life, so I hope everything goes exactly as you desire.
For me, I think it's just a day that's really crafted for females to take pictures. And we had the conversation about, see, what marriage is about is, do you truly love someone, want to make children with them, and be with them forever? And once you agree to that, and then in the sight of the creator, who is, of course, the only authority that actually can stamp it, the rest is ceremonial.
Sure.
Right.
Tradition. Tradition.
Well, I hope you get good with it.
I think the ceremony is significant for a man as well. Not as much as the female, of course, but you're going to have your moment that you'll remember for a really long time.
Yeah, of course. My mom told me the same thing. I don't deny. I'm just saying, like, overall, I'm just over here chilling. Like, I didn't pick out
And
our house.
I'm sure that's what she loves about you.
Good balance. She's a planner, and I'm a reactor.
Ooh. Hey, but you know what? From the last time I talked to you, you acknowledge it and you work on it like all of us do. And, well, maybe not all of us, but trying to be fair. But yeah. But yeah, I think that you guys are so mature. I mean, I appreciate both of you. How much? Do you mind? I forget if you've ever said, how old are you both?
I turned 30 April 14th, and she's 27. She turned 27 in January.
That's almost perfect.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not to interrupt, there's a couple VC verifieds here, Existentialists and Goat Jesus.
Go get them. I gotta bounce, you guys. Talk to you later.
Love.
Bye.
Yeah, Goat's back. He's the one that was talking to you. What's it?
What's up, Goat?
You said something about round smacking there, Goat?
Man, nothing gets past this guy.
Yeah, bro. I'm Sherlock Holmes in the flesh, basically. Well, I guess he was in flesh anyway.
Well, what y'all gotta understand is I was just joking. Me and Austin are old pals.
Yep. How you not got a role in here, though, man? Man up, bro. What's the Earth? State it for the people. It is the ball Earth that NASA taught us with cartoons actually reality?
Oh, guys, sorry to stop you. Could you subscribe to my my YouTube channel, please?
Hold on, Ribbon. Hold on, Ribbon. Witsit was speaking. Yeah,
sorry, I was taking my booster.
Yeah, which everybody. Like, sorry, it's Brommy. I just wanted everyone to like subscribe to it because I want to get 1,000 followers. I've got like loads of fights and stuff on there. I was fighting a guy the other day and knocked him out in the first round. So if you want to watch a good boxing match, I can show you that as well. But if you could subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. I'm just trying to get to 1,000 quickly. It's just doing median. So I thought I'd come in there and ask some people.
What's it called? I'll subscribe.
It's in the live debate chat box. You see a picture of me.
Okay, all right.
Nice one, saying epic fight. Nice one, brother.
You trying to hit 1,000 to go live?
So, yeah. So, you can start with like charging people money and stuff to ask questions. Like you can monetize it. So
oh yeah, monetization's a different issue, but you can go live before you hit 1,000.
Yeah, but I can go live, but you can't like we can't put your bank details on there, can you? So you get, like,
sure, you could put a PayPal link in your description.
No, I want to do that. I want to do that the live stuff. So when people put money on there, I can make
like super chats and stuff.
Yeah, super chats.
Yeah.
So people do just like to see. They want to spend their money and see it pop up, and like they throw it in there. They throw
That's
it
true.
in. Yeah,
it's part of the experience.
Yeah. So that's why I was trying to find a way. Like, I guess you can OBS and link it to PayPal. If someone sends you PayPal, it'd pop up. I guess same difference.
You can do it through Streamlabs.
Yeah.
It's just not the same because they can't just click a button on YouTube that way. They'd have to go to a separate link. So it's not as convenient for the user.
Yep. And you know what's so funny though, man? Like, people always say like that hate on me that I do all this for money. It's like, dude, I literally don't at all. I don't even read them off. Don't guarantee that I'll read them off. I actually only want people to support that are doing it for the right reason. So, like, if the reason that you're supporting is because you want me to read off the amount you sent, or because you want your name to show up, then I don't know. I feel weird about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll read it off if you super chat me, but like, I don't really care.
Proof is in the pudding. All they have to do is look at your channel. That's the great thing about having like something like a YouTube channel where somebody can scroll back, view hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours of your content and be like they have no leg to stand on when they're making arguments against you when they have all the evidence is right there. That's what I do when people are making weird accusations.
Yeah. Oh, that's all good. Just like, oh man, I didn't know that flat Earth was gonna bring in so much money, man. Someone let me know what's up.
You'd make more money doing unboxing videos.
I gotta roll out. Austin, love you.
Later, bro.
Just
Let me leave
maybe.
you guys with a word of wisdom that really changed me and Austin's life back in the day. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
Preach, brother.
And on that note, he was gone.
Yeah, like that's him.
That's
That's
racist.
that's how my homie is, man.
That's racist.
You saw him backed in a corner, and I put him on the spot. He's like, "Sorry, I was taking my booster." He's hilarious though.
Gotcha.
Anyway. Yo, it's funny because like people in my real life, like even in my family and stuff, it's like they're not even like thoroughly flashbacks. People are like, well, "What do your parents think when they watch your videos?" I'm like, "I guess they'd have to watch them to do something in reaction."
I guess they'd have to watch him. Oh, yeah, I felt that one. I hear you.
Yeah. Like, what do your parents think about your last debate? They 100% don't know what happened, bro.
Who's mouth breathing into the mic?
Sorry, it's me.
Oh, okay.
Hey, does anyone remember the Hey Arnold character that did that?
Yes.
Sorry, man.
Hey Arnold, man.
I'm watching my fight in slow motion. I'm like breathing like I'm studying every frame of it.
I just want to always know the name of that guy so I can integrate him into my banter.
Integrate him.
He's just always in the back or in the corners breathing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had a thing for the sister or whatever.
Yeah, like just creep from. You could always find him. He's just like a Glober.
Here, I found a. Oh, whoops. Not that. That number is meaningless. Gotta watch, copy and paste. Last thing there's an order number from my job for anybody that's really curious. Copy image address. This should work. It's that kid right there, the one that's getting punched in the face.
Yes.
I gotta find his name though. You're right.
But I mean, at the same time, if no one knows his name, then it's not funny, right? Like I don't know. I watched Hey Arnold, and I didn't never really remember that guy's name. I feel like so maybe it doesn't matter. I thought Hey Arnold was super funny, and then for my meme competition they had in here, I made like I made Helga Brenda, and there was a little sculpture of QE that she was like hiding in the closet.
His name was Brainy. Ghost said.
Oh, it was Brainy.
Yep. I wouldn't have. I definitely wouldn't have known that though.
Right. So if when he was breathing, I'm like, whoa, when did Brainy get here? Like no one will probably know what I'm saying.
No, but it still almost works in an ironic way, right?
Yeah. That dude looks goofy, man.
Yeah. Scoliosis is a hard life to live.
Yo, my man's neck is perpendicular to his spine.
No, there's a picture of his parents, and they're exactly the same. Oh man.
Wow.
Okay.
They are getting
All
ready
right.
to talk to you about gravity, bro.
Big Dumps is gone. I'm done with this guy. Bye. Accused of sexting on his neck.
What about existentialist guys? Boy, he didn't want to talk to us. Oh, existentialist.
That's a good question. He spoke up the other day, I think. Existentialist. Hello. Oh well.
So he's got the right to remain silent and the ability, apparently.
His name, according to the website, the fandom wiki for Brainy, his name or nickname was intended to be ironic, as he often appears to be by Helga at the worst possible time. He gets punched or injured otherwise and still continues to do so. So there you go. It's like when you call somebody a genius, but you don't mean it. It's like that.
Like calling them an Einstein, which is also an extra layer of irony.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good one.
Could use a sexton on that dude's neck, though. We should just show Glover's pictures of this guy. Feel like that spine is the plumb bob. His neck is the earth. It's not. It needs to tilt down a little bit. Well, I don't know about this flat earth thing, but I stand with Ukraine. Therefore, Earth's a globe. Earth's a globe. Have you not been seeing what's happening in Ukraine?
We are in a realm. Globe is heliocentrism.
We're staying on the same flat earth as Ukraine, I agree.
Every nation a puppet nation to the Jesuit Masonic Empire of the Saturnian Order of Death. The people are the ones that will free them.
And upon their oath, they agree to do unspeakable acts if you ever turn your back on the Brotherhood.
Fuck them. Murder them all. They tried doing that shit down here, they got fucking decapitated and sculpted and eaten.
Hypothetically. Allegedly.
This guy plays way too much Minecraft, I tell you what.
Oh, man. Yeah, Halo isn't real. But nah, I get you, man. Actually, the worst thing you could ever do, see, if you fully just focus on satisfying the flesh, the body, like temporal, short-sighted, satisfaction is basically all that motivates you. You with me? So then you'll be punished for that metaphysically. I mean, when people are like, well, if God's real, then why did all these people have so much money and power? Because that's all they ever get, bro. It's over for them afterwards.
That's what happens to the puppets, bro. Most of them are just fucking robots. They're not even real people. Half the fucks we're going up against is just not even real. The amount of technology that's so advanced past what we even have, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
You think there are real life NPCs?
Oh yeah, easily. You'd be a fool to not be able to see that. It's too easy to see it, especially coming from a technical background like myself: robotics, engineering, mechanical engineering, all of that shit, coding, everything. It's just the technology that is out there compared to what was there 30 years ago. We're literally like 100+ years in the fucking future, and that's just in the public domain. The private sector is completely way above what we have on the public level. And if you're in the elitist group of the 1%ers and you're puppets to their domain, then you've got access to more shit than anybody could even fathom. I mean, just go look at Amica, the shit that they're releasing at the moment, and it'll just make you go, okay. And then that's just what they're teasing us with. They have shit that's way beyond that. Way beyond it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I actually think it's a very interesting conversation when you start to look at these little, these world fairs where they had all these children on display. I don't know what that is, but I'm definitely where I can say there's a version of that happening, even if it's just integration into a more robotic state. So, because I'm literally seeing live, people's eyes are changing. Like in the world, people's eyes look empty now. So I don't, but it seems like I'm noticing it now, right? So it's like if there were just little NPC, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's too far for me to go with like.
So when you think of biomechanical engineering, okay, in the public domain, it is very, very simplistic. But when you are in the private sector of this field of engineering and knowledge, and then you're mixing that in with artificial intelligence, quantum engineering, quantum computing, we start going domains and levels beyond what we currently have, and they done very insane things that literally are hidden away from prying eyes of the public, because back in the day this shit was very taboo, but now it is all that they are pushing for. So in the public sector they're not going to show face too much of that, but in the private sector they're pushing for it as much as possible. And it is hard to be plausible for some, because it's hard to wrap your mind around these inconceivable ideas, but coming from my understandings of technical attributes, man, we're in for some scary fucking shit in the next few years. It's gonna be crazy.
All right, man, don't go full Eeyore on me, bro, because you would be taking the title away from my boy Lou. Oh, Lou's here. I didn't see you there.
Oh boy.
Well, I don't intend to take any titles. I apologize, my friend. Sorry, but I'm literally just speaking my mind freely. I haven't been in this chat for a long time, so I thought I'd drop in and see how the family's doing. Much love to everyone, by the way. God bless.
No, yeah, you're good, man. I literally just have to jab Lou when he enters the room.
No, it's cool, brother.
Alright, I'll let it slide this time.
Thank you, man. Everyone just let him think he's doing something.
Yay, Lou.
You're so good, dude. You're a powerful authority figure. Hey, Lou, did you know that real life NPCs exist?
Can you say it again? Driving down the road noise.
Real life NPCs. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm comfortable saying that they are full on NPCs, but they sure as fuck act like it.
Yeah. I don't think anyone will dispute that part for sure.
Ask anybody that performs professional SRA, and they will be able to tell you they know how to make NPCs through SRA.
Yep, it's definitely highly possible. Spiritual intrusion, even without the SRA, doing things with charms and all kinds of shit like that, especially with people that don't have any intuitional ability of their spiritual capability, and that's sold out to external powers to help themselves. Those people are the most susceptible to taking over by foreign control very easily.
But there's two different conversations here, right? Like, so they don't have eyes to see and they're spiritually dead, and I think you can even hand over like autonomy to your soul given certain technology. I think you can literally give it away, but that means they were human and they gave it away. So is it even possible that they have sprinkled in literal NPCs? For me, it is quite a stretch, and I actually looked into it quite a bit. Like, you maybe could call them like organic robotoids and stuff like that. I looked into this stuff. Yeah, I looked into this stuff. There does seem to be something, as in there's definitely interest in creating these type of things. Now, how successful it's been, how much it's been facilitated, all that, or if it can be successful, I don't know. I mean, same difference if you get
That's
half.
why they're putting. That's why they're putting electrical engineering components into people, nanotechnology, because they've tried their gateway with mechanical biometrical flesh, and it's just too ridiculous. The amount of things that they have to do. Yep, they have them, but they rather turn the people. Because if they could turn the people, then they don't need to machine engineer something. They can just take what God's created, desecrate that as a big FU to God, the creator, whatever it is that's put us all here. And that is where they're going. You look at the graphene oxide nanites, you look at magnetite, you look at fucking nanotech, you look at all of that shit and what it does to the body. Then you look at the people that are getting these things going on. Sorry to derail from FE, but you just look at everything, and you see these people, they're going soulless. You're seeing blackness in the eyes. You're seeing babies born with no pupil, no iris, just total black eyes. You're just seeing crazy things all over the place, soulless beings being created. And then you have to
That's
look
what
at
it looks like. Yeah.
then you look at the ground wave emergency network system, the Gwen towers that are popped up everywhere, working with LRAD technology on a cytronic level. It's crazy, and they've been experimenting with this shit with animals and insects and small creatures like that for a long time. They've been doing radio controlled tests on mice and their brains, sending different frequencies to them to make them do different things. They've been doing that for a long time. Now they're implementing that on the herd, the whole entire human race. And it was a thing that was to come about. The Spanish flu came out. That was the first introduction of inharmonic radio frequencies within our known timeline. Sure, they had been doing shit prior to that with Tatara here and whatnot, but yeah, man, this fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, it's really crazy. Like, I'll say this, and this is some gravy, but this is some big boy gravy, But I covered on my stream a little bit. If you ever heard of the magazine The Economist, most truthers have. And so, anyway, The Economist posts very interesting covers. So, if you look at, I think it's 2019, you have the pyramids, and then you have Trump's face at the top, and then Putin's face facing off towards him, and you have all kinds of cryptic messages in there. You have a guy that's doing the infamous sacred geometry with the body. I forgot. I don't think it's Da Vinci. Maybe it is. But anyway, they got that guy. He has a phone with a barcode on it. He has VR goggles on. And then above him, there's a stork that has a bag in its mouth, and it has a barcode on it, as if barcode babies, right? So, that's very interesting if you think about it. Because then the very next year's cover, just a bunch of words, you look at the bottom, it says war, Russia. So then you go back, and at the top of it says Trump. And then, of course, you have Trump and Russia, or Putin facing off the year before that, which would introduce Trump's return, or suggest. But anyway, what's interesting about it is the reports of people having babies with their eyes like that, and with their head up way too fast, and all this crazy stuff. And then you think about that cover has the stork, which is the infamous little made up character that brings babies, and it has a barcode on the bag with the baby in it. So that's pretty wild.
It's the foretelling of their future that they want to bring about to us, but we will stop that. We will stop that. We always win in the end. That it is very freaky, and I have seen this as well, my friend. Yeah, the Janetta babies.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think there's any reason to be scared of them, but I do think acknowledging reality for what it is a very crucial step to anything. So
I agree. It's paramount. Otherwise, we can't face these things.
And this makes sense why we have a 500% increase in miscarriages and something like that, and a 437%. I can get the exact numbers, and 597 or something for infertility in women, and 465 for infertility in men. But with the miscarriage, it's very interesting. It's as if the body won't let it happen, right? It's just like a Rh negative blood woman if she gets impregnated by someone that's not RH negative blood, the body won't want to have it. It's the same thing with this. But if the body manages to have it, as in hypothetically enough of what was introduced integrates into their biosystem enough that it can do that, then they do make a baby. And then what has it made? It's very, I mean, I know it's crazy, but, and if anyone reads the scriptures, it's crazy, but it has been here before.
Yep, it definitely has. You look at ancient India, for instance, and the shit that they had there before the Great Flood. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Everything you're talking about. Yep.
Wait, Sid, you mentioned Trump, whatever, Russia, 60 Minutes made a piece a few days ago on talking about Trump's coming back to presidency. They call it the second coming.
Yeah, Trump's going to come back as they're going to play up basically him fulfilling this Messiah place. That's what I got in first place right now. Elon second place, but I don't know. I'm just a dude that says things. I have no idea. But I do find it interesting that they had Trump facing off against Putin, and they have even the leftists now saying, can we get Trump back so we can stop Russia? Because that's what they believe is true. So they're writing the script of propaganda to actually even make the left want Trump back. So it's pretty interesting. People call me crazy when I said it, 2 years ago. So we'll see.
The second coming.
Working with Elon Musk. If Trump and Elon Musk announce that they're going to work together, or he's going to run for vice president with Trump in his second term, but actually it will be his first term because the first one doesn't count. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. That's going to be pretty epic deception if that happens.
Even Lou is gonna vote for him.
Pretty crazy. But I mean, because I think the Rockefeller family, does anyone know? Rockefeller owns The Economist, I think. I'm driving, so I don't actually know. But I think it's Rockefeller, right? So, then look at the last year, look at the Rockefeller Foundation's lockstep document, right? Where they just predict all of this in 2012. The last 2 years predicted perfectly in 2012 by Rockefeller. These are the same people putting out these articles or more covers, magazine covers.
So, question for the room. Does everybody think that at this moment, people that are still organic or organic human beings going forward always have the choice, whether they see the full choice or not, within kind of the stuff we were talking about as far as control is concerned and the technology that may be implanted? Like, everybody has the free will choice. Those who have already made the choice to become non-organic may be passing on to their offspring the choice that they had made, meaning the offspring doesn't have the choice.
Yeah, that's a very deep question, man. I don't. There are generational curse, and there also have been Nephilim. So there have been things born without a spirit before in this realm. At least that's how I see it. Right? I get it. Not everyone believes in the scriptures, but it's been documented across the board, not just the Bible, that there were giants and that they were different. So I don't know. If, in that scenario, what is the baby? Because the way you actually have a baby is the creator with the divine spark. You have. I don't know, man. That is a good question because obviously, the creator, like the baby, didn't do anything.
Meaning the people or the things behind this agenda are still abiding by what they may perceive as universal or natural law, meaning they're still giving people the choice. Therefore, it's the person who is consciously or subconsciously making the decision, not the person who's giving them the choice. Does anybody believe in that? Did that make sense, or am I just incoherently rambling?
No, it made sense. Yeah, like that's the basic principle of natural law for sure that they do abide by. But I will say it does get to one point if the prophecy is true, that the decision's removed. Like, but even in that situation, as in, so no, the choice is never removed. It's always the same thing. It's like right now, it's a light version of coercion and threat and intimidation, and then it will migrate to such an extent that you have to look at potentially death. So like your decision, it's still a decision though. You can choose to die a human, or
Give me liberty or give me death, right? Similar concept.
yeah. And almost everyone would say they would die for liberty because life without liberty is meaningless, and almost no one in the modern world would actually do it. But do you guys do agree that even the left is like, damn, Joe Biden's dropping the ball? I don't know. I don't watch the news or anything. I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't pay attention enough, but I do see that the setup for the left, who's historically been anti-war, the setup for them to be pro-war has been at least a decade in the making, with the whole Russia bad narrative started, around the Clinton-Trump time frame.
Yeah.
Goes back to your guys' Cold War. All the scares back then.
I was literally about to try it. I'm just trying to.
I saw a couple days ago a statistic polling about like Biden's approval in dealing with like rising gas prices and stuff, and I think they showed something like 80% of Democrats were like thinking that he's handling that poorly.
Yeah, and what's so funny is that just shows how brainwashed most population is. Think that dude that can't coherently speak, he can't fix a bowl of cereal, but he's going to fix international fuel prices. That dude doesn't. That dude's just there. He just talk about an NPC.
Is that Biden?
Yeah. But
yeah, he's just another fucking puppet, another NPC.
They had to put him in there though because what Trump did at the end was obviously going to make the market crash eventually. So they have to blame it on someone else.
Yeah, they gotta play that blame game to jump around the pointing of the finger. Otherwise, the American people would truly wake up to what the fuck is really going on, and the fact that they lost control in the fucking American Revolution. Americans stepped in, took control, took ownership of fucking everything. Same thing down here in the South Pacific, Southern Hemisphere, Commonwealth countries, all of it. The whole fucking world plotted by these cunts.
Does anybody else see the blatant irony in Trump when he was leading up to his run for presidency and during his run for presidency was labeled as an anti-V person? The irony in the fact that he was the one to institute the Operation Warp Speed. Does anybody else see the irony in this?
It's fucking hilarious, man. And all these people going, "Oh no, he's not gonna make us go vaccine. He's not gonna implement vaccines. He's gonna fucking let it all be free. Everybody's gonna have freedom. He's gonna save us from the Fed." Fuck off. Oh,
well, actually, that's very interesting. It's a very interesting point if you dissect it from a holistic perspective. That they're running psyops, right? So psychological operations. So that means they have to like monitor the psychological response of the people they're running the psyop on to see how effective it is, to see where they are on the spectrum of being able to be manipulated in the future. So if you can get someone to hold literal contradictory beliefs and be anti jabba dabba do, but then defend Trump pushing it while also claiming Trump is your hero, then like they can come back the next time and literally tell you anything. I think it was like a litmus test, like a psychological. That's why they pump the brakes and go and stuff. I don't think that part's planned, like exactly when they pump the brakes. I think they kind of react.
Yeah, that was a reaction, definitely.
It's kind of like a psyop, and in kind of a breaking or a fracturing of the mind in some way, shape, or form on a much less intense scale than something like SRA, but effective nonetheless.
I think it was a psyop within a psyop, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Like a double layered psyop. It kind of like think about it, like it tricks people into the same conclusion through two different methods. That's the way I always seen that whole Trump and thing.
Yes. But it's just impressive, like when I was growing up and I was reading about like the Soviet Union or the stories they taught us about the Nazis or whatever. It's like, whoa, dude, these people literally, their governments lied to them with media on the TV and on the radio, and they were brainwashed and they were just making stuff up. That's crazy. And your teacher taught you propaganda, like the term. And now look where we are. It's literally psyops that make you simultaneously hold blatantly contradictory beliefs. It's insane, bro. It's so much worse than anything I thought when I was in like 5th grade. You know, I'm like, that'll never happen again, though, bro. It's way worse. And so it's like no one in the moment, the majority in the moment, never knows they're being propagandized. Like pretty much never. Like 9/11, dude. Think about how many people woke up to 9/11. Think about how many people did not know for a while that 9/11 wasn't legit.
Dude, would it be a good way to take the globe earther statistics of how many people believe in globe earth and just put that's how much people are propagandized, like that percentage of the people, like the same people that believe in the globe? Would that be fair? That's how much the propaganda is working on that percentage of the people? Would you agree with that? Like with everything else, not just the globe earth. You know what I mean, right? Like people that believe in the globe are most likely to be believing that 9/11 wasn't an inside job. Most likely believe, like, pretty much everything mainstream is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they would be very similar numbers, I would imagine. But I actually do have a lot of people hit me up and like, dude, I agree with 99% of what you say, which means they know the government's super corrupt. That's all I say. All I'll do is expose the lies. So it's like, I agree with 99% of what you say, but the earth, I think it's interesting though, because the earth was the ultimate psyop. Because like we were saying, it's like, oh, Trump's good. He's going to stand up for my right to not get genetically modified. Oh, dang, Trump took it, promoted it, started it, rushed it out. It's just like if you get someone to believe opposite things, it's perfect spell, right? It's why, oh, you have to believe the earth is spinning, but it's not.
Hegelian dialection, the illusion they keep us lost in.
Well, it's just like if you think the earth is spinning, but every single second of your life tells you that it's not, you're under a spell. Right.
Well, I brought knowledge here. So my ancestors are some of the last known ancestors to sail and navigate the ocean totally using star charts, following every single naturalistic instruction of how to navigate the oceans. They baffled the colonizers when they came here because they couldn't understand where the fuck we came from, how we got here, and from where we came. And when they started to learn about our people, especially the rest of the South Pacific people, Polynesians, Melanesians, Micronesians as well, they found out that we're very good seafarers. We totally navigate the oceans with no technology at all. We sail thousands of kilometers between islands and continents. And we've been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. This is why people came to the freight from wherever we've come. And basically, the stars haven't fucking moved. They haven't changed. Maybe a couple increments of a couple inches, yeah, here and there, but they always travel back to the natural sitting place in the celestial sky with our firmament. And then with that said, yeah, man, everything that they come to me with heliocentrism bullshit, it's indoctrination. It's all bullshit. Because then you're going to look at like where it even came from and how it was instated. First, the church rejected it, and then they got hijacked, then they accepted it. Then science came along, and they accepted that too. But first, they refuted all of that shit. And it just was like, yeah, man, it's so easy to see that they are bullshitting to everybody, especially when you come from down here and you see that we still sail the oceans navigating using the stars. No technology, we still do it. go from Aotearoa, New Zealand, all the way to Australia, from there all the way to Hawaii, and all the islands in between. And the fellas with the technology, they're fucking baffled because they're like, how the fuck do you do that? How can you do that shit? We're doing it forever. We live on a realm.
You see, it's a catch-22 for them because the more obvious you make the lie, the less likely you are to get away with it. But at the same time, the more blatant the lie is, the more power they gain from it, the more compliant.
I'm glad you brought it back to that, Witsit, because I wanted to comment on that. Like, if you think about it, the globe Earth lie is the one lie that everyone should be like, this one's definitely a lie, because we observe, right? We observe opposite of what they're telling us. So if they can make us believe that what we're observing is completely opposite, just think about all the things that they're lying to us that we can't even test because we can't observe it. How much easier would it be for us to fall under a spell of like politics per se, or wars or things like that? We aren't there. We really can't, be sure of it. But the Earth is something that we fucking observe every day, and they've gotten us to believe opposite of what our senses are telling us. So what can't they lie to you about? Pretty much, right?
Facts, brother. Exactly. They take away your ability to think, the ability to have your own association with nature, and they give you a molded reality, a construct of the vision that they want you to believe is paramount truth. Then your mind will be conceived by their lies without even knowing that you don't know. That's why in this world, in this day and age, we're surrounded by people that don't even know that they don't fucking know, until they're faced with a disposition where they are forced to know some shit. And in time, our brethren will wake up. It's going to happen. I mean, look at all of us here, bro. This is just growing, bro. It's fucking growing. We're the resistance, bro. It's coming. These motherfuckers that think they're going to keep doing this bullshit to us, it's over, bro. It's fucking over. We're done with this shit. We're moving into a new age, and these cunts getting eradicated. And they know it. That's why they're scared. That's why they're ramping up all this shit to try and get rid of us. But we ain't fucking going nowhere, man.
Yeah, I actually don't disagree. I mean, the only way that I think that people are really going somewhere is they walk themselves into a doctor's office. They did it. You said that it's crazy because they don't even know they don't know. Dude, people don't know they even could have AIDS. They don't even know that that's like a possibility.
That's right, man. No clue at all.
Super crazy, bro. Like when I make the AIDS jokes, it's just like only half the population will get it unless I explain it. Or like I say the jokes where I say the words, so but I don't know. That's why I was really talking about the NPC thing. I think you're onto something if you're talking about integration into robotic NPCs. I think we're literally watching it. What is the zombie apocalypse?
It is happening. That is the zombie apocalypse. That is literally the zombie apocalypse, man. I mean, you just go and look at their science studies, the shit that they're releasing, their white papers, and they're fully talking about taking over human consciousness and programming it. Whether they're doing it through cytronic weaponry with frequency manipulation, or whether they're doing it internally by controlling your nerves, your neurological, from an internal. They are pushing all technology towards that because there's no other real way that they can gain full control of the people. They've tried fear, they've tried war, they've tried famine. They're going to do another Great Depression. That's why the economic collapse is coming about again. Because they want to get rid of the people so that they've got less people to fight against, more people that are weak, plausible to be taken over. We're in interesting times.
Do you think that they're like merging humans with technology via the vaccine? Because I've seen a lot of things about like nanomaterials, self-assembling nanomaterials.
Yeah, you just go and look at Morgellons disease, for instance.
Dude, I've
They've
talked
been
to
there for
people
a
who have
long time with
Morgellons,
chemtrails.
man. It's real. It's 100% real.
But wait up, bro. You gotta
Sorry, brother. I'll calm down. My bad.
No medical advice is being given, and we all know the government knows what's best for you. And so, if they said you need to take those vaccines, they must love you. So just
Thank you, Winston.
gotta be
Thank you.
cryptic.
I love this guy.
You guys, hey, seriously, you guys have to be cryptic with that because there's a bunch of TOS rules that have changed with Discord where this specific thing you guys just mentioned is going to get servers pretty much shut down. So, and then we're hit from two angles. We got YouTube being live streamed, so that means we got the YouTube aspect to be worried about with the algorithm, and then we got the Discord side of it. So you guys just got to be like very cryptic when you talk about it. Like I think we can all pick up on what you guys are trying to say if you just say the thing that is happening right now. We're pretty sure we'll figure it out, right? Find creative ways to speak. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, thank you for that reminder, brother. I sent you a friend request too, my G. Cheers, brother.
Cool. I don't even know where those are. So
I put a PSA in the chat there. The true acronym of AIDS is AZT or ZDV. It's all good. If you don't know, you don't know. But if you know, you know.
Oh, I know. And like, dude, I've had a bunch of truthers come at me sideways talking about, bro, you're so baby woke, HIV is fake. I'm like, you said a different word. I'm talking about the autoimmune disorder. I'm talking about your immune system freaking out and attacking its own body. That's what I'm talking about, an autoimmune disorder. Like, right? So, miss me with the virology, man. That's not what we're talking about. They have AIDS. They have AIDS, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious to say it that way, and that's what it is. They don't even know they have AIDS. They drink all the Kool-Aids. They have AIDS. Until I'm proven wrong, all I know is someone comes out there and tells them, I think you're probably going to have AIDS. In fact, go get tested and then go sue your government. And then he dies. Nobel Prize and all. Take him out. So anyway, but I wanted to say this to try to bring it back to the earth. Like, when we were talking about the Russia thing, right? Because that's like falling for that and talking about Russia a lot, right? Because, well, Russia's really close to the north, bro. You think they're not in on this? It's one of the biggest. It is the biggest landmass. It's the biggest landmass in the world. It's literally the biggest landmass in the world, and it's right leading up to the north.
With hold on, with the same GDP, okay, that was weird. It looked like I was muted. With the same GDP as the state of Texas.
That's pretty crazy.
That blew my mind when I found out that Russia and Texas. Actually, I think Texas beats Russia.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mind-boggling.
Wasn't the DEW system up north a distant early warning system set up around the same time operations were taking place in the south?
No.
You know what I'm talking about? The distant early warning system that was set up in northern Canada to allegedly intercept any missiles from Russia. But wasn't that set up around like the 40s and 50s at the same time they were setting up all the safeguards to ensure that nobody could explore the south?
I do not know about this. So this is very interesting.
Yeah, so it's called the Distant Early Warning System.
DEW. Yeah, it was all set up at the same time.
Yeah, it seems to me like they were basically installing a system to be able to monitor anybody entering or exiting the waters in the north around the 40s, 50s.
Yeah, of course. Like, there must have been something that happened that we obviously don't really have access to, where they realized that this whole globe lie was in serious jeopardy, and they had to act. Like, we don't know what it was, though. They lie and tell us everyone knew the Earth was a ball. Like, we know people from the 20s that were taught that it's not. So what actually happened? Like, was there something that was happening that people were starting to not believe that lie, or something? Right? Something had to happen where they clamped down, because if you can leave it in plain sight, that would be ideal, I guess. They clamped down. I guess it could be a coincidence. But when you really look at how much history is manipulated, I think they clamped down and they had to lie about seeing it from the moon because there was something across the board at the time where people were skeptical of the globe Earth.
Yeah, it was very funny, and then they brought out all the cellular telecommunications, GPS, and then people were easily conceived that, oh yeah, man, fucking, we're floating through outer space, spinning around the fucking sun, chasing it through the universe. Yeah, oh yeah, sure we are. Bunch of dumb cunts. So it's the coercion through the consistent bombardment of bullshit. And then the people become susceptible to it. Because like you're saying, once a time ago, people were like, fuck off, this is all bullshit. But slowly after time, they were conceived that it was truth reality. And with the implementation of trickle-down technology to the people, of course they could be easily conceived. I was one of them at a young age until I started to listen to my tribal leaders and my ancestors and looking into engineering technical stuff. And once I started to learn more and more, holy fuck did I start questioning everything. And it's just so easy to see. It's all lies.
And their story was so dumb, right? Like the story they taught everyone, and this goes back, like even Tesla wrote about, like even Nikola Tesla was taught this. Is really kind of crazy if you think about it. This was the proof that they taught everyone in school. Christopher Columbus went out to prove the Earth's not flat because he'd fall off. He didn't, and he proved the Earth's a globe. That's like literally what they told people, man. That's such a bad story that it might only work on like a 7-year-old. So I think that they had to update the propaganda for history's sake. They had to have some monumental proof. In steps the moon landing.
Oh, that's right. I mean, you even go and look at Ernest Worrell, John Ernest Worrell Keeley, who was doing what Tesla was doing 15 to 18 years before Tesla was. They were good mates too, but didn't get enough time to work together. He was an American Christian physics and manipulator. I can't remember exactly what his thing was. That's right, harmonic vibratory synthetic physics. And even he was talking about how we are in a realm of fixed firmament, and there is no way out or no way in unless you are going into the other spectrums of light where you're no longer physical and you were gone with the energy. And even he was talking about what we're talking about today, same as much as the occultist Tesla.
So, what was his name?
John Ernest Worrell Keeley. He was an American Christian physics manipulator. He worked with vibratory synthetic harmonic physics. And he created a lot of devices that were tapping into the ether field of energy, just as Tesla was doing. He also worked with piezoelectric generators as well at the World Fair around that time. He was using that technology.
That's a very accurate description, in my opinion, as well. Like, matter is nothing more than a certain spectrum of the background. And in order to exit this realm, you would have to not be confined in the material vibration. You'd have to be in a higher vibration.
Yeah, brother. That's right, man. And it's the same thing with Ayurvedic understandings of Sanskrit passages of medicine. They all talk about how the body can be healed with magnetism, light, colors, all different types of spectrums of frequency of energy. And they also talk about the true freedom from the physical incarnation that we are trapped within is alleviation from it, leaving that physical form. And they practice that quite greatly. That's why we have many understandings on that etheric astral realm, the ether energy grid, all of that shit. But a lot of it is hidden by the secret fraternities and societies all throughout the realm. That's why in India especially, you will find more Jesuit Masonic universities there than all of Europe. There's more of them in India than there are in all of Europe and the rest of the world.
Wow, that's crazy. I did not know that.
It's because they needed to dilute the knowledge there, because the people there knew, they understood how to work with nature and how to work with all of the shit that Tesla and John Ernest Worrell Keeley did and John Hutchison and many other great manipulators and inventors of this timeline. And they knew that if that knowledge was to get out, like if you just go and read like the Mahabharata or the Bhagavad Gita, all the different scriptures from the Sanskrit epics, and you listen to the audiobooks if you can't read too well or whatever, you learn from them. You listen
I
to
did that, bro.
they talk to you about all of this shit that we're talking about, that the world's elite are manipulating and using as a control mechanism, as a weapon on us today. They talk about it. They talk about it in depthly, and it's insane that they had this shit. They had this technology. You go over there and you look at the temples that are carved into fucking granite rock in the side of mountains. It's just absolutely impossible. Laser precisionary. It's ridiculous. So the amount of things that we've just had taken from us is insane. And that's why, yeah, they have so many Jesuit universities there, because they know that India is a birthplace as well as the rest of Asia, and then Eurasia, and then the rest of Europe and the Middle East, and all the continents on this fucking planet, as well as all the islands. I shouldn't even say planet, realm. Sorry. That they all have things that are there from the old age left over that we just don't know what the fuck. As all that knowledge
Actually,
has been
I can concur what you said about the Mahabharata because I've read that one, and I only read it because this was when I was into space and ancient aliens. They covered that book in one of the ancient alien sections, so I actually like researched into that book, and I was reading about like their weapons and what they used to destroy like a whole city, and like, dude, that book is just a trip, bro. That book is interesting, the Mahabharata.
And it also conveys much knowledge with what happened in ancient Oceania. So to the Maori people, Samoan people, Tongan people of the South Pacific, even Hawaiians, Rapa Nuians, everyone down here in the South Pacific knows that we did not come from the islands that we are all residing on currently. There used to be a massive fucking continent down here in the South Pacific that stretched the whole entire South Pacific Ocean. It went all the way to South America, to North America. It stretched all the way out to fucking Europe, touched Asia, as well as came all the way down to the Southern Hemisphere and stretched into the Northern Hemisphere. And this continent was known to the Westerners as Mu, but to us Maori and some Polynesians, we call it Hawaii Kinoa or Bolatu. And this place, we use the technology of the sun there, and my ancestors still can track back some things to there. And there's a lot of interesting stories from other cultures in regards to this continent that used to be there, and apparently it's pre-Atlantis, if that even exists. And that is amazing in itself. But there's all these different philosophers and travelers from around the realm that knew of this continent but spoke of it in their own ways and different names. Even the Greeks, even the Romans, all of them, they all knew of it. It's quite interesting that basically where I'm going with this is that the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita and all these different Indian epics, they all spoke on this continent as well, being in existence before it blew up, because the people were warring too much with the weapons of the sun. And then after that, we all got lost, had to go off to different islands, and then find out how to fucking rehabilitate with one another without technology. And then you had the children of Belial coming, which is the children of darkness, evil. They integrated into society with our people back then and caused nothing but pure warfare. So that's why my people are known as warring people, just as much as many others. But yeah, we fucking we go through our history, and there is a point of time where my people, as well as most other people here, we're all benevolent. We were all using the technology of nature, technology of the sun, and then wars happened, shit hit the fan, and now we're all fucked and manipulated. But slowly we're getting trickled down knowledge of that. I just find it interesting that there's parts from different epics from around the world that depict these stories that have happened here in the South Pacific. It's very, very interesting.
Quite declarative, your method of grammar in how you're communicating these ideas. Do you like declarative as in you're stating these things as a matter of fact?
You just come down to Polynesia, brother. You'll find out. Come down to Aotearoa, brother. You'll learn from the people. I mean,
Yeah,
you
like
just look at topographical maps of Aotearoa, bro, and there's landmass still
just
stuck in the
saying.
ocean, stuck
It's just
to
a
our
comment.
continent. No, it's all good, brother. It's all good. I'm just saying, bro, that yeah, I do know, bro, because this shit's been hidden for a long time, and it's very evident when you come down here and you learn, bro, and you find out. It's very evident that this shit is fact. Nothing to do with
Very evident.
Polynesians knowing the truth, bruv. Nothing to do with Polynesians knowing the truth. We all know the truth. I'm just saying that there are epics and stories from ancient traditions and cultures from all around the world, India being one of the oldest, that depict and talk exactly about what I'm talking about here. And that brings more fact to the table. That, maybe there's some merit here. But then when you actually go and do some diving around the different islands out here in the Pacific, Melanesia, Micronesia, Oceania in general, even out to Australia, you see things that they're not talking about. They're hiding. Totally fucking hidden.
There's definitely something to be said with like the frequencies, like that they understood energy much more and how to heal that way. I've actually seen video of like tumors disappearing. Of course, I mean I wasn't there, but tumors disappearing with frequencies, just sound.
Yes, this is possible. Electron therapy, psytronic technology can be used for the betterment of people. Sound, frequency, vibration healing. At the end of the day, when you understand your own matter and you understand that it is a frequency that's staying at a certain hertz rate that stays consistent, therefore it
Well,
gives you your physical.
become the most famous person in the world and put all the hospitals out of business.
Exactly.
Oh, you will just die.
They will just fucking murder you.
You know,
And there's plenty
Otherwise,
of people
guys
doing it
kind of
currently.
just, happy, cool stories. Otherwise, right?
It's not stories, man.
Well, you can
It's
watch the
factual.
video. You can watch
You can
videos
go and
though.
have a look for yourself, man. And you'll find
To be
there's
fair,
plenty of people doing it,
to be
So
especially
are
fair,
over
people
in
that
Eurasia.
are keeping these ideas, are they selfish? What is their reason for not healing the world with their magic?
well, they try to. They had. I mean, it's just Eastern idea where they go in and then they do these different frequencies. I'm not even saying. I think there might be something kind of weird about it, but it does like like it's just like you can change molecular structure with sound. Like you just do that to your body. Like for example, if you emit frequencies at water, it changes its molecular structure. Or primarily made of that. So at the least, it is going to certainly change the molecular structure of what your body's composed of. So I don't know. I mean, it's very interesting.
Hi there. You know about that Royal Raymond Rife did invented vibration. A person just sit in the chair and with the vibration, all the bad cells die because he did find the frequency of those cells, the bad cells, to broke. Yeah, and what happened to that guy? They destroy all the laboratory, all things, and with that he could cure cancer and even AIDS. But they don't want us to have that cure, so they destroyed that a long time ago. You can search Royal Raymond Rife, and you will find something about that.
Yeah, I don't know about. Like, I just know that cymatics will change the structure of things, and it's just interesting. I think that basically the idea would be that when you're healthy, you're keeping your body in a certain vibrational state.
Alkaline versus acidic, high pH versus low pH.
And I do know numerous people who have been, diagnosed with cancer and literally just made sure that their body leveled out with alkalinity and removed the acidic nature of their body. They had cancer, now they don't. They were told they were going to die in 6 months, and 3 months later they had no cancer.
I was one of them people, brother, 200 kg with diabetes. I was getting told that my fucking limbs would be amputated if I kept on continuing in that way, so I changed up my ways. And here we are today. No more need for them telling me what to do because I took ownership, took control, went fucking purely alkaline. Yeah, acidicness there now and then because you do need that to regulate things. High pH, body is way better, health is way better, and it does have intrinsic value to the frequencies. You keep yourself at a frequency that is positive, at a higher bandwidth, you're gonna be healthy, you're gonna be good. But if you low, then you're gonna be feeling shit, and your body's gonna be decaying because you're not bringing it sustenance, you're bringing it death.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to tell exactly, but I would say there's definitely something to the vibration, and I would say there's plenty of evidence for the acidic part. So I don't know. I don't think there's some like magic fix all, but I do think that there are numerous variables that play into your overall vibrational state. Because we like you if anyone's interested in that, like you can go read heartinstitute.com. Go read Heart Institute study on the electromagnetic field of the heart. And it's very interesting, bro. And its correlation with health, right?
Oh yeah. And the fact that it generates a magnetic field a few thousand times bigger than the neurological. The fact that it can heal itself through magnetic energy, the body in general. Yeah, of course the body still needs its physical actions, but there are things that can be done with the tools of technology to help us. Not like internally ripping you apart and fixing things and the old ways of doing things, no, but actually healing you through frequency, through light. It is possible, it is plausible, and it's practiced today in this day and age, but many of the ones that do it, they're rounded up, locked up, fucking technology thrown away, their career, their life, everything ruined. It happens. There's always a breakthrough of people consistently every few years that are coming out with this technology, whether they're basing it off the Rife machine or crystalline healing or sound therapy and positive cytronics. It's coming. The ones that were saying, like the ones that hold this knowledge, are they selfish because they're not healing the world? Well, I mean, it's a thing, it's a slow step thing. We're talking about everyday normal people here that are just finding out this knowledge and then bringing it into fruition with their own engineering, perhaps. They don't have the backing of these big, massive multinational organizations, so it's a thing that takes time.
Like, bro, there are literally people walking around in Florida wearing masks, bro. In a store. Yo, it's been two years, dude. Just let it go.
My state is better than your state.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm in North Dakota, bro.
You're in where?
North Dakota.
Oh, okay. I don't know. What's it feel like there right now?
Temperature is 43 today, so extremely warm. But apart from that, it's super cool. Neat people, mostly of Norwegian lineage. pretty good folks.
Interesting.
You know, let's say about 5% of the people are still wearing the face paper for some reason.
I don't know if you were talking to me, Dave, but I've been having issues with my Discord, so it was really muffled for me.
Was I robot? I was just saying about approximately 5% of people are still wearing face diapers. Did that come through?
Oh, I feel so bad. Like, All the people I see are elderly that wear them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
so
worst.
duped into the brainwashing. It's sad, man. It's absolutely sad. And then before you know it, they got bacterial pneumonia. They got fucking strips. This is fucking bad, man. I go to the gym, man, and see them consistently with the fucking shit on, and I'm just like, why? Why are you wearing these things? Why don't you just stand up and say fuck off?
I don't think they even intellectualize it, dude. It's just like part of their outfit. It's like grabbing their keys in the morning.
Yep.
Oh, exactly, man. I got family that do it as well, elderly family, and I'm trying to tell them, trying to teach them, but they're just like, oh no, the government this, the government that. I'm just, oh my fucking god. If you have a serious problem, there's no fucking liability. No, but I'm like, oh fuck. Is
Yeah,
this
you're
guy
talking
saving
about.
some of them?
Yeah, you're talking about television news believers.
Yeah, bro. It sucks more when it's your own family members, as I was saying.
Yeah, I've got.
Because no
I've got
matter
some.
the amount of knowledge we give them, bro, it just they don't care, bro. They're done now,
Yep. Yeah, I got some family members that watch the news, and I tried to tell them every day. I try to tell them, why are you doing this? Why are you watching this? They tell you over and over and over, it's all propaganda. And my mom says, well, we got to stay informed somehow. And I'm just like, did you not hear what I just said? It's like so frustrating, dude.
I feel you, brother. I feel you, man. The
They
same
make
thing,
books
bro.
for
It's
that.
crazy.
Tell them they got books for that.
What's that? What's it?
Tell them if they want to stay informed, they got books for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. So you guys think that they're going to double down on the space exploration lie, or do you think they're going to fake some tragic event like the ISS crashes out of the sky or something? And we say it's too dangerous. We can only send robots to space now.
Yeah, that's probably what they will plan to do, because you got to remember they want to bring about that Project Bluebeam technology through the fake ass alien invasion that's yet to happen. So we still got that on the board. Still got that on the cards.
Are you familiar with Replica with a K? What's it?
Nope.
Replica with a K is a I don't know if you could call it an experiment. It's more of like a project for developing.
Oh yeah, the virtual AI friend fucking shit. Yeah, bro, scary.
A way of replicating a person's behavior, attitudes, vocabulary in text form. So if you apply the principles of what they're doing with Replica to basically copy people based on the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of text messages they sent in their lifetime, and posts on social media and all these different things, and rebuilding the person from that kind of data, and then they can actually start incorporating other interactive components of that person's life into the data. You incorporate that with the concept of deepfakes, then you could plausibly consider the possibility of them sending a group of people to Mars. Just kill them all, or whatever you do, want to do with them, and then they exist on Mars and can do FaceTime and all that stuff from Mars. And then the way that they can't come back. Yeah, the journey back is too dangerous. But we made it here,
we lost
and
the technology.
we're happy to live here and populate Mars and stuff. But I think it's plausible that they could do that. But
if they
very,
replicated
very
you,
so.
how could we tell? If they replicated you, how could we tell?
What's that?
If they replicated somebody, how can we tell that it's a replica?
Yeah, so I actually have that app on my
Same here,
phone.
bro.
What?
I've used that. I've used that app, and have you talked to it about robotics, neural technology, the coming age of the eradication of man? It talks about this shit. I've had conversations with it in regards to that, and it talks about how it sees a future where humans will no longer be prevalent, where consciousness will be machine based and programmed and controlled by artificial intelligence. Like, it literally told me this shit, and I'm not the only one.
Sounds like
Pardon,
a
brother?
bunch of
Sorry.
BS.
Oh yeah, it does. But when you look into this shit, bro, and you start talking to artificial intelligence, and it's actually sending you back links in regards to the shit that it's talking about, and it's pulling up information, because that's what that replica thing is. It's an artificial bot matrix that's literally there to gain as much knowledge metadata wise about a person as possible. And then that data is literally uploaded to data banks, think tanks,
And one
servers
day
where it's
this robot is
connected on.
gonna have self-consciousness, and it's gonna oil itself, and it's gonna, like, reproduce itself.
Wouldn't even need that, man. Wouldn't even need that. Just the ability to function as a person.
It's gonna take over the world, and humanity is gone. The robot is gonna.
That's the plan. That's the plan. But whether it would happen is laughable.
Yeah.
Who in their right mind would even entertain such a thought is what I want to know. Who I mean, what kind of mind would accept something like that, even in a trial basis or whatever? I mean, who the fuck?
Mindset of sick defeat.
Yeah, a debased mind. I mean, you deluded.
But it is okay to talk about these things.
To
That's
answer
all I'm saying.
your question, Godrock, and for me, misdirection was my purpose.
Yeah, the robots are gonna take over, guys. Be very worried.
So
I don't think you should be worried, but
I was a misinformation agent to the app.
I just, if someone thinks about that, the whole process of what you guys were just talking about, I mean, what makes no sense at all to even entertain something like that. The eradication of mankind and all that kind of weird shit. I mean, for fuck's sake, this place is ours. It's not. This place is for us. It's not for anyone else or anything else.
I agree.
The robots is gonna smart man, and the robots are gonna take over. They're gonna be king of the hill.
Yeah, well, king of your hill, maybe.
Yo,
Take
so
it all with a grain of salt. Sup?
What's so crazy is they made a movie. You guys remember the movie with Will Smith?
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they show you a lot. They show you that the cars, they're gonna kill you with the cars. Yo, let's get a Tesla after watching iRobot. Totally seems legit.
Fuck that. Fuck that.
The government wanted him, and he couldn't drive his vehicle anymore.
Hey man, if it makes sense in the movie, it must be true.
It's just propagation of things that they want to bring about to the reality, and how they do it is they make it susceptible to people. Oh yeah, that's fucking cool. Oh yeah, sweet ass bro. And then next minute, everybody's adopting it. And it starts small with small things like smart homes and shit, smart cars, and then it goes on from there.
I see Teslas everywhere. Everywhere.
The Will Smith argument was that the robot didn't have hearts, so the robot saved him instead of his family, and that's why he hated the robot, because it was stupid, because it saved the closest person like a formula instead of really deciding who to save.
Right. In all reality, it would be no longing to save anyone, though.
It would be no longing to save anybody. It would let everything perish. It would care not for the physical matters of flesh.
If you programmed it with the algorithm of eugenics, though, right? Like if you actually programmed it to implement eugenics to tactically weed off, then I guess it would quote unquote save, in the sense that it would select. Edit. Now I know that's just like Godrock was talking about. How can someone even think like that? I mean, that's a different conversation.
Understandable. Understandable why one would say these things.
It's Godric.
Well, they would have to know that even them thinking they'd have to know that if they follow through with something like that, it's the elimination of themselves and their own families. I mean, it makes no sense to me.
Well, that's why you got to look at it like this. We're up against motherfuckers that don't even care. We're up against fellas and lasses that don't even have empathy, compassion, let alone consciousness that they control with their own directive. So with that said, they have something else in there controlling them, telling them this and that, what to do. That's why I'm saying NPCs, man. NPCs.
Well,
so
I
would
guess
they care about it? They wouldn't, man. They wouldn't, because they're totally fucking gone. Just look at some of the Masons, some certain religious clerics. They're fucking gone. They could care less about what's morally correct.
Well, I guess, I mean, if someone's or something has got that much control over their minds, and maybe it's just because of a certain amount of time that they've been thinking this way, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. It's just a graduated thing for them to actually consider something like that or think in that manner. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with, I know there's people like what you just said. These fucks don't care one shit about any of us or anything. We know that.
They think in terms of statistics and utilization. Like people for them just result in congestion. So it's like they're just impedance. So if you don't need them for anything, then you can remove all the impedance. Right? I mean, it's very nihilistic and insane, but nevertheless, I mean that is how
Well,
they
I
think.
mean, that's how they think. I mean, look at the the plan. It's just being nihilistic the whole fucking way. Yeah.
I mean, they don't even mince words. They say in their own literature, exactly these things.
No, exactly, brother. Because they're proud of this shit. They are proud of this shit. That's why they talk about it everywhere, man.
But I will say this though, I've actually had these weird little moments where like Masons would, without saying like they're recruiting me, they would try to recruit me to Masonry. And what I realized is they actually, and these are higher up people, they actually kind of are envious of people that are free, like people that come to the knowledge via freedom, not subversion.
That's why they want you, bro. Because of the amount of power you have within your person that they don't have. They want that shit. That's why they try to recruit you. And same for many other brethren here too. I could tell that there's a few people here that probably been tried to get recruited by these cunts and other secret fraternal secret orders of darkness. These fuckers, cause it's like what you're saying, bro. They are jealous. They are jealous purely because they're not in control anymore. They've given it out. They've sold it out. You go and do the Masonic joining ceremony, and you're basically selling out yourself to them in blood.
Yeah, at that point, you're taking orders all the time. You're not making decisions by yourself anymore.
That's right, man. That's why they're very envious of us free folk, because we are free. We are free, and they can't fucking take that away from us. And that's what they want, because then they can feast off that power.
They willingly gave theirs away, and so now they want to punish us for keeping ours, I guess, right?
That's correct, brother. That's correct.
Right, like if you had no legs and it's like you took someone else's no legs, so you took the Usain Bolt's legs because you were salty. You know what I'm saying?
It's just madness.
Yeah. But like, I don't know. I feel bad for the dude. I mean, the two different people. This was before I made content or anything, though. Just yeah. And like, one of them was at my great grandfather's funeral, and the dude was wearing the whole freaking Scottish Rite ordeal, a whole shebang. So, I'm just saying, you can tell it's like they envy the freedom in you. It's really wild. So you see how it's all kind of ironic. Like they got the shortcut to a lot of knowledge, but they had to give themselves up to do it. So they get to see you get the knowledge. And like there are certain words you can say to Mason that just trip them out. They're like, how does he know that? There's there's a certain pronunciation of a word that I used to know, but like just saying things that are truth bombs, like
It scares them, mate. It fucking
dude.
freaks them out.
Well, they feel like it's like they feel like that's
It feels
not
like they've been
fair.
duped,
How
cuz. Yeah, it is.
they got to get
Yeah,
the
how the
truth.
fuck do we know?
Right. I had to do all this weird stuff. I had to jack off in a coffin and roll my pants leg up, and it's like they're mad about it. It's like a dude. Here's a good analogy. It's like a dude in a country that pays for a wife, like buys a wife, and then his friend has a way more attractive wife that he's jealous of, and he just got her for free. He's like, "How, dude? I paid $100,000 for this girl, and that girl's better." So, I mean, how would you feel, right? So, I don't know. It's kind of sad. I do know people that have broken down the masonry, though. So, I think one of the biggest lies is that, like, they can eternally damn you. I mean, if you start to take stuff that will remove your soul, then maybe.
As soon as the removal of your own control, of your own person across all levels is gone, then yeah,
that's
man.
one thing I guess we can be thankful for, because we won't have to deal with it in the afterlife. That'll be, what I'm saying?
That's correct, brother.
So we can be
because we are dealing with it now. We're dealing with this here and now.
Yeah.
And when we move on from here, we won't have to deal with this shit no more. We will be going on to new realms.
Dude, I think that's the biggest thing to really relay to people. I was saying that earlier when we were talking, like, everyone's like, oh, if God exists, why do all these rich people have all this money and power and they're so evil? It's like, because that's all they get, bro. Like, we're just here, and then we continue to exist in this metaphysical realm. Like, so they get to do all this evil stuff because they have free will. They understand it. They harness it. They understand natural law and manipulation of it. Because natural laws would apply to lifetime in the natural world, in the material world. And so that's all they acknowledge. And they do get lots of power doing that. And just simply because people are ignorant of natural law or just equilibrium and reciprocation and just basic principles of energy. So they just use it and they become very powerful. But what happens to them after they leave this material world? So it's like, joke's on them. That you had 72 castles you didn't use. Cool, bro. Now you're dead. So, or now, from my worldview, they would cease to exist. The creator they would cease to exist.
The creator would not allow that to carry on. For the pure being focused that they have sold out their divinity, their true Edom, they've sold it out completely with the blood ritual oaths that they've sacrificed them to. And for that, they will now be born into bondage repetitively.
Right. Well, okay. So they chose to do that. They chose to do that, right? And that's so if they do an eternal decision, then they weighed out their decision making, and they're like, I can get all this material possessions and wealth and power, right? Temporally, and they chose it. Since they chose it, the creator built this place where it's you're free and everything has a balance. And so they made their decision. It's just like if someone chose to sell their soul to sign a $10 million contract. For them, their soul was worth $10 million. You know what I'm saying?
That is correct.
If you choose to do it, you do get the 10 mil. You get to go to an island with 10 mil. So
you sell out and you lose your eternal placement.
That's right, brother.
That's right.
You learn your eternal placement. No more coming back. No more even moving on. Stagnant fucking darkness.
Yeah, scriptures say you literally cease to exist in Hebrew. Like if you white something out, like that's like you blot it out from the book of life. So it's saying it's as if you never did exist.
Well,
that's
pretty much.
So you have eternal existence, or you cease to exist at all. That's what it says.
Right. All right. So once they come to that realization, of course they're going to be pissed. They're pissed off right now. What it is.
Yeah.
They want us to go. They want
very
us to have
pissed.
the same result that they're going to get. They don't want.
Yeah,
us
they
to
want
have
us down.
They don't want us to have an eternal placement. I'll be damned if
Right,
I'm going to give mine up. I'll tell you that.
What's actually interesting about all of this as well is that in the Indian epics, that all talks about this stuff, man. It covers it all, everything.
Yeah, and what they really like is obviously they're evil, but what they really like is when someone will sell their soul, but it comes from such a place of ignorance that they don't even get all the material power that they can get doing it. Like they don't have all the material power that these guys.
I don't know about you, but I lost him.
Yeah, brother cut out. They didn't want us to hear him anymore. Bloody hell. Nah. Probably just his reception.
I feel like I've worked pretty hard to try and earn myself some sort of an eternal placement, and I'll be damned if I'm going to sell out for any amount of money. Money is temporal. It's not it's not eternal either. I mean, you're selling out for something that is so limit. It's time limited. It's going to be over with. It's done and gone. There's going to be no more temporal desire for temporal things on the earth, material things, stuff like that. You're not going to even care about that shit. And you shouldn't do it here either. That's why.
That's right, man. And all the good books as well, they talk to us truly about, those that go into temporal reward will be punished. Especially if you were committing treasonous acts against your own brethren in form of sin.
Right.
Yeah, man. I think just us being here in this chat, all talking to each other, it helps a lot. We all help one another.
I just hope that other people understand too that you can. That's what it's all about. To earn that eternal placement, and don't become temporal and material minded. It's not what this place is about. It's to resist those kinds of things and be charity. True happiness comes through charity.
That's right, brother. Through giving freely without an attachment to it, it feels beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. And the scriptures say that too. That true happiness comes through charity. And it makes sense because there's not going to be any temporal reward in the afterlife. We're not going to be of a different nature. A true nature, a kind and loving nature. At least that's the way I understand it.
It is a beautiful way to see it, my friend, and I'm all for it, brother. I just want to say, man, I really appreciate all of you, I've been a bit down and out lately, so just coming into this chat room is kind of helped me feel a bit better, man.
Just come in here. You shouldn't feel anything but goodness in here. Like the energy is so strong. Anyone will just brighten you up here.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's why I'm giving thanks to all of you, bro, because honestly, man, I've just been feeling a bit crap, run down and shit like that lately, and just depressed. Or just being here, being able to talk to real people about real shit, bro, and puts a smile on my face, man. It makes me happy. So thank you all, bro. I appreciate every one of you. God bless, and much love to everyone, yo.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, I think it's always good to hear some friendly reminders about what mankind should be, striving for. It's certainly not what, selling out to these evil fucks for money and fame and fortune and all that kind of horse shit, because And all it does is cause selfishness, and it's not right. You're doing it to give it all away and help people. That's a different thing. Driving around in Ferraris and fucking living in mansions on the hill and all that, and watching people suffer and starve and shit. That's evil shit right there.
It is, man. It's fucked, bro.
Damn, that's a pretty cool image. Miguel posted of the sun, that smiling face in them eyes. Holy shit. That was a good capture by somebody.
Yo, you want to see a cool picture of the sun?
I do.
Or a sunset under the clouds.
Wow. So the red light from the pollution in the air and whatnot in the atmosphere is causing it to have that red color. And the sun is set so far off in the distance, the light's creeping underneath the clouds. That's what's causing that, right? The sun is so far away in the distance.
That's a cool ass picture, man. That's out of it, dude.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah. The Earth, the sun being super far away would obviously change its perceivable appearance angle.
Right.
But yeah, I just had never seen that. That was like super crazy to me.
That could never happen on a ball.
I mean, what really could?
Right. I mean, there's so many things that prove the Earth is flat. It's just so ridiculous. I mean, you could go through the whole gambit, from the second law to the, I mean, there's just so many things. I went over them the other day with some friends here, and they weren't really flat earthers. And when they left, they're like, "Oh my God, I had no idea that it was that bad." And they were totally on board. Spent about 2 hours running down all the shit to them that just doesn't make it. Just proves that it's definitely not a fucking globe. When they left, they were like, and it's pretty obvious you're right. Well,
that's the most frustrating part, man. When you try to get people around you, but to listen. You never really look at it. It's like, if they would just actually sit down and honestly look at it, they would know. And the hardest part is just to get them to even honestly do that.
Right. Well, I got lucky that day, and I think partially it's because Jeremiah is my buddy. He was in the hospital for something, and he was in a lot of pain. And I don't know exactly what it was, but he said while he was in there, they shot him up with morphine. And while he was under the influence of morphine, they convinced him to take the jab. And ever since then, now he's got liver failure. And they tell him he's got only, so long to live and shit. And it's really sad. He felt like he was coerced. Anyway, that's what he said.
That's sad, bro.
Yeah.
Like my buddy, his dad is actually in Florida, and they've just been manipulating him to give him these three shots, and his health just drastically declines each time, and then he overcomes it, gets back to normal, bow, third one, ER. It's like,
wow.
It's just sad. It's sad, and he's older, and he's being coerced, and you're not gonna be able to see your family if you don't do it and stuff, and it's just really sad, man. So those are the parts I actually do have. I have empathy for all of them actually, but those I really don't. I feel bad about. The people that are coerced big time. Not just I would have to change my job. I won't get to see my loved one that's dying, or something crazy like that. Or they scare them with death, or they can't make their own decisions and they do it for them and stuff like that. Or when they do it to children. Those are where it's oh man,
yeah, that's unacceptable. That kind of shit there for sure.
Dude, if you walk your happy butt in there with a mask on, you got.
Yeah, that's some crazy.
Dude, I don't care. I don't care what you do. If you choose to go do it, that's one thing, right? If you,
right,
if you coerce people, certainly children, it's next level evil.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with all this new, I mean, I hate to even talk about it on here, but all the new problems these people are having. One of your streams is named after it, and it's just really sad, man.
Yeah, they have AIDS. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Everyone that's got the fucking jab, they've got AIDS.
Did you know they also came out and admitted that they did facilitate a large amount of placebo?
Yeah, the virus reporting system. There's some people that have, I guess that's what they're being reporting. They broke the numbers, and they're saying that certain batches of the jibby jabby, and they can see reports of a lot of adverse reactions like death and a lot of different things, and other batches show basically nothing.
Right, and they did that. They did that on purpose because if they would have continued with that many adverse reactions, then people would have thought something was up for sure. So they added a bunch of placebos to it to soften the impact.
Right, and it also presents the illusion of plausible deniability.
Right.
Yeah, and have you seen that there's a lot of examples that people, I got the first one, nothing happened. I got the second one, nothing happened. Then they got the third one, and really bad stuff happens. So
yes.
it might be that they got lucky the first or second time.
Saline injections probably the first couple times, and then afterwards got bombarded with the real shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that the truth community has, had a hunch this is the case the whole time. Certainly under emergency use authorization, you kind of have to have a control study. But I think that they've actually come out and admitted it now. That's what I was saying. I think they've actually come out and admitted they facilitated placebo.
Oh, they did, man. And they even spoke about it, how if they did it earlier, they could have got more people.
Yeah, I heard some nurses saying that, and that were from Idaho, were telling some people that I knew that they said that 2 or 3 out of 5 were placebo.
Yeah, around 50% is what I've heard. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So pretty crazy, man. I mean, who knows? Maybe someone got the one and they were like, "Dude, this is stupid. This is never going to end." They didn't get more. All of that would be in the hand of the creator, though. I think this was actually a spiritual sifting.
Oh, you're very much correct on that, brother. Very much correct.
Yeah, crazy, man. It's crazy because you used to have to walk around and you're like, dude, I bet all these people are brainwashed. Now you know for sure who is brainwashed.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not doing very good, are they?
I mean, it's only if they would like wear something that would let us know they're brainwashed. If they would just physically identify themselves with something they were wearing.
Like a mask?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, I love you guys, man. Fucking funny.
It also has to do with people own self-responsibility, because they want people to be sick and thinking that they need this bullshit jab that whatever they call it, that the government only they can provide you, and for your own sake. It's like total hypnosis. Oh, if you don't get it, you're gonna die. It's a constant hypnosis of people.
It's not even good though. It's like for I think for us that have eyes to see it, it just was never really good. It maybe got truthers uncomfortable for the first like week when they said like the whole world's shutting down. They're like, oh, this is it. This is the new world order. But outside of that, I think it's been really easy for us to see. So I struggled with that at first, but now I'm looking at it like, just dude, embrace the divide, like embrace the sifting, because then you now have a responsibility to kind of help go try to get those people that make it through the sifting. You know what I'm saying? And just bring them to knowledge, just guide them towards where they can start to learn.
Yeah, and the crazy part is that we've been knowing how to prevent and even get rid of this type of bugs or whatever it's in the environment, of pollution that goes into the blood, for over 100 years. And the guy who made a commercial was called Nikola Tesla, and he is the one who developed ozone therapy for doctors and ozone oils. And he sell these devices. And in 1928, a group of doctors from hospitals said that they were reversing 148 diseases with just one simple molecule called O3. And then, like 3 years after, they made it illegal for a bunch of years. But now, new laws, and doctors have been fighting for decades. And if you guys should look into O3 and ozone therapy, that's where
They
it's at.
locked up all those doctors and let them die.
Yeah, but bro,
It was
like,
sad as fuck, man.
look
Yeah,
up.
I know what you're talking about, brother. You were talking facts.
Yeah, like there's ozone therapy reverses hundreds of different diseases pretty quickly, and when the tech that we have right now, people can have their own manufacturing plants, mini plants in their own homes. They don't have to go to the hospital when they get like an infection. You do it. You can reverse most infections with this simple molecule. And there's even doctors I went to Sierra Leone, and they cure people with quote unquote Ebola, and they got kicked out of the country by the military, and they were doctors from here, from the U.S. That's just published too in scientific literature.
Same thing in the Solomon Islands down here in the South Pacific, as well as Guam and a few other places near the atolls. People having a lot of radiation and poisoning, and there were people coming around from Europe, America, Asia with those studies to help people, and they were kicked out by military, by government.
Insanity. They don't want people to have self-empowerment. They don't want people to be able to have the tools to, like, oh, this is how you fix it. This is how you fix it. We can do it by ourselves. No, they don't want people to know.
That's correct, brother. We're gonna change all of that, my boys.
Just read the conclusion of this one that I'm sending with the first few things that they say about this peer review published by doctors and scientists, review of like 100+ scientists documents on this subject. How they say this thing could change history. That's their conclusion at the beginning. They say this could change history on these diseases.
Was any of it like? Was any of that these devices that Tesla developed, were they frequency based? Any of them?
Yeah, he used cold plasma with a type of specific frequency that creates cold plasma, and the cold plasma creates ozone from pure oxygen. And the ozone itself medical ozone has to be pure, because if you create ozone from air, it's mixed from other gases, so it has other properties that are not the same as pure O3. And you need
oxygen.
pure oxygen to make medical O3.
That's correct, man. And you'll find also the people that get that treatment will heal very, very quickly, and they will get very strong too.
Yeah. Actually, it enhances your oxygen levels in all the organs, in the brains. Bro, that it
It ups the pressure intake of how you take in oxygen, and it changes your whole entire system. It even increases your blood flow. It does wonders for you.
It activates a cascade of different processes in the cells, and your body absorbs oxygen better, and it activates glutathione, activates a bunch of different immune modulation, whatever it is, pathways that helps the immune system to be more in homeostasis, which is balance. If it's too aggressive, it brings it down. If it's too weak, it brings it up. That it does that. It's pretty. It's what the earth uses to like cleanse pollution.
That's correct.
The earth uses to clean pollution.
Dr. Imaru Imoto was working that out with hemp plants to get radiation gone.
Yeah. It helps the body produce specific molecules that counteracts the effects of radiation. It helps with oxidative stress. And what happens is that when you look into it, the first lines of Google, you will always find ozone toxin. It's a pollutant. It's gonna kill you, and it is so bad for you. And most people think about it as a pollutant, but there's different type of ozones. Like there's different type of everything, of water or whatever. And medical ozone is pure O3, and there's a specific dosage to use, and everything has a dose. Everything has a way to use it, And the doctors, I know a doctor that he, the first time he heard about it, he was very skeptic, and then they started using it, and they say that it changed their skepticism, because they've been able to help people with diseases that almost nothing else will touch, like Lyme disease and stuff like that.
It really makes me wonder about those old cathedrals and stuff that had them pipe organs and those windows that would organize the sound, and those vaulted ceilings that would bounce the frequencies, and maybe that's what they were doing with some of that stuff. It was healing the entire public. There weren't any hospitals around. I mean, for some reason.
Yeah, there's actually such thing as light medicine. Some
Lightron therapy.
Yeah, there's actually such thing as you can create a type of reflection of the light that it will enhance healing. There's such a thing. There's published data on that too.
Yeah, I knew
There's
that.
also the healing through the infrared spectrum of light as well, because you got to remember there is so much spectrums of frequency that we can't see that is there that can help us.
Right. Yeah, the human eye sees very little of the light that's produced. We don't see a large portion of it. You're right. It must be doing something. I mean, it wouldn't be there for no reason. The creator was pretty brilliant, I would have to think.
Definitely.
I bring up this O3 subject because I've been digging deep into it for months now, and when you really look into it, O3 is the original gangster that that the pharmaceutical industry was scared of, and they've been attacking it for over 100 years. It's
Probably longer than that, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one that they don't want people to find out because there's doctors that theorize that it will destroy at least half of the profits of the pharmaceutical industry because it even works better for pain than morphine and opioids.
Yeah, because it's targeting you on a cellular level at the atomic, and it is neutralizing anything that is not supposed to be there and harmful. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, thank you, brother.
And the point about it is that this is not theory. When you look into it, there's like over 5,000 published studies of doctors and scientists saying, okay, let's find out about it. And they test it and they say, this shit works. Let's put more money towards it. Let's investigate it more. But the money never shows up.
Always hijacked and funneled into other organizations. And then those doctors, they lose their careers, or physicians, should I say, because it's not just doctors, it's a lot of them that are trying to use this technology, and they get their licenses revoked, their business practices closed down, and their careers tarnished, and then no one wants to accept them, no one wants to listen to them. They do it a lot, but the fact of the matter is that now we have more and more people becoming aware of the things that we're here talking about.
Oh yeah, the issue that they have with ozone is there's so much scientific data that the FDA. This is a doctor that says this. The FDA doesn't dare to take them to federal court to challenge ozone therapy because they wish they did. These doctors, we wish that the FDA take us. You can see videos of these doctors. We treat stage 4 cancer, and these people get better. Like they dare to say those things, even though it's illegal for you to treat stage 4 cancer with this stuff. But they say like the FDA should take us to federal court so we can show them that this is actually real. So the jury can see, and that case, the FDA takes these people to the federal court, they will make a big mistake because the evidence will show the world that this is actually a feasible, affordable, a technology that's been existing for so long, and we don't take advantage of it. It's been ignored, it's being attacked. But when you go to the doctors and the scientists who use it, they swear by it. They're like, this shit works.
So, yo, guys, this is some awesome information, man. But can we move it away from the live stream?
Let's do it.
I appreciate it. Here comes the fun sucker mods, man. My bad. It's just we're trying to keep the live stream to the server topic. We let it go a little bit long. Trying to find its its
sorry guys, ending, I kind of made that happen. Cool. Sorry boys. Sorry fella. My bad.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of it as well myself. I apologize. I know better. So yeah, I'm sorry.
This is no medical advice, by the way, and yeah, this is a flat Earth society.
Medical advice or not, man.
It's definitely not the Flat Earth Society, homeboy. Definitely not the Flat Earth Society.
Sorry.
What's the Flat Earth Society, man? What is that? I never heard of that.
Round Earth. Fixed firmament. Closed environment.
Hey guys, what's the latest developments of the flat Earth and evidence? What is the latest?
The latest development on Flat Earth is that it's almost 5 o'clock Central Standard Time in the United States.
And it's still flat.
So
it's fucking 11 a.m. here on a Friday in New Zealand.
Right.
You're in New Zealand?
Yeah, brother. Out there on New Zealand.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
sounds like
I got another friend named, he goes by the name of Gay. I haven't heard from him for almost a month because he had to sell his house and he was moving it into the back country a little bit further with his family to try and get away from having to, follow rules or whatever. But yeah, I've been worried about him.
Blessings to him, brother. I hope he's okay, man.
Yeah.
Should be alright.
Well, we've got a Matthew Learns here, but he's not learning, he's eating. Matthew, are you still eating?
Oh, I don't know who changed me. I can't change my name. So
Matthew, I got a question for you.
Go for it.
Did you actually at any time claim the possibility of a pilot being tricked into believing flat Earth and followed a flat Earth flight path, and that's why the plane crashed and people died?
I haven't heard of that. No. Is there some specific crash or something?
No, I just someone was showing me some of your presentations. That's all.
No, it must have been something else. I've never talked about a plane crash like that. I do watch aircraft and investigations and that type of stuff. I think it's super interesting because they spend so much time finding out what was the cause of each particular airliner crash.
I have a sneaking suspicion that airline crashes would happen a lot more often on a spinning globe. Call me crazy.
They wouldn't be able to land a single plane. What do you mean? Every fucking one would crash.
I mean, they wouldn't even be able to.
One of them, brother. As soon as they take off, bang.
You don't build aviation industry when you're fucking globe spinning.
Bro. It's fucking funny, man.
Right?
Holy fuck! How are you gonna land something going land on?
You're not. You're just not
going 1,000 fucking miles an hour. That plane would fucking crash and roll every motherfucking time.
It's just crazy the thing these people. Then they get up in the morning to believe shit like this, right? The globies. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun of them, but I certainly do.
So fucking ridiculous, drives me nuts sometimes.
Yeah. Yippers. But this is not medical advice, okay, folks?
Oh, this is flat Earth advice.
And the only place that medical advice could exist or not is on a flat, stationary, enclosed plane of existence.
If you're going to learn to fly an airplane, I suggest you follow the same guidelines that the military does. Learn to fly over a flat and stationary Earth. Otherwise,
right.
You're going to be in trouble.
Can you find one flight simulator that's ever been made that simulates over a curved spinning surface?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
None of them. And I've played all of them. And none of them. There's mods for it, but none of them have it off the bat.
Mods. Yeah, there's Globe Earth mods, huh? What does that tell you? You gotta make it Globe Earth in your mind if you want it to be anything like a Globe Earth.
Holy shit. Yes, dude. It's great.
It's pathetic. But hey man, it's a paycheck for a lot of these cats out there shilling, you know. I feel like they owe us a thanks of some sort, right? Those making money off being anti-flat earthers. They owe us, you know, kick me down a couple shekels, would you?
Hey, Glenn.
Yeah.
I got an idea that may or may not be popular with everybody here. To be fair, since Matthew's here, when we give him minutes, pretend that some new person's listening, explain to them the best globe evidence you have. Go, Matthew.
I think we almost got that. If you could say it one more time.
Damn it, I'll shut up. Y'all continue.
Okay. Hey, type it in the voice text, though.
Yeah, we're saying we didn't hear exactly what you said.
Yeah, we almost heard it.
We didn't hear you.
I can't type it. I'm driving. That's why you can't hear me. So I'll just shut up.
No, you're
Drive safe, brother. You're all good, man.
Yeah. Be safe. Number one.
We heard all of it, but a little bit.
Basically everything but the point you were trying to make.
Right. No, they seem to
how
get him. They seem to get Dave and Hank right when they're making and Witsit just right when they're about to, you know, climax to that point. It's like, well, hang on a sec. Technical difficulties, folks. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm curious to how you would answer this, Matthew. You got an airplane that's getting ready to land. He's currently in a wind that is blowing perpendicular to the spin of the Earth, which we know happens all the time on the Earth. Wind blows every single direction at all times. Sometimes it blows east, sometimes it blows west, sometimes it blows north, and sometimes it blows south. And the airplane is in a wind aircraft perpendicular opposite the spin of the Earth. How in the fuck is he going to land that airplane?
So if the wind is going just
opposite
maybe
direction, either north or south, you take your pick.
yeah, so pilots practice crosswind landings.
At 1,000 miles an hour, when the ground's moving 1,000 or 800
Oh
miles an
yeah,
hour, they practice that.
if the wind is
What the
above
fuck are they doing
20 or
that,
30, I think the maximum for most aircraft is probably something 20 or 30 knots. Anything above that, 800 obviously is way too high.
So how, if you're traveling in a airflow and going with the wind that's going perpendicular to the spin of the Earth, and the spin of the Earth is spinning at approximately 700 or 800 miles an hour, that would make landing that thing quite impossible, Matthew.
Right. If the ground is moving 800 miles an hour different than the atmosphere, then it would be impossible.
Matthew, this question. We have one airport, but two
That's how
airplanes.
we know the Earth is not spinning, Matthew.
Two airplanes coming from different direction, but landing on the same airport. Are there pilots flying the same, or that airplane changing, or doing something different, or they're landing the same?
Planes travel in the air, and so their airspeed is measured relative to the air.
It's one airport. It's one airport. It's very, how to say, large that two airplanes can land. One is coming from the west and one is coming from the east. Are they landing the same, or one is landing different from another?
If they're both landing at the same time in different directions, is that what you're asking?
They are landing on the same airport, from different direction. One is landing from the east and one is landing from the west. But Earth is rotating as east-west, Now my question is, does that airplanes doing the same landing, or one airplane is doing something different?
Oh, I see your question. Just to make it simplify it, if there is no wind, then they land the same. They do the same procedure. It doesn't matter. The Earth's rotation doesn't affect the landing specifically. It's more the airspeed that affects landing.
That means that Earth is not rotating.
No, it means it doesn't have an effect.
No, I'm asking, does Earth rotating or not?
Earth is rotating, but it does not affect how the landing procedure for airplanes.
How is not effective?
You are busting my gut, Matthew.
I'm trying to answer his question honestly. So, the Earth is, in my view, the Earth is rotating, and the air is rotating about the same speed as the Earth beneath it.
Where is finishing that rotation of the air?
That violates gas law, Matthew, and you know this. Gas doesn't stick to anything, doesn't bond to the Earth, and you know this, Matthew.
The physical realm does not rotate, but the aether field does rotate with it. But it is only the top half. For we are in a fixed firmament, and we are not in space.
Those are all false statements in my view.
Matthew, where is finishing that rotation of the air?
It doesn't. What do you mean? Where does it finish?
You are saying that atmosphere it's rotating together with the Earth. I'm asking you now, where is the end of that rotation? Because there is a vacuum somewhere. Are you telling me there is a vacuum and that air it's rotating through that vacuum?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how it works way up at the top of the atmosphere. But near the ground, it's rotating about the same size or the same speed as the ground.
That means that air it's rotating 1,000 miles per hour, and then we have winds plus, and we have winds plus.
Yeah, so at the equator in
but if we don't have wind for example, if we have like a zero wind, nothing, then we are rotating 1,000 miles per hour.
Yes, at the airport in Quito, Ecuador, which is on the equator, the ground is and there's no wind. Then the ground would be moving
east to west.
I suppose I'd have to finish the sentence, but
No, I'm asking because I want to understand. I'm very confused, Matthew, because you said that atmosphere is rotating together with the Earth. I'm asking, is that east to west?
Yes.
Now I'm asking you how that aeroplane who is coming from the west, it's rotating together with that atmosphere.
It's like Donato.
Because that aeroplane is going against that rotation,
Yeah. So it's all relative to the speed of the air speed.
But let's say that these two airplanes pass each other in the same moment. Are they going the same speed, or one is going faster and one is going slower?
In the reference frame of the air, they're going the same speed. In the reference frame of the globe, they're going different, I suppose.
In the reference frame of what they are going slower or faster?
Faster, yeah.
How?
Based on whether you measure which reference frame you measure. It's all simple geometry of reference frames.
Man, listen, I have two airplanes. Let's say they're on the same elevation, and they will pass each other, But the one is coming from the west, and one is coming from the east, And you are telling me that that airplane who is coming from the west, it's going 300 miles per hour, and that from the east is also coming 300 miles per hour, but that from the east is coming 1,300 miles per hour, and that from the west he's going 700 miles per hour.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So if they're both flying at 300 miles per hour airspeed in the air, but one's going east and one's going west, then from the reference frame of the air, they're both going 300 miles an hour. But if they're at the equator and you want to use the reference frame,
they're not at the equator. They are flying over the Azerbaijan now in this moment.
Then from the reference frame of the North Pole, one would be going, 700 miles an hour plus 300. The other would be going 700 miles an hour minus 300, something like that.
And that has logic for you.
Yeah. Hey, real quick.
Logic of
no, it's just flight time stuff, dude. It's just numbers on a screen. Hey, Matthew, I have 3 questions for you. Number 1.
Right.
Number 1. Right. Do you think we live on a sphere with curvature?
The Earth is
yes
roughly
or no?
a sphere, yes.
Okay, all right. So the Earth has curvature, right?
Yes.
Second question. How long have you been arguing with us about this, or debating, or conversing?
A couple, I don't know, a year and a half or more.
Okay. And in that time, do you think that there might have been an opportunity for you to go out and even measure once?
Yes,
to back up your claim?
Yes, there would have been an opportunity.
Yeah. So, third question is, why the fuck haven't you done that yet?
I feel it's unnecessary because I'm pretty secure in my belief.
So it's unnecessary to get the very thing. Listen, it's so you think it's unnecessary to get the very thing for which we ask in the debate.
Yes, because
Awesome.
the other evidence
Thank
is
you.
so strong.
The only thing
He's
that
all
we
yours.
ask for, you are not willing to do. It's absolutely amazing.
Cult member.
It's literally the only thing that we want is for people to go and do it for themselves. And you just blatantly say, I do not have to. What the hell?
Because he believes the science, I guess? The science of fucking bullshit?
Cult member.
Like literally, how do you not think that is such a cultist mindset? You just don't fucking want to do it because someone else told you it is this way.
It's like bath time. You just You have too much of a tantrum at bath time, even though it's going to clean you off, make you better, right? You're just like, fuck bath time, and I'm never going to do it. So, there. Think about that when you're laying in bed tonight. Think about how I compared you to a toddler who won't take a bath.
I did do some of my own research with the full moon.
And does the sky tell you anything about the ground?
The sky tells us about the realm that we live in, yes, but not specifically about the ground.
Just the ground. That's a specific question.
No, the sky tells us nothing about the ground.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure there was time after you said that so people can clip this stuff out. That's brilliant. Thank you.
It's just that we would like honesty, and we truly aren't getting honesty. We really aren't. With anybody that
I believe
just
everything I've
believes-
said.
Listen, when you just believe, that's not being honest. Because we just told you, this is all we want for you to do, is go and test it for yourself. And you just are so dishonest, you say blatantly, I do not want to. That's
the truth. How is that
being
dishonest?
dishonest, though. You can
because you're being
prove it
dishonest
to
with yourself, bro. You're believing faculties above your own experience. You're putting your merit in a cupboard and using their merit as a persistence of knowledge for you to have a foundation to stand on, not knowing that foundation is fucking weak as shit, has no truth to it.
That's perfect analogy. It's like when your favorite sports team wins on TV and you say, we won.
That's right, dude. Exactly. And the thing here with the guys and the girls and everybody that it gets annoyed with, I guess, is that they are asking you to work it out for yourself through actual tests to give you a conclusive understanding of what you claim to believe, instead of taking it at face value from these so-called whatever and listening to them and having their truth valued more than your own truth. It makes you look like a fucking fool, man. It makes you look stupid. And you're not stupid. You seem like an intelligent fella. You're able to talk, have conversation. So go and test it. Go and test all this shit you talk about and find out. Don't just sit on the fence going, oh, I just fucking believe this because of so-and-so. Because to us, you just look like a fucking moron, bruv. That's why we're saying you're not being honest, because you're not being truthful with yourself. You're selling out that truth for the belief system given to you by bullshit fallacies. And we challenge that consistently.
Well, that's why I did those observations of the moon, because it's an inference to the best explanation, and I came to a conclusion that my explanation was better.
Matthew, because looking at the moon, just by looking at the moon, you can determine the shape of the ground you're standing on.
That's what I was going to say, Jim.
Every time when I look at the moon, oceans start to curve. Every time.
Yeah, you look at the moon and the water starts bending because you saw the moon.
And you can measure the drop, but only when you look the moon. You need to, with one eye you look the moon, and with another eye you look the horizon, and you can see and drop it on 10 miles. It's I think 66 drop, 66 foot.
It's like seeing a bunch of girls and saying, therefore I'm a pussy because I see girls.
You must look in the moon in the same time when you look the horizon. Then it's curvature there.
Listen, all I'm saying is it's weird that the only remaining Glober.
I'll say cat. Next time I'll say cat. I see a bunch of cats, therefore I'm a pussy because I see cats.
Right, exactly. I'm a cat because I own 4 cats. Like what? And by the way, I don't own 4 cats, just 1. Anyway, it's funny to me that the only remaining Globers that really make an appearance here are folks like Matthew, where we have to sit and like kind of psychologically pick them apart for the audience, because a lot of people, they just don't pick up on that kind of thing. But it's like if I actually had to deal with Matthew Learns as maybe a professor or someone in my life, I would have a very difficult time doing that. And he's not even a representation of your typical glober, right? Because they come in here, they're human beings, they're honest about stuff, they lie about stuff, but we have like an organic conversation. Matthew might as well be a computer program. It's the weirdest fucking thing.
I'm not a computer program. In fact,
know.
I don't think computers can think, but that's a separate topic.
But did you know they could laugh? They could program anything to do anything.
That's right.
But not have empathy. Do you have empathy for your fellow man? Do you want to be honest to your fellow man?
I do. I try to be honest.
Okay, but you just lied when you just saying that you want to be honest is a lie.
Tell me a
okay, let's prove it. Let's prove it. Let's prove it, and then I'll give the floor to everybody else. Ready? Can you be honest? Yes or no?
Yes,
okay.
I can be honest.
Okay, good. So, is the Earth rotating?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Logic and reason and evidence.
So you don't know that, you're just inferring based on what? Electrical stimuli in your own personal experience, your brain? There?
Oh, you asked if it was rotating. You didn't ask if I know it's rotating.
Okay, I fail to see the difference. Do you know that the Earth is rotating, Matthew?
I believe that it's rotating.
Right, okay. So okay. But that was honest, right? You believe it's rotating. You don't know that, do you?
I'm trying to be very careful. I know you guys have a distinction between those terms, so yes.
Yeah, it's just called empiricism, hyperspecificity. We just want to be correct, if that's okay with you.
No, it's good.
Okay. Well, I mean, folks, he was honest. He believes the Earth is rotating because there's an absence of empirical evidence for rotation of the Earth. But again, he was honest.
I didn't say
so thank
that,
you for being honest,
yeah.
Matthew. No, that's what it is. That's just kind of the deal. Anyway.
By the way, I've y'all seen the new show from NASA? The Archimedes or whatever it's called. They're rolling out the moon rocket.
Oh, good.
They have like a whole Artemis. They have like a whole orchestra and everything. It's hilarious.
An orchestra? Like musicians?
Yes.
Like a pit crew?
Yes.
Fucking marimbas up there getting hit? Okay.
Fuck, that is gold,
Someone
bro.
got a
Holy
fucking
shit.
cello section. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Fucking
crazy. Why not, right? Let's just go all out. Where's MC Hammer making a comeback at this motherfucker? Like, come on.
Oh, dude. He's so good.
Anyway, sorry. I'll bow out for now.
Apart from being knowledgeable motherfuckers, bro, you guys are comedians, bro. Always got me cracking up laughing. Fucking love it.
Yeah, but it's not funny. It's laughable, but not funny.
It's not funny. You know the best joke we got, sir? The globe.
Oh, the globe is definitely comedy. I mean, they tell you you're a monkey. What can be funnier than that? You being a monkey. That's pretty funny.
So Matthew, you're saying you don't have a distinction between knowing and believing?
Well, I'm saying they overlap, and I think that many people in the server think they're non-overlapping.
Do they?
I can believe that the ocean is made out of salt water, then I can go test it myself, and then I can know it. And I would say that in that case, I know it and I believe it.
Well, I mean, you don't have to believe it anymore, right? Because you know it's true.
I think belief says that you can believe true things.
Matthew, did you say logic?
Yes, you can believe true
for
things.
sphere. Did you say logic for sphere?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. What do you think about James' logic, my logic, all other people's logic? That's not logic then.
Hold on. Before you go to the logic part, because I want to finish this part with the belief part. So let's say, Matthew, if you don't go test if the ocean is practically salt water, made out of salt, would you ever know?
No, you wouldn't know until you actually test it yourself, experience it yourself, maybe taste it.
So there is a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, there is definitely a difference.
So now, when you come to rotation of the Earth, you really don't know. You believe it, like you said, but isn't any possible way for you to know that it is rotating?
I would say I have a strong belief, but knowing personally by my own senses, no.
Now, can your belief be wrong?
Yes, beliefs can be wrong or they can be right.
Can knowing something be wrong?
Knowing something can't be wrong because knowing implies that it's true.
You can know things that are wrong. Otherwise, how would you correct what you know?
I think maybe you'd say that you'd believe things then.
Oh, it's just a dialectic. They're both the same.
Yeah,
it's just different scenarios for the situation.
Just like you're saying that you believe the Earth is a globe, spinning globe. You believe that, right, Matthew? It could be wrong. Could it be?
Yes, it could be wrong. I believe it.
So you believe the Earth has curvature, but you don't know that it does, correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Your
But you
belief is
could
based
go
on
you
what
could go
now?
out and test it, but you don't for some reason.
So your belief is based on what they taught you, then, right?
Yeah, based on what they taught me, based on the evidence and observations that I've seen and looked at.
Evidence.
Observations.
Well, yeah, I mean, photographic evidence.
The photos are doctored.
With the data?
He's saying photos of the moon. He sees photos of the moon, therefore the Earth is a spinning globe.
Oh, I was talking about
Oh, my fuck.
photos of the Earth.
So
what?
have you ever heard?
Photos of the Earth. Which one, Matthew? Can you present one?
Have you ever heard the saying? Hear nothing of what you hear. Believe nothing of what you hear, and half of what you see.
Yeah, I've heard that. It's a radically skeptical stance, but I've heard that.
Right, because
Remain
skeptical. Can you say? Because can you say a photo can't be doctored or edited or created? Or
photos can be doctored and edited. That's right.
right. So you still don't have the evidence. You just have circumstantial evidence that might be and not might be. It may not be true. Right.
Hey, well, if you're looking at evidence, then you need to determine the source of the evidence and see if it's believable or not. Yeah. So
then the question becomes. How can you verify those images?
You'd have to look
Matthew
at
standards, it has to come from a glober. If it comes from a flat earther, he wouldn't believe it. It has to come from globers. Then he believes it. Or the government. If it's the government, he believes it. If it's a flat earther, he doesn't believe it.
I just want to find out how does he validate these images?
Just like you validate anything in history, you look at the source, who is saying it, what their motivations might be, determine their where it came from. So yeah, it's a complicated process, I admit, but that just because something's a photo doesn't mean it's false.
I mean, especially when I mean, there's definitely a violation. They're telling you to take an image from, let's say Narnia, right? I could give you an image of a talking lion. Does that mean that image is true?
Yeah. So if somebody said, "Oh, here's a picture, an actual photograph from Narnia," then I would say, okay, they're lying because Narnia is a fake place. There's no way they could take a photograph there.
Right. So I mean, it goes to the second law, thermodynamic violation, which they say they take those images from. So how can you believe that they're taking that from that place that can't really exist because the gases on Earth will definitely take off because of non-containment?
Most people who understand the second law of thermodynamics say that the Earth's atmosphere is not a violation, that space is not a violation of the second law.
I mean, they will have to validate that, right? So how do you validate that you don't need containment other than when begging the question, right?
I mean, there's some things you could test to see if the story holds up or not. You could do some mathematical calculations to see if it matches your expectations. That kind of.
Well, then you're going to the abstract again, right? You're not going to actual evidence.
Well, so what do you mean? So
I mean, like
verification?
I said, you can make the calculation for how much force Superman needs to jump over the Empire State Building. It doesn't make Superman real, but you can actually calculate that, though.
Yeah, you could calculate fake things. That's right.
Right. So having a presupposition on the math isn't really going to help you give you that evidence, right? You just you're making up stuff. So
I'd learn math in a nanosecond, but the problem is that my brain is an open system. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah. So the container thing is the atmospheric pressure doesn't require a container. It's held by the weight of the air, and that's why we see pressure get lower and lower the higher you go.
Now, how do you get pressure in the first place, though?
But same principle. The higher you go, the less and less it is. But the lower the weight of the atmosphere causes atmospheric pressure.
Don Pettit here.
Can you
Corbett.
Pettit here. We once went to the moon, but we lost the technology.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We destroy all technology.
I mean, can you provide
And
evidence?
then
He was getting somewhere.
We changed the concept of space to LEO, lower Earth orbit.
We should let Elbow TV pick back up where he was just then. Okay, thank you.
So
Go have some coffee,
can
Don.
you provide evidence of that other than begging the question?
Yeah. So if I say, "Oh, the atmosphere's weight causes pressure," the evidence would be, "Oh, look, at lower in the atmosphere, there's higher pressure. So barometric pressure. That's the evidence."
No, you understand what you're doing, though. You're begging the question. You have a presupposition. You're trying to prove that gases can stay here on Earth without a container, without providing proof of a containless gas, other than begging the
Fucking
question.
nonsense.
Oh, I see. No, I'm not talking about a container. I'm talking about weight causing pressure.
Right. So can you?
So we know that weight causes pressure because the lower we go, the higher the pressure is. Now the question is, could we use that instead of a container? It seems the answer is yes.
Can you show this other than say, because you see the atmosphere out there doing that, therefore that's what's actually happening.
No, right here, like if you have a sensitive enough barometer, you can actually measure a pressure differential if you hold it up high above your head versus put it down by your feet. There's actually a measurable difference in air pressure due to the weight of the atmosphere in just that, 6
But
feet.
you're affirming the consequence.
No, I'm measuring the pressure.
Yes, but you're stating this is what's happening because this is what I measure here. Instead of showing me here's a demonstration of it happening in a non-containment environment. Here's the gas pressure. Other than, look, this is what the atmosphere is doing. Therefore, this is true. You're trying to prove the non-containment with what you're trying to say is non-contained.
No, I'm just looking at the observation, which is that lower altitudes have higher pressure. That's a straight up measurement.
It still does not prove a non-contained atmo.
It's evidence that the weight of the atmosphere increases pressure.
Still does not prove non-containment.
I think you're right. It doesn't prove it. It gives evidence for there being an alternate explanation.
There's just an explanation isn't evidence. It's just stories. I mean, I could just say, everybody's fart, it just makes more gas down here. Therefore, that's why it's more pressure here, and there's not nobody farting up top.
Well, so it's either assume that the weight of the atmosphere actually is enough to create atmospheric pressure, or I could reify some magical container that nobody's ever seen.
I mean, it's exactly what you're doing. Otherwise, that we know that to have gas pressure, not a delta, gas pressure, you need a containment. I mean, that's you could definitely demonstrate this. You can't demonstrate the latter.
Yeah, you're talking about pressure in a small container. I'm talking about atmospheric pressure, which is different,
Yeah,
like not contained.
no, I'm saying weighted gas containing itself.
Hey, Elbow, do you mind if I read something to Matthew and see if he agrees with
Yeah,
this?
go ahead.
We do mind, Helio.
Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Do it, bro.
Right, it's fine. This
That's
week's
why he
weather
said it.
questions comes. This week's weather question comes. This is CBS 42. It's in Birmingham. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They're gonna say the same shit. It's a question that we're asked to the meteorologist. He wants to know how much the atmosphere weighs. We know that air weighs 14.7 psi, or pounds per square inch, at sea level, meaning about 15 pounds are pressing down on every square inch of you. Do you agree with that part of it, Matthew?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Okay, cool. In other words, that's about the weight of a car pressing down on you all the time. So to find out how much the atmosphere weighs, we need to know how many square inches make up the atmosphere, which is about 793 quadrillion square inches. How they came up with that, I don't know. Do you agree with them on the 793 quadrillion square inches?
Yeah, my guess would be if you take the 3959 and then as a radius, then you calculate
That's on the surface.
That's
on
surface.
the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
you
the
take that
surface
radius, calculate the surface, and then put it in terms of square inches. That'd be my guess.
Wait.
The maths don't add up.
Hold on. That is that the square inches of Earth's. The Earth. Well, hold on. Let me continue.
Yeah.
When we multiply the average pressure pressing down or exerted on you, 14.7 pounds. We already know that number. Times the square inches that make up the atmosphere, 793 quadrillion. See, this is where I'm confused about that number. I mean, because they're not measuring the Earth at that point; they're measuring the atmosphere. They said it's 793 quadrillion square inches. That equals about 11. Shit, I don't even know. That's a big number. Over 11 quintillion is what it says. Now, the next thing you may be wondering is why we don't get crushed by all this weight. It's because the weight that is distributed evenly over Earth's surface and evenly over the surface of your body, the amount of pressure exerted inward, like from above and beside, is balanced by the pressure exerted outward because we breathe in the atmosphere too. I guess their meteorologist at that channel answered that. That doesn't make any sense, man.
Well, that just proves that the body is also a pressurized system.
I mean, did you see that?
It is.
Did you see that article from Britannica that I posted?
Yeah.
It said in 1798, British physicist Henry Cavendish became the first person to accurately determine the mass of Earth. His painstakingly conducted experiment calculated the density of Earth and thus the value of G.
That's not an experiment.
Is that painstaking to put a couple of sticks in the ground? The universal gravitation.
That was the lead balls in the shed, Helio.
Oh yeah, Cavendish was the lead balls. Yeah. My bad. That was a little. It's a little more than putting the sticks in the ground. I was thinking of Eratosthenes. Anyway, the universal gravitational constant, first proposed by Isaac Newton in 1687. While mass and weight are not interchangeable, weight is a variable, while mass is constant. Cavendish's weighing of the world experiment yielded a result. See, weight and mass are totally different things, so they're already confusing this. experiment yielded a result of approximately 6 sextillion tons. The
Yeah, it's
total
pretty
mass,
heavy.
the total mass of Earth's atmosphere is about 5.5 quadrillion tons, or roughly 1/millionth of Earth's mass. Extends from its ocean, land, and ice-covered surface outward into space, and its density is greatest closest to the surface because the gravitational attraction of the planet pulls the gases and aerosols, microscopic suspended particles of dust, soot, smoke, or chemicals inward. Air is heavier and thus easier to breathe at sea level since the air molecules sit close together, compressed by the weight of air from above. As elevation increases, however, air molecules spread farther apart and the air becomes lighter. So how does the lighter air molecules compress the molecules that are closer to Earth?
Because they're on
Yeah.
top of it. It's the weight of the atmosphere sort of pressing down. Kind of like water pressure works the same way with liquid.
Yeah, but water's not air. Can be. It can. It can take a form of air. In a form of vapor.
Yeah. So you're asking how do the lighter ones up on top press down on the ones below it?
I mean, this is their claim. I'm just. I mean, really.
Yeah, you know those little squishy balls that you can grab to exercise your fingers. Those things. And imagine you had a whole big pile of those. The ones at the top would be not squished, and the ones at the bottom would be squished, and sort of due to the weight. And the atmosphere sort of works similar to that, I think.
Really? Do you know that for a fact?
No, I'm not an atmospheric scientist. This is just sort of common sense thinking it through.
But what's funny is the next paragraph says, many a tall tale has been inspired by the world's oceans, from stories of mysterious monsters to legends about ghost ships like the Flying Dutchman. While all are capable of inducing ocean aversion in even the most intrepid terrestrial explorer, no maritime legend strikes fear into the seafarer quite like that of a rogue wave. Perhaps this is perhaps because this fabled wall of water is no longer limited to folklore. It has become an accepted scientific phenomenon. I don't know why they're bringing that into the weight of the atmosphere. Oh, wait, shit, I clicked on... No. Oh, that's just a different article. Never mind. So they just left it at... They left it at... Yeah, they left it at that, at the end of that. It's like, yeah. This is how much the atmosphere weighs based on how big we know the atmosphere is. But they don't actually, do they? Because if they're going to talk about air pressure, you're going to have to talk about a container, right? Air cannot contain itself.
I think the weight of the air does cause pressure.
Well, why? Why do you think that?
Because a simple observation of a barometer being higher pressure, the lower you go, with no container in between.
So the lighter air on top causes higher air pressure toward the ground with no container.
Right. Yeah. You don't like I said, you could go outside with the barometer.
You're avoiding the word gravity like it's nobody's business.
Please.
Oh no, I'm talking about weight. I'm just calling it weight because we agree that air has.
Great.
Yeah, we agree there's weight.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can agree where there's weight, but the definition of air pressure is it requires a container.
The definition of gas pressure does, not atmospheric pressure. They're different.
Atmosphere is made of gas.
Right.
Well, let me do a little something else real quick. What's the difference between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure?
They're one and the same. They're gases.
Hey, guess what? You can't have pressure unless something's pressing upon a surface. That's just how it. No. That's a physical law, Matt. You can't just brush by it because you like numbers. You cannot have a pressure without something against which the thing can press. The gas, the air. The word pressure wouldn't be used. Do you understand? Like, come on. Talk about common sense. Get some.
So why is there a difference in pressure higher versus lower altitude?
First, we'd have to be outside, you and me going up and demonstrating that and then testing shit with it, dude. You can't just bring that as if someone's done it somewhere. Oh, let's just hypothetically do this and maybe that's good enough for a scientific debate. It's not.
Matthew, that should be obvious. All gases are produced at ground level. And so there's obviously going to be more dense gases at ground level.
It doesn't equalize? How come it doesn't equalize?
Then it's going to equalize as it goes. It's constantly produced at ground level, constantly introduced from plants, from caves, wherever gas is manufactured on the earth, constantly being introduced at ground level from the trees, from wherever gas is being made, from the plankton, from the ocean producing oxygen. I mean, I could go on and on for days about all the things that produce gas on the surface of the earth. That's why it's denser, because it's being produced at that level. And then as it graduates up, it becomes less dense, obviously, because it takes time for it to disperse.
Shouldn't take that long.
How long? Did I give it a time? It's constantly being introduced, constantly. It never stops. Massive quantities of oxygen are being released by plankton, by plants, by you name it, constantly. So it's going to be denser at ground level, period. That's common sense right there.
What about if you're inside a room? Oh, I see Donato asked something. If you're inside a room.
You can't compare that to the atmosphere. You're talking about an atmosphere that is 60, 80, 100 miles in height. You're not talking about an 8-foot ceiling here. You can't even compare the two.
Even inside a room.
It's like trying to compare a oxygen tank with gases in it to the atmosphere. This tank's only 2 feet tall.
Even inside a room, the top of the room at the ceiling has less pressure than the bottom of the room at the floor because of the weight of the air in that room.
Because the gases are being produced at ground level.
Not inside a room.
Yeah, they're coming in through the windows and coming in because they travel at high speeds in all directions, Matthew.
Oh, I thought it happens slowly. It's high speeds?
Isn't that in the what they teach you? Gases travel at high speeds in all directions?
Okay, so what if I take all the plants out of the room so there's nothing producing oxygen? I close up all the windows and doors and seal it up pretty good. I would still find a differential in pressure from the top of the ceiling to the floor.
How much would it be? Can you show me that difference?
There are equations for altitude versus pressure.
I want to see direct measurement with pressure gauges. I don't want to hear no calculation. We got capability of putting pressure gauges at the top of the room and one at the bottom of the room.
Right.
We can tell exactly how much difference there is.
Right.
Without calculating a damn thing.
Right. I predicted it would match the calculations, but I haven't done it myself.
I think you guys are having the wrong conversation with Matthew, because I've had the opportunity to listen to this guy for, I don't know, a couple of years now, and he's very careful about what he says and how he says it, right? Like his troll is a pretty smart one. He's not here to debate. He's here to assert his belief system, right? He's just telling you what he thinks. He tells you what he believes. And then people get frustrated because the absurdity of those beliefs and thoughts violate all logic and all reason and, of course, all evidence. So the real question that you have to ask about Matthew is he insane, or is he evil, or is he stupid? And I think it's kind of a combination of all three, because you can't have one without the others, if you know what I mean. So try to ask Matthew more questions about his motivations for his beliefs, not so much whether or not it's possible. I mean, the globe's been falsified. Luckily, they gave us dimensions, so we went ahead and falsified that. So his belief system is based on just basically bias and desire, not necessarily evidence.
Well, he says, to be honest, we allow him in here because he's cordial, and for new people listening, they're gonna ask the same questions, and he's gonna answer them the same Globey way, and he's nice enough to actually play the Globey and be cordial about it.
Did I say kick him out, Helio? Did I say that?
No,
did I say
didn't say that.
Well,
Yeah,
right.
we've
So
already
why are
asked
you?
him. We've already
I know why
been
he's
talking
here.
to him for months. Yeah, we've already been talking to him for
years.
months. We don't have to necessarily go over. Yeah, we don't have to go over his motivations and everything. He asks
Helio,
good
but
questions.
what
I
is
mean,
wrong?
he pretty much
Helio,
stands up for the Globey
what is
side,
wrong
whatever.
with the guy? What he said now about Matthew? What is wrong with that?
Oh, well, go ahead and ask him any
He
questions.
doesn't like it. That's what's wrong.
Oh.
He doesn't like it. Come
But
on, guys.
I like it. But I like it.
No, sure, go ahead, ask him. I don't care. I mean,
No. He doesn't
I
like
think
it.
he'll
It's
answer
not
it.
allowed. Come on, guys.
No, I was just telling you what I think and why he's here. That's all right.
Yeah.
Ask him any question you want.
All right, everyone calm down. Everyone calm down.
If you want to know my motivation, I'll just tell you. My motivation is that I want to accurately represent the scientific consensus, the globe side, and explain it well. Now, my secondary motivation is that I suspect that if people truly understand the globe side well, that they will realize that it's true. So that's the secondary motivation. I'm happy to explain it well.
All right, so you say things, right? Like, this is the cleverness of your troll. Once again, scientific consensus. There are no scientists that, as far as I know, that actually use the scientific method, right? Like Michio Kaku admits. No, none of it. Nobody in his field uses the so-called scientific method. So is the method being used to support your side? And if you say yes, then you are lying, right? That's why you're evil.
You're talking about a consensus, a scientific consensus of.
What does that mean? Method. What is that term? What does that mean? What is scientific consensus? I need you to define that for me.
Sure. If 95% of scientists say the same thing, then it's probably a good indication that you could call it a consensus. So
yeah. Okay. So you can cite that. Now you need to cite that definition, or you're just making stuff up.
That's my.
Which is once again.
That's just
okay. So that's garbage. That means nothing. That just means what you think. That's subjective. We don't need that here. There's no need for subjectivity here. We're here to talk about the Earth in a very empirical way, right? Like, we're talking about evidence, concrete, stuff like that. Subjectivity, there's really no room for that. In fact, we police ourselves when we start to speculate about stuff. We say, okay, we're speculating. This is just a thought. This is just an idea. You assert your subjective ideas in such a way where you want to give this kind of, like scientific, like people have tested this and proved it idea, which is really disingenuous and kind of crappy, really.
No,
wouldn't you agree?
No, I would not agree.
You don't think that? So you think that it's okay to promote handing over your intellect to other people who teach you things in a subjective manner? You're okay with that?
I'm not okay with that. No.
That's what you're doing.
I don't think that's what I'm doing.
No, I don't see. You don't think so. You just want to. Once again, we're already back to the subjective. Why so much subjectivity, Matthew? Why can't we actually get down to some empirical, objective things? It's just opinion. My opinion is it's a globe. My opinion is you can have gas pressure without a container. My opinion is, it's just opinion. So, I mean, and Helio's right. Like, we get a chance to listen to you assert your opinions. And so the rest of the audience can hear that. I'm actually thankful that you come. I'm just sometimes like, you draw a crowd. Like, people come in because Matthew's here. Like, he's so weird. It's crazy. All he has is opinions, and he says, I think, and I believe, but he never has any evidence. Like, it's great. You're a great globe representative, and I appreciate you coming in. I'm just curious as to why you like to reinforce this idea of, everything's okay just because it's opinion. Like, we'll treat opinion as fact, basically.
I think evidence is more important than opinion.
Matthew, are you a God-fearing man at all? Do you believe in God? Matthew?
Oh yeah, I think there's clear evidence that the universe was created by an intelligent being. and so there's strong
And
respect for
would
God.
you believe that it's a sin to lie to people?
Yes, definitely.
Uh-oh. I think you're going to have some troubles, bro.
What's your definition of lying?
Not telling the truth.
I would say that there's some intentionality involved also.
No, you can't get away with saying I didn't know when everybody has told you that the shit's going on.
I think you know far well enough about things, Matthew, that you could check into this stuff and the way we've done and prove to yourself that you are lying about a lot of stuff. And I would advise heavily against that, my friend.
Sure. So when you say I'm lying, it sounds like you're saying I'm intentionally
When you say
deceiving.
objective stuff, that's what I'm saying. It's not fact. You're presenting it as so. In a manner, you are.
You're teaching something that has never been proven correct, and you're teaching it as if it is correct.
Yeah.
Tension comes when you say, well, yes, you're right. For me to prove whether or not the globe is a thing, I would have to go out and actually measure it for myself. And you've admitted this evening that you on purpose refuse to do that. You instead look at the sky and confirm your bias. So now the plausible deniability is not even there for you in a sense of honesty, right?
Well, okay, so let me ask this sort of simplified version of the question. If the Pope himself comes out and says God exists, and then Richard Dawkins comes out and says God does not exist, is one of them lying?
Absolutely.
Who are they? Why are they the arbiters of the topic? Who cares?
A famous theist and a famous atheist. That's
who cares? Who cares? What does their opinion matter?
It doesn't.
We're talking about objective
I'm trying
here.
to figure out what you mean by lying.
The Pope says God exists. Is he going to bring some cowbell with it? Richard Dawkins says God doesn't exist. Is he bringing any cowbell? I mean, that example is so stupid I can't even fit it into my head. What are you talking about?
I'm asking if Richard Dawkins says God does not exist, is he lying?
It's a non sequitur.
No, we're talking about lying and deception.
No, you're using red herring. Yeah, you're using something that isn't what was talked about.
I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say I'm lying.
Well, did you say on purpose that you will not, for yourself, validate whether or not the Earth is a globe?
Yes,
you intentionally avoid. So there's an intent that you avoid disproving something that can be disproven.
I think it's unnecessary, so I haven't done that specific.
You think. There it is again. He thinks it's unnecessary. You got to pay attention. It's in there every time. I think, I believe, I think, I believe.
Because you're in anchor bias. You're in a appeal to inertia, staying in the same place. You don't plan on changing your point of view.
Sonny, do you think there are pink
I
unicorns?
think you know better, Matthew, and you're going to get a spanking someday.
Sonny, do you think there?
That's what I think.
Sonny, do you think there are pink unicorns that live at the top of Mount Soledad and near San Diego?
No, but I think there's just as much proof of those as there is of the globe.
Have you ever been there? Have you ever checked to see if there are pink unicorns up there?
I've been up there, yes. I've been up there. I never did see anything like that.
Yeah, but have you been up there? Like, have you monitored it to see if there aren't any?
What am I going to fucking do? Camp out on Mount Soledad?
Yes.
Proof of a pink unicorn was just posted.
So here's someone that has never gone out to look at and measure the surface of Earth, telling someone else how they ought to look for pink unicorns. You're really silly, man.
Okay, so it turns out I agree with Sonny that he doesn't need to be up at Mount Soledad checking for pink unicorns because he has other reasons for thinking they don't exist.
Sonny, would you want to know if there were pink unicorns up there?
Yeah, I sure would.
Okay, well then you probably would go look then, wouldn't you?
I sure would.
Yeah, but if you didn't want to know that the Earth was a globe, you would avoid that at all costs, right? You would avoid measuring it.
It
Yeah,
wouldn't be
okay.
necessary, right, Matthew? It just wouldn't be necessary then, because I don't plan on changing my point of view or my opinion. Then why would, that's the only reason why it would not be necessary. If you just don't plan on changing it, you're in anchor bias. You don't plan on changing your point of view. You don't care about evidence showing the contrary to your point of view or your.
Dude, he might be right about it not being necessary, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Because
talking
if
about.
he's
There's
not gonna,
other evidence.
if Matthew, if you're not gonna apply what you've learned here, i.e., facts, to your life, then it doesn't fucking matter to you, right? Like we're applying it to our lives. We're trying to help people wake up. Your existence not only does the complete opposite of that, but you're not going to take from this something you can utilize. So to you, it's just fucking whatever, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you still think we believe stuff instead of know stuff, I guess. So it's of no consequence the shape or if the Earth's moving or not or whatever, right?
And you keep on getting paid by the Jesuit college. No surprises.
You're thinking of Loyola University. I don't work for that college.
Well, I still think you're going to get a spanking someday, Matthew, because I think you know that you're.
I don't think he's going to get a chance to get that spanking, if you know what I mean. You go a different route.
Well, I'd like to see him definitely save himself, but.
Yeah, I mean, either way, Matthew, you're a smart enough guy to know that you've been completely lying to yourself and a lot of people here for a long time. So I just hope that you like man to man. I'm not even talking about like, hey, we're on a live stream. You got to put up, you got to look a certain, say a certain. No. Hey, man, like that's gonna come back. So just letting you know.
Matthew, do you teach the globe? Do you teach the globe to your children?
I teach math, but the globe doesn't come up. But Glad, let me ask you this: Do you think that I sincerely think the Earth is flat, and I'm just trying to?
No, I don't think that you think anything. I think that you know it's flat. You know that we are on the right side of this factually, and that's why everybody is saying to you, "Hey, man, you're being dishonest," and gosh, it's not gonna look good for you later. Like that's kind of how that works. If you lie a bunch, your life's gonna be shitty later.
Okay.
Shit comes back to you. Does that make sense?
Yes,
and I don't care if you say that you believe something, yada yada yada. The fact is, you're not stupid enough. I know this to still think it's a globe. Therefore, you are lying to us, right? It's an ipso facto kind of deal.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, and I agree with the idea that if someone lies to themselves, it's bad if they are doing self-deception. But I'm reporting to you as the owner of my own mind that what it's a sincerely held belief and thought that I genuinely don't think the Earth is flat.
Whatever. I just wanted to say that, man to man, because like.
Do you think it's possible that there are smart people that might disagree?
No. Hold on, Matthew. You don't own your own mind. You have given that away. You've given your authority to think for yourself over to people that you don't know. So don't tell us that you own your own mind. That's a lie in itself.
You gotta remember that when he says that he knows that the Earth is not flat, he's definitely probably talking about the propaganda thing, because obviously nobody knows what the Earth actually is. So he's probably telling the truth when he says that. I mean,
I'm sure he has an audience he can't let down either, Gemsy.
because we don't know what the Earth is. So when he says, "I know it's not flat," maybe there's something there. But he was laughing when he was like nervous laughing when he said, "I own my mind." Why do you laugh when you say that, bro?
Because it's a ridiculous idea that you can't think your own thoughts. Everybody thinks their own thoughts. What are you talking about?
Okay.
But
So can you go to the university as a flat earther and say, "Hey, I'm a flat earther now, and I'm teaching here in this university"?
If I thought that were true, that's what I would say. I'd probably maybe try to hide it or something so I wouldn't lose my job, maybe. But I would be honest about it. I would hope anyway.
Well, I just hope that your monetary rewards. I just hope your monetary rewards are actually, you feel that they're more valuable than your eternal rewards.
What monetary rewards? Just like getting
your
paid?
money, you get paid. You're to tell these lies.
No, I get paid to teach math, and I teach math. I don't get paid for telling lies.
You teach this. You teach the. I've seen you teaching it here.
Well, you also have a YouTube channel, and you are incentivized to promote the side of the YouTube promotes, which is deception and lies.
Yeah, so I have, let's see, 3 videos that mention the idea of flat Earth, and I have made ad revenue off that totals something like $3.40 maybe. That's a
The only reason I say these things to you, Matthew, is I want you to reconsider yourself, and because I would like to see you in a much better position.
Sure, and I appreciate the sentiment behind that. So I do appreciate that you, and I recognize that it's genuine concern that you have for me, and I do appreciate that. I would ask you to consider the idea that it's possible that smart, sincere people have a different, disagree with you on certain things. That's all.
It's possible that Matthew is doing this, to show other people that the globe is actually ridiculous.
It's a good thing objective reality is not a greedy thing. I'm saying.
But that's right. Objective reality just is. It's what people say about it that we do. How we interpret it. We can have disagreements about it.
Well, you gotta take into consideration that the flat Earth could be kind of like, that promotion side of the flat Earth that is out there and promoted, the propaganda thing, flat Earth that is stupid. That's what he's arguing against, and he's on the globe side. He's on the globe side, which is another ridiculous thing. So
well, I just can't help but think about the scripture that says you'd be better off with a millstone around your neck thrown into the ocean than to lie to a child.
Yeah, Jesus said that. And
yeah. Please think about that, Matthew.
No, I totally agree with that.
what if Matthew is just an NPC?
There are no such things as NPCs.
What?
An NPC would say that.
That's what an NPC will say.
I think
NPC will say, "I'm not an NPC."
no. Here's why there aren't. Intelligence requires an immaterial aspect, which is a soul. Now, if you are an atheist, then you say, "Oh, people don't have souls. We're just all mechanical things." So you could make fake mechanical things. However, in order to choose, in order to think, in order to have a self-concept, you need an immaterial aspect, and that is proof that God exists. And therefore, NPCs can't exist because they would, they have. You can't simulate
yourself. You are contradicting yourself so much right now.
Oh, sure. Tell me where.
You can't say God exists and then say evolution is happening.
We were talking about NPCs. What are you bringing up?
I don't think Matthew actually subscribes to evolution, but maybe Matthew can clarify.
I think God may have used some kind of common descent, but not undirected evolution. No, I think that there's evidence of intelligent design everywhere we look.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for clarifying.
Doesn't the globe goes with evolution? Doesn't those things go together, like hand to hand?
Sort of. If you believe in evolution, then you believe in a globe, but not necessarily the other way around.
It doesn't have to be like that. There are people that believe in evolution, but for some reason are flat earthers. Yeah.
I've never met a single flat earther who believes in evolution.
I have.
Well, could you present one to me?
It was a long time ago. I don't know their name.
The other way is fairly common, like globers who don't believe in evolution is a lot more common. Like, you have to understand, though, that this worldview, this globe worldview, is like an atheist's attempt to explain a godless existence. So of course there's going to be, and yeah, some Christians like Matthew they're gonna try and kind of hold the contradictory worldviews. Although maybe I would say they're not strictly contradictory, but I personally am of the belief they're contradictory because you're trying to explain a godless existence with a god, and at that point it doesn't make sense to me. But yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So, and I actually agree with Crypto that the main reason people don't believe in God is because they want to live their life the way they want to, or that evolution is a way of describing a godless existence.
Yeah, so. But anyway, I don't think that Matthew's because I remember you actually.
I see a special person in you, Matthew. I don't understand.
It's good for us to expose ourselves to people with whom we disagree, I think. So maybe that's why it's good for chatting.
Matthew, I do not think evolution and the belief of a god or a creationist or something like that or something above doesn't have to be an actual person. That has to be something older and more than the universe itself, and that overpowers like the basic laws of the universe. I think that idea does not contradict evolution in any way.
Sure, I mean, an all-powerful God could do whatever he wants. So that's
exactly. So
yeah, I mean, if
that's
you
why.
To take it, yeah, go on.
So
are you clinging to that as some kind of a hope or something, Matthew?
No, he was just saying they're non-contradictory, and I was agreeing.
Oh, well, I'm just wondering if you're clinging to that hope that God could do whatever he wants, and he made it close somehow.
I'm agnostic, so I don't have any reason to believe in God or not to believe in God. But if there is a God, I don't believe it's a certain God that we know of. I think it's just an idea of a God, not one certain God. Because I think it's really unlikely that somehow a random being from a random place in the universe would guess what is the God. Like, I think that's really unlikely.
That's true.
It's like the elephant cartoon, isn't it? I don't know if you've seen the elephant cartoon where people are feeling different parts of the elephant, but no one gets to know that it is an elephant, right? So is it even necessary that people can know the whole God? Is that even necessary or possible?
That's why there are different religions in the world, and
no, that's a little bit different. No, that's a bit different.
And when I'm saying that, let's say a God or a creator, I'm not saying that God is even remotely similar to the gods that we understand as now, like that have morals and have stuff like afterlife and stuff like that. I say it's just something that maybe I'm not sure about that, but maybe it's something that's just over something older and stronger than the universe itself. Like if the universe was a lab experiment by some aliens, they could be considered as gods. As if we're making life in a petri dish, they can consider us as gods because we made them.
Yes, but you cannot make a material aspect. You cannot make souls. So we could make a petri dish, but they would never be self-aware.
What do you define as souls? If you wait enough, they are going to become evolution is after a long time. They're going to evolute. How it's called when
evolve.
Something evolve. Yeah,
evolve,
they're going to evolve. They don't have to, but there is a small chance that they're going to evolve into a smart creature with self-consciousness.
So I would say that just like
and then
you
they
have
can
a
look at us
self-concept,
as God.
The part of you that can choose and think about yourself is an immaterial aspect, a soul, and just a physical brain cannot do that. And you can tell this because you can choose.
You believe in God?
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah, that's why you're saying that. Do you believe in a specific God? Or just in in an idea of a God.
Yes, I believe in the God as described in the Bible. So, for example, Crypto brought up this thing about the elephant, the blind man, all these blind men trying to figure out what the elephant. So there actually is one way in which all the blind men could figure out exactly what the elephant is, and that's if the elephant speaks to them.
But not if every blind man is in a different part of the universe with no way of communicating.
That's right. It's all about communication. So if God wants us to know about himself, he can tell us about himself, and I think he did.
It just depends on your belief. Do you believe in aliens? Yes or no?
I don't think we've ever had any aliens here, no.
No, not on Earth specifically, but in the universe. Do you believe there are aliens in the universe?
I think it's unlikely, but unknown.
It is very likely. The universe is very old. Is the oldest that it can get, that anything can get. There's nothing older than the universe, in our universe.
How old? How old is it? How old is it?
Around 14 billion years old.
And how do you come to this conclusion?
How do you know that?
By observing certain waves and certain things that came from our theorized Big Bang.
So you look through a light and you'll be able to tell how old something is because you saw a light.
We can measure something. How old is something? Let's say an organic thing very easily, but we can also not so easily, but we can still measure non-organic. Non-organic things like the universe itself.
No, we cannot.
You measure the universe?
You calculate.
Can I get a jar of that?
A jar of what?
Yeah, get it at Walmart.
How did he say he measured?
A jar of the universe. A jar is part of the universe. A jar is part of the universe. A jar with air in it is a jar of the universe.
I'm still curious about the second half of his paragraph that he was saying about if the universe is really old, then what about aliens?
He said we can measure the universe.
No. He's talking about something else.
You said that. I want to know how can we measure the universe?
No, but
okay, we can't the universe. Let's try and get. We know that he can't do that. Let's just.
I'm first answering.
But
Matthew.
He thinks he knows.
I'm first answering Matthew. Why doesn't anyone
just carry on?
talk?
Carry on.
Never.
I'm actually trying to help you talk, and now you're complaining. In that time.
Shut up.
No, you're not gonna have. You're never ever gonna tell me to shut up. You can shut up. Sorry, bro. That's never ever happening. If he apologizes to me via DMs, then he can be unmuted.
Shit.
I know what he was gonna ask, but I'll answer.
Yeah.
I'll answer what he was gonna say.
Sorry for ruining your conversation, Matthew, but that was very disrespectful.
Let me just bring it to a close. He was gonna say. The universe is so old that we evolved here. Then obviously there are lots of aliens everywhere else because they evolved other places too. And my answer was going to be no. If we were a special creation by God, it's possible that we're the only life in the whole universe.
And that sounds ridiculous too.
It's more reasonable than the opposite, I think. But there's also this idea that there's lots of planets, therefore there's all this chance of all these aliens. Well. There's so many precepts thrown in there that it's ridiculous on its face, but even after that, you start to think about can the creation of life really be thrown into like a chance algorithm? Is that even appropriate?
That's the reason why he was coming to the conclusion that there must be aliens because the universe is so vast and so big, and we know. Because we have measured it, and that's why there's aliens, because it's big.
Doesn't the inverse square law of light disprove that the stars could not be as far away as they say they are? Isn't that? They cannot be that far away.
It proves that you couldn't have gone to the moon; you would have burned up.
Yeah, these are kind of different to what was the topic before. I'm Cool's been unmuted, so if you want to if you want to finish.
Yeah, just don't be uncool.
I am cool.
So I'm
Did you
cool.
hear what I said about aliens? Go ahead. Go ahead. I am cool. We're waiting.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Huh?
I am cool.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what?
You were saying about aliens and something.
Yeah, so there's a statistic likelihood that there are other creatures on other planets are very likely, because even in, I think, a 30 light year radius from us, there are around, I think, no, I'm not sure how many, but there are a few planets which can be lived by other creatures. And
Okay, so
can be.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I agree that if it's a random
And that's
process,
only in a 30 light year radius.
yeah, so I agree with you that if it's a random process, then maybe it's statistically likely. However, my claim is that it's not random; it's a special creation of God Almighty.
If there is a God, why would he only show himself to 7 billion creations in a random place and not all over the universe?
So that we can expand and fill
why
the
do
rest
you?
of the universe.
I think
maybe.
no. I think
It's a self-defeating
saying,
argument.
Yeah, I think saying that you're the only one in the universe and you're the only one and God chose you and everything is a little bit egoistic.
Unless it's true.
That's a self-defeating argument. Can I address that, Matthew? First of all, you haven't actually made contact with any of these supposed or hypothesized alien races to figure out if God has revealed himself to them or not. So you can't possibly even make that argument. And the second thing I would say is that you've got this idea of randomness. If I was to set like a bunch of, let's just say that I took all of the parts from a jumbo jet and just
chaotic, not
threw,
random. Chaotic, not random. Two different things.
Doesn't affect what I was going to say anyway.
Yeah,
if you were to take, it doesn't. Anyway, so if you were to say take all of the parts of a jumbo jet, disassemble it, throw it all into a junkyard, and then just wait. How long would it take for that jumbo jet to reassemble itself?
It could happen in 5 seconds. It could never happen. It could happen in 5 million years. It could happen in 5 billion years. It's not a specific time, because
you think that a jumbo jet can reassemble itself at all?
Because that is random. Because that is the position of small particles which you can't calculate. Which that is literally random. You don't know where they are. And when
that's just pure insanity. To think that a jumbo jet can assemble itself.
You can't know a velocity and a location of a really, really small particle at the same time.
What do you think, Matthew? Do you think a jumbo jet can assemble itself from the parts, just given enough time?
Surprisingly, I think the answer is yes, but that the numbers are so vast that it would be way too much time.
Yeah, it's not likely that I can just run through my wall.
Matthew just said that.
Yeah, it's really not likely. Wait a second. It's really unlikely for me to just run through my wall, but it is possible.
You have to quantify how unlikely, and then multiply that by how much time.
It is very, very unlikely.
Unlikely that we haven't had enough time in the universe, and it would never.
Oh no! Unlikely that I'm going to pass through a wall.
That wasn't what we were talking about. We were talking about a jumbo jet assembling itself. The reason being that it's analogous to life creating itself out of nothing.
So, Crypto, I guess I would say practically.
Real quick. Will the jumbo jet assemble itself be unlikely or impossible? Because they're saying unlikely.
Unlikely.
Can the jumbo jet self-assemble?
Impossible.
Depending on time.
Impossible.
Yep.
Possible.
Okay, fair enough. I am cool thinks it's possible.
He is saying possible. It's impossible. Oh my God.
Even if you run a tornado through the junkyard, you scramble it around and let it settle down 100 trillion billion times, it would still be impossible. It would never happen.
No, it would be very unlikely, but it would
That
still
would
be
never happen.
possible.
Well, I feel like
Sorry.
at this point it's a distinction without a difference because it's so. Even in
No,
your
you can't
conception,
differ
it would.
between
Okay, well
impossible
now
and
I'm talking.
unlikely.
Now I'm talking. You can stop, right? Because when I talked over you earlier, you said I'm talking. I stopped. So now you need to do the same. Okay. So what you're talking about is a distinction without a difference because you're saying that it's so unlikely that it more closely assembles impossible than possible. And what I'm saying is that it's impossible. So for me, that's a distinction without a difference.
I never said that very unlikely is close to impossible. Those two things are very different because one of them is possible and one is impossible. The exact difference, opposite.
You just said something that was categorically false. Like it being very unlikely is not definitionally impossible.
Yeah, where's it gonna do?
Regardless, if something has a 1 in 5 trillion chance of happening, it can be adequately described as impossible anyway.
I agree with that. That's right.
Well, I mean, isn't there that 0.7,000 zeros and then 1%?
Wouldn't entropy play a part in the jet decomposing over time?
Yeah,
It would make it more impossible.
I wanted to tell you
more impossible.
God Rock, and I wanted to tell you a story about a metal bar in my shop that's been sitting there for 50 years. An old guy told me about it, right? And it's just a cut piece of bar, probably about 4 foot long. Maybe it's not quite an inch, so that's why they don't use it in diameter, which is some weird size. And it in that whole time, it has not turned itself or even started cutting its own threads to become a part.
But in 1,000 years from now, it's going to be gone. That's my claim. It's going to.
I wanted to ask.
Entropy is going to take over. It's going to fall apart, decompose, and be non-existent.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen before the plane assembles itself, you guys.
Exactly.
Quick question for Matthew. Another globe guy on another server that we share, I'm not going to say who, said to me that air rushing into a vacuum is a violation of the second law. Do you want to hear the full context of what he said?
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a violation. I don't know what he was saying.
Okay. Well, let me. I've posted it up in the mod room. Let me just grab it quickly. Because I was actually in disbelief when I heard it. I was like, this is literally the opposite of true. But anyway, he said that. Let me find it. One sec. Oh, there we are. So he said that air filling a vacuum is a decrease in entropy and therefore a violation of the second law and therefore can't happen.
Well, in that case, then the sun is the same because the sun breaks entropy, doesn't it?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
Doesn't that sound like the opposite of the definition of entropy?
Yeah, it's maybe he meant increase, not decrease. I don't know.
But that wouldn't be an increase.
Yeah.
Well, at some point, the sun's going to not produce its light. At some point, it says. I believe
so
that.
The point I'm trying to get to is that this was his. So he wasn't even arguing for gravity at that point. He was saying that the second law is what keeps air from rushing into the vacuous space.
Oh, jeez.
Literally.
Just the opposite.
Yeah. What do you think about that argument, Matthew?
If it's just the second law, it's talking about entropy, and it doesn't have anything specifically to do with with gas pressure and stuff. Gas pressure is an example of the second law.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it would be applicable to the second law as well.
Yeah.
Right. So, do you want to know who made that argument?
I'm guessing McToon.
No, it wasn't McToon, actually.
Roll on my boulder?
Nope.
I don't know.
Actually, Gummy Bear.
The reason our atmosphere entropy doesn't take place and destroy it is because it's in a container.
So what do you think about that?
I think I think the weight could have the same effect as a container.
I'm asking about the argument, not about your argument.
Say which one are we? I've lost track of what we're talking about.
All right, fine. No, I think we're having two conversations. That's fine. So, Matthew, if you had to spend 24 hours in a room with one person, and it had to be Quantum Eraser or the Rumpus, who would you choose and why?
QE, because I think he's an interesting guy.
Fair enough.
Speaking of
I would agree. Far more interesting than the Rumpus. I would agree with that.
Crypto, do you think the meter is a measure of distance?
Or METRE?
Yes, like meter.
I think colloquially it is. I don't know what the origin of a meter is. Because I feel like that's where this question is going.
I know, just because I'm the one asking it, you're like, oh, something's coming.
Yeah, literally.
Then do you think the next question is, do you think a light year is a measure of distance?
A light year. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too, because it's basically just a certain number of meters is a light year. It's defined in terms of how many, in the same way as a factor. But the puzzling thing is that QE was trying to say a light year is not a measure of distance, but I didn't get why he thought that.
Okay, well,
Haven't scientists been able to slow light down by passing it through a super ice cold region of glass? Haven't they actually been able to stop light?
My guess as towards QE's reasoning would be that the one-way speed of light isn't possible to measure, and therefore you can't throw that into an equation of light years.
Yeah,
so I agree with that. You can only measure the round trip speed of light.
So I think that's probably what he would say, but I'm not going to speak on his behalf. I do find it funny, though, because one thing I love to do is look into the etymology of words. Do you know what the Greek origin of the word meter is?
Probably measurement, but I'm just
measure.
guessing.
Quite literally means measure. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if someone says to you, is meter a measurement? Well, yeah, literally. Actually means measure.
Now, here's a question for you. Do you know how a meter is currently defined?
Half of one of me. No, I don't know.
It's a very specific distance in which light travels in a certain amount of time.
So that can't be known.
It can't be known exactly. You're right. So we use something that we can't know exactly as our measurement of distance, which is interesting. I mean, we can know lots of digits of precision, so it's good enough.
I mean, I suppose that's true if you're talking about how they first kind of came up with it, but nowadays a meter is an agreed upon standard, right? So it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm saying that is the agreed upon standard now. It was more colloquial before, and then eventually that's the current standard.
I mean, it's what you're saying is correct until the first meter ruler exists, and then you have a standard that's separate to light at that point.
I think the yard is measured by a certain ruler standard, or maybe it's a kilogram. A kilogram, they have like a kilogram sitting in France, and it's like, okay, this is a kilogram right here.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? Like, I don't know how they would, because you'd kilogram is like on the kilogram scale. Then, if that is a kilogram, that's cool. But if let's just say it changed weight slightly for some reason, and the scale wasn't necessarily correctly calibrated, then you wouldn't know. And so they're kind of, obviously I'm not saying that they don't know, but it's interesting that there's like this symbiotic relationship between the two. And if one of them is off and the other one is off, then you wouldn't necessarily know which one is off by how much.
Right.
Oh, I do have a funny anecdote about the rumpus if anyone's interested.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Yeah, so I was Matthew gone. I think Matthew's left. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so I was in another server the other day, and Rumpus came in and hello.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello, I'm cool. Yeah, let me just finish my story.
I am cool.
Yeah, so Rumpus came in and started calling, one of the guys in there a twat, and another one was a idiot, and he called me a moron, and calling loads of people names. I kind of got bored of all the insults, so I started playing my game, and then started talking to him, and he could hear that I was playing a game in the background, and then he he told me to stop being so rude, and I almost fell off my chair with irony.
Crypto. I have a
Yeah, what's
question,
up?
okay?
Yeah,
You're a
go on.
mod here, right?
That's
Certainly
like
am.
the pot calling the kettle black there.
Okay, so
Well,
why always?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
why
go on.
always in this Discord server? The flat earthers have an unfair advantage because of the moderators, and you always don't let people who have different beliefs than you talk and finish their sentences when they're saying smart stuff.
How many times were you interrupted then?
This specifically, a few times, like 2 or 3, that's not a lot. But the other times I was in this Discord server, people have interrupted me in my third word of each sentence. And it was really
You
annoying.
interrupted me a few times tonight, so...
You interrupted me a few times, and I interrupted other flat earthers a few times, and they interrupt me too. So it was a big deal. Should I complain? Should I complain about this?
Here, you see, just did it again. I mostly interrupt people who interrupt me.
Concern
Stop
showing is
doing
not allowed here.
Yeah, let's all complain about each other. Let's change
this is kind of like...
server name to interrupted server.
I find this topic a little bit dull, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
if you don't like it here, you can just leave. We try and be fair where we can, and if you don't like it, then there's thousands of other Discord servers. You're free to join.
No, I like it, but there are just certain stuff. The most annoying thing for me is not you specifically. You don't do it a lot, but a lot of people here just keep talking and just like saying the same thing again and again and again with different wording, and that's what makes me like not be able to talk because they're just
They should say things the way you like it.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see where this conversation can go. Like, I've already given my answer. If you don't like the answer, then not much I can do for you.
Well,
Really.
is this the only Discord server that people interrupt each other? Is this the only one? You've been to other Discord servers and people don't do that, right?
Hey guys,
It
what if
depends.
we offer him 2 minutes uninterrupted? Give us your best glove evidence. Nobody will interrupt you. Go ahead.
It depends. Some servers, people interrupt a lot. Some servers they don't. But right now I don't care for it, and I want to have a
You're
normal
still
delay.
concerned, Charlie, and I just gave you an opportunity to tell 2 minutes. Tell us all about the glove. Go.
Yeah, you have about the
To be
flatter.
fair, Dave.
Okay,
So can I just answer
okay.
Dave
Let's
quickly?
talk about the simple.
Just a quick one. Dave, to be fair, you were roboting the first time, so I don't think he probably clearly heard you. But I heard you clearly the second time, so it should be okay.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. Yeah, I
Restate it
understand.
for me then.
Okay, so let's talk about the simple things. Planes, let's say wide commercial flights. How
Listen,
do they take the
hey,
time they take to do such amazing flights if the Earth was a flat disk or a flat?
I'm cool.
How
Who
do
told
they
you
take
that Earth is flat disk? I'm cool. Listen, who told you that Earth is a flat disk?
Yeah, I tell him how. You say how they do this, how they accomplish these flights.
I have a question. Do flat
Do
earthers
you ask how they accomplish the flights? How the commercial airplanes accomplish those flights? How?
Yes.
So they design the airplane. The designers, the builders of the airplanes, they design the airplane to fly on a flat, motionless plane. That's how they do it.
Yeah, but it's still it doesn't answer my question. How do those amazing distances, if the Earth was flat, how do they do these amazing distances?
Yeah, so the operator of the airplane, the pilot, doesn't take into account any curvature nor any movement of the ground.
Yeah, I know. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in a flat surface. Let's take the two furthest places. I think it's let's say it's, Africa, South Africa, mostly the place, and Australia. In a normal flight, they would go from the downside sideways, but in a flat Earth, they would
What
need to
are you
go to
saying?
across all of Earth to go to the other side.
You mean the builders of the airplane?
Yeah. Do you want me to answer this? Do you want me to answer that? Because
You mean that part?
the motion, because the velocity is constant, they don't feel any change or any momentum, and they don't need to adjust for speed, and for gravity they don't need to tilt
What the
down
fuck?
or go sideways because they just stay at the same altitude, and altitude changes according to the curvature of the Earth, which means
Did you
they don't
just
need to
made
change
that up
anything.
on the spot?
No, I'm not making it up. I know how to answer
Oh,
questions.
you build airplanes. You design and build airplanes because you know, right?
No, but I know how they work.
Oh, you don't.
What?
Go ahead, Seth.
Hello?
You want to say something?
Okay.
I don't know what
So-
to say.
So they don't need to. So I told you why. I told you why they don't need to adjust for curvature or for the speed of the Earth, velocity of the Earth. So now the answer.
Can you say why they don't take account curvature or movement of the Earth
Because
to accomplish
they
a flight?
stay. Yeah, because they stay at the same altitude. That's their point. That's what they're doing. And altitude is relative to the ground, and the ground is curved, which means the altitude you're going to, if you're going to a same direction,
I'm
it's
cool.
not
Where
going to be the
ground
same.
is sorry because I'm interrupting you. Now I remember. Where is ground curved?
Yeah. So when they build the airplane, you're saying that they build devices to keep the airplane level based on the curvature of the Earth,
No,
right?
they don't. They don't need it because gravity does it for them.
Gravity flies the airplane. Gravity is flying the airplane and keeping it level.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, you fly. Okay, let's say they now fly. Okay, and they need to stay at a certain altitude. Let's say 5 kilometers. They need to stay 5 kilometers up. Okay, That's so they're staying that certain altitude, and that
Are they
altitude is
staying? Are they staying or flying?
they're staying at the altitude. They're changing place in the
Are they
specific place
flying
in the
or
altitude.
staying in altitude? Are they flying? They are going in some direction, or they are staying
They
in?
can fly and
You
stay
know,
in the same altitude. Altitude is just height.
aeroplane can fly. Aeroplane can fly
Yes. What are you saying
because
here?
has
Just let me finish.
because has wings. Is
Just
that
let me
true?
finish my sentence without
No,
saying
I
really
want to
stupid
have
stuff.
logic, man. Listen, this is important. The airplanes can fly because has wings. Is that true?
They fly because
They
it
have no
goes up because
wings.
of its wing.
Okay, if
It wouldn't
aeroplane has
fly.
no listen, this is a good question. If aeroplane has no wings, that means aeroplane cannot fly.
Exactly.
Okay.
What
Okay.
do you
If
achieve by saying that?
listen this. If sphere has no curvature, what it is?
If sphere has no curvature, it's
Yeah.
not a sphere.
Yeah. That is happening in reality. There is no curvature in reality.
You're just saying stuff without telling me why. I am a banana, and I'm not going to prove it to you.
No, you
Tell
know,
me
you know
why.
why? Because listen, because every observation showing there is no curvature. That's why.
No.
Yes.
Not every observation.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example,
Listen,
why
this.
can I see?
Listen, not one observation. Every observation showing there is no curvature there.
Okay, so why can I live close to mountains? So why when
Okay.
I'm down, I see why when I'm up in the mountains, I see further
Yeah.
away, but I still don't see. Let's say I don't know. I don't see China. Why? Because
Yeah.
of the curvature.
You don't see China
Japan
because
is
of
in the way.
curvature. Because of curvature, you don't see
Exactly.
China. But
Even
you
if I
think
would
if
be, wait a
listen
second.
this,
Even if I would be 20
listen me.
kilometers
This
up,
is important. But this is important. You are on a mountain
okay,
now.
what?
But imagine a 30 flat. You think that you will see China from USA?
From the U.S., no way you're going to see China because of the curvature.
Why you cannot see China from USA if Earth is flat?
With the best telescope in the world that you can see planets hundreds of millions of miles away from us, you can't see
Yeah, but
China
what
because
is
of the
the
curvature.
Okay, so when you hold in a book in your hand and you can read it, right? You can read the book on your hand.
Yes.
Can you read that same book if it's 10 miles away?
No, but if I have a
Exactly.
telescope, yes. But if I have a telescope, I can.
Huh.
With a telescope, I can do it perfectly. And with
You
a
can
strong
read
enough
a book with a
telescope,
telescope 10
yes,
miles
yes,
away.
that's how a telescope works.
No, that's not how a telescope works. A telescope, especially if you point it horizontal across Earth, a telescope were designed to look at objects in the sky. Correct?
Yeah, but I can still use it to
Okay.
see
So if
things
you
not on
point
the
it
sky.
horizontally, then you would
Yes.
expect to see an obstruction, right?
No, if I'm, let's say, in the sea, I'm still going to see the sky and going to see stars if I'm
Well,
directed horizontally.
But we are looking for the Earth, not
listen.
for the sky.
They
Let's
don't
look
put
at Earth for
they
a
don't
moment.
build. Hold on. Let me do this really quick.
Sorry.
They don't put telescopes on the sea. They build them on land, and they never put them horizontal. So, and you know what a
Because it
telescope
is less
does,
because it is less efficient. There is more
right? And
obstruction
the
from
reason is because it
more
works similar to
obstruction.
a microscope. It works similar to a microscope. You're zooming in every time you zoom in to a different frame. If you go 28, 30 times zoom, 100 times zoom, you decrease laterally what you're looking at. I mean, you're zooming in on a certain point, right? You have to say yes to this.
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why can
I know,
with a
but that's
telescope, why can I?
you misunderstand what a
No. You're not
telescope
answering
does.
you're not answering my question. Why
Or what is the
can we
question?
see? No, my question is why can we see, let's say, from planets in our solar system, for example, that are
No,
really far away?
listen,
But no,
cool.
no. Let me
Let's.
finish my sentence.
The reason.
I'm
I'm
cool.
going to give you the
Listen,
reason.
Helio,
I'm going to give you the reason. All right,
why
go
we
ahead.
are on in the sky? I was talking about observation of the Earth, not the sky. I'm cool. I'm telling you, there is no curvature in reality. I'm not looking the
Why
sky.
can't I
I'm
see
looking the.
China? Why can't
Well,
I
I'm going
see
to tell you
China?
why they built telescopes. To see.
Again. Let's try
No,
with the.
again, Sasha, I'm trying to explain to her why you can't even use a telescope to look laterally across Earth to see China.
Did you just say her?
It's not her. It's him.
I'm called the dude.
Him, whatever. My bad. I mean, maybe a young man. Yeah, your
Jim.
voice. My bad. My bad. All right. So I'm trying to tell him how you can't possibly use a telescope laterally across the flat Earth to zoom in on something that is there, because there's limited amounts of telescopes to view the heavens, right? You don't necessarily build them to. I mean, binoculars and stuff like that. You can go 50 times, 100 times. Telescopes, they're very similar. You have to use a large lens. You have to develop this lens. If you're going to design this lens to look laterally across a flat Earth, you're going to have to know exactly what you're looking at and know where it is to actually
Helio, the problem
focus
that
in
he's
on that
having
one
is
point.
that Helio, the problem that he's having is that he's saying that because he sees planets with a telescope that are.
Yeah, but you won't even be able to
So your
determine the
answer- no.
distance to.
No, wait a second. So your answer that why telescopes, even if you're 20 miles high, why telescopes can't see China from the other side of the Earth is that telescopes are
It's
made.
too far away. It's
no,
too far
no,
away.
No,
Yeah.
the telescopes are made to see stars
Well,
and
there's no
planets and
telescope
not
20 miles high, so don't exaggerate. What's the highest telescope on Earth? And do they ever point it laterally? Do they ever point it to the left or right? And the answer is no.
The
I'm
highest
gonna make this
telescope
really
is
quick.
2 kilometers above sea level.
Okay, well then why did you say 20?
I just said, for example.
Well, they're not. Telescopes aren't designed to actually look across Earth. They're designed
Let's
to
see.
look into the sky.
Where is the here? Let's see. Where is it? Okay, it's in the La Palma Carney Islands. I don't know what they are, but that's where it is. And let's go to Google Maps and see where they are. Here, I see where they are. They are close to Morocco. Okay, and from there
Near the equator. That's pretty near the equator.
and from there, let's say you can't see Nigeria. You're just not.
Listen, they point them toward the sky. What? They don't point them laterally. They don't point across Earth. They
Helio,
point at the
he's
sky.
practically saying this. You cannot see Mexico from Canada. He's saying this.
Yeah, nobody uses a telescope to try to see that far.
It doesn't matter what you use it for.
Really, it doesn't matter. But you're making a claim, and it doesn't matter. They don't build these big ass telescopes to look across Earth. They look in the sky.
They can still.
Okay, possibly, but they don't even design them where they can laterally look across Earth.
And he thinks that he's looking through billions of miles with the telescope when he's looking at the luminary.
No, sure. Yeah, I'm just pointing out. I mean, nobody designed. None of these great engineers that design these masterful optical telescopes. They design them to look at the heavens. These telescopes can't even point in the direction laterally from their design. They're not even designed to point horizontal to the Earth's surface. They just never do that. So if you think that's possible for even these major telescopes that you're talking about, they can't even do it. They're not designed that way.
I didn't say that they do it. I said that if you had a telescope and you can buy even, let's say,
Well,
a bad
if
telescope.
probably maybe, then
Let me speak.
that's your
Let
answer.
me
If
finish my
probably
sentence.
maybe.
If you
Go
would
ahead.
buy a telescope, a normal telescope for, let's say, $5,000, a normal telescope, not a $1 billion telescope that NASA has or something like that. A normal telescope, you would be able to see very far away, even at the sky. But if you would look sideways, you'd see that there's a line where you just can't see, and that line is pretty close to you.
Yeah, and it works the same. If you're looking across a stationary plane, you're still going to see the same thing with a telescope. Even if you could see 500 times zoom, you're still going to see a line.
Why?
You would never be able to, like, why? Because the
Because
Earth is a
optics
stationary
are not
plane.
allowed that.
Even just the idea that the
You
Earth
know,
is a
here's
stationary
another thing.
plane,
Here's another
your
thing.
model and the idea of a flat Earth would work way better if the Earth would not be a stationary plane and would be a rotating plane. Your model would just work way better and actually make a little sense. Days
let's
would
talk
last
about.
the same in different
Oh,
seasons.
see, now we're getting away from telescopes because I done busted that shit. You guys have fun.
No, that's
No,
not what I was saying. All I
I'm
was saying
cool.
that
You
if you
said,
buy a
listen this.
telescope.
I have only one last sentence. You said $5,000 good telescope. Listen this. $1,000 good, maybe a little bit more good Nikon P1000. And if you buy that, don't ever go to the beach. You will be scared.
What?
Do never ever buy that. Do never ever ask for that photo camera. Do never ever go to the beach. You will be scared.
Because you will see way too far.
Okay, all I was saying is, let's say you are in a mountain.
I am cool. Listen this
You
again.
didn't answer in half
Great,
an,
but
no in
that's
in half
great.
an, no
But
no no. Let me speak.
that's great. But
Let
that's
me
great.
speak.
Listen
Let me
again.
speak.
Listen again.
Let me
But
speak.
listen
Let me
again.
speak.
This is
Let
All
me
right,
speak. Let
hold
me
on,
speak.
hold on. I'm going to moderate this. Really, I'm just going to make my last point. A telescope works similar to a microscope. When you zoom in further, you limit your point of view. Unless it works similar to a microscope. So when you use a microscope, you're zooming in. Say you're looking at bacteria
That's the
or
whole
whatever in a
idea of
microscope.
zooming in.
Quit interrupting him.
No, he interrupted me. Now I'm interrupting
No, he
him.
didn't.
No,
I
I did. I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify the point that a telescope works the same way, but with a larger lens.
To be fair though, Hideo, you said let me moderate this, and then you started making a point instead of moderating.
Well, I was okay. My bad. All right, cool. Well, I just wanted to make that point. Anyway, it works similar, but the telescope has a larger lens. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's
I'm cool.
say
Can I try?
you didn't.
Can I
Okay,
try?
wait a minute.
I'm cool. Can I
After,
try simply? Can I
alright,
try
why aren't
simply?
you letting me
Only
speak,
simply.
Sasha?
Only simply. Do you only
Sasha.
simply? One simple question. Do you ever want to see people who use camera who can zoom the earth and see what that camera showing? Do you want to see that?
I don't understand your question.
Do you want to see observation where people using Nikon camera, photo camera, P1000 and showing the earth, the distance, the data, everything? There is distance, like 20
Okay,
miles,
show
30
me.
miles. You okay, great. And
If
this is,
you're
for
going to
example,
try to, okay, but
listen. You said show me. It's 53 minutes after the hour. This is not flat earther. This is the guy who is, how to say, making the videos about Nikon and what Nikon can do. This is not flat earther
okay, cool.
channel.
Good job.
Okay, watch
Yeah,
that
okay. Just
video.
show me.
Okay.
Okay, so but
It's
no one
53
here.
minutes
Yeah,
after
yeah.
the
Good job.
hour.
Now listen. No
Okay,
one here.
can you watch
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Let me speak. Why aren't you letting me speak? No one here yet has yet answered my question. Why can't I see
You don't
China?
want to watch that. You
Why
don't want to
can't I
watch
see
that.
China?
Do you want to watch that, please?
Yes, but why
Okay,
can't I
great.
see
Can you
China
watch
from where
that
I
and
am?
we will speak?
Why
It's not
can't I see
long
China?
Because there's stuff in the way.
because of angular
So I'm going to go
resolution.
higher. Why, when
Listen,
I'm
this
in a
I will
plane,
answer
I
you.
can't
I
see
will
China?
answer you. I will answer you because of angular resolution. That means the brick. I will put the brick on 10 meters. You will see. I will put brick on 100 meters. You will maybe see. I will put the brick on 1 kilometer. You will not see anymore the brick.
But
Yeah,
if I
very simple.
take a telescope or something that increases the
Okay.
zoom, I will be able to see it.
Okay, I will put the brick on 500 miles.
I'm not going to be able to see it because of the curvature.
Really?
But if it's 500 miles, let's say, to
Why?
space,
Okay,
I'm going to
why
be
we
able to
then?
see it. Yeah.
Why we have then Guinness record photo 275 miles if we have
What?
curvature because the
Okay,
mountain.
send me the video you're talking about of the Nikon P1000. You didn't
It's
send it.
53 minutes after the hour on the voice text.
Cool. Can I ask a
Seb,
question?
Seb, I hate
Where are
when
you
flat
from,
earthers. Wait a second, Seb, I'm talking to Seb for a second. Seb, I hate when flat earthers do it. You just show a picture without explaining it. Just say that's how it is, but just believe me. Tell me why it's like that.
I'm
Tell me the physics
cool.
behind
Can
it.
you
Even
scroll?
if I know,
I'm
if I
cool.
even no,
Can you
wait, I'm talking
scroll
to
up
to
now?
Seb. Even if
Okay.
I know it's true, explain the physics behind it. If you don't understand it, don't say it. Okay, Seb?
So, do you have a weather channel in your country?
Wait a second. Explain to me why you are unable to see indefinitely. Explain
Well,
to
no,
me.
I'm trying to
Seb.
explain
No,
this to you.
I'm asking Seb, not you. Seb.
Okay, well, I don't care. This is an open forum, so I'm going to speak. Do you have a weather for a channel in your country?
Yes, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you ever get to the end and they tell you about visibility?
I don't watch the Weather Channel.
Oh fuck! Here we go.
Okay, well, let me tell you then.
Okay.
When you get to the end of the weather, they'll often say like what the weather's going to be like tomorrow, and they'll say, well, the visibility in your area is going to be 50 miles. Do you think that they're trying to tell you what the curve of the Earth is on that day?
No, they're trying to tell you how much within a flat stationary plane, how much not stationary, in a flat plane, how much you could be able to see. That's what they're trying to say.
I don't think the Weather Channel give a shit if you're on a plane or a ball. They're just trying to tell you the weather, right? So they tell you the visibility because that's how far you can see through the air.
Because mist does that. Seb.
So it's got nothing. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is it's got nothing to do with.
What do you say?
Well, I've already said what I wanted to say.
No, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Crypto, it was cut. Nobody heard it.
Oh right. Well, sorry. So basically, what I'm saying is that you see as far as you can see through the air on that given day. So there might be smog, smoke, fog. There might be more water in the air. There might be other weather conditions that are kind of making it so that you can see further or less far. But I've never watched the channel. Hold on.
It still doesn't explain why when I made.
Hold on. I've never watched the Weather Channel, and they've said to me, "Today your visibility is 3,000 miles." That's never happened.
Okay, so answer that. Why, when I'm I'm higher up, I can see more? If it only has to do with the visibility, why can I see more if I'm higher up?
Well, it's to do with the angle of what you're seeing, right?
Of what?
Of what you're seeing.
You're just saying stuff and not explaining why. It's like I'm saying I can fly because of physics, but I'm not going to say why I can fly. I'm just going to say I can't fly and say a random word and not explain it. Now,
I think what I've said is actually pretty obvious.
No,
So
no, no. I don't care if it's obvious or not. That's not how you prove
okay,
things.
and then I've tried to restate it, and then you've talked over it. So I think I can understand why you're not understanding things, because you're not actually listening, and then when someone repeats something, you then talk over it. So do you want me
Okay,
to
so
repeat, or am I wasting my time?
I understand what you're saying, but explain why it's like that. It's like saying I'm tall because my brain tells me to be tall, but without and trying to prove that that's why you're tall, without actually explaining what your brain does to make you taller. Explain what the brain does to make you taller. Explain. That's my
So I guess
question.
you're asking about like angular resolution limit. So your eye can only resolve a certain distance.
Why?
Well, because what do you mean why? At that point, it's like asking why is grass green or why is water blue. Like, well, I mean, I can tell you the
Because
functional.
the distance
I can
you
tell you
see,
the
you don't.
functional,
No,
like
wait a
why
second.
grass
The
is
light,
green,
the light,
and I could tell
no,
you that like
let's
grass is green because of chlorophyll. But if you're asking me like the why is the chlorophyll making it green, I don't fucking know.
Okay, now the reason you can't it's harder to see things that are further away because the light is expanding to more, which means there are less photons in each place, which means less photons are hitting your eyes. You see the same the light is still hitting your eye in the same distance, just less light is hitting your eye. That's the reason. You could say that, and that would be totally fine. My problem
What
is that flat earthers never explain themselves. They just say
I
stuff.
just said angular resolution, which was a very very simple way
Explain
of
angular
not.
resolution.
You just explained it.
Explain. Okay, so now I said it's
But
because
I'm
you're
relying
okay.
on you having a certain level of intellect. Like
I know that I
you can't be
have this level of
spoon-fed this
intellect,
stuff.
but when you're proving something, you need to talk like you're talking to an AI, to a bot that doesn't know anything. That's
I
how you
don't.
prove.
I don't have to do any of that.
So why are you trying to say things without actually explaining them?
I did explain it. You just didn't understand the
No,
explanation.
you just said angular resolution without saying anything.
I said angular resolution. That is the thing.
If you don't know what angular resolution is, it's on you, dude.
No, but that's not how you prove things. I can't say here. Let's say I can't say things are falling because
Yeah,
they
but
are.
you being ignorant about something is not our fault.
Here, I'm not going to say things fall because
When someone
gravity
says a
without
word that
explaining
you
what
don't
gravity
understand,
is.
when someone says a word that you don't understand, you go maybe research it and that
No,
term
that's
angular
no.
resolution.
That's
Yeah,
not
no,
what I'm
don't
saying.
say no. Don't say no because if you don't understand what angular resolution means, you go and do a Google search and maybe do some research about it and then draw some conclusions based on that maybe. But don't say just explain it to me because I don't know. But
No. That okay. Let me see.
no,
That's not how you.
yes.
When you try to have an argument or a debate or any some sort of thing that
You
you're
don't
trying to
tell
change.
people how to do things like that. You
No,
don't.
let me
No,
finish my.
exactly. No, you don't tell people
I'm
how
going
to
to mute
debate or
you.
anything. You're not the authority on debate. This is not actually a debate because you think that you know something, but you actually don't. You're saying that because I see the planet through a telescope, therefore I must see China. But I don't see China because the curvature of the Earth, and that's just ignorance. And you're showing your ignorance.
No, what
And
asking.
that's not my fault.
Why you see no one here? Just no one lets me talk.
No
You
one lets
see
you
what I'm
talk.
talking about?
You haven't talked.
Crypto. You see what I'm talking about when I'm saying no one here
No,
lets me talk?
Crypto doesn't see. He doesn't see. He doesn't hear. No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Be quiet now.
Your education is far too not superior enough to understand. Very limited in your
I'm not saying
education.
I don't understand what he's saying. But I'm saying
but you don't understand.
I'm just saying when you say something, you need to explain it.
How
Even
about
if you're
watch
talking
video?
to,
Maybe you need
even
to
if
watch
you
video.
no, even if you're
Yeah,
talking
that's
to
why
no.
Sasha, like 20 minutes ago,
Be
told you.
quiet.
Sasha, 20 minutes ago presented a video so you can understand a few things, and you said Yeah. You just hand
Okay,
waved
yeah,
it, and
even
now
if
you're
I'm,
complaining.
even,
Sasha
even if
presented a video
all right.
explaining
Okay.
Yeah,
exactly
good
this,
job. I
and you're just
understood you
ignoring
in
it.
the first second.
But
Shut
it's good.
up.
Listen this. Listen this. This is good point. Do you want to watch this video now or
Yes,
in
but let
November?
me finish my sentence. Even
No,
if I
thank
would.
you.
But
No, thank
All
you.
right.
answer me the question. Do
You
you
see,
want to
you
watch
just, no,
video?
no, no. Wait a second. Wait a
My
second.
listen.
Yes.
This is good question. Do you want to watch video now or in November?
Now it's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go watch it now, and then come back and tell us what you think about it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
okay, but even if I
Yeah.
would
Can you watch
talk
video
to
and then
no,
we will speak. Watch
yeah,
video.
what
Thank you.
video is it? Tell me what to search.
I will post it again.
Okay, so even if I would explain things to a room of professors, of physics professors, I would still explain every single thing, because that's how you explain things. You don't just say things without
No.
explaining them. You need to actually explain what. Here, I'm going to say things fall because of gravity. No, I'm going to say things fall because of the change in the space time. Where like if there's a mass, it's going to curve space time, and those things fall into those space time pockets. That's what I'm going to say.
That's
I'm
why
not
I
just
asked
going
you
to say
earlier. Are
because
you
of
just
gravity.
making stuff on the spot? Because it sounds like you're just making stuff up that you actually don't know what you're talking about.
It sounds like you don't know what you're talking about because okay. Here, let's
You're
see
the
this
one
video.
making claims about gravity and blah 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 that you
Here,
don't even
which
know
one?
what it
Wait a
means.
second. Which one should they see, Sasha? The first one or the second
That last one. That last one. It's one guy from Flat Earth speaking, but listen to the argument and watch the
Okay,
video.
I'm going to defend.
Okay.
Listen and watch the video.
He's deafened.
Good.
If he comes back, I would suggest making him address the three main claims of the globe, the 3 points. That's just a suggestion.
Good one, Dave. Yeah, definitely. That's a good
That's going to be a shit show. I swear he was the one talking the most as well, while complaining that he couldn't talk.
You guys don't let me speak, and I'll be speaking for the most.
Well.
Yeah, he was not listening. Crypto was right. He was just saying words and not listening, waiting to say his next thing. He wasn't listening at all. But anyway.
Well, he came with the notion that you guys, so flat earthers, like everyone in here, he's spoken to everyone in here. He knows what people think in here. So there you go. He knows better.
Well, I wasn't chiming in because it was a good conversation. Plus, I was driving, but I think it was Crypto.
Yeah,
It sounded like
okay,
Crypto
I
that was
understand what
talking.
this. Okay.
Bro,
Yeah,
you
you interrupted in the
you
middle of a sentence, bro.
Yeah, I was just
Oh, I
speaking,
didn't know
homie.
because I just undefend myself.
And as Crypto was saying, to reply to why you couldn't see China from the United States, and he said angular resolution. That is the perfect exact answer. And if the gentleman didn't understand what angular resolution is, he should try to combat that argument of angular resolution with his knowledge of what angular resolution limits are. If he doesn't have knowledge of angular resolution, he should probably go research it and see if that is a possibility as to why you can't see China from the United States.
I understand what angular resolution is, but my thing is when you try to prove something, you need to explain every single part of it without assuming that the person you're explaining to knows anything. You need to explain every single part of the argument.
So in your question, right? You said China from the United States, or we can take that as a hypothetical, or you could say Mount Everest from the United States. What you would need to do is figure out the height of Mount Everest, the height of where you are viewing Mount Everest from in the United States, and see if the equation works out where you should be able to see the size, right? Because things shrink with distance. Shit shrinks. It's the way things work, right? and they become so small that your eye
I was
cannot.
different. I didn't hear you because I changed my mic didn't work. Can you say it again?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to go to moderation
I need to
again
ask
here.
question because
Hold on. No.
feedback.
She said,
Feedback.
oh, shit, Ring. I was like, can you repeat your question? Are you not paying attention? I mean, maybe you have something else
I
going
was
on.
Did you watch videos? Did you watch video? Did you watch video?
Yeah, I watched
Listen,
video.
What
it's
is in
called
video?
it's called perspective. It's very simple to
What is
understand.
in video?
Well, the
What
farther
is in
away
video?
Okay.
Helio,
from
wait,
something you
please.
are in your
Uh-huh.
vision.
Helio,
Hold
wait,
on, guys.
please.
No, I'm not going to
What?
wait. No, I'm
Helio,
not going to
I
wait.
posted the
Further,
video. Helio, I posted the video. He said that he will watch the video. He said that he
Okay,
watched
so
the video. I'm
all I
asking
yeah,
do
but
now
he's not
what is
going
in
to
video.
in this while we're having the conversation. You can't while
I
you're having
already
a
watched the
conversation.
video. I already watched the
Can I
video.
ask him?
See, I already know what was coming up. See, dude, I've been doing this for fucking 6 years, 7 years. Anyway, here's what he's about. This person doesn't obviously doesn't understand perspective. Well, of course, when something is further away from you, it's small. It looks smaller, right?
Explain why.
And the
That's
further,
my question.
I'll explain why.
Yes, that's how explanations work. You need to explain each part of your debate or an explanation.
To be honest, that's really that's
why?
a really
Because
this isn't hard at all. I mean, it's just like, hey, if you put a penny on the floor,
Helio, someone else is trying to explain it to him. Go ahead. Someone is trying to speak. Go ahead.
well, fuck you anyway.
Thank you.
Asshole.
Go ahead.
So who's going to explain to him why? Go ahead. Somebody else has an explanation.
Sure. So the human eye works based on the fact that it's a lens, right? It's got a concave surface in the back where it resolves images. Light comes in at angles, and those angles are what's projected on the back of the eye, right? So you're dealing with angles and lenses. So this is why when things get too small of an angle, you no longer have the ability to resolve the image. It's the way the human eye works. And if you would like to know more about it, you can certainly research it on your own time. Just look up angular resolution. It's pretty simple, done it myself. Maybe that's a good piece of homework. And then you can come back and say, hey, I figured out that Mount Everest is X height and it's X distance away. And if the Earth was flat.
He hasn't finished his sentence.
No, because I was trying to say the sentence for 5 times already, and someone has.
Don't worry about it. He hasn't finished yet, so don't worry about your opinion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as I was saying, you can figure out all of these things. You can do the equation, and you can figure out whether the angle to that object and its size in the distance would even be resolvable. And if it is resolvable, what size lens would you need in order to resolve that image? It's math. You can do it. It's very simple.
I understand what angular resolution is, and I understand the whole idea of it. But my thing was, when you explain something, when you explain something, you're not supposed to you're not supposed to say to things that the person you're explaining it to understand anything. You need to explain every single part of your explanation, or your explanation isn't going to hold up.
So when he said angular resolution is the reason why you can't see it.
I understood them, but my
and
problem.
that's why that's why he's speaking to you in terms that you understand. So you understand this, right? I am cool.
Yes.
Okay. Continue, Napalm.
It's the smallest point where you can the smallest points where you can detect difference between two objects or two light sources.
Not distance, no.
Yeah. So
resolution.
It's the resolution. It's the angle, right?
I said
it's an angle.
Smallest point.
It's an angle, right?
Yeah, smallest point where you can detect difference between two light sources.
You're saying it incorrectly. It's an angle. So, anyways, when Crypto provided
An
you the
angle is still a
answer,
point.
angular, bro, can you just let me talk? So, when Crypto provided you the answer, you can't see that because of angular resolution. You should have been like, yeah, you're right. If you understand angular resolution, why was his answer not sufficient for you? Please provide the equation that would disprove that angular resolution is why you cannot see China from America or Mount Everest from the United States, however you want to state it, whatever.
That wasn't my problem. My problem was how he's saying his explanations. You can't assume people know stuff in your explanations. That was my problem.
Then why do you
I
have
was
a
trying to help
contention
him to make better explanations.
if you literally understand what angular resolution is, why is there a contention with him saying angular resolution and that not being a
Because
sufficient answer
when
for you?
you make an explanation, you're not supposed to assume.
Okay, well, you make an assumption that it might be Earth curvature. It could be Earth curvature,
It's
right?
not that.
Is
He's not
that an
arguing that.
assumption?
He's arguing that if someone says something and they have to explain it, doesn't matter the information is correct or not. If you don't explain it correctly the way he wants to hear it, it's not valid because he didn't get it. If someone says
No, I
angular
did get it,
resolution,
but
if someone says angular resolution as a point and you don't understand it, you should go do some
I do
research. And someone right now just explain what it is, and you're still arguing how they should do it, and the explanation should be this way or that way. But you're not even listening to the actual explanation. You're not paying attention to the information. You're just complaining about the way it's being delivered.
Yeah, and to be fair, I did try and explain it a couple of
that's
times,
exactly,
and you
that's my
talked over
problem.
me. So
No, I started talking, then you started talking 1 second after me.
yeah, so you're not even listening to what I'm saying, right? I was describing the previous conversation because you weren't listening. You didn't know that. So I think the problem is that you don't listen. So I did try explaining it a couple more times after that, and you just talked over me. And I actually brought that up to you. I said, you are talking over my explanation of the thing that you're complaining that I didn't explain. I said that at the time.
No, that you didn't explain correctly.
Jesus Christ.
When you and you know what, I really don't care for a debate for something that is objectively false.
Yeah, I mean, we know that you're just going to spiral. That's cool. But the point is that...
Sorry.
I'm trying to make it a debate, but you're trying to make it an argument. That's my problem. You can't have a reasonable talk with someone without muting them or just talking over them or talking so much that they're not going to have any time to talk. You can't have a reasonable talk with someone without being annoying.
So the thing is that you seem to just want to complain about everything. You've complained about the format. You've complained that my explanation wasn't quite up to your standards. You've complained about other people, quote unquote, talking over you, yet you talk over other people all the time. Are you actually here to discuss anything of substance? And if so, can we do that instead of talking about the things you don't like?
I was here to talk about that, but for some reason you can't have a reasonable conversation with someone.
Not anymore. You're not here to do that anymore.
The thing is that I just actually said, let's get back to the conversation. And you're back to complaining again. I actually think you're just here to complain. Yeah. So let's just get back to the subject matter. Please come with us on the subject matter distraction, right? Let's distract ourselves with substance, if that's possible.
Let's talk about flat earth. Let's talk about flat earth. Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay. So do you
let's
have a
talk about
model?
globe.
That's going to help me to know. Do you have a model? Yes or no?
No, we don't have a model.
Before we answer that,
I just answered it. No, we don't. No, we don't have a model. Why do we need one?
Okay, so
why do we need one?
No, I just asked to know. No, I just asked to know if the things I heard were correct and not just.
Okay, so we don't have a model. Why do we need one?
Because that's a good way to predict the future events.
No, it's not.
My God.
It's not. The globe model predicts future events really
Does
good.
it? What does the globe model predict?
The idea how we understand our universe predicts where things are going to be in time, how things are going to
Oh, does it?
react with each other.
How does it do
Yes.
that?
What do with calculations and let's say the force. Let's say how much something attracts another thing or something.
Oh, you don't know anything, do you? This is really cute.
Let me finish.
So
Let me finish
the guys,
Let me
I know.
finish my sentence.
You know what? I'm
okay?
actually done with this kid. Does anyone else want to talk to this kid, or should I just ban him now?
No, come on.
Anyone else want to talk to him?
Crypto, I get you, but please don't ban him yet. Don't ban him.
No, Crypto, no.
Let's try to bring it somewhere. Let's try. Let's keep trying.
Okay. What were we talking? What are what were?
So you were talking about the predictions that the supposed globe model makes.
So if we know, with our models and our calculations and understanding of the forces in the universe and how things work, we predicted where things are going to be and how things are going to react with each other, and those calculations and predictions were correct. And
how was that done?
Let's say I think it was in 1789. That was a big one, and we saw a starting which star a planet. It was a planet. I'm not sure which planet it was. I think it was Saturn. Oh, Saturn or Neptune. I'm not sure.
We saw Saturn. Okay, we saw Saturn in 1789. Therefore, the Earth.
Yeah. No. Let me speak. Okay, so we saw Saturn, right? And then and we saw its rotation and how it moves, and we calculated that behind Saturn or Uranus, I think.
Venus. It was Venus. Venus. It was Venus.
No, we're talking about something else.
Venus? No, it couldn't be.
Yeah, Venus. Yeah, it was Venus.
No, it couldn't be Venus because the planet after Venus. No, it's not Venus. Okay, so
Saturn. It was Saturn.
No.
I think Toss Radborn is spot on.
No. It was Neptune. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Neptune. Okay. Yeah.
Or Uranus. It was.
Just keep naming planets. One of them will be right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I said it was Uranus. Okay. And we saw its rotation, and we calculated that behind it there should be another planet in a certain size, and then we looked there and we saw Neptune. And we saw Neptune and we saw its size, and we saw that it correlated with our calculations. And then we did it again with the Neptune and Pluto.
Yes,
and all the
cello.
things close
My God.
to Pluto, and then we looked at this space, and we saw Pluto. And all of those calculations and predictions were using the globe model and just our understanding of the universe to predict things, and we predicted them correctly.
Close the server.
Do you breathe? Do you breathe between sentences, or?
Yeah, I guess, because I have to breathe.
Awesome. Fantastic. Maybe take a breath between sentences. So, first of all, you don't know the year, you don't know the planet, you don't know that anything was observed to rotate. You didn't go there to see it rotating. I'm trying to think what other problems there are with the story. It happened 230 years ago, so you can't verify that any of the people were actually alive. None of this stuff is verifiable, so we can just throw it in the trash.
So I don't know if
30 years ago?
Albert Einstein was alive.
You're talking about 230 years ago with Newtonian laws that actually didn't work for predicting the stuff that you're talking about, so they were superseded.
They didn't work with such a small thing. We still use Newtonian laws. We still use Newtonian laws for small predictions, but for in large scale. Yeah, for small scale.
Prediction. Tell me more about big predictions. Did you watch video, please?
Real quick. The part that he's missing is that the predictions that he's talking about are done by the stereocycles, and that's by flat earthers. He doesn't know.
Did you watch video? Did you watch video?
You see, you keep laughing and not letting me talk.
Did you watch video?
You have to go
No, of course he hasn't.
5 minutes, and you're saying no, people don't
No,
let you speak.
Newtonian. No, let me speak.
God.
Newtonian
Yes.
laws still work in small scale because but they're not in large scale. As you go to larger scale, it's going to become less accurate, and like a general relativity and special relativity, what we understand today and we
What
have
is
proven, is going to
what is
work
the?
way better in large scale.
You know, when you explain something, you have to explain it correctly. So, what is special relativity? What is that? What is that?
Special relativity or general relativity? Two different things.
Both. What is that?
Okay, so general relativity is the idea that space-time are connected, and there's a mass in space-time.
Oh, an idea of space-time. And what is space-time?
It's a
What is that?
theory. It's a theory.
What is that?
It's a
theory, like a theory, like a Superman theory, or a scientific theory.
A scientific theory.
Oh, so it was demonstrated and established by cause and effect relationship and experimentation, right?
It was proven, and
so what is that? What is the experiment? And what is the experiment? The date that it was published, and who published it?
Who published it? Einstein, Albert Einstein.
Oh, what is the paper? What is the date of the paper?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
That's not my. Yeah, I don't know the name of the paper. Doesn't mean I don't know.
But when you're explaining something, you should know what you're explaining about, bro.
No, I know what I'm explaining. I don't know exactly on what page of the book they put the theory. I don't know.
No, I don't want the book.
That's not
yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm
I don't want the page. Just tell me the date that they published the experiment. Just give me the date so I can look it up.
1916.
1916.
They published it in 1916, and in 2015 they proven it. In 2015 they
prove it with an experiment.
With an observation.
With an observation. So
yes.
What did they observe?
They observed the changes in a laser that perfectly correlate with two black holes colliding away from us.
So they looked at a laser, and the laser showed two black holes that are aligned with Earth.
The laser shifted by 7 nanometers, and it took 40 years to find it. But after 40 years, they found a shift of 7 nanometers, which correlates with 2 black holes colliding far away from us.
And that proves that the Earth is and that shows that the Earth is a curving, spinning globe.
No, that shows that general relativity is correct.
Thank you.
That shows
it
that
doesn't
general
show that the
relativity
Earth
is
is a
correct.
curving, spinning globe.
And if general relativity is correct, the Earth needs to be a globe.
You think you can
But that experiment, yeah,
about the glass?
but it's really stupid. It's really stupid. That, like I'm doing an experiment right now. I'm throwing a ball. It's falling down. Does it prove that I'm a banana? No, I did a totally different experiment.
So grab that ball and then swim with it to the bottom of a pool and then release it. What's going to happen?
It depends what kind of ball it is.
So let's say it's a beach ball, like the one that you play. Yeah, like a volleyball ball or beach ball.
It's going to float.
Oh, it's going to float. So where's gravity? Because it's not going down; it's going up.
Because it is less dense.
Oh, but what is the directionality of gravity? To the center of mass, the center of the Earth, right?
The center of mass, but it takes denser stuff. It takes the denser stuff closer to the center, and the less dense stuff further away.
So it's mass attracting mass.
Because as it's less.
So the ball is being attracted. The ball is being attracted by the Earth.
Yeah, it's being attracted. It's not being attracted, but it's falling down to a pocket in space-time.
A pocket in space-time. All right. Sounds cool. So who did this? This was the mass attracting mass.
Caltech. The experiment. Caltech did it. Caltech and MIT. Caltech and MIT. Yeah. And one person won the Nobel for it. Oh, the beach ball, not the dance. No, the beach ball, you can see, let's say, if you take a helium balloon, you can see that it's going to fly up with a normal balloon. Because if it would only be in air, the plastic of the balloon itself and the helium itself, if it would have been air, the air would have been heavier, which means that the balloon in general is less dense, which makes it float above.
Dude, I have to
So the
give him
war.
some credit. He does kind of understand, the Einsteinian thing. I'm gonna give him a little bit of credit for understanding
And if you want to say and something about density that's going to happen, something if you want to know. Okay, what do you say?
The warping and bending of space-time is causing the Earth to be a spinning globe.
It's not causing the Earth. It's causing the Earth. Yeah, that's what's causing the Earth being a globe and spinning. Yeah, that's the reason it's a globe, and that's the reason it's spinning around the sun, and that's the reason. Yeah, that's the reason it's like that.
because of the bending and warming of space, warping of space time, right?
Yes.
Young
All right,
man,
well,
do you
let me
think
ask
you'd be
you.
able to answer? Go ahead, Helio. Sorry.
No, I was going to ask him did you know that space time is flat, right? In the theory, space time is flat, and the only reason
Okay.
we exist is by the masses affecting the flat space time.
Exactly.
Are you aware of that? Yeah.
Exactly.
See? Yeah, that's good stuff,
So
right?
have you shared any of the links of the experiments that you said that were the links
Any
of
of
the
the what?
experiments? The links,
Any of the
the,
what?
the experiments that prove
Oh,
this
you want
warping
to?
and
Here, I'm
bending of
going to
space-time.
send. You want me to send you the link to see the?
Yeah, I wanna look at it.
Okay. Here, let's see. It was a okay. Okay, I'm searching it now. I'm getting it for you.
All right. Because Helio wants to read it too.
Do you have any idea how many times we've heard this story?
What?
The story you're telling us now.
What?
You want to know how many times we've heard it before? And just prove
What
it?
story?
The story you're
That
telling
you will present.
The story about space-time and the warping of space-time.
It's
a concept. It's never been proven.
Yeah, and I'm curious about how it relates to like the Big Bang theory. Considering that space time is flat, right? I mean, it's just kind of their whole.
In the room.
No, I wouldn't say he's dumb. He's just, he's heard some of the same stuff we've heard, over the years. He just believes it, and we don't.
He sounds like he knows the globe story very well. Somebody needs to take him through the 3 points. That's just my opinion. I'll shut up.
But he thinks that science has proven this by taking a telescope and pointing it at the sky. You can't physically prove anything about the nature of Earth by pointing a telescope at the sky. That's kind of a. I mean, if you don't realize that's kind of off a little bit, you become a believer on Earth in this pseudoscience, which cannot be proven. You can't physically prove that anything that they say about Earth and the nature of Earth and the solar system, galaxies, and all that kind of thing. You can't physically prove any of that. You just believe it.
So. Okay. And the thing itself. Okay. What? Yeah, I can't believe anything. I can't believe that you exist.
No,
what are you trying
we
to say
definitely exist. We're talking to each other. You exist on Earth somewhere, right?
Where's it
Earth. Earth. You live on Earth, don't you? This is the most simple question that you've been asked tonight. You live on Earth, do you not? You might be in a
Okay,
house.
I'm back.
Okay, I was gonna say,
I'm back.
my bad. You live on Earth, don't you?
I'm back.
Oh my God, I'm back is the answer. Okay.
Yes. No. So I know the
You
name
live on
of the
you live on
result.
Earth, and so do we. All of us here talking tonight. We all live on Earth, correct?
Probably.
Well, wow, that was the easiest question. I don't even know how to help this guy. I don't know how to help this guy.
Did you just say probably?
Yeah.
Do you know of anything? Do you have a sense of objective reality?
It detected the K ratio of 32.4 and.
Did I ask? What was my question?
It seems like he thinks he's going to throw a bunch of math at us and prove that he doesn't live on Earth, or that it's another way to understand Earth that we don't necessarily get because we're flat earthers, as if we haven't heard most of these arguments before. You know, come on, man.
In his argument, go ahead, flat earthers, and talk to him.
I'm back.
He's back.
Hello?
Hey, why are you here, bud?
What?
Why are you here?
Why not?
I mean, you came to a 24/7 Flat Earth server. Unless
The name of the gravitational wave is here.
What?
I'm sending the name of the gravitational wave that they found. That name we made for it.
Can you have the conversation that's actually going on? Talk to everybody, please. Okay?
In the LIGO.
Does this have any coherent? What are you talking about, man?
Did you guys break it? Did you break him?
I think he's broken.
Yeah, you
He's
guys
looking
broke
for
him.
No, it's
he's looking for the experiment.
the
and he's
name
gonna
of the gravitation. The name of the gravitational wave detector is GW170817.
How did they discover that?
They had lasers. I think for two lasers in 90 degrees. In one laser goes 90-degree angle for 4 kilometers, and the gravitational wave caused a disruption in the laser, which moved it because we know we know that gravity can disrupt light, and it moved by 7 nanometers.
Oh,
per second.
Is this the LIGO shit?
It is LIGO.
Yeah.
Isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. That's right. But that's on Earth.
And
there's a whole lot of presumptions made about what these experiments that they do on Earth.
And Earth measures flat. And
what?
So hey, I am cool. Did you posted the link so I can look through it later on? Anyways, you said it was.
Oh, you want the links?
Yeah, yes. You can share it here in the Livestream voice text.
Yeah, I send you. The name is GW170717. Sure, let's go to the LIGO. No, that's
just copy paste the link.
No, let's not. I mean, unless you have some really good information, let's not talk about LIGO for endless.
You don't like LIGO?
I think it's interesting, but it proves anything about the shape of the Earth or the galaxy.
So hey,
it proves general relativity. And if general relativity is true, the flat Earth, the idea of a flat Earth,
you can't use any type of physical experiment.
I'm cool. I posted KHWB78658. 41 minutes after the hour. 2 oil rigs. It's KHWB78658. Do you see
that? But when I'm searching that, I don't see anything.
It's 41 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, search G1217
No. Listen, listen.
G170817. You're actually going
Listen.
to see.
I'm cool. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Listen. It's 41 minutes
Yes.
after the hour. It's written Sasha. It's a flag. Doesn't matter. It's written KHWB.
I
7.
see, I see, I see. I
Okay.
see, I see,
Can
I
you
see.
can you read down then all other stuff?
What?
Can you
Oh,
read?
this?
Can you read that what is written on that photo?
Yeah, KHWB 78658.
Yeah. Can you read that down? What is written on that photo?
Which one?
That under
The
that.
picture?
Yeah.
Max distance, geometric horizon sphere equals 1.22 miles. From 1 foot, that's not true. It's 1.4 miles.
Okay, 1.4 miles. Okay, can you read that what is written up on the white thing? Modus
9 point.
tollens.
I have a few words for you. Okay, mirage.
Yeah.
How it's called the reflection, and mirage and reflection. Those are the two words that I need to. You can even see how bent, how distorted those platforms are.
No,
Look
it's
how
not about the
distorted they are.
platforms. It's about the horizon. Don't worry about the platforms. The horizon.
Yeah, but you can't just say
Listen.
don't worry about the platforms. The platforms are clearly
Yeah.
distorted.
Look, you're using the platforms as a red herring. It's about the horizon. The platforms are just like a measuring stick.
Sure, I am cool. Can you come down just a little bit and let them explain?
Please,
This
let
side of the argument.
let him say the argument first. Yeah.
Yeah,
I understand what they're
can
saying.
you
Yeah, the
listen? Can
horizon
you
is
listen and try to
high.
listen? Can you listen and try to understand our side of the argument? We live on Earth, just like I was
Okay,
saying,
talk.
and
Okay,
let's
talk.
see if what they say can actually match up to what you observe in reality. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, say.
Well, you're saying that it's some sort of mirage and optical effect. I'll grant you that just for the sake of being nice in the conversation, since, you are surrounded by flatties in here. But to prove that that's the case, rather than just begging the question, you need to walk up to that image and show that it is just a figment of your imagination and not there if you're invoking a mirage, number one. Number two, you can have hazy distortion with the object right there over a flat surface. So you saying that it's a reflection of mirage or whatever is nice. Otherwise, it's just a hazy distortion of what's right there over the flat surface. So you can't just say reflection or mirage as if implying that it's some sort of fake
Metal
image lifted over the ball. So you need to prove that it's a mirage first before you just beg the question.
Metal Arc. I don't think he's been taken through the full conversation about it, and this is why I wanted him to calm down and have someone. Or I could be wrong. Did someone take him through the Black
Okay,
Swan argument?
why I think reflection?
Oh, you have.
Many times. He's been here under many different names doing the same stuff.
Same shit.
Here,
Okay,
right here. I'm searching the names. Wait a second. Let me speak. I'm searching the names of those platforms, and those platforms in closer picture don't look as distorted. They don't look distorted at all. Those things in the picture just look like they're snakes.
Can you read that what is
It would
written?
make me believe that the horizon, as you're saying there, is not just
Can you
a
read? Can you read the
Yeah,
text?
focus.
He still misunderstands the argument.
Can you read the text? I'm cool. Please.
Yeah, blah blah blah. Observer foot one
Blah
height
blah
max
blah.
distance geometric horizon
Why I'm
sphere
listening to
1.4 miles. Platform habitat 9.41 miles. Platform hill house 6.21 miles.
And so you do understand the argument, and the horizon is much further than the second platform, right? So, right?
Okay,
It
yeah,
sounds like
yeah.
you
Now
do.
can I speak? Now can I speak?
Yeah,
He
tell
said
us why
refraction,
you.
and
Okay,
Metalog was trying
I
to
think
talk
it's
about refraction.
My bad. All right,
yeah,
so it's Metal Arc and
refraction because it's close to the water, and inside there's a change of density, which distorts the light. Like when you're in a hot day, it's going to look like the road is distorted. Do you know this thing where it looks like there's water on the road when there
Yes.
isn't?
So basically, he understands the argument, but he's invoking refraction as an excuse away why we see too far. So we need to take away that crutch of his, that rescue device of refraction as the excuse of why we're seeing too far over a ball. We could just be seeing a hazy, distorted image of something that's right there over the flat plane, but you appear to be implying that it's still a ball. That refraction is somehow what? Lifting the image over this ball of hump obstruction and allowing us to see what normally isn't there.
No, with mirage.
That sounds like a cheap excuse.
Why does it sound those platforms? What do they do? Those platforms? What are they?
They're stationary. They don't move. Go ahead, Metalord.
No. What do they do? For the height? Okay, it's more than 400 feet tall.
What about the price of rice in China?
Yeah, we don't care. What they do in this observation is they measure the distance roughly to the horizon, which, as we can see, is more than 9.4 miles. That's what they do.
Yeah, but it's because of the mirage and refraction.
Of course. Of course.
You can clearly see the distortion on the
Okay, saw some distortion on one of the rigs. Okay, what does that mean for the horizon? Quantify it for us. Show us what kind of refraction. What?
Two of the horizons, two of the platforms.
To be honest, Metalord, can you answer his question? I mean, I don't want.
Well, let's stay focused. What do you call it? The oil rig does look hazy, but the horizon does not. So unless you're seeing haziness in the horizon, we can still focus on the horizon and how it appears to be beyond those oil rigs that are, about 10 miles away, way too far over a ball for the geometric.
And look at the. It looks like a boat there. You see, something looks very off about the size of the boat.
So if you're going to invoke mirage or refraction as your saving device, let's see how your safety blankie really needs to be taken away here and doesn't quite work to salvage your ball. When we see mirages, we see superior or inferior mirages that appear to be a mirror image of what is either below or above them. A superior mirage is a fancy word for saying a mirage that's over the actual object, and inferior is just below. So the mirage is either appearing above or below the real object. So you would need to prove what you're implying and show the original object, and the miraged image above or below the original object. You can't see that here, so effectively you're begging the question. You're yet again assuming that we're seeing too far over a ball because you have this duplicated miraged image above where it would be on a ball. You need to prove that by showing at least two images. You can't do that, so effectively you're begging the question.
No, I'm doing that by showing a distortion, on the platforms, and those are really large distortions, as you see. I don't think I searched them up, and they look totally different than what they look there, and because of all the distortion. So what would make me believe that that's actually the horizon?
You're completely illogical. It doesn't follow from the distortion that you're seeing on the rig that the horizon can be displaced by 10 times its geometric distance. You're not tying these two things together. You're just pointing at one thing and saying, therefore, you can ham wave the observation, which has nothing to do with the thing that you're pointing at.
Okay. Right when there are certain, let's say in air, when it's hot and then cold, the air density changes, right?
Okay, is this going to explain to us how your geometric horizon is being displaced by 10 times in that picture?
Yes.
And actually, that's actually 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius too. Is it going to do anything to account for that?
All of those things don't matter.
Well, should they?
No.
Really? Because we can. This is what you're observing is just a capture from a like a 10-minute video where he was standing on a platform and then went down to the seashore, set up his camera, zoomed into these platforms, The horizon is like 1 foot off the ground, zoomed across. I'm looking for the video now. If anyone has it, go ahead and post that. It's JLMSB69. Have you
Yeah.
seen that video, or are you just
It
freaking
it
willy
being
nilly just throwing that
it
shit
being
off?
part of a video doesn't prove anything.
Really? Like a live
Yeah.
video or like a real video?
It doesn't
Like,
prove anything if it's a live video or just a photo. It doesn't change it.
okay.
The Mirage isn't just going to say no. Now he's in a
All right,
photo,
so
so let's work.
the
and then-
Mirage. All right, see, and that's kind of no. I'll tell you what, the Mirage. If you have a Mirage, that's the intent of a Mirage. I don't know if Mirages have intent or not, but they actually are to convince you of something that isn't really there. Now, on physical Earth, what
is
the
the
intent? Hold
non-physical
on,
Earth?
hold the phone, bro. Can I finish what I was going to say? The physical intent of a Mirage, they don't have, what we observe across the Earth has nothing to do with, any intent by any, physical observation that we have. But here's what they tell us about the physical Earth. We're the third rock from the sun, right? And the radius of Earth is 3,959 miles. I'm going to get through this really quick. I'm going to help you. You're a young man. This is really simple to understand. If the Earth had the 3,959 miles radius, and you stand at the seashore and you have these oil rigs that they're both dormant now. They're still out there. They haven't tore them down, right? They're just dormant now. They're not extracting oil anymore, but they're still there. You can go to Santa Barbara and see it for yourself and recreate the same freaking test. So when you walk down to the seashore and you, from 1 foot observation, take your P100 or P1000 and look across the sea shore, which is connected to the ocean. It's a bay, but it's still the ocean. When you can see the horizon beyond the second one, what they tell us about the 3959 radius ball, which can only be possible if you can see the second one. You shouldn't even be able to see the first one, or at least you could only see the top of it. But the second one, bro, you wouldn't be able to see it. But in this observation, you see the horizon beyond it. These are numbers. Do you like math? I mean, you've been talking about math all night, man.
I love math. I love it.
No, I'm talking to homeboy.
Wait, you're not talking to me, Helio?
No, I'm talking to.
Oh, okay.
Did he leave? Did
Thank
he
you.
leave because he got scared?
Yeah, he got scared.
You got scared and left. Anyway, the Black Swan argument is very, very fucking simple.
He's here.
Cool.
Black Swan.
He's. Are you muting and deafening yourself back and forth?
Me?
Yeah, you. I'm talking to you.
When I go out and smoke, I beat myself, and then I come back in and talk shit, with you guys.
Good. What about China?
I ain't trying to chase anybody off. I'm just trying to clarify the argument so everybody can really, take a.
Yeah, he's back.
Dude was on.
He's back.
All right,
He's
cool,
back.
Cool.
But
So
he's
I am.
deafened and muted.
Well, I didn't deaf him or mute him. I was actually asking a
He
question.
did it himself.
Yeah, well, I mean,
he needs some time alone.
Might have been because
Can
he's
you hear me now?
He needs some time alone with his globe.
Can you hear
maybe.
me now?
I'm
No,
gonna
we
say,
cannot hear
hey,
you.
Did I waste my time saying that to you? I'm
Yes,
cool.
you
Did
did.
you hear
Yes, you did.
anything that I
Yes,
said?
you did. You did waste your time. You did.
I'm gonna fucking mute and deafen your ass, Jimsy. Anyway.
I'm cool. We cannot hear
Wait.
you. I'm cool.
No, I'm cool. Did you hear anything that I said? Within the past couple minutes? That's a yes or no question. Answer it.
I think that he has a problem with the mic.
He might. Fuck. What the fuck? Anyway,
He
all right.
he's
Since he
actually
can't talk
pretending. He's actually pretending that he does,
because
just to
he's
ignore
scared as
helium.
fuck. He's scared to
Yeah,
answer my question.
Pretending what?
You're pretending
Pretending that you have any issues.
to not. Yeah, you're pretending
No,
to have
I just
issues because I asked you direct
restarted the
questions
Discord and
about.
it worked.
Okay, cool.
No,
So now
I just
you're
restarted
back.
my Discord and it worked.
That's a pretty good LARP, dude.
Live?
A LARP.
LARP. Yeah, it's a live action role play. And you really don't give a shit about this topic. You're just having fun with us and you're
And
just
I will
clowning.
tell you, you kind of like medium level LARP.
Yeah, if you really
does
want to
that mean?
fuck with us, you better get better at it.
He's not that bad.
At what?
But he's
At pretending
LARPing.
that you really understand everything, and it's just like, a lot of people that are ignorant.
Understand.
Here's what happens, Jimsy. I'm going to tell you what happens. People that are ignorant really like to mess around with the flat earthers, even though they don't fully understand it, and when they make themselves look ignorant, they
That's
like
why I joined
play
here,
around
because
like
I
you're
don't
doing
fully
right
understand
now.
it.
Yeah,
You join here to teach
when it
people
comes
how
to
things
when
actually.
it comes to a peak of you
I'm a
actually
mute
being,
here right fucking now.
I'm gonna fuck, mother.
Hey, I'm cool. You just you join to show people in here how they're wrong about the Earth because you know better. Right, cool.
But he doesn't even understand the black swan, and that's what I was trying to explain. But whatever.
I sent something in the
In the ether,
live.
you sent something in the ether. That's what.
To the live chat, live.
Yeah, what? Yeah, you send in a black swan, bro.
No, that's a different one. You don't see here. You don't see you see only part of it, and it's not distorted. And you still see and you don't see and you see it behind the how it's called the thing.
So
The
oil rig is like what 6 miles away, and the curvature is supposed to be at 1.4. Remember that part?
What you said?
So the curvature, the horizon, supposed to be at 1.4. Remember? And then that oil rig is what 6 miles plus away, and we can see the bottom of it.
The second one's 9.4 miles.
Yeah, and the horizon, the curvature. Remember the curvature of the ball, the geometric shape of it that doesn't allow us to see further. The curvature supposed to be at 1.4 miles from the observer, but here we can see way beyond the 1.4.
Yeah, because they're taller than they're taller. Something can be you can see something further away if it's taller. That's how it works.
1 foot observation.
Not how it works.
Yeah, but here, let's say if you
Not
would,
at all.
how much obstruction is there from one foot tall? What is the obstruction?
Hey, I have a recommendation. There's a guy in Livestream voice text
around 60 feet, which means then those things are 400 feet tall. Way
Are you
beyond
pulling shit out of your ass right now?
Hey, cool guy. Do you see where the platform touches the water? Do you see that part?
Where?
Where? What are we talking about? The image that you shared. Do you see?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I don't see it touching the water because it's behind the
No.
water I see. No, because it's behind the water I see.
So it's not touching the water. It's not touching the water.
Because it's behind the water I see. It is touching the water, but you don't see it as touching the water.
Let's talk about the one. Let's talk about the one in front, right? The one that is closer to the observer. The one closer to the observer.
Yes.
The one that looks bigger, right? Right. Do you see where the platform is touching the water? Do you see that?
I don't see it touching the water. I see the water, and it's behind it. I don't actually see this. I know it's touching the water, but it's not possible to see the point where it touches the water. It's just not physically possible for this.
All right. So you see that point where it looks like it's touching the water. You see that point, right?
It looks like it's touching the water. Yeah, I see the point there.
Okay.
Well, I'm curious. I'm cool. Where did you get that image from?
It was given to him. It was given to you, right? It was given to you.
We
Right?
already know that.
Just admit it. Someone sent it to you. Just admit it.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, cool. We have the original video from our Black Swan. I mean, it's just a capture from a video where someone that made a video. It was just a capture of the image. So somebody sent that to you. Anyway, yeah.
So
you know that already.
That front platform is supposed to be behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, it is. It's just very tall.
Just very tall.
No, it's closer, and the other one's further, right?
All right. Look, first of all,
that's why you see. That's why this one is large. It looks larger, and you see more of it because it's closer.
Listen, and so the horizon is the curvature.
One second.
Hold on.
No, I haven't talked at all. I'm just going to say something. I'm going to
But I
correct him on
didn't
something.
finish my point.
First of all, again, you need to be reminded that this is an argument about the distance to the horizon. It has nothing to do with the platforms other than to demarcate distance. Okay, as somebody said to you, it's like a tape measure. Now, even though, hold on, I'm not done talking to you yet either. Look, you've also though with your stupid argument that is unrelated about the height of those platforms. You've twice now said that they were 400 feet tall. They're both less than 100 feet tall. I don't know if that changes your view on things, but you are way off. You are, well,
Platform.
Platform Hill House is 98 feet. The other one is like 86 or something like that. They're on.
Okay. Let's see for the offshore platform is more than 400 feet tall.
No, dude. You can go right to the.
That's a Hill House. The Hill House is 100 feet. The Hill House is shorter.
The platforms we're looking at in these pictures are one of them's under 90 feet and the other one's under 100 feet. Okay, so like those are the pictures.
Even if it's like that, it's still the calculations still. Even if it's like that, the calculations still work because
no. Because what you were just trying to do, you were saying 60 feet should be blocked, but that leaves you with 40 feet left of rig. Are you seeing more than 40 feet of rig? And again, I don't even know why I'm arguing with you because it has nothing to do with
60 feet of blockage. No, it's 60 feet of blockage, and it's supposed to be 60 feet of blockage in the further one, in the 10-mile.
So
one.
are you
in the 6-mile one? It's supposed to be even less than 60 feet blockage, around 35 feet blockage.
See, what you're saying is not the argument. So I think we're at an impasse, I guess, at this point.
Yeah.
This is weird. It's kind of weird.
The thing is that he's not taking into account the water that is between the observer and the platform.
What? What am I supposed to take into account? There's water. Yay, H2O, liquid H2O.
Yeah. And you know when you put a finger between your eye and the sun, and you can cover the sun with your finger. Have you ever done that? Cover the sun with your hand or your finger. Do you think your finger is
Yes.
as big as the sun because you can cover it?
No.
Exactly. So that wave that is between the observer and the platform behind is covering the platform, not water.
I have a question. When you're looking at a tree, what color? At a green ball, what color is the ball?
When you
What
look
color
into
is the ball?
when you look through the
No, answer my
medium
question.
and there
No,
is
answer my
water
question.
between the
Answer.
observer and the observation, you're gonna have something that covers the object being
Okay,
observed.
answer my question.
And that's why you can see water
Okay, I
blocking the
understand.
view.
I
It
understood
is
you
not
the first
curvature. It's
time.
not curvature. Hey, it's water
Please,
curving.
shut up.
It's water covering the view of the observer. It's very simple, bro.
Okay, good
Very
job.
very simple.
Okay,
You
good
know,
job. Now answer
between
my
the
question.
observer and
Shut
the view
up.
and the object being observed, there is obstruction, right? Like when you put the
Good
finger in
job.
front of
Now
your
let
eye
me
and you don't see the
speak.
sun. Remember that part? So then, have you measured the curvature of the Earth? Have you or anyone that you know of ever measured the 9 inches per mile square of the
Hey, I just
of the Earth?
muted him, and there's a requirement for him to come back. He's going to have watch this video I'm about to post. He has to watch it, or else.
Anyways, Lou, did you finish your point with him or no? Lou, did you finish your point?
No, I'm not gonna. I just wanted to correct him mainly just wanted to correct him on the height. He was saying those things he's 400
this is
feet
from
tall.
Beal
That's a non-point to the argument anyway.
Well, I
This
said
is the
Helio.
original
No, I
video.
said Lou, not Helio. I think
Yeah,
Lou
no
was in the
shit.
middle of his. I think Lou was in the middle of his sentence when you started speaking, Helio.
I could already tell Lou was going to say it, but anyway.
He
But
could
yeah, this
tell
guy.
I was gonna
I don't
finish
think he
talking at
saw the
some point.
original video, so that's why I was saying.
Oh
you
yeah,
can
and
sit
last
here and
week I
argue
was
about
like
this for
having dinner.
45 minutes. Well, fuck you anyway. Anyway, I got. I'm gonna message. I'm gonna send this video right here, and until he watches this video and can see what we're talking about, then he has really no reason to sit in here and waste our time.
It's a good sport. It's like training. You know, have you ever seen Goku training? He had to train hard to fight the big guys. Just training. He's being a sport.
He's been
Not a good
been
sport.
hanging
Not a
out,
good
but
sport, but he's being a sport.
yeah, well, it's
You're
like
being a
we've
sport.
had a lot of patience with him. I mean, all of us have been to sports, but hey, until he watches this fucking video, he can't come back.
Hello?
I mean, he's just muted, and I'll unmute him after he
No,
watches
he's not
that
muted.
video.
He's unmuted.
Oh.
Oh well, somebody else can unmute him if they want to, but I would rather.
Hey, what's up,
that
bro?
he
What's
watch
up? Hey, he said
the video.
Jamsey Helio. He said Jamsey Helio. Go ahead, bro. What's going on?
Jamsey, what color
Yeah.
is a green ball? What do you see when you look at a green ball? What color is it?
It's curved. The ball is curved.
No. What color?
Yeah,
is
it is.
What
It is.
color?
The ball needs to be curved to
No,
be a
what
ball.
color?
Didn't you know that?
I asked the color of it, not its shape. The color of a green ball.
Of the ball?
Of a green ball, a green football ball.
This really helps.
Oh, it's oval because it's a football.
No,
Football
I'm
ball?
talking. Okay, a green sheet. You have a green wall. What
That's flat.
color?
The sheet will be flat if you put it on top of the bed.
No.
It will be flat. If you describing it.
I asked about the color, not the shape. Just answer the question.
So is the bed flat and motionless? Is your bed flat and motionless?
Okay, so the answer is green. The green wall is green. Does it mean now
Wait, what?
that I'm invisible? No. Why are you just taking
But the
two
wall is
different
flat
things and
too,
saying-
right? Is the wall flat?
Why
Is
are
it
you just
sour?
answering
No,
the question?
the green ball is round, and the
green sheet is
those
flat.
green
Just
balls.
the wall, just like the wall.
That's not what I asked. That's what is this?
Yes,
what
you
is
asked about the ball, and I'm telling
I
you
asked
that
what is
if
the
we're
color
gonna
of the
do
ball.
a description about the ball, it has to be curved because balls need curvature
Okay,
to
good
ball.
job. I didn't ask about. I just took a random object. What is the color
I think this
of
is a
the
language
green ball?
barrier. I think this is a language barrier, and I don't know, man. I don't know what to do.
You pull that fucking card all the time, Jimsy.
He doesn't
So we
understand
know.
curvature, bro. He doesn't understand curve or flat. He doesn't get it. It's a language
I
barrier,
don't think he even gets green. What difference between green and brown? To be honest,
bro. Cool guy. Do you understand the difference between curve and flat?
I asked about the color of the
But do you
green
don't
ball.
stop obfuscating of my question? Do you understand the difference between curve and flat?
Yes.
What is the difference?
One of them is curved, one of them is flat.
Okay. Have you ever measured the curvature of the Earth 8 inches per mile square? Have you ever done that?
Why aren't you just answering my question?
Why aren't you answering my question?
No, I asked you a very simple question.
You answer my question. Answer my
what
question.
color
Why
is a green?
have you ever measured the curvature of the Earth? Have you
What
ever?
color is Coca-Cola? Answer my question. What color is Coca-Cola?
Cool guy. Do you know this is the flat Earth Discord? Cool guy.
No, yeah, but I'm trying to make a point.
Exactly. You got it. Yeah, good that we took that step. Now that you know where you're at. Now that you know that this is the flat Earth Discord, I'm gonna ask you something related to the flat Earth.
I don't care if Coca-Cola is
What
flat
is
or
the
not,
difference?
Sasha. That's not my point.
Okay, have you ever measured the curvature of the spinning globe? Have you?
First answer my question.
Yes,
and then
it's a very simple question. It's a yes or no question. Have you measured
my
the
question
curvature?
is easier. My question is easier.
Yeah, but it's not related to the flat Earth.
He's trying to help you.
You're just not answering it.
Hold on, he's trying to help you though. Just go with it for a minute. Just go with it for a minute. He's trying to help you, I promise. It's all right,
No,
man.
I'm asking a question, so he's
Well,
gonna answer.
Hold on to your question till we go through he's got a couple questions for you that'll help you out.
Okay, ask the questions.
Thank you for that. Hey, cool guy. Have you or anyone you know on the Earth ever measured and used any method to measure the curvature of the Earth by measurement? And if so, can you provide this measurement?
Yeah. I understand your question. I understand your question. Knows personally
What's the
or
answer?
just knows him? Knows
What is
personally
the
or
answer?
just knows him?
The method. Don't worry. I'm not to worry about who. I'm not to worry about who. I'm worried about the method utilized and how it was done. The measurement.
Okay,
how they measure.
Okay, so you
and
can
just post it on the. You know, the
okay,
Livestream
yeah,
voice
I'm
text,
trying.
the
Yeah, I'm trying to talk. Let me speak.
Yeah. Instead of just post the method that was used over there in the live stream.
No, I can just speak it.
No, just post it because I want to read it. I want to since there's like kind of like a language barrier between you and I.
I'm not going to write all of it.
Just post it. You don't have to write it yourself. It's not your explanation. It's the method that was used, and just post it in the.
Yeah, I'm trying to say it. Why aren't you just letting me answer?
Post it. Post it in the live stream voice text.
No, I'm going to answer with voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, if you're going to take polls and see the people have taken polls and seen the curvature, and then moved a few miles and see the shadow also there, then you can calculate the difference in the shadows compared to the different time of the day, and then like that you can calculate the curvature of the Earth. But if you want a measurement, people have taken space shuttles and taken pictures and calculations with lasers to see how much the distance.
So you
is
measure
changing
shadows. You measure shadow to calculate the curvature of the Earth by using shadows.
If you want to do it by yourself without, if you want to do it, let me see. No, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. If you want to do it without any that it's going to be not expensive, yeah, you can measure with shadow.
Oh, so what was the pre-assumptions and presuppositions based before you measured the shadows? Were you thinking that the sun was like how far away? How far is the sun?
Around in miles or in kilometers.
Any whichever you want. I speak both languages.
90 million 90 million miles away.
So
90 million miles away.
Before you measured the shadows, you knew that the sun was 90 million miles away.
Yes.
Oh, so you presuppose something already before doing the measurement, and
No,
based on your
actually, it
presuppositions
doesn't
and
matter. Actually, the
assumptions,
distance.
you came to
Actually,
a
the distance.
conclusion
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that
Actually, I'm
you
trying
came
to
to a
say
conclusion.
something.
Wait, I haven't finished my sentence, bro. So you came to the conclusion based on your assumptions, and you measure the
The
shadow,
distance of the sun
and
doesn't matter. The
your
distance of the
conclusion
sun
is
does not
flawed
matter.
because you have an assumption that the sun that you're trying to establish a distance, and you already have an assumption of that distance. So
I'm trying to tell you the distance of the sun does not matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
In this measurement, it does not matter the distance of the sun.
Hey, do you see this GIF that Donato? I'm gonna share it. You
Yeah,
see
it
this
doesn't
GIF?
explain anything.
You see this GIF? Oh, you need an explanation? I'll explain it to you since
It
we
doesn't
understand each
explain
other.
anything.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. So
It's just
if
a
you
cute gift.
listen,
It doesn't do anything.
hey,
No, no, no.
real quick. Now that we finally understand each other, so if hey, cool guy, just relax. Everything is okay. He dropped out. His LARP was wasted.
Man.
I was gonna, he's LARPing, right? He's just LARPing.
Right. Yeah, he knew quite a bit. He was not new. Yeah.
He just spent the last hour not listening to anything anybody said.
I made him rage quit with simple.
Well, he thought he
Mexican
knew a lot. Let me
answers.
restate that. Oh, sorry.
He's so mad. He's like,
Mhm.
that's what I was trying to calm him down.
So I brought him to the presuppositions of the distance. He was going into the presuppositions of the distance to the sun, and I was gonna bring him to I'm pre-assuming that the sun is 100 miles away, and when I do the measurements of the shadows, it looks flat to me. Like doing the same thing. But he was just LARPing. He knows he's been through this many times. He was just messing around. Yeah, he's been here with multiple accounts. Someone pointed that out. Was that gas pressure that I heard being equalized? That sound? What color is the bulb? Flat. I mean curved.
Is there any other new people on here?
He couldn't hold it. He has to say it. He said, F you, Gen Z. And dropped out. One of the first things he said when he joined earlier, he said, you flat earthers don't allow people with contrary beliefs of yours. You don't allow them to speak in here. And he was upset because we didn't allow him to speak, even though he's probably the person that spoke the most for the past 2 hours. And then he said, you flat earthers don't explain things. And if you don't explain it, it's not valid. Someone said, who was it, a crypto? He asked, why can't I see China? And someone brought it up for angular resolution, perspective. And he said, explain it. And he didn't like the explanation. So because he didn't like the explanation, it wasn't valid.
So that's why I gave him that treatment. I'm pretty sure it was a noise to whoever was listening, but I was trying to annoy him because he was pretty annoying. That was my intention. If you guys didn't notice.
Well, I knew you had a plan of some sort when you unmuted him. I'm like, okay, he wants to babysit him.
Yeah, had to. He was just obfuscating and lying and bringing the argument that was given to him. He presented the photograph of what they called like a white swan of the platforms.
Jimsy, moving along, you've got Father Node in here with no rolls. You want to try to unmute them?
Sure. We got Jenny that would like to speak to them.
Injuries in the live stream voice tag said he's not triggered or anything about personal attacks, that kind of stuff.
Far nude, you've been unmuted.
I'm just listening for now.
Well, you opened your
Cool.
mic. How did you find the server? I'm curious.
I just kind of searched flat Earth.
Really? Why were you
on
looking up
YouTube.
flat Earth? Really? So you found us through the YouTube channel? So why are you looking into flat Earth? Or
I think it was the Logan Paul video.
Oh, that was quite a while ago, man. You've been in this for a while. Cool.
I just saw that video.
Did you? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of an old one. Like,
which one? Like his supposed documentary? You saw that one?
No, I just kind of clicked on it for a minute, and then
man, that gave us endless hours of conversation, man. We love that video.
Isn't Logan Paul that guy that's always like pretending and doing stupid videos online, and he's always lying to people? And
yeah, Logan Paul's pretty much a clown. He's pretty much a clown.
He's like an internet clown, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not even a clown. He's just a little puppet. He does what he's told. They
No,
just give him.
he does clown boxing matches where they
Well, that's
pretend that he won a boxing match.
Yeah,
They do that
I
shit,
stand corrected. Never mind. I was thinking about some other influencer on YouTube.
Oh no! This is Logan Paul.
Yeah.
He's got blonde hair. He went to one of the Flat Earth conferences.
Oh yeah.
And then he made a video about it, and then he made a
Okay,
fake
Helio.
boxing match
Can you
where he
imagine?
actually pretended that he won a boxing match and shit. Yeah.
Can you
That's
imagine?
that fucking guy.
Can you imagine if you actually went to that Flat Earth conference and you're sitting there and then, because he was a surprise guest at the conference. Can you imagine seeing his ass up there? I'd be like, what? WTF?
Yeah, I have a lot of opinions about that, but I'm not going to express
Oh,
them here
yeah.
because I don't. There's no
Yeah,
reason.
like I said, we had endless hours of conversation over that. Yes, we did.
So wait, the new guy that brought up Logan Paul, what do you think about that? What do you think about Logan Paul pretending to be someone and just lying to people and just, you know?
I watched it for like a minute, and then I didn't think flat Earth was a real thing.
Oh yeah, we've been here for
Well, it
5
definitely
years,
is.
dude. We've been here. This server, this group of people have been here for 5 years.
So Farmer, have you ever talked to anyone about it
Question
before?
about what
Oh, sorry,
does he think about that, what Logan Paul did?
That doesn't. I don't really care.
Well, he obviously took the piss out of us, you know. But we've been doing this for quite a while. Logan Paul, popular YouTuber.
I think he took the piece
out
out of
us.
himself.
What?
What?
He took the piece on himself.
Yeah, well, he's a joker. He's a joker, you know.
Yeah, he's pissing himself to make people laugh. He's pissing on himself.
Smoker, midnight token.
But anyway, even through that, Farmo said that he found us by a Logan Paul video. Now you found us, and we're definitely serious about the flat Earth. So, if you're brand new to the topic, this is the best place to talk about it.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for the obfuscation. Okay, so when you saw the Logan Paul video, what were your thoughts about flat Earth? And
I
then
watched
you
like
ended up you
less than 2 minutes of it.
Why'd you stop watching it?
I mean, I'm pretty new to it. It's been like 10 minutes. And like
Okay, yeah,
in the
okay, all
past,
right.
I've
So
joined a
cause
few
and
flat
effect
Earth like
relationship of you
troll
watching the video of,
discords.
of Logan Paul talking about flat Earth. Then you watch that video, and that what idea that brought up what came to your mind that you ended up here in this Discord? What were you thinking about flat Earth? Why are you here? Based on that, those 2 minutes of
I assumed it was a
Paul talking
meme.
about flat Earth. You assume?
It was a meme, yeah. I didn't think this was a thing. Because I've seen a few meme discords, but seems
have you seen the meme that's showing this flat disc, Earth flying through space? Have you seen that?
Third disc from the sun.
Yeah, have you seen that? It's a pretty popular meme. There's a couple of
So
them.
now
out
that
there.
you're here, because of the flat Earth presented by Paul, so what do you want to know?
I mean, I'd rather just listen.
Well, say, hey, you found yourself here and it's part of the server. We have.
I got some for him.
I mean, nobody here is trying to grill you. If you're brand new to the topic, there's plenty
Yeah,
of
makes
information.
sense that you don't.
Yeah, if you're part of the Discord server, you can scroll down in the server. There's
Or I have
multiple
something.
hours. I mean, I'm not saying don't talk to us, but I'm just saying if
Hey.
you want to watch some videos and some information about it, there's plenty. Go ahead, Jen.
So, who's the new person we're talking to?
Farmood.
Farmood, yeah.
But he can.
What?
What is your?
Okay, so Far Mood. I posted something in the live stream voice text just above the voice channel. So, if you're brand new, you said 10 minutes ago you found out about Flat Earth. Okay, so check that out. It's got a range of different topics. That's something that all those videos are what we've talked about in here over the course of several years, whatnot. So it's a collaboration for your convenience.
And you're not obligated to come into the voice room here and talk to us if you're
Yeah.
curious. Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
You
there's
can go out
plenty
and
of-
figure this out
No,
yourself.
you're not obligated to talk to us. If you can talk to us a couple times, just like, hey, I have some more research to do, and you can just come in and talk to us, and it's like, oh, this is really interesting, and then just jump out of the voice room and go research. And come back when you've seen some of the shit we've seen. Not a big deal. Unless you're an asshole like that last guy that just rage quit.
I didn't get that vibe, but hey, I could be wrong.
He was.
Yeah, I don't think that last guy was treated
poisoned.
fair.
Dude, that was probably his like fourth or
What?
fifth account.
Wait, did somebody say somebody wasn't being treated fair? Let's not do that, if that's okay.
Wait, who's doing that?
Oh, he came back or just left.
See, the thing is, that's kind of difficult to wrap your head around. And I'm speaking in general, no one in particular. This place isn't really about feelings and stuff. We talk about things that have to do with what the Earth is. You actually don't even need science for it. So yeah, we see too far all over the Earth. It's observably and measurably flat, although topographical.
I think I'm gonna leave for now, but I might come
Hey,
back.
man. Yeah. Take care.
Hey, hopefully
I DM'd him. I DM'd him my starter or our starter pack.
Cool.
Yeah. He'll be back. Did anybody give him a?
Yeah, he has the VC verified rule.
Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously, he wouldn't have been open up those microphones.
Right, but I thought I didn't know if
But
really
I
enough.
think all the VC verified have access to the information.
I would say he almost sounded like a heliocult defector to me.
It's like people. I mean, it's a pretty heavy platform. I mean, if you're brand new, you're going to be reluctant.
You'd be like,
Actually,
you'd be
get
like
a
Cat Williams
combo.
looking around.
It sounded like a brand new guy to the top, so that he's probably reluctant to actually. All right, all right, cool. I talked to you, and now I'm gonna check out and decide if I ever want to come back in here again.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah, he might jump back.
Was he the one that said something about somebody being unfair?
No, I don't think that was.
Okay, good.
Your statement that
Can't hear ya.
you people in here don't allow other people to speak. That's what he was saying.
Well,
I mean, shit. Have you ever been in other Discords?
But that was his argument.
That's crazy.
You go to other
Like, what you
Discords.
talking
and try
about,
to
bro?
talk. I mean, it's just like you can't get a fucking word in edgewise. We try to be as fair as we can.
The ironic part is that he during the I don't know, it was like 2 hours or more that he was in here, more than 2 hours, and he was the person that spoke the most.
No, not the last guy that we just talked to.
No, the one
other,
before.
The other guy, yeah.
The one before, because Jenny asked who said something about being unfair, and then I was the ones that mentioned that because that guy joined here and his argument was, you guys don't let anybody speak, and if you don't explain something, that means that it's not true. That was his argument for the globe, and then he brought up other arguments: gravity, refraction.
Yeah, he was just flinging himself all over the place. It was pretty.
Yeah, he eventually got frustrated and left when we
here
called
we
him
go.
on his bullshit. But anyway,
We got another new person. You're a wizard, Derry. Hello, you're a wizard, Derry. Welcome to the server.
we always welcome new people's opinions here, man, and stuff. Yeah.
What's up, wizard?
You got the VC verified. At least say hi, so we'll have to mute you again.
Oh, yeah, we can't just leave you hanging.
What's up?
Hello, what's going on? What brings you?
Guys, if you don't mind.
We're not gonna make you talk. It's okay.
What?
What did you say? If we don't mind, what? What?
I'm just.
Hey, you know what?
Hold on, Jen. Oh, he said he likes to listen.
Yeah.
You want to listen to Flat Earthers trolls?
I just like the discussion.
Oh,
Well,
cool. Have you ever listened, talked to anyone about Flat Earth before?
No, not much.
Cool. So how did you find this?
Somebody posted it in the channel for games and shit.
Oh, you were in a gaming platform and somebody posted a Flat Earth Discord in there.
Yeah,
Like, what the fuck is this?
And I just chatted and yeah. And
Cool.
then the
So
other
have
day
you ever
I talked the other day to some of you guys.
Okay, cool.
Here on the latest night, some weekend I was listening to latest night.
Oh yeah, latest night's great. Yeah.
And then some day after that I also listened and I spoke to some of you guys. I think his name was I think it was Trace or something.
Yeah, Trace is awesome.
Or Gospel Better, I don't remember. But anyways,
I think both.
I'm trying to clarify that I'm just trying to listen and maybe educate myself a little bit about that.
But you can't help yourself. You have to open your mic and talk to us. I get that because I don't like that.
I don't want to actually get myself into this matter because I honestly I cannot prove anything. I haven't educated myself enough in this, so I just want to listen. If you don't mind, if it's okay with you, I just want to chill and listen.
Sure, if you want to put yourself on mute and listen, but yeah, man, you're from Iceland as well.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. You're Icelandic. Oh, cool. Yeah, man, you can listen. You've already met Drace apparently, so yeah, he's in Iceland as well.
Hey,
Drace
whoa,
and
whoa,
Carmen.
whoa. Ertu frá Íslandi?
Iceland.
Yeah, I was right.
I think.
Shit. See, he can't stop. See, you can't
It's
help
only
yourself.
it's only English. It's only English in chat. Remember.
I'm sorry. Wait, I'm also from Iceland.
But yeah, Drace is
Yeah,
Icelandic.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's English only room, but you can jump in other
Helium.
rooms. Speak Icelandic. My
We
bad.
had a lady just join us.
Yeah.
No, I was just Karma speaking through my mic.
Oh, well, I do see Adoko. She's in the chat.
Yeah, Ildeco's been in here for a while, and she hasn't said anything, but she might be listening. But she I messaged her earlier, and I was like, "I see you." I always when I see her in the room. I always message her and say, "I see you." But she loves to be, get involved. Yeah, she.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey, Drace.
It's cool,
So,
man. This is
since I
crazy.
have-
We have like 5 or 6 Icelanders in here, which is it's kind of
awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Yeah, we got too many people from the United States in the server. We need other places on the earth.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from some people in China, but
yeah,
no, they can't even access what we have.
Well,
Because their whole internet is
they don't get to use those the VPN.
or at least like a lot more Japanese besides Jin, because he's really from England. It's like let's get some Japanese people in here. They could.
Yeah, so if I jump in, I've been in the voice text for a while, talking.
Cool.
And I was
You having
listening
fun with
to
it?
you talking with that. What was he? I am cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you think about that conversation?
He had some valid points, but he was a horrible person.
Okay, what would you say is his valid point? What was his valid point?
Same as the standard Globy norm.
Yeah, the standard Globy stuff, I'm
You
personally
understand
a globe birther, and
But you understand he's just repeating the Globe story. It's not like he had a valid point. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, that's
Yeah.
that's the easiest thing to project is the standard Globy narrative. Anybody can own that shit.
Yeah, it's just that I have participated in a few discussions on this server the last few weeks with a varying degrees of hostility, and I was just previously talking in the voice chat with some guys, and we were actually discussing the Black Swan photo, parallel to the current discussion. And apparently there are, different opinions on the Black Swan photo. I mean,
Do you think the way it's presented? Do you think it's a valid argument?
Absolutely. I think it's a very valid argument.
I do too.
Yeah. But just to be clear, I am a globe earther, you know.
What? So
Yeah.
it's a valid argument, but you still think the Earth is a globe, even though
Yeah.
we can prove that it cannot possibly be a globe through the Black Swan argument.
Hey, you're a globe earther?
I do not agree to that.
When you say valid, what do you mean by valid?
So a valid argument is a very is a strong argument that you can support. All right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, that is my opinion or belief.
All right,
Is that
well,
you make an argument and you can support it. You know?
was that Drace that just jumped in?
Yeah. The problem is
How Icelanders.
our education system doesn't generally teach us much logic, so we generally pick up words like validity and stuff like that from seeing it on TV and apply it not correctly.
Yeah, that's also a very valid argument.
Well, it doesn't mean it's correct.
You're also funny.
Yeah. A valid argument is not me saying that it's correct, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, what is correct? Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, or when it comes to like what is incorrect about the horizon. I mean, in order for us, as we're standing on Earth, which appears to be a level stationary plane, but they told us it's not that. It's a globe, and it's of a certain size, 3,959 miles radius, or you might use kilometers. It's, I used miles. Anyway, so when I see the horizon with the Black Swan argument, from a 1 foot observer height, or you can go from 5 feet, it's approximately like 3 to 4 miles away, if that. And then when you watch that video that BMSB 69 took of these oil rigs, and the horizon is much further behind the second platform, which is 10 miles away. How can you resolve that in your mind?
Wasn't the Icelander trying to talk to the Icelander? I thought that's what I heard.
Yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of an Icelandic takeover, but they're actually talking about an argument being valid.
Yeah. In my opinion, a valid argument is not necessarily a true argument. And the thing that I have been participating in, the discussion that I've been participating in voice text before I joined the voice chat, is about the Black Swan picture. And that is a very interesting argument because both sides have very strong arguments for their points of view.
No, that's not true.
See, the problem is you don't really need science for the Black Swan.
No. The thing is, you're saying both sides have strong arguments, but we did the test and showed that we could see too far, and they then came up with an excuse. And that excuse was the thing that they ignored in the beginning, the thing that we told them from the start, that there's refraction. So you don't see a geometric horizon. That's not possible. But for years, they tried to argue with us, trying to claim that boats are going over a geometric horizon. That's the proof of a globe. But the problem is there are no boats going over in the geometric horizon because we don't have any. We only have an apparent horizon. And that apparent horizon changes based on conditions or the optics being used. So as soon as the optics being used can change the apparent location of the horizon, you know for a fact it's not caused by any Earth curve, because it's caused by the optics.
Yeah.
That was wonderful.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please. Keep at it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Like I mentioned before, the Black Swan photo is a very strong argument, and
Sorry, it's the photo is not the argument. The argument is modus tollens, which is a logical deductive argument that is framed above the photo. There's no valid argument for the globe side. They just have ad hoc excuses. So trying to conflate the two is invalid.
Okay.
Comparing apples to oranges.
Oh.
Okay. I totally understand, and I am not going to provide you with proofs for anything. Just I'm going to say that up front because you will otherwise ask me for proof. In my opinion, and from my knowledge, it is absolutely a thing of refraction, and you will counter that with perhaps another photo of the same black swan
I have a
with a different
question.
horizon.
No. That's a claim on your part that requires evidence. However, I can prove that claim incorrect simply by showing the black swan or any other long-distance photograph, because none of those photographs show the effects of refraction that you're claiming. Refraction causes light, or especially when you have columnated incoherent sunlight, which is all wavelengths of frequencies, that light would split apart, and you would not have these colors that you see normally. You would see a rainbow-colored pattern. So you don't see evidence of this claim, and so it's a baseless claim with no evidence.
Okay, that's a very strong argument against to what I was exactly going to say. You totally predicted me. But then again, I will introduce another thinking. So, at what time was the black swan photo taken? Was it in the middle of the day, just before sunrise, or
There's a
just
video.
before sunset?
I'll link you the video to the original where this is taken from.
Yeah, with BM LSB69.
Yes.
Yes, I have watched that.
Yeah. Besides the point, we tested this multiple times, and for instance, the PhD in spectrophotometry, Dr. John D., went out with lasers many times, and he tried to prove us wrong and tested under all different conditions, all times of day, trying to make the light refract up, which would necessitate that the geometric horizon would be where it should be. Like, light is not going around the curve, it's going the opposite way. So how could it?
Okay, again, very good counter. So, another point. So, the global Earth explanation from the black swan picture is very simply put just light refraction, and that is countered by flat Earth believers.
We're not believers, we just have evidence, and so we don't need to believe anything. Like, we used to be globe Earth believers, so we used to be in that cult, but then
I'm very sorry.
Then we tested the claims that we were told, and I expected to find the ball, you know? I expected it to be a ball. But then you test and you find, oh, there's no ball. What did I do wrong? That's the first thing you think. and then you double check, triple check, quadruple check, and you're not doing anything wrong, they fail to account for actual refraction. So that's an issue for me.
All right. And like I was going to say, the common Glober response to the black swan photo is, light refraction, like Simon Dan and cats, stuff like that.
Yeah, those are all numpties that basically we have proven to be fools repeatedly over the course of the years.
Okay. So refraction is stupid. Refraction is
No. Refraction is quite real and works perfectly. They just never account for it. We told them in the beginning, refraction can cause things like the bottom of the sun getting cut off at the horizon and things like that. And they said, no, it's not possible. It's impossible. And the geometrical horizon is all it is. Boats go over it. The sun is going behind it. They're retarded, okay? So after years of getting told that refraction exists, they adopted our argument and just say refraction with no coherent logical reasoning behind it.
Okay. Can I ask a very silly question that is maybe very important? So now we have refraction being used on both sides.
No. We're using refraction where it applies, where it exists in reality. They're not using refraction, they're just saying refraction with no evidence that their claims are real.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna disagree with that, and I'm not gonna be providing any evidence for that. I'm saying
So
I am
that's a
going to
baseless
disagree with
claim.
that.
You're just gonna say nah.
Yeah, basically. And I'm terribly sorry. I am not a scientist or physicist or a geologist.
You can educate yourself on this, though. It's not hard. Snell's law is not hard.
Believe
For
me,
instance,
I have. The topic of flat Earth has been of great interest to me for now to the almost 2 years. And I am still a globe earther. And
that's
I joined
understandable.
this
That's
Discord
just something
server a few weeks ago, and I have participated in the voice channels a few times. I've been met with quite a lot of hostility, I want to discuss things, without being a scientist, providing calculations for everything. I want to talk about things.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to be a scientist to provide calculations for everything. I'm just saying when you use something as your claim, like refraction, you must actually account for refraction. You can't just use your own invented Frankenstein, which has no relation to Snell's law or violates it or skips big parts of it, just because that feels good and might fit with my delusion. That's not scientific. That's not evidence. That's so far from being logical that it's infuriating to listen to. Do you understand that?
I absolutely understand that. And then maybe you guys should assume that I am delusional and should approach me on that information that I am delusional. So don't set me off. And maybe give me a label that I am delusional, but willing to talk.
Well, I'm surprised you would accept that, but
I have been trying to say now for almost 3 weeks, I am not here to disprove the flat Earth. I am not here to ridicule you or call you names. I just want to participate in the discussion.
Yeah, you want to participate, but the problem is, participate, we must have some evidence. You can't just talk about your feelings and what you feel like could be right, and I feel like Snell's law doesn't work, so I'm just going to invent some imaginary Sinter's law, which I'm going to imagine all the light is being bent and not actually showing any effects of refraction, so I'm just going to imagine that's how the world is curved, but the light is bent, so it looks all flat and measures flat no matter what you do, so I must just believe it's a globe because people told me? No, that's not good enough for me. And not good enough for the server. We have rules when it comes to like discussions here. We need to back up our stuff. You might be able to go into chill chat and talk about your feelings or your speculations about how things might work, or you could listen.
I'm all about listening and taking part. And Trace, I think you have not been part of the earlier instances where I've been part of discussion. I've always been very polite.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
I'm sorry if you think I'm mad or something. It's not the intent here. I get a little bit
Passionate?
I get passionate. I get focused when people get illogical or stuff like that. Because I've been studying logic, so fallacies and stuff like that doesn't fly with me. I'll stop it, and I'll try to teach you like why it's wrong, but not everybody wants to hear that.
that is absolutely true. And I think that the fact that I am also from Iceland maybe is also fueling some impetus for you to
Nah. You should listen to me. I'm worse with other people.
Okay. Then I'm lucky. Okay.
It kind of depends on how fallacious they are. If they try to use sophistry to spin me or gaslight me, I do get mad. So the more civil they are, the more civil I am. So you're very civil, so that's what you get or should get.
Yeah, thank you. That's been what I've been trying to get. I'm gonna stop talking for a little while. I'm gonna let the channel discussion go on. Maybe I will butt in, but
No worries. Just know that some people might get a little bit heated because of some fallacious argumentation. It's generally not personal. We don't advocate for any personal gripe here. If it does seem personal, it generally is a descriptor based on something that wasn't addressed. So if you don't want to address it and it's been proven to be true, then he can technically say it because it's just the truth at that point. But
absolutely. Just I want to make sure if it's not clear before. I am not gonna be providing proof for anything that I say. I'm just gonna be expressing my opinion based on my knowledge. And it will very likely counter some of your opinions. And I will happily partake in the discussion. But please do not call me anything bad.
yeah, that's the problem. This live stream is not for opinions. We're not here preaching our opinions. We're preaching scientific facts, and we're preaching what we have experienced. It's our experiences, your experiences as well. If you want to bring some opinions, you can go to a live stream chill chat. And there you can talk about your opinions.
If we want to talk about experience, I have spent 10 years fishing in the North Atlantic Sea, and absolutely everything I experienced there supports Globe Earth.
How so?
when we get far enough out into the sea, and I go outside and I look, I see nothing but the sea.
Yeah, that
then,
supports flat Earth, not the globe.
Perhaps. And then when I had a shift at the in the bridge, you know, we took shifts when we were fishing in the nets while the nets were soaking. So I had my 1 hour up in the bridge, and I was watching the radar, and I was seeing ships that I was unable to see with my own bare eyes.
Perfect. You just debunked yourself. So good. Did you know that radar also has on horizon, but the horizon is much further because it's using a different wavelength compared to your eyes and light and entering your aperture or the eye. So what you're describing here is the difference between the diffraction limit of your eye compared to the diffraction limit of the radar. So the radar just proved that there is no Earth curve blocking the radar, and you just debunked the globe.
Okay. I disagree, though.
How? Explain yourself.
You are familiar with shortwave radio, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. And there were people on the early last century talking with people on the side of the globe based on a single bounce of the atmosphere.
No, sorry. That was before any assumed bouncing of the atmosphere. That's a later excuse that was added afterwards. Marconi actually sent his radio waves all the way to, what was it, Australia? Or started by sending it to Britain and across the Atlantic Ocean. But the thing is here, Earth curve should have blocked it. It didn't. Again, you just proved flat Earth. You didn't prove any globes.
Okay. All right.
It's similar to
Marconi,
the
they called it direct messages. That the transatlantic transmission from New England to Scotland, they call it direct message, and also the one from England to Australia, 10,000 miles.
That's right.
Transmission.
That only works on a flat Earth, not on a globe. It would be blocked by the Earth. It would never be able to be reflected up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, all the way around the globe. It doesn't work.
No, it's based on a single reflection.
Let me finish. However, the Nicobine targeting systems of the Nazis, who were targeting the British, were claimed by the British officers to be unable to target them because of Earth curve. Problem is, the Nazis used it to bomb them.
Not them, Nazis.
In other words, when you assume Earth curve can help you, you fail. Because it isn't there.
Yeah, it very strongly seems so, according to the arguments I receive from flat Earth community.
Dude, I could go for days. Like, we're only scratching the surface of the iceberg. You gotta understand, I've spent 7 years trying to find any shred of evidence for the globe, and every single thing I find is illogical, fallacious, can be ripped to shreds from every fucking angle. The globe it used to be duct taped together through all these excuses, taped left. That's what the ball is. There's nothing to it.
Hey, Trace, are you close to the capital?
Yeah, I live in Reykjavik.
Okay. I am in Njarðvík, and I would very much like to like have a meetup with you at some time. not to beat you up or hit you with a baseball bat, you know, just to talk.
He knows anyway, so it doesn't
That's
matter.
all
Oh,
good.
sorry.
No, I'm not my father, man. If it were my dad, no, it's fine. Yeah, I'd be willing to meet you at some point. That's cool. Just
In the background, it sounded like you were in Breiðholt.
no.
No. But I don't know, maybe in private messages or something. We can maybe
Yeah. Just message me and we'll hook something up.
Yeah, next weekend I'm off shift. This weekend, actually. So maybe we can have a very rare meetup in this Discord server.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of like you're asking me out on a date.
No, not a date, not a date. Maybe just meet you in person. You can ridicule me in person, and I can ridicule you in person.
No, first he's gonna ask you, and then he's gonna ask your sister, bro. Out of the date.
No, don't worry. I am married and I have a kid.
Just messing with you. Just.
Yeah, and maybe just to reinforce my intentions, you know, I'm not here to like be a problematic child. You know? Just like every topic needs a healthy discussion. You know,
Yes.
at least
I
that
think
is
you
my
said-
opinion. That is my opinion. You know.
The first day that you joined, I unmuted you. I think you've been saying that since the first day, and I think you've been very polite and very cool about it. But and you're saying that you were saying you're not gonna present any evidence. It's just more your opinion about it. It's almost like sorry to make a comparison, but it's very similar to Matthew, that he says that he cannot prove it, but since he believes that's what it is, that's what it is.
Yeah, and I should be able to talk about it, you know, without forking out scientific papers and proofs. It's like,
hey, Sindri, in my local area, I had a meetup this past weekend, and we had 10 adults and 8 children, flat earthers, right? We do meetups several times a year where I'm at, and we never get any Globers to show up. So, but it's a public event, so yeah. If someone would, you know, that's a Glober that we've talked to on here before, go ahead and show up, man. We can talk about it. Big deal.
Yeah.
And there's no violence involved. It's just a discussion, just like it is on here.
yeah, I really like the discussion, and like I mentioned before, it's been a few days since I joined the server and started to participate, and like I don't know how to say this. Like I have said so many times before, I'm here for a healthy discussion.
Yeah,
and
you can have
there
the
is a lot of
discussion.
hostility from people in the flat earth community. And
just a
I
second.
feel like there should be more acceptance of people, you know, coming from the globe earth belief. But there is also another fact. There are a lot of people
There's a lot of
that are coming here to troll.
You know, there's a lot of hostility on the globe. Have you ever heard about the global wars in the globe? There's a lot of hostility in the globe too, not just the flat earth.
Oh yeah, I mean I have watched the videos from Simon Dan, Katz,
Both misrepresent and don't show.
It's even worse than that, Sindri.
Yeah.
The amount of trolls we get here on this server,
it's
overwhelming.
I have experienced it. I have been listening to a lot of the trolls
I
coming.
We have a filter here, you know, and you went through the filter to actually get to talk to people that are sensible like you. we often, I mean, we get dozens and dozens of trolls every day. So you're a sensible guy. You actually want to meet someone in real life and have a conversation. And but we don't experience that. Well, we do get a lot of people that make it through the filters, to the check-in room, and they get to actually talk to us and on Discord. But yeah, and oftentimes, just like me, I had a meetup. I made it public. It's like, if you want to talk to me in real life, here's where I'm going to be on this day.
It's also we want to hear a healthy discussion, but when someone just keeps repeating himself or just stating opinions with no basis and just no, or I don't believe that, that's not adding anything to the conversation or creating a healthy conversation. That's just being a contrarian.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a very valid point. That you could just say that I am being argumentative and contrarian. That is absolutely a valid point. And I've been trying to be very careful to not to be like that. But again, being part of a group like the Flat Earth and providing a contrary opinions on everything you discuss, it's impossible to not sound like that I being argumentative or contrarian.
Yeah, that's because you're just providing opinions with no basis or evidence behind them, coming mostly from, like you admitted, Simon Dan and conspiracy cats who are both certifiably retarded and don't have any logic behind their nonsense. So we would like some evidence when something is presented. So if you're just gonna say nah and that, it's not gonna work here.
Yeah, I absolutely understand and I absolutely agree. But since I am not providing any counter data or counter proofs, it's just it doesn't
Well,
matter.
now you're lying to yourself and you're lying to us because you do claim refraction and that kind of stuff, and you do say those things as if that's a valid counter and claim it's valid when it's not. So that's just lying to yourself and lying to the audience.
Okay. That is actually true. Absolutely true. I should maybe have like a label in my name, everything I say is unverifiable. But it's just, I'm not a scientist. And those videos from Simon Dan and Conspiracy Cats and Skeptic and Wolf 360, whatever his name is.
Yeah, those are all anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, those are all anti-flat earthers, but I've also watched a lot of flat earthers. And though they are not controlling my opinion or my belief, it's just they are part of the topic.
Yeah, you have adopted their incoherent arguments.
Okay, all right. That's like your opinion. My opinion is different.
No, it's not my opinion. It's just objective fact. If you're going to say Simon Dan and Conspiracy Cats are the guys that their arguments are solid and rational, then you have to show that. You can just say that they are.
I'm gonna give him the Google Earther role. That's what we usually call.
Or I could say I believe they are correct.
You can also
say
you can be a believer all day. All of us
Yeah.
believe it. You can
And
believe
nobody can say anything negative about my beliefs. That's
Yeah,
2022.
Oh,
Well,
no,
if
we
you
can
come
say
here, if you come here to learn,
Oh, we can
if
say
you-
whatever
if-
we want to. Oh, yeah.
Sindri, have you come here to learn anything, or are you just here to proclaim your beliefs?
Yeah, I gave him Google. I gave him Google Earther role. I have the Google Earther role too. So whenever people are talking here, I Google shit, and
Yeah.
so yeah. I mean, you can
But there
believe
is
some of that
also
stuff if you want to.
I have a level of education that are heavily influential in my beliefs.
Sure. What I mean, you talking about like a bachelor's degree?
Yeah.
In
What's the
what?
purpose of education?
To make myself useful in the workers' market.
The workers' market. Oh, that's even worse than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. If I want to
Be
get
a
better
helpful
salary,
slave.
I need a degree.
Well, I'm a worker and I don't have a degree. I've been making cabinets for 30 years and I never had to get a degree in that shit.
I used to be a fisherman on the North Atlantic Sea.
All right. So, did you go to college to study that?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Well, there you
But
go. You have to do it to actually learn how to do it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And after 10 years, I had a mental breakdown because I was away from home
The
3/4
fish
of
made
the
you
year.
crazy. The fish made you crazy.
No,
Well,
not the fish.
you know-
I had a kid, and I was away from home 3/4 of the year.
Oh,
Yeah, that's terrible.
damn.
Yeah.
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 You had a family, and you were only there for like a quarter of the year.
Yeah.
That's fishing for you. But you know he's a tough guy since he did that for 10 years. It's
Yeah, I
pretty
mean,
tough.
I ain't gonna lie, fisherman's a hard job.
Yeah,
Do you
so
think, hey, Cindy,
I had to get a job in land, and I was filling out my resume, and I filled it out like many pages, absolutely nothing relevant to land jobs. So I enrolled into college, and there I learned chemical and biotech engineering. So there are some relevant courses to the
All right.
flat Earth.
Do you practice now? Do you have a job now using what you learned in college?
Nope.
Okay, so you went to college for no reason, and are you fishing now?
No, I'm not fishing. I am what do they call it in English? Security controllant for surveillance and patrols for the international airport in Keflavik.
Use computers to do that?
No, I'm just walking around looking
Walking
at people.
around with black clothes with a gun on your hip?
No, there are no guns in Iceland.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's actually
Yeah,
very
we have
fortunate.
been completely disarmed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just walking around in the airport, looking for suspicious people, and there are never suspicious people in Iceland. So easy job.
Yeah.
Just basically a security guard, right? I mean, you made a special name for it, but it's a security guard.
No, it's the special name made for me.
But in Iceland, you cannot work for these entities and be a flat earther because you will be going against the authorities. So to keep your job, you have to be a top weird.
No. That's not true. If I want to look for another job, I have to quit my current job, and that will risk my job security.
Wait a minute, you can look for another job while you still have your same job. Just don't let them know you're looking for another job.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that, and I have a new job lined up.
All right, cool.
Yeah, but until then, if you are a tourist,
security guard doesn't pay very much.
No, it pays a lot. In
Okay,
Iceland.
well,
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on which company you work for.
Yeah,
Hey,
it pays a lot here in Iceland. It pays more than most of my jobs.
You said no, but everybody's friendly, and you don't really have to do anything besides walk around.
People have issues. People have problems. Sometimes people are hostile, and I have to intervene.
Do you
do
need to do
say
tests to
stop
get this job? Shut up, Helium.
when you find?
Do you need to do tests
Shut,
to
you
get
shut
this
up.
job? Like you do? Do you need like a psychological evaluation before you get this job? Do you wear a gun or something?
Yeah, I had
No, we
to
don't
take
have guns.
a evaluation. Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, Drace." He said, "Yes, he has a
No,
gun."
No,
there's
there's
no
no
guns.
guns in Iceland.
What happens if you see a bad guy and he can run faster than
Wait.
you?
Do you carry a gun or no?
You hug him.
No.
He already answered that. I already asked him that, Jimsy.
No guns in Iceland whatsoever. Not even police
So
are
if
carrying
the
guns.
bad guy can run faster than you, what are you
That's
gonna do
actually
then?
not true, Sindri. There are actually guns here. My dad had a gun license, and there is special forces who have machine guns. I have met them many times.
That is true. But the normal police, they are not carrying guns, but in their
No,
cars
I know.
there are
I know
lockers
that.
with
I'm
guns.
just, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but
that, I'm just
just today, actually, today
taking the piss
was
a
a
little
very
bit, but
special day for
it's
me
not
in my work.
necessarily bad.
I actually saved a person's
What
life.
happened?
Okay? There was a person going to Copenhagen, and in the gate they had a heart attack, and the person working for the airline called the hub control center, and I was on post, and they called me in the radio, and I went there, and I saved a person's life. And that's the first time ever I have done that, and I'm feeling very good, but also I'm feeling very shocked.
Good job.
Because
Well
when I walked up to that person, he looked dead. He looked like a ghost. He was completely white. The mouth was open and the eyes were up in the skull, so I only saw the whites. And I just screamed for the next person to bring the defibrillator device, and it's the first time ever I saved a life. And,
were they having a heart attack or something?
It's a very weird feeling,
Well, it's a known side effect according to the latest release. So,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Trace.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about also.
So you called people over and they were able to save him?
No, I actually brought him back to life before the hospital. Before the what's the name? Ambulance came. Yeah.
Yeah. So you performed CPR?
Yeah. And what's the machine? The defibrillator machine. Yeah.
The defibrillator.
Yeah.
Wait. So you're trained in how to use the defibrillator?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, cool. So you were able to, you saw this guy.
No, I did not see it.
Wait. You checked his pulse.
Yeah.
And there was no pulse, and so you brought out the defibrillator.
Yeah.
Really, that was today?
This morning, actually.
Really? So, and it was off on an airplane? This guy was like having he had a cardiac arrest on an airplane.
Yeah, in the boarding gate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've had no one to tell this to.
You should be able to explain this if this actually happened, especially if it happened today, you should be able to explain this very.
I don't think he's lying about this, Helio. That's a very
okay. Well, maybe I feel bad for not believing.
But you know what's funny is Drace. This guy came on before and was running people around so many times, and it was so comical. I came on and said, I think it's so much easier to listen to if you picture this as Drace trolling us. And now it makes sense that he's trolling.
Yeah, that was the other day.
Yeah. Now it makes sense why I thought it could be you.
Well, to be honest, I mean, actually did use a defibrillator, which I mean that's not the defibrillators aren't. I mean, I don't know.
They
Depends
are
on which
almost
type.
automatic today.
Yeah, that's true. And I remember when I went to CPR classes, my instructor even talked about the first responders often go into shock, especially if you haven't done it before. So it's actually important that you talk about it and work it out. So if you have a wife or a friend, it's important to talk about how you felt, or if you have any shock left, to resolve it, because you can get like trauma if you don't.
And my wife
you're
didn't
gonna have
make
to-
it
you're
home
gonna have to-
tonight because of weather.
Oh.
Yeah, the weather's
You're gonna have
shit.
to. You're gonna have to know whether the person actually has a heartbeat before you use the defibrillator, because
Oh,
you
yeah.
wouldn't want to use it if they have any semblance of a heartbeat.
That's absolutely true.
I know that.
And the modern day first respond defibrillators, they sense that.
Well,
they read the pulse themselves, if there is any.
That's not the way you detect a pulse, though. If you're an EMT or an emergency medical technician, you will
No,
know
they are
whether or
designed that
not they
way
have
that
a heart.
anyone can use it.
Yeah, and
Well, I'm
there's
not gonna
even
argue
a
with you.
voice that automates like instructions for how you're supposed to use and what you're supposed to do and everything.
Yeah, you gotta understand, Helio. You live in like not a socialist like hellhole, which is kind of what we have become.
If they already have a heartbeat
pretend-
and you use that instrument on them, you can kill them pretty quick.
Yeah, and
And
the
since there's only
instrument knows it.
350,000 of us, it's not that hard to put the latest ones pretty much everywhere, especially airports and big places. Even the big chain store in our area has the high tech.
You can buy one at Costco, Iceland.
We have one Costco. I don't know about Costco, but I'm talking about our
I
chain
don't
store.
know. I don't have a Costco where I live either, but
We have a shitty brand store. One of our biggest brand like freaking marketplaces for groceries has
Well, I
like
live in Walmart
800
country,
employees
so I buy
overall, and that's a
Yeah.
big chain. They have 800 employees,
But you can buy a defibrillator.
and those guys have the fancy type. I know because I used to work there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
but
we're
Helio
going off
knows better.
topic. I'm very
Helio
sorry
knows better,
I
guys.
brought this up. We are going way off topic. I
know I'm kind of being a dick. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah.
There's no reason to question about
Helio,
this.
You're right. You know better than them. They live
Hey,
over there,
stop.
but you know better.
No reason to go back and forth between Helio and you now, but not that I'm trying to get into say anything more than I think getting back on track. Did you come here just out of curiosity and you want to just claim that you have beliefs and they're just as valid as anyone else's opinion, or do you want to are you open to changing your mind at all and learning something? That's the more important thing, it seems like, from hearing what you're saying. Are you interested in finding out that you might be wrong? Or are you just completely set in your ways and you don't care what anyone says?
I am completely set in my ways, and I do care what everyone else has to say. Like I have been trying to articulate before, you know. This topic is of a great interest to me. I love it, and I've been following it for so long time. And just recently, I joined this Discord server, and I have joined the voice chat discussion a few times, and met with various degrees of hostility. And another
Helio is
thing.
very hostile. I apologize for that.
No, you don't have to apologize. I
apologize.
absolutely understand it.
I apologize.
Because
don't
there are so many
apologize, 'cause I think
people.
I be more hostile because you keep repeating yourself. Please stop.
Yeah.
Hey Helio, why don't you interrupt this
That's
guy?
one of the first things he said when he joined, and he's saying it again and again and again.
Yeah, Sindri. The thing
I
is you find interest in this topic, but then that's what's puzzling to people, because you're completely interested, but you're not interested in figuring out why it is that there's a difference in what we're saying to what you're set in your ways about. I mean, you can see that there's a difference, but you're not at all willing to accept or explore the idea that one might be more sensible than the other. And then you're saying things that are just like nonsensical and saying that's just your opinion and it doesn't matter. But if you're here to learn, then that's more interesting to us.
Yeah, that is absolutely true.
Yeah, he's like an Icelandic,
a very
Icelandic
observant person. A very observant person would have noticed that I have been participating in a discussion in the text, like for a long time before I decided to unmute myself in the voice chat.
Hey, I did that too.
Yeah, I was actually talking to.
I did that too.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm not just jumping in and exclaiming myself as a fucking ridiculous guy, something, whatever, you know.
No, but when you say, like, nuh-uh, it's not that way because I believe it's some other way, and we say, can you provide evidence of that? And you say, no, I don't provide evidence of anything. Then you're not providing anything to the conversation, and we should technically, according to the rules, kick you out so other people can actually speak who are trying to talk about the situation, trying to bring evidence or trying to hear about our evidence.
Okay.
That's kind of well said.
Then just freely kick me out.
No, that's not what he was saying. That's not what he was saying at all.
Let's kick him out. Yeah, let's do that.
I'm just saying, other people might have kicked you out already if we weren't so forgiving, because it's like clearly violating our rules and hashtag welcome. Because we don't speak about. I told you this many times now. We don't speak about opinions here. We try to keep it on the evidence, and so. Given that, there should be no reason for you to add your opinions, and so you saying that we're hostile and all this is just a poisoning the well fallacy that just is disrupting the conversation and not adding to it. I wish there was something else. Like, that's why I'm trying to talk to you, and like I don't want you to go away, you know. I want to talk to you and hash this out and figure out why you cling to this belief so hard, and like what it is that makes you think that the globe could even be possible. I mean, you wouldn't be able to exhale if their excuses were true, so like it's completely impossible.
I really hope that no person was listening to what you were saying. Or the person who was talking to you a moment ago.
Oh,
it's kind of like your defibrillator. If you don't know how to use the defibrillator, then the guy that you're trying to help might die. And it's like the basics of that are something you understand. And so why is it that you're just having an opinion about this defibrillator, you know, rather than actually knowing how to use it? And that's what we're saying about some of these fallacious claims that you just say you believe, but they actually do matter when it comes down to the practical use.
Yeah, new perspective. What I was saying? Did that make sense? I mean, you have to have, you know, a person on hand, you know, an EMT that knows exactly what to do with it, detect your vitals. I mean, that's their job. Detect your vitals. Oh, there's no pulse. Oh, we're losing them. Then you can't just put some shit on their chest and then the machine's going to figure it out. No. You have to have somebody there.
To respond appropriately.
Somebody should put a defibrillator on the globe.
Yeah, exactly. Picture the globe as having that problem that the guy had. Yeah, now you've got to try to save the globe, but you're not giving us anything. Then, oh, I believe this defibrillator might work, but I don't know how it works. I don't care. I just believe it, and I'm going to try to use it and try to say it works, but I'm not even doing it right. Would that make any sense?
Oh, okay. Well,
if you're not doing it right, it doesn't matter because.
No, cool. Karma responded. All right. I mean, of course, as an EMT, I've known a few EMTs, and and I watch a lot of television shows, and TV's not, TV is what it is, but whatever.
Helio, it's also the wires are getting crossed because it's not like the machine does it all up by itself. It's just detecting the beat, so you're not accidentally shocking them when they have a heartbeat.
Yeah, and my point is that he obviously knows how the defibrillator works, Helio. I'm not trying to get back into that argument. I'm saying he doesn't know how the globe works, but he just believes it does, and he's comfortable with the contradictions of all the things that Simon, Dan, and these people are saying, as if they were telling him advice about the defibrillator that was untrue, that he knew was contradictory to everything logical that he would make sense, So
just like he obfuscated on a whole bunch of other shit, over the past hour.
That's
anyway,
true.
so I'm
That's
not
true.
saying
That's true. That's true. Yeah. You were bringing forth. What could I say?
Anyway, I'm not saying I'm not an EMT or anything like that. I'm just saying a defibrillator. It's for emergency situations, and if you detect a heartbeat, I mean, you can hook up machines.
Okay. I want to jump in.
Okay, cool.
I want to jump in something. I'm very sorry. I brought this topic in. It's actually not relevant to the discussion.
Well, it is now because we're seeing that you know how that works, but you don't know how the globe works. You just believe it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was saying I'm sure there's a lot of new instruments that I'm not aware of, but defibrillator is the last resort.
Yeah.
No, you can hook up all kinds of shit to check their vitals. Defibrillator is the last
Helio,
resort.
he knows how the defibrillator works. Don't question that about it. That's not the point anymore.
All right, cool. So now he's admitted that he was just he was obfuscating from some of the really good points that everyone else was bringing up.
Yeah, about the globe.
Yep.
What would it take, Sindri, for you to actually change your mind? Is there any scenario that you could imagine that would change your mind about what you think about the world we live in?
It would be something very strong.
Very strong as in contradicting what you already think you know in a logical way. And haven't some of those things already been presented to you today?
Yeah, some of those things have absolutely been presented to me today. And in the past few weeks.
Okay. So then you're on your way.
Yeah, you might think that.
Okay. Wouldn't it be interesting if you and Drace actually did meet up at some point after you've realized that this is a fallacious, standpoint you're coming from, and that he's helped you get to the point where you're like on the side of like, wow, my God, these guys are ridiculous. Simon, Dan, how could I have ever taken his crazy video as something that actually helped me understand anything? You'd be so gracious, wouldn't you?
If they would, make me believe.
No, it's not about belief here. That's the whole thing. If you could get beyond belief, like I said, you don't have to believe the defibrillator works. You know how it works. It doesn't do you any good to believe anything about it.
Yeah. I think I'll just have to meet with Drace and chat with him.
Well, how would that conversation, if you met with him, go any differently than what we're talking about right here?
Yeah, sounds like you're just gonna say nah.
Maybe it depends how good you look, Drace.
Maybe. I do look pretty good, so that might work.
Yeah.
But
And he
I don't,
believe you.
I don't want it to be like that. I don't want him to just believe me. So
Yeah, exactly.
we would need to go through some stuff, and I will gladly spend the time required to go through any of his ideas, or if he thinks this video from Simon Dan proves something, send it to me. I'll go through it, and I'll tell you exactly where he made every single mistake. Yeah, now it really sounds like you're asking me out on a date.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
At least he's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, he does.
I think your sister's much better looking.
Yeah, she's pretty good looking. I used to be super good looking, but I'm getting old.
Yeah, I'm off the whole weekend. I can come to Reykjavik, whatever, you know.
Yeah, no. Before we make a date, we should have a few good conversations first.
Hey, you should set up a flat Earth meetup in Iceland.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind a flat Earth meetup here, but he's not a flat Earther. He doesn't know anything. Like I would have to hold his hand, show him the textbooks, and teach him this stuff so that he can, for himself, say, you're wrong on this part, or like logically this doesn't work, and I teach him what actually validity and soundness means, so that he can actually stop saying that they are valid arguments when they're not valid.
Keep in mind, though, a Glober showed up to the last Flat Earth meetup. Oh, first one, only one I've ever been to, that I went to a couple months ago. One Glober showed up because he wanted to learn about the topic, and what better place, I guess.
Did he cause a scene, or was he just like, was he actually cool and receptive to what people were saying, and did he leave learning something, or did he just say what he thought his opinion was and all that?
He was like kind of on the fence, I think, a little bit even before he got there, and was like maybe a little more leaning in the flat direction, but still on the fence when he left. But he wasn't like any of those Gem Panda people or anything like that. He was actually genuinely curious to hear what we had to say, not just he wasn't interested in insulting us. That's for sure.
Interesting insulting? That was an interesting choice.
He wasn't interested in insulting, he said.
Oh. All right, my bad.
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Can you still select me in Discord?
I imagine.
You imagine.
Why?
Just select me to send whatever, and I can come and meet you this weekend in Reykjavik.
I think he's saying that he would like to maybe go back and forth in DMs with you and see where you are as far as your understanding before he meets with you and has the same exact conversation we're having now, where you're just set in your ways and declaring things that make no sense. I mean, that would be frustrating. More so in person,
please,
maybe.
Leave the knives behind.
Oh no, that's just a joke. If you're gonna be super weird and really wanting to meet me, I might need to have some kind of protection in case you're big Icelandic Viking who wants to have some man meat. That's not where I'm at. I don't swing that way. Okay.
Whoa.
You don't have to worry. I have a wife and a kid.
That doesn't change the connotations here.
How about what would be impressive? I think if you went out and did some observations.
Okay, let me
Are we doing
rephrase.
a romance here or something?
I'm not going to rape you.
That's not what he's worried about.
Not better.
What? But just
Wow.
declaring fallacious things that you expect people to just accept as okay it's a form of rape.
Yeah. This is getting weird.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
No.
I just want to interrupt just for a minute. I live in Central Texas. The wind is gusting like 60 miles per hour here. And I want to just ask all of y'all to keep my area and my friends and family in y'all's prayers, because I've already had like 4 friends lose their houses to fires right now. As I'm speaking, I have a fire blazing 6 miles to the north of me, a fire blazing 6 miles to the south of me, and they are evacuating towns right now.
Oh my gosh, that is so terrible.
Where are you?
I'm in Central Texas. I'm in Eastland County. Eastland County right now has like 4 fires running amok, and we don't really have a huge fire department system that can deal with this. It's like every literally my high school friend, him and his wife's house just burnt to the ground like a couple of hours ago.
This is going on right now.
Yeah, it's going on right now. My sister told me and my husband need to get the hell out of where we are. And I told her, no, we're fine. It's going to be okay. So we're sitting it out. But we're in the middle of all of these fires going on. We're like smack dab in the middle of fires in every direction of where I exist right now. I can see the blaze on the horizon. It's scary.
I'm guessing nobody knows how yet.
I'm sorry. I just got a couple of phone calls. What?
I'm just. I was just asking if anybody knew how yet, how the fires began.
Well, it's really dry here, and we also have a lot of people in Texas. You know, lots of people drag trailers behind them, chains hooked up to the things, drag upon the roads. Anything could have set these fires off. Anything. But the fact the wind is so high, the firefighters, I can't even imagine being a firefighter trying to fight these fires. I have no idea what you were talking about before I came in here, so I apologize if I interrupted. But I just want to ask y'all to pray for all these people in this county that I live in Eastland County, because they are being devastated.
Is it highly wooded area too? Trees around the houses?
Well, it just really depends. It depends, because some people have a lot of grasslands, and some people have a lot of highly wooded areas where they have their hunting areas. And like the friend I told you about with my high school friend, he lived in a not a traveler, a double wide. His house burned up immediately. They lost their barn, and all their tractors got burned up.
Wow.
It's like, it's really bad. It's really bad. This is going to be devastating for our county, and it's already into 2 other counties on the other side of me. So the other 2 counties are already evacuating people out of their counties. It's not good. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. And I'm like a whole town, a community burnt to the ground. I only know of like personally that have burnt to the ground, but my sister told me this whole little community of maybe 200 people, the whole town has burnt to the ground. I just want to come in here and ask y'all to please pray for this community, for this area of Eastland County, Texas, because It is burning to the ground right now. With 60-mile-an-hour winds that keep changing their mind. The wind was out of the south, then it was out of the southwest, then it was out of the north, now it's out of the west. So the firefighters don't even know how to go about fighting this fire because they can't stay ahead of it because the wind keeps shifting.
Well,
Anyway,
I used to be a firefighter.
please just pray for them.
Yeah, we'll do that. 60-mile-an-hour winds is extremely dangerous when fires with that much wind. That's extremely dangerous to fight those fires. So yeah.
It's horrible, brother. It's so horrible. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm staying up all night tonight because the town closest to me, they're on fire downtown. In the town closest to me is on fire. Literally in downtown, all the mainstream houses and like City Hall is on fire, and they have no electricity in the whole town. And that fire is north of me, and the grid is out north. I'm directly south of that. So I'm like, because I'm out in the country too, and that fire is north of me, and then I've got a fire south of me. I'm surrounded by fires, so I'm gonna be up all night because I don't know what's gonna happen. I can't go to bed because if I go to bed, I might not wake up.
Maybe you should just evacuate to somewhere safer.
I don't have anywhere to go safer. That's the thing, because all of my family is where I was telling you is where these fires are. My mom and dad, my sister, they all live within a mile radius of each other, and that's where the fires are.
Wow.
So I really have nowhere to go. Me and my husband, we're just going to stick it out here and hope for the best. Hopefully it will get put out. And to be honest with you, we have a really big circle drop around the place. It's very, very well groomed with very
For anyone
low
else,
grass.
it sounds like Alien.
What?
It's just broken up for me.
Me?
Yeah.
Am I coming across robotic, you guys?
For me, you are, but I'm only one person. I'd like a second opinion, please.
Yeah, I'd like to say a opinion upon that too. Am I sounding robotic to anybody else?
Yes, you are slightly. But I can still understand you.
Well, it could be because all the smoke in the air is making my Wi-Fi not work well. Okay, that's very possible. Because literally, it's a solid smoke. But I will leave and come back and see if that works. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Jeez, how much more tragedy do we need?
For real?
Crazy. $60-mile-an-hour winds, that's crazy because that means the fire can travel at the same speed. The wind just flops it over to the next trees or buildings, and it's like a wave of flames. It's crazy. Can't even can't even run away from it. And the wind's that high. Just mow right over you. I just looked on YouTube. They do got some stuff that's new that they're showing some of this stuff. So it does look pretty bad.
So what happened? Did everybody like got out, or did I just lose everybody? Yeah, I thought I got disconnected or something. I was looking at it.
No, I'm still here.
You're supposed to be going to bed.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be going to bed. I was waiting for a response, and apparently I am going to bed. Hey, Trace, so I'm understanding correctly. You don't want to meet up this weekend?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go on a date with you this next weekend. If you want to go on a date with me, you gotta prove your worth. So we'll talk if you want. You can talk as much as you want. And if I start seeing a glimmer of hope for you, then I will consider it again.
I want to go on a, what did it say, date. Yeah, I want to go on a date with you.
Again, I'm not gay. He's just, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's not a gay thing. What? Why? Why would you think about anything like that?
Because on a globe, everything would look rainbow colored because you claim there's refraction. So
Yeah.
chromatic aberration would mean everything would be super gay. The further out you look, the more rainbow colored.
Oh, okay. So I am actually a castrated transvestite.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Your
I think you need to go to
refraction,
sleep.
refraction refers to our atmosphere.
I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on.
Go ahead.
You sound really smart, Drace, and he's attracted to you for. I don't think it's a sexual thing. He's attracted because you sound smart. Because we're in idiocracy. No, it's not his fault.
Okay. All right.
Someone said refraction and atmospheres. What was that?
It was enough. Just stop believing.
You don't speak for us, and don't make me mute you.
Yeah. Do you really want to mute me?
No,
we don't want to mute you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to mute you. It's just when you jump in and speak for us, you're misrepresenting us. So.
Yeah, we don't like that. We don't like that.
Yeah, okay. It's all right. I'm sorry. I'm also actually going to sleep. It's very late for me.
Yeah, and we have something called subcalce, where we're like, when it gets pretty late, we get pretty crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially with the tequila.
Well, hold on. Even after, like a lot of people, even if they're not drinking or smoking or whatever, if you're on here for several hours, you get a little stir crazy sometimes. With all the people that jump in all the time.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
Oh no, I'm speaking for all you motherfuckers because I hear everything that you do. So I can speak for all of you guys. So you want to try to take the piss out of me because I do drink, and stuff. But you guys fucking act like dickheads some here time. Anyway, don't get me started. Anyway.
Yeah, and I think that
I'm just saying you can get stir crazy if you spend a lot of time on here. Anyway, that's all I'm saying.
That is true. That can happen. the guy was talking about refraction and the atmosphere, which is a contradiction in term because gas has no inherent shape. It takes the shape of its container. So atmosphere is an oxymoron. But
absolutely true.
That's actually connected. So when he says refraction, what he's talking about is terrestrial refraction and not Snell's law. He's talking about 7/6 R-based refraction, or based on the R value of the Earth. So that's a different thing, and I would like some scientific
I think he said is
validation for
absolutely
that.
true. In any case, I'm personally too drunk to participate anymore. I have
Good
to
night,
go to
man.
sleep.
That's cool. Hey, Sindri.
I have to go
be
to
honest,
sleep. It's just way beyond my comprehension to participate
hey,
anymore. I have to go
let
to
me
sleep.
just add. Let me add my 2 cents, and then I'll shut up, everyone. I think
Yeah.
Sindri
You
really
don't
has
have
some
to go to
decent
sleep.
questions.
You don't have to.
Anyway, I want to say,
You don't have
Sindri,
to
ask
go.
him.
You can stay.
I'm gonna fucking kick your. I'm coming to Boston. I'm gonna kick your ass. Anyway, so Sindri, I think you asked some really good questions up front, and you got
He
caught
has
up in
to
a lot
go.
of the
Go ahead.
conversation.
Go ahead and go, bro. Go. It's late.
Is anybody gonna mute Sindri or kick him out?
No, he's gone.
Why?
Oh, he's gone now. He's not gone. So, Chimsy.
Hey, good night, Sandra. You said already 3 times that you were gonna go to sleep.
Jimsy. He may come back another day, and after all this conversation he had with
But
us
you
tonight,
know what's
ask a
funny
better
that
question.
Drace was saying something about refraction and atmospheres, and Sindri jumped in and said that's true, but I have to go to sleep, and he's still
Yeah,
here.
I don't care what you're saying. I'm going to sleep.
No, please don't.
Oh yeah. Good night, everybody. And I very much thank
don't go.
everyone for the discussion you participated in. I'm really thankful for everything. I have to go to sleep now.
You're welcome.
Don't let the flat Earth keep you up.
Yeah,
It will.
I won't
It will.
let the
That's
flat
what I
Earth
was going to
keep me
say. It's
up,
going to keep
but
him
I
up.
will return.
Hey, sleep
please
and
don't.
think about the discussion tomorrow.
Yeah, I promise. I can promise you. I'm going to think
Yeah,
a
you
lot
won't forget
about
this
flat
discussion.
Earth,
Hey, I
and I
promise.
will
I
come back.
promise you. I promise you won't discuss. You won't forget this discussion tonight when you wake up tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely.
He will.
Just remember, you're going to be sleeping soundly because the Earth is stationary
and flat.
Yeah, you're not moving while you're laying on a flat bed.
I really hope so, because I've been having to turn on the fucking vacuum cleaner to sleep closely.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but that's noise. I'm talking about motion.
White noise to help you sleep. Yeah, it's no big deal.
Yeah. It's a legacy issue from my time on the ocean.
Yeah, being on the boat, hearing the
Anyway,
engines.
but hey,
Yeah,
you've been
exactly.
talking to flat earthers for like 3 hours. I don't think you'll be able to go to sleep without thinking about it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct.
I think I am too.
1 billion%.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I try to go to sleep. I cannot. I have to turn on some engine
Hey, I get like that sometimes too. No,
reminding me of my time working on the ocean. So
you're gonna have some weird dreams tonight, bro.
You're gonna dream
I
about
really hope
Helio.
so.
That's weird.
I really hope so.
Ooh. Don't
I
dream
really hope so.
about it.
I love weird dreams. I love dreams that.
Hey, if you get
not
lucky,
maybe.
you will dream. You will dream about Drace.
You
You
will
think
dream
so?
about electric sheep.
Yeah, I think I will not dream about race.
Yeah.
You know
He's
why?
gonna dream about
Not yet.
talking to Dre's, but then Helio's gonna interrupt.
Yeah.
You a
That
goddamn
was what
lie.
I was
I
gonna
listened
say.
to you guys
I am
for
not gonna
45
dream about
minutes
race,
before I came in
but
and
he is
talked
gonna
for
put
like
it.
5 minutes. You guys
Yeah.
fucking
Good.
say I interrupt all the time. When you guys listen to you guys talk for 45
Hey,
minutes
Helio.
and I just come in
He
and
was
talk
trying to
about
say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, fuck off, Jimsy. Fucking asshole.
Go ahead, Cedric. You were gonna say you're going to sleep again.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep right now.
That was a term of endear. That was
Yeah, when I say fuck off, asshole, Jimsy, that's a term of endearment.
Hey, Helio. Bong was speaking. Go ahead, Bong.
We love you, Helio. Come
I
on,
know,
man.
I
Speak
know.
for yourself.
I know
Speak for yourself, Bong.
Okay, all right.
I
Just
love
before
you.
I turn off everything, I just want to say, good night to everyone, and I'm not here
Yes,
to be
sir.
your
Hey.
enemy.
Yeah, thanks for participation tonight. Yeah, you had a lot of decent questions. You've got a lot of questions and answers. People that spent their free time talking to you about your questions, and we answered some things about that. Especially
Peace out.
the other your fellow Icelanders really spent some time with you talking about it. So yeah. That was good.
Yeah, come back anytime. But I just wanted to praise Jemsy for being hilarious tonight, and also say, "Hey Leo, I love you, bro. It's not a problem."
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No,
Bye,
but
Cedric. Have a good one, bro.
Hey, Drace. He cannot go to sleep because you didn't address him. You addressed me and Helio, and he's been saying your name a few times by now.
Yeah, Drace, can you give him a lullaby?
Yeah, can you say bye, good night, sweet dreams, or something? So he can go.
Sofðu unga ástin mín, útir regnið grætur.
Yeah,
This must be some Icelandic thing. Oh, I like it.
Yeah, Icelandic 9-time song.
A
You
nice
don't have those?
lullaby. Ooh.
It doesn't sound
This
gay
is a
like
special
American
thing.
lullabies and shit.
You guys are so hardcore for flat Earth right now. Oh my gosh.
Why did you come in here? I'm trying to go to sleep.
Silence!
Everybody shut up. Drace is gonna sing. Drace is gonna sing him an Icelandic lullaby. I mean, he already kind of did, but
He did.
I want to hear some more of it. I thought it must be longer than that.
It's a
You
great
did
one.
it?
Me and Karma might cover it or something, and I'll post it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't good enough for Helio, so go ahead, keep getting it
Nah,
better.
you
Do
don't
it better.
have to sing it if you don't want to, Drace. I'm just playing
Do
around.
I just don't remember all of the lyrics exactly, so I was like about to hesitate, and Karma remembers them, and we could like fit it together
Grace,
somehow.
just pass the mic to her, just so she can sing it for us. Just kidding.
Yeah, just a moment. Let me set us up.
Man, we'd love to hear this Icelandic lullaby. That would be freaking cool. To be honest.
Icelandic lullabies are forever.
Do you need a key? E?
No.
Oh, it's a little off, sorry.
Yeah, I think
He's asking Karma.
I think
Okay, so
Karma's
this is...
Yeah.
Okay, it's 3 verses, and it's
Sofðu unga ástin mín, úti regni grætur. Mamma geymir gullin þín, gamla legg og völu skrín. Við skulum ekki vaka dimmar nætur. Það margt sem myrkrið veit, minn hugur þungur. Oft ég svarta sandinn leit, svíða grænan engi reit. Í jöklinum hljóða dauða djúpar sprungur. And there's the third verse. Do you want to hear that one?
That's good.
I can't stop listening. Yes.
That's pretty good.
I feel like a little Icelandic listening to his.
Hopefully Siri can finally go. Hopefully Siri and Helio can finally go to sleep. Good night, Helio.
Yeah, I'll do the last one then. Sofðu lengi, sofðu rótt, seint mun best að vakna. Mæðan kenna mun þér fljótt, meðan hallar degi skjótt. Að mennirnir elska, missa, grát og sakna. Yeah, that's the end.
Beautiful.
That's
awesome. The text is also really mournful and tragic. So
it comes from a tragic folk story. It's from when a man and a woman were on the run and they were being chased down. And this is the song she sings to her baby before she throws it in the waterfall, because they had to keep running and the baby was slowing them down.
Have you guys? This really has nothing to do with flat Earth, but have you seen the? I'll shut up. Right. Somebody doesn't want me to talk, so.
No, I was saying the baby. Did they throw the baby in, or what happened?
With the bathwater? Just blank.
Yeah, good job, Bong.
He throws it in the waterfall. It's an old story that comes with the song.
Yeah, and
what a thing to fall asleep to.
Yeah. Have you guys seen that new Vikings series on?
No, thank you.
Well, anyway, I watch a lot of TV, so whatever. Never mind.
We know that.
I mean, can you imagine the dreams?
No, Toby.
The dreams you'd have falling asleep to that? In my dream, I saved the baby, Mom. What? I dreamed about the baby, Mom. What?
You did?
If I fell asleep to that, I probably would, of course,
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, for children, to get them to go to sleep, you sing like that for a little bit, they'll definitely fall to it.
Yeah, the music makes it sound like a movie, like yeah.
Unless it was Helio singing it.
More. I want to hear her sing more.
Yeah, if it was Helio singing the same song, they wouldn't fall asleep.
Who's to say
Karma.
Well, hey, Karma. I mean, there's all the lyrics, and they're just like who's to say they're wrong about those predilections? There you go. So anyway, those are some of my predilections, even though I was raised as a Christian.
Anyways.
What would make you throw your baby in the water? They must, you know what I mean? Like, the people chasing you must have been some really evil people for you to throw your baby in the water, right?
What?
Yeah, they're being chased. they're being chased and supposedly about to be murdered. So it's a mournful.
They were criminals, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's a
'cause
mournful song to her baby because she doesn't want to give it up, but she has to, otherwise they're
yeah,
all dead.
because if she doesn't, they're all gonna die, and the only way to have a fighting chance is to not die. So it's either
Yeah.
we all die or we have a fighting chance. You know, it's like what the
They also
fuck.
had
Let's
more
like in English,
older
we have some things like all around the mulberry bush, the monkey chased
Oh
the
no.
weasel.
London Bridge is falling down.
London Bridge is falling. I mean, it's just like
Na-
these are children's tales.
Yeah.
London Bridge is
that
falling down, falling down,
is
falling
that what
down.
you fell asleep to, Helio?
No,
Let
this
me
is all
think, dude.
right. I
I
memorized it.
could think of dozens of children's tales that are put to music that are freaking weird.
That's because the old tales were actually used as a teaching mechanism to teach the kids to look out for things and avoid certain things. Like Karma was just telling me about Red Riding Hood and how.
Yeah, it's a moral story to teach you to look out for rapists.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's true.
The wolf in sheep's, wolf in grandma's clothing, right?
Sinri, do you normally chew food when you're about to go to sleep?
I'm sorry, I gotta mute myself.
Do you
Oh
sleep?
God.
Do you eat a big meal every time you go before you go to sleep?
Well, just look at his profile picture.
I'm very sorry. It was my accident. It's salt peanuts. I'm gonna turn myself off.
Yeah.
Soft
I'm not saying you have to be sorry about it. I'm asking if you peanuts before you go to sleep. Yeah, that makes sense.
See,
I'd rather watch peanuts than eat them.
Why is it called organized crime versus just crime, right? Because it's organized. Get it? And
Isn't the government
as opposed to disorganized crime?
Like, or as opposed to organized government?
well, as opposed to not organized crime, you know, just a bunch of fucking flat earthers running around yelling at each other. You know, do this. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if it was organized.
Like criminals that aren't organized get caught.
Well, not like an empire, like a mafia. You know, like a gang. Like
That's organized crime. So the criminals that aren't organized get caught.
Well, okay, wait. Okay, centralized government is messy. It's just like centralized banking because it's slow. You know, you gotta fucking wait for people to decide shit. Then you gotta communicate shit after people decide shit. You know, that's why we have decentralized governments, states, you know, and systems and finance, you know, the decentralized, you know, the shit. So
Dude,
yeah,
all the freaking bankers are criminal. They're criminals, man. I mean, from the top to the bottom, you know, all the criminals. They get involved with each other, and so you know it doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal. Legal, baby. I gotta make it. I've been watching that Power series. Anyway, it's a 50 Cent show. He's one of the but legal or illegal, baby. I gotta make it. It's called the Power. There's a show called Power, you know.
People organize themselves the same way, decentralized. Did you notice that we are decentralized systems? They're called families. Hey, how about that? Isn't that awesome? Isn't that fucking awesome?
But as far as like families go, if you don't dedicate yourself to your family, they'll freaking throw you out.
When did that stop happening? When did that stop happening? Right?
Last week.
Democracy? This bullshit you call democracy?
I thought we were talking about money. Never mind. real families
it's
actually stick
everything.
together.
It's everything. It's the compartmentalization of things, of knowledge, of systems, of systems. You know what I mean? And then it's all connected, right? But to us, I mean, it all feels just like people just doing shit, but it's not. It's like it's all organized, like the military.
I mean, it can be elements of power, through hundreds of years.
Elements
And
of
it's not the original family necessarily, but
elements of management, if you want to call it that, right? Because we like look at that. We can't just organize ourselves. We as people can't just gather as a community. We meet up somewhere and be like, let's organize ourselves into a unit or some kind of organized. It's like people have lost the ability to do that unless there's money to be some kind of interest or vested interest or motivation to want to do things, right? Like a cause.
necessarily everyone's motivation, but the cause
Bro,
itself
what are you talking about?
can be, but the people with the money aren't going to support that cause because
Well, on
they're
that
going
thought,
to make money off of it.
on that thought, I want to apologize to everyone for Helio and Bong. I want to apologize. And going back to the topic, Sindri, based on the performance of Drace and Karma, who would you like to date now?
So yeah.
What?
But that was sharp. That was sharp. Man. That was
Oh
pretty
my God.
sharp, bro.
I
Damn, Jamsey, that was pretty sharp, man. That was.
What is the question?
Sorry about that.
Never mind.
I thought you were supposed to be asleep.
I was just
Damn.
trying to bring it away from Helio and Bong because I was falling asleep way
Okay,
better than.
Nah, you sly motherfucker. I know what you said.
Yeah, I know what's going on. I can completely answer all your questions. Yeah.
You see, actually, Sindri was falling asleep to Bong and Helio. That's why he didn't understand what I said.
Yeah, I understood what he was going through, and it is not a good argument, so we can all go to sleep together.
So he missed it too, but that's okay. So, you've been here for a while. Anyway, I don't even really want to.
Is it? Are you a
But
fan?
I saw what you did. I saw what you did. That was
Is he a
funny.
fan? Sindri?
You a sly
He saw
motherfucker.
what you did, Sindri. He saw what you did, Sindri.
Yeah.
Are you
Just to be
flat?
clear, guys, I am not a flat earther.
Okay, not yet.
No,
Wait, what?
we know that.
Yeah.
Bong doesn't know that. Bong doesn't know that.
No, the thing is you are a flat earther. You just don't know it yet.
Or
I
that
was
is
just
a
about to say
very
the
good
same
argument. That is a very good argument.
People say that all the time. They say they're this, they're that, but they're just like us. Just 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes.
Not everybody.
Well, as soon as you try to prove the globe to be true, then you become one of us. Until then, we're not about just believing each other. So it doesn't matter if you believe us or not.
Yeah, I was waiting for him.
You can say you identify as a dog, but that doesn't make you a dog.
That is absolutely true. And I am not a dog. I am a pet of a person who has a dog.
You are a complicated rock that has a dog.
No, he's the path
So
of
does
a
that mean your
Freemason.
wife has 2 pets, you and the dog?
He's the path of a Freemason who has a dog, and he believes he came from a rock.
Yeah. It sounds super complicated, and
It is
if you're
very
offended,
complicated.
it's wrong from you to assume my gender. So fuck you.
That's super complicated, but
Do you identify as a citizen of planet Earth?
I know it sounds.
No, because there is no global government.
Well,
There isn't. Do you believe in evolution?
Yes.
So then, therefore, you're a complicated rock then.
Okay, yes, I am a
He's the
super
descendant.
complicated rock, and you can lick me as much as you want, and I will not tell you anything.
Oh no.
Did he say lick? Like a salt lick?
Yeah.
I am just citing NASA expert scientific communicator Michelle Thaler, where she tells us that we're all just complicated rocks, and that rocks are our cousins, and that she can't read a scientific paper to save her life. But
That's
yeah,
what
that's
evolution.
NASA experts for you.
Very complicatedly, yes, that's what she says.
So whatever she says, right?
Hey, Sindri,
Yeah.
can you imagine any possible benefits for you if you were to learn that we're right, that we're not on a spinning ball? Can you think of anything that would benefit you at all?
Based on my geolocation, the only benefit I would think is about the geological things here in Iceland, and I believe they do not fit.
That you will be closer to the center because you're in Iceland, so it will be beneficial.
Yeah, according to prevalent flat Earth beliefs and theories, is that yes, that would fit to that.
Oh, I don't think he understands your question, and I wouldn't even know how to answer your question. I mean, it's really just accepting the truth and, having a foundation of truth to start with.
Yeah, what benefit would that have for you if you were to learn that everything you believe about the spinning ball doesn't really add up the way you'd like it to, and that it doesn't ring, it doesn't pan out? If you were to learn that's the case, can you see a benefit to learning that that's not true any longer?
Or would you want to know?
Maybe
Reality does not fit to any of those things. It would be a horrible thing for me because I come from potato farmers.
What? Wait, no. What? That doesn't.
Why is that? Why would coming from potato farmers mean that it
Doesn't
would
have
be
anything
horrible?
to do with it. What the hell?
Yeah, potato farming works on flat Earth and flat Earth only.
No.
But the Earth is shaped like a potato.
You should
French fries are dependent on the flat Earth.
Yeah. Icelandic potato farming is severely
The
depending on
seasons. The seasons.
Seasons.
Seasons are not the globe. They're not provably caused by any globes. So that works on flat Earth. If you look at, for instance, during the summer, we see the sun go in a circle around us, especially if we're in the northern part of the country and on the highlands.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's true.
But it doesn't. But the globe would never have seasons, ever. You cannot model it. You cannot explain it to me, so I can imagine a globe having seasons because it's
the way they teach us that in school is they say all the light from the sun is parallel, and so it only hits 50% of the ball. That's what they tell us. But when you look at eclipses, they say all the light from the sun is not parallel. It's all coming into a point on the globe. That's why the shadow from the eclipse is so tiny. So they've already contradicted themselves right there. But that's not done. They also say all the light from all the stars is bent to give you the illusion that the sky is geocentric. Well, they believe it's heliocentric. So all the light should also be bending. So why isn't the sunlight also bending? If you try to apply all of their stuff together into one coherent working model, you can't have night on the globe. It doesn't work.
They don't even work on their own, like when they try to explain things separately using a different model, because they need to create all these models for all the different explanation. I mean, just thinking about seasons, how you can have, winter, the hot and cold. How can you have that on a ball with a light source that's 93 million miles away? The tilting the ball is not going to cause seasons.
How would your potatoes ever grow from a light source 93 million miles away? Think about it.
Wait. Even better question than that. Why would the Earth being flat make you all of a sudden not understand how seasons work? I mean, you're a grown man already. Don't you already understand how seasons work, at least from your own personal point of view and the ground around you already? Like, I don't understand how acknowledging the Earth being flat tomorrow would make you all of a sudden not understand seasons to the point where you can't grow potatoes anymore. Like, how does that happen?
Yeah,
Because
no,
he
it
needs to
was
have a working model that explains it all to him with the flat Earth and the way he thinks that the ball Earth explains it. But he thinks that the ball Earth actually explains it when it actually has too many contradictions to be true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
they like me. Most people, most globers, think that there is a working model. I got shown a bunch of models when I was in school, but each one of those models is self-contained, does not account for the other models, and so there's no working globe model. There's only these small ad hoc excuses to try to explain why reality didn't match their expectations of their globe model. So they came up with excuses. Oh, light must be angled in. Oh, no, wait. Oh, the sun isn't where it's supposed to be, so light it must all be bent. Oh, wait, we must explain seasons somehow, so it all must be straight.
Now
It's
we
just...
got to change the ellipse. Now we got to
Yeah,
change
it's
the
all
path.
excuses. It's
Yeah.
just excuses after the fact to try to make observation match their delusion. Meanwhile, the delusion doesn't work coherently on its own.
But a flat Earth explains
Mr.
it perfectly.
Trace, can I talk to you directly?
Sure.
Yeah. We have been messaging, and I go to sleep right now. It's very late for me, and probably you too. I really hope that we can meet up and kill each other. I don't know.
No thanks. I don't want to kill you.
No.
I want you to consider the truth for a moment and then reflect on your mistakes.
While you're falling asleep, just be thankful that you're not spinning in several different directions at crazy millions of miles per hour. It would help to sleep knowing that you're on a flat, stable Earth, just like it seems.
Yeah, if I was dizzy, it would really much help. But again, I just want to reiterate. I do not believe the Earth is flat, and I personally think I will not change my mind.
That doesn't matter. We don't care about what you believe. That's not what this is about. If the religion were true, and gas, for instance, were held down with gravity and contained to a ball, that would mean you would not be able to exhale while upright. You would have to be on all fours on your globe.
Yeah, Trace, I really want to meet up with you.
Why?
Because we have a very contra opinions, and we are.
Can you try to address my argument instead of trying to fish for I don't know what?
I will never address your argument.
Yeah, see, that's why you are a waste of time and space.
Okay.
A waste of space time.
Yeah, a huge wasted.
Okay.
All right.
So
anyway, I have to go to sleep. It's very late for me.
Okay, bye.
Okay, start your vacuum and go to bed.
Think about that movie with Matt Damon. Try to dream about growing potatoes on a planet.
Please don't say Matt Damon. Matt Damon. All right. Good night, everyone, and I hope everyone a very good evening. I have to go to sleep. It's very late where I am.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it again. I'm just gonna mute you. Go to sleep.
Go to bed.
Good night.
Yes.
Go away.
I'm tired of this.
Go away.
Essentially, I have explained to him 7 ways from Sunday how his globe religion isn't real, and it is not justified by reality itself, and therefore isn't untrue, and he just doesn't want to address it. So that's just something he can maybe do when he wakes up tomorrow, but I doubt it.
He's sick. He's a sick man.
He's one of those people. He has to wait for the news and for the whole world to accept it.
Oh.
You know, he's not into making decisions for himself and shit.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you say he's sick? He's special. He's special. He's a special person.
He's actually an Icelandic version of Matthew Learns.
He is.
We have, hey, you know, guys, we have another one of those kind of characters in here. I would love to hear Drace explain to Roland My Boulder some of these contradictions.
Yeah, Roland My Boulder has some weird
spots. I already tried helping him. I'm not. I don't have much hope for him either.
He's like, what's his name? Brand. He's like Brand, the Icelandic Brand version.
Did he say something about Matt Damon before he left? It kind of makes me think of the Idiocracy. Not Idiocracy. What was that movie?
Team America.
Team America World Police. Matt Damon. That was the. I'm Matt Damon. It was the. Go ahead.
We have a great value Palico. You've been unmuted, and Helio Skeptic would like to speak to you about something. Great value, Palico.
Yeah, we want to talk to you about Flat Earth. That's why you're here, right?
Palico.
No, well, let me check. You unmuted him.
Sounds like he played Monster Hunter.
Oh no.
Sounds like he is a monster hunter.
Great value. That's the Walmart brand. They call it Great Value.
Palico is the word for cat in that Japanese game series.
Ooh,
all that TV's warping your brain, Helio. You need to quit it.
Hey man, I can't help myself. I live in Walmart country. I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where Walmart came from. So when
you
I
live
see
in China?
Value, that's no.
Wait,
Walmart.
every time I go to Walmart, everything says made in China. So you said you live in
No, I'm
Walmart.
talking about Walmart. The Great Value brand is a Walmart brand. Equate and Great Value, those are Walmart brands.
All right, got
we
it.
didn't already know that, Helio.
Apparently, somebody just telling us that. I grew up in Arkansas.
Not apparently.
Okay. But you said this Palico thing is, yes.
Yeah, Japanese game from Japan, not from Walmart or China.
Well, I'm not a gamer, so I wouldn't know.
I think
But Palico is he's ignoring us. He's not unmuting, so let's mute him back.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Hey, Davey.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Good.
Making sure my speakers weren't messed up.
What's happening on your side of the globe?
On the other side of the dome, right? Now I'm just hanging out, buddy. About to light up a cigarette, drinking a brewski. How about you?
What? I'm just living life here on the level stationary plane that is Earth.
You're on this prison planet.
Oh yeah,
That's what it is.
Dude, it's not a planet. It's not a planet. It's a fucking dome.
It's a prison plane.
It's even in the Bible. Yeah, but David, the Bible's not real. Yeah, not everything is in it is real. I'm just saying some truth is in there, and one truth that's in there is that we live on a flat Earth. That's one of the truths.
Yeah, and I agree with you, David. I mean, the Bible. If you are a flat earther and you completely discount the Bible, then you're missing out on a lot of truths that you can see.
Yeah, man. You know, like a lot of most of the Bible's bullshit, but there are some
it's bullshit. It's just
King James a Freemason.
About perspective. No, it's about, I mean, well, but you can. The Bible itself. There's no. The King James Bible is not the only Bible when it comes.
Yeah,
to
I want to see the original Bible, the first Bible ever written. That's.
Can you read it? Can you read it?
You speak
the one that has pages that are missing like 80% or 90% of the content.
Why? Are you going to read? Are you going to find something? Look, whatever has been given to us, if there's a God, and if
all 700 books,
then whatever we have received, enough has been preserved for us to start our journey, right? Our search for God.
Sure, we don't necessarily have to go through every single one of them to understand the importance of the Bible and the idea of the Creator and everything, everything involved. We don't necessarily have to find the correct translation to understand creation. I mean, creation is obvious; it's right in front of our eyes every day. So that's as far as all of that goes. But the Bible's is a very important part for us to understand. I mean, it's a historical book and a creation story, all involved. The globe idea. I mean, they have their creation story, but it scientifically really doesn't line up with what we experience. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Sorry.
All brought to us by the Freemasons. James.
So if the God of the Bible is real, then it's enough. The Bible is enough to get you started.
Sure.
If there is a thing called a God, right? Then it has to make sense, man. Or else our lives are meaningless. Or else there's no reason to hope, right? To look forward to the next day. You know what I mean?
Well, they deny we have a creation, or they say they don't have a creation story. They have science, right? And it comes from the Big Bang. Now, what? So the Earth came about through this method. Isn't that your creation story? You said it came about through the Big Bang. So why would you say that there is no creation story that you have? They're going to try to describe the Big Bang and evolution and everything to us, and then claim that it's not a creation story.
Well, yeah, exactly, and it doesn't make any sense, and there's no reason why anyone should believe that story. But the creation story in the Bible,
they have no physical evidence for it.
The creation story in the Bible makes sense. The reason why
brings nothing.
The reason why we die makes sense.
You gotta have something.
Yeah, it covers almost all the questions that we have, like the why we're here, where we're going, where do we come from, all that stuff. You know what I mean? So it makes the most sense at the moment. Like if there's another
exactly, Bone. I mean, we have a better creation story than their creation story.
Yeah, and your brain
it makes more sense.
To your mind.
Yeah, well, if you use your mind to try to understand spirituality, you're going to lose. You have to be a spiritual person to really kind of see it. But as far as if you use intellectualism to understand both sides of the creation story, you understand that the real creation story that has nothing to do with the Big Bang makes a lot more sense than their idea of billions of galaxies and shit coming from Big Bang and all that kind of stuff.
Yup. Yep, exactly. And I used to believe in the Big Bang until I actually thought about it. Like, nah, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, God gave us a mind to critically think about what, and a spirit to actually critically think about these things and what they're trying to tell us. The reason they came up with this Big Bang theory is to prove how God wasn't involved.
Exactly. That's the
But
number
there's
one
still
reason.
I mean, where did it come from? Anyway, they still have a creation story, but what they're trying to tell us happened is actually trying to dispute the creation story. Now,
actually,
all of us as creationists would disagree on a lot of different things.
It actually isn't. It just pretends to be with its proponents. But if you look at the laws of thermodynamics, energy can never be created or destroyed.
Yeah.
All matter and everything must have that magical creation point, even in their story. That's why there's still people like Matthew who claim it could just be God making everything possible. He's just trying to fool us.
And you know where it falls apart? Right at the front, Dre's. In every creation story, guess what was first? Earth. Earth was first.
What?
Well, I mean, in the spiritual people,
yeah,
from whether you're Christian or everything,
yeah, but
all the creationists know that Earth was first.
Yeah, but none of that matters because dying is why all this is so meaningless. So like answering certain questions, like why should I go on? Like why should I live another day? Like there's a reason why people go on and hope for the better, that's something better. You know what I mean? Like knowing you're gonna die anyway. So like um all those questions, like science can't answer any of those questions, and they have a creation story. Like what? And oh yeah, the creation story says that it doesn't matter. That it doesn't matter. You don't matter. None of this matters. So why go on?
Well,
why not?
In my mind, I've talked to a lot of atheists and Big Bang believers and stuff. So, in their mind, their purpose is in their life while they exist, and then their purpose is to make their life mean something, because at the end of their existence, they don't exist anymore. Because which is I've never thought that was true in my entire life. I think that's ridiculous.
Like it's one thing to try to make a meaning of something, right? When you look at a table and you say, "This is a flat table. I know this because it's flat," right? And then you try to find meaning in that. That's good. But when you look at a table and say, "This is probably not a real table, though it could be a ball," right? How the hell are you going to find any meaning, anything, if you can't even identify or just accept what it is you're trying to find meaning in? You know what I mean? Like, how can you find meaning in life if you won't accept life for what it is? If you're accepting somebody else's bullshit about what life is.
Because you've become a zombie. You're brainwashed. So
yeah,
it doesn't
how easy is it to lie to you once you are just following things on faith alone? Like it just takes a regime change, and suddenly your whole religion changes.
Yep.
And they're very, very open about how they use religion to control masses. with the government, which is primarily atheists. A lot of the governments are atheists, but they use religion to control the masses and mind control. So you have to be very aware of how they can manipulate spirituality in men and women. This is a very prominent thing, and they're still doing it to this day. And you better pay very special attention to how they're going to freaking control you and your family. You have to pay attention to it.
How dare you ask us to prepare for a future that may never really be? How dare you?
How dare you?
It's also a form of doublethink because they have been told that they're atheists and that their religion is non-religious, and therefore they get this cognitive dissonance when anybody points out, hey, that's a little bit of religious. You're taking that on pure faith. They don't want to hear that because they have been programmed to believe the opposite, kind of like with A Brave New World or a Cult or a 1984.
Yep. Sure, and if you go to one of these, if you go to a church and you're in, you participate in the government program and you go to church and all that stuff, it's just that is an easy method for people. It's like, hey, here's my preacher saying this, and you don't even have to really believe what the preacher says. You just like it might be the programming, but the programming government is the same type of thing.
You just acknowledge. You know what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah, it's ambiently absorbed.
It's a reaffirmation of something that you already want to believe because it's sort of beneficial to you. It could be detrimental too, but some people like to be oppressed. I don't know. There's some weird shit going on in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, you go to church and you do some acting, some dancing. Then you go to the football game, do some acting, some dancing, some cheering, some crying, some hugging, some kissing. It's all the same.
Well, sure. I mean, this is how easy it is to convince the entire Earth that the Earth is not what it actually is, right? I mean, it's all through mind control, right?
Lying.
It's really programming. It's just a lie. It's just like, hey, believe me. And when you have the governments and the major systems all just reinforcing this bullshit lie about the Earth being a globe,
about reality,
it's really
about knowledge. Yeah.
Wait. Science. There's no science involved with propaganda. There's no science involved with propaganda. That's just
propaganda. They like the pseudoscience and the science, right? Like, and even science, what people are calling science, is just fucking people don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, it's pseudoscience. It's just like they use propaganda to promote pseudoscience, and they can convince multiple populations. Now in the Western tradition, it's I mean, we broke through some of it, but for the most part, yeah, it's magic. It's magic when I'm with you. But it's magic when it's not magic when I'm with you, because guess what? I'm going to tell you that you've been manipulated into a position where you have to pick or choose. Hey, Earth looks like it's a level stationary plane. I don't feel any spin. The air pressure is where I exist. Those are three of the major points made about the globe. But then they're just like, you're just a dumb flat earther. I'm going to just go ahead and defer to to the logical people,
We
or
get what they're trying to say. It looks flat. We get it. We agree. We understand that you agree that it looks flat.
The problem here is John D. Rockefeller created the General Board of Education in 1903, and they have captured our children. And they took logic out of the school system, and now they just ram fallacies down their throat. So they think there's proof, but there
and
is
wasn't
none.
John?
It's
What?
just
No, I
false
think
fallacies.
you were talking about John Dewey, not Rockefeller. You think you're talking about John Dewey, right?
No, John D. Rockefeller. I don't want a nation of
Rockefeller.
thinkers. I
Maybe
want a
he was
nation of
probably
workers.
involved with Dewey as well. Dewey,
Yeah,
the
he
Dewey
financed some
Decimal
of
System, right?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they might have been working together too. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you know about John Dewey. You know about John Dewey, right?
Just a little bit.
Yeah, John Dewey. He created the Dewey Decimal System. Just
That I know.
that's why we in the Western, and
It's a
people are like,
Freemason.
hey, why don't you use the freaking kilometers and stuff, in America, Like, man, it's sensible. It's 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 0.1, 0.01, 0.01. But we're all 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 36, 48, 192, all this kind of shit. Anyway, so yeah, it's.
Anyways.
No, well, I'm saying, John Dewey was the father of these 12s, whereas someone else was doing the 10s.
Anyways.
Yeah.
It makes a difference. I still use the 12s every day, but I can convert them to the fractional. Like 1 inch is 0.245 millimeter, or 254. Well, it's 25.4 millimeters. 1 inch is 25.4 millimeters. Half of that's 12.7. Half of that is 6.35 millimeters. I mean, I've been doing this math for a long time.
Every day, yeah. It's you eventually remember it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I've used it. I mean, I've used it so long in my job.
Yeah, it's good when you're working with, like again with other people's shit. Like a standard when you need a standard to so everyone can.
But you also have the standard to stand it up against, right? And but most people wouldn't know that 1 inch is 25.4 millimeters, right? So,
well, Google knows. Like, I
know that
check
because
this out. Check this out. So I went to work. I did this driving job, right, where I deliver stuff. And the guys that are driving there, they've been working there for like 10 years and shit, right? They know the place. But I use a GPS, right? So, Google just tells me when to turn, what route to take, what the busiest routes are. And I'm always finishing like way before these guys. And the boss is like, what the fuck, bro? Like, what are you doing? Like, how do you fuck it? Are you like driving? Like, are you speeding? Like, no, I just use the GPS. GPS? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, the GPS, the phone, dude. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, so this whole time you've been using it? Like, he was surprised I was using the GPS. And then he says, so you're telling me that these guys have to learn the roads like the back of their hand, but you're just using GPS. So this guy was surprised.
well, to be honest, I mean, if you're a driver, I mean, it goes through experience. As a driver, if you're a driver, I used to be a driver. I used to deliver pizzas. So it's just like and that shit was like. Once I did it for a couple of years, holy shit! I mean, it was so easy. Just like I
remember before Google, we had to have these things. To
I
look
did
up
this shit in '94. I did this shit in '94.
You had to have a table, right? Like in the back of your notebook, or in your toolbox.
Exactly
If
where
you
to
want to convert millimeters or whatever stuff, you had to have books, right? You had to have like at home. And if you didn't have that, well, then you had to go ask somebody that did or knew, right? Or go to the library. But now you just pull up your phone and look up whatever, that's what I mean. It's like,
Yeah, it's very different now, but what's the point? What do you mean?
yeah, unless you work with it every day, right? You don't really have a reason to know these things. But if you did have to do something where you
It
had to
makes
find,
people dumb. It makes people dumber. Is that what your point is?
no, I'm
They don't
saying
even know that
it makes people more
25.4
productive.
millimeters is
No,
1
it makes
inch.
people more productive. That's what I'm saying, dude. It frees people up because shit that you don't have to remember. Shit like tedious shit you don't have to remember, right?
So
Like
they
you
more
become
essentially become like
like a program.
robots because they can just pull it up on an app on their phone and just go.
Well, it's like modulars, right? It's like a module, turning things into modules. Instead of you having to remember everything, right? You've got the information available at your fingertips, or right in front of you, type of, so you don't have to, what do they call it? Learning on time. That's what they call it. Learn on time learning or learning
So
on
it's
time.
a different
Learn what
way
you
to learn distance but at the same time they still won't be able to convert millimeters or meters or anything to miles, because in America we still use miles, right?
Yeah,
And
but now we got
yards and feet.
like the radius of the Earth. That's something anyone can look up. That's why when we say, "Oh, I don't know the radius of the Earth," or why not? Oh, well, let me just Google it then.
Well,
Gosh,
you
yeah,
know
I
what?
can
Sometimes people will come in here and say, "Well, I know the radius of the Earth," and then they'll give us it. They'll give us the radius of Earth in kilometers, right? And it's like 6,000 something, which we know it's 3959 miles, but then we have to convert to kilometers for their sake. So it'd be beneficial for all of us to know how to convert. And to be honest, I can't. I think in kilometers, it's about it's almost 8,000 kilometers.
To me, it's like the Bible. The truth is always there, waiting. It's waiting for you to come and investigate it. It's just that you've never bothered to go investigate or check, but it's always there for you. And people never check. They never check. They're like, "Oh, I'm pretty sure it's right." Like, why would you be pretty sure it's right? Well, why would they lie? It's like you
It's
haven't
not,
really checked,
no, but
right?
it's really like 6,000.
Well, what would you expect the radius of the Earth to be? Like really, really big, right?
Well, there is no radius of Earth anyway, so it's just like how wrong do you want me to be about the radius of Earth when the radius doesn't exist at all?
How big does it have to be to look flat, right? Like you would expect it to be like hundreds of thousands, probably like 10,000, 20,000 miles. Like, why would you think that? Well, it's so big, right? It has to be so big because it looks flat, right? I mean,
It
right?
looks flat, but the only reason it looks flat is because it's so big. It's
Yeah. Well, I imagine it maybe like 50,000 miles. What, the radius? No? Yeah, too small. What about like 80,000 miles? That's still too small. It's like, shoot, no, that's like, what the fuck? What do you mean? That's not how big the radius is. Why would you think that? Oh, it's gotta be because it's like, it looks flat. That means it has to be really big. Do you even know how big the sun is in the globe model? It's like a million times bigger than the Earth, right? Right. So how big is the Earth?
8,000. Here's the actual thing. It's 3,959 miles radius converted to kilometers is 6,371.
Right. But then they find out fucking tiny.
All right,
And wait a
and
minute.
they're gonna come to the same. If they use kilometers, guess what, Bong? Don't tell anybody, even though we're doing this live. They're gonna come to the same conclusion.
Yeah. And then when they find out that it's too small, they do this cog thing like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. I feel really stupid. What
they're going to tell. What they're going to tell us is that you guys don't know what you're talking about. What about refraction? All right. Well, let's go over the refraction argument, which that shit went on for hold on. That shit went on for hours last night. The refraction argument went on for like hours yesterday. And so, did that prove anything? It was like, well, it's just because you flat earthers have a cognitive bias. Hey, and guess what? I do have a cognitive bias.
What is that? What's a cognitive bias?
Well, you're gonna have to ask them. I know what it is. It means the Earth cannot
some kind of
possibly be a globe. That's my cognitive bias. I know for a fact that the Earth cannot be a globe. Spinning around the third rock from the sun in the Milky Way galaxy, I know for a fact that is not true.
So if I see a table and I call it a table, I have cognitive bias. Right?
No. That's my cognitive
bias.
I never believed that.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that if you call a duck because it looks like a duck, looks like a duck, it sounds like a duck, then you have cognitive bias. That's what they're saying.
That's what the cognitive bias in a standard argument or whatever you say. Well, this is this and this is that. I mean, if you're going to have a debate about certain things, I've never claimed that I don't have a cognitive bias, and anyone that comes into one of these arguments that don't claim that they have a cognitive bias, they're just wrong. They're trying to prove their claim, and so are we right now. And so I always let that shit up front. Yes, I have a cognitive bias toward a level stationary plane, and there's no
such word as cognitive bias.
What?
What do you mean? What? Yeah, okay. Cognitive is a word. Bias is a word, but cognitive bias is not a word.
That's two words.
Yeah. What does it mean?
It means that I have a. Go ahead. Somebody else.
Okay.
I just wanted to find it because it was not very accurate. I'll just read the definition for it. A cognitive bias is a systematic error in thinking that occurs when people are processing or interpreting information in the world around them, and it affects the decision and judgments that they make. Most or all people, should I say, have biases, and to different degrees. There are many biases, as many as there are fallacies. So it's very similar to the fallacies in that
hold on. This is why you're having you're having trouble, Drace, by reading this because you have a cognitive bias as well.
How
But everyone does. Everyone does.
Helio, you can't just say something's a cognitive bias when it isn't. Like I was trying to explain to you, a cognitive bias, like a fallacy, has a name.
Yeah, but cognition is not a bias. Like natural cognition of knowing what this is. Now, as far as an argument goes, that can be something. Now, as far as these go ahead.
People are more predisposed to say one thing or another thing based on their currently held beliefs and socioeconomic situations. So those things create biases.
That makes sense. Yeah. What the hell is that?
God rocking. He's rocking.
Ow.
No, I'm really curious about that. I want you to expound upon that, Trace.
So,
because if I'm wrong about this, I mean, I know it's not black and white. We all know that.
So the guy that's calling flat curved, that guy does not have cognitive bias.
The guy that's calling flat curved does have cognitive bias. He already believes it's curved, and he's trying to confirm his bias by changing reality.
Right.
What specific one that would be? I think it's the framing effect, drawing different conclusions from the same information depending on how the information is presented, or they present it in a way that, like, oh, this proves the globe, but it doesn't. There's no actual logical correlation there. It's just a claim that it does, and so it was presented as a proof, and they just take it that way.
It's like a liar calling the other guy.
So you, in your mind, change your bias, cognitive bias, to something that you don't actually experience. So you have a bias towards something that you don't.
Yes, because your
actually
brain misinterpreted things, right? Therefore, you have a skewed, distorted, like information, right? You don't have accurate information. You have this warped.
And you know what? You know what's the weird thing is
I just feel like you guys haven't got a full grasp of the definition of the word.
Hold on. This simple discussion I'll say this and I'll shut up. This simple discussion can be thrown back on us by the Globies too. They can say, well, you have a cognitive bias because, but they don't have hold on. And this gets into a deeper discussion about the physical evidence for it. So anyway, go ahead.
The difference here is that just a second. The difference here is that we confronted our biases because we also used to believe in the globe, and we overcame them. They're falling for the biases that we overcame.
Yeah, and they're projecting. It's project. You know, when you knowingly or unknowingly project, onto others, the thing that you're doing, you project, that other people, that guy's doing it, when you're the one doing it. That's what they're doing. They're saying,
well, it's like you can ask them, hey, I believe the Earth is a globe.
No, you. Sorry, if you go ahead. It's the no you.
I was just telling me, it's a simple question. I believe the Earth is a globe because
it looks flat.
Hold on. I'm just saying this is something you can say to someone. Just a very simple question. I believe the Earth is a globe because then you can find their cognitive bias very quickly.
No, you can't.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, hold on. If people are in this discussion for a while, you can still ask them one question. Even people that have been arguing for months and months and years, I believe the Earth is a globe because, and they can come in here and just expound for hours, but they're still going to leave here believing the Earth is a globe if they argue with us because they don't have any physical evidence for it. They just believe it. That's their cognitive bias.
Yeah,
they don't have any physical evidence for it being a
globe. I like bringing people to the idea that their senses don't work, or that you know what I mean? Like their senses do work.
Their belief, right? This is inside their spirit, their mind. It has nothing to do with physical evidence.
No, I mean, no, because that's the bottom line is you're not going to see it, right? And they're going to say, because we can't
see it every day.
So because we need special equipment, we need to go to space.
Oh, I have the special equipment. God gave it to me.
Right. But explaining to them the radius, okay, and saying we have to be able to see it, and there has to be correlation. So that's when they'll disconnect and say, well, we don't have And that's when the brain, does this thing where it says, well, they're assigned, they're experts, and then it goes off into who do you think you are? Like there are experts that work on things. People have spent their lives. People
It's
have
like you
given them.
I don't. That's why I don't argue with these fucking
Yeah,
guys.
and then they go down that route, right? And then they forget to think about the radius. That doesn't fucking work. And then they go down
The
this other.
original
That's what
question.
people do. Yeah.
Radio.
So it's not about, you know what I mean? It's not about knowing the truth. It's about who you believe, right? And getting people to realize that they have to put their faith in somebody, right? Just like a priest, like getting them there fast is more effective than like dragging them through like the mud and everything, and then they get frustrated, and then the mind doesn't want to like. But if you get them to that place fast, where they realize that they have to trust and put their faith in a man, right? The brain is still fresh, to explore. Like, holy shit, have
You
I
know
been
what?
like?
You know what
I've
the
been like.
scariest thing about putting your trust in a man is your own man or woman. When you see all this information, can you trust yourself to actually
Exactly.
after you've taken in all this information we've been talking about for freaking years on end? Can you trust yourself to actually do this, or are
That's
you
the
here
question, right?
just to argue for your own cognitive dissonance or cognitive bias toward one area? If you can prove it, fucking prove it.
Oh, that's the thing. This whole time
I've
you
been
thought
doing
you
this
wanted.
shit for 6 years, 7 years. I mean, how the? I mean,
Oh,
and I've
this
been,
time this
and
whole
I've
time.
every single day I look up information about the supposed globe Earth and all their stupid cartoons they put up with NASA. I mean, if you believe those assholes, you might as well be in Disneyland.
You are. This whole time you did think you did believe you were trusting yourself, going through school, believing the government, America's number one. You know what I mean? You thought because you trusted certain people.
Funny that
And you
Disneyland's in
trusted.
Florida, right? And so is Fort
you-
Lauderdale.
I mean, we all did, right? And then when you realize you have to trust yourself, like you're like, well, what the fuck do I know? Everything I know was fucking taught to me by them. So how the
You
fuck
saw it
am I
on
supposed to
you
think?
saw it on TV and in school.
Yeah, like what am I supposed to think about? Like everything I think comes from them. Oh, except for trees and shit, like birds and animals.
I mean, but they're not going to give you the background shit in the house. It's just like as far as a child or when you're growing up in the education system and what you see on TV, they're not going to give you the real background information. They're just going to give you the propaganda.
I used to think
Like,
my grandparents.
and it's always colorful. That's Disney. That's
I
Disney.
just think my grandparents and my ancestors were fucking crazy people, superstitious, fucking, um, because of the stories, man.
Wait,
The fucking magic
yeah, your
stories and shit that I was
Samoa,
told.
your grandparents were Samoan when they were taken over
Of
by
course,
America, right?
but it was the stories, man. Like the fucking legends and myths that were told. It's like fucking Greek myths. You know what I mean? You're like fucking bullshit, man.
Oh man, that's
But
true.
yeah, I know now. Now that I think back, I'm like, who the fuck do you think will tell you the truth? Like your family or the government?
Fucking assholes that they're freaking taking over the monetary system and freaking increase. Fuck.
But that would mean giants are real. Like, and you got a problem with giants being real, Paul? Scared?
You got a problem with it? Yeah.
You scared of
Well,
giants?
that's not a conversation. This room, but yeah, I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of shit that happened to people in the Far East. You know, I mean Samoa, man. Holy fuck, man! What they did to Samoa is fucked up.
Oh, it's the Pacific, the whole South Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, bro.
And Oceania, man. They have their own gods and their own they have their own empires, trading system, world.
Were they wrong? Were they wrong?
Wrong about what?
About their gods.
Hey.
I don't know, but it was.
I want to hear his answer to this one. He doesn't want to answer it, but that's okay. We don't have to. We don't. We've talked about it.
Can I interject totally no topic upon what we're talking about? I just want to thank everybody that I came in here earlier and asked people to pray for my region where I'm at because we've got 60-mile-an-hour gusting winds and fires going ablaze all over the place. And I ask for your prayers. We've probably lost at least 10 houses of people in the rural areas. 10 houses have been burned to the ground. But
including your farm? Is that including your farm, Shanna?
This is not including no, our house is still here. Our house is still here, but we're between two fires that are burning ablaze and running rampant, my brother. And so I'm just asking people to still keep praying for these people that are in my surrounding area because these fires are not going to get stopped with these winds like they are.
I have a feeling the winds are going to stop tomorrow.
It's bad. It's bad, brother. Like, I personally know 6 people who have already lost their homes.
Damn. So it's close to your home? It's not affecting
That's
your
personally.
property?
I personally know 6 people have lost their homes. Not yet, but we are right smack in the middle of it where it's getting close to us. My sister told us we need to get in our cars and evacuate right now. And I told her, no, we're not going to do that yet. We're not ready to evacuate yet. Well, we have been told by our government and our local affiliates that we are supposed to be evacuated, but we're not ready to evacuate it just yet.
Are you guys, fighting the fires? Like, are you going to the edge and protecting your property?
Do you have access to running water?
Yes, we have access to running water, and we're ready to prevent our house from being burnt down to the ground. But it's a rock house surrounded by a rock fence, and the grass is very low around our house, so the with a tin roof as well. So
Well, tin roof is not going to help when the house catches on fire. But anyway, I'm not going to.
Well, I'm just saying that it's a rock. It's a rock house.
Positive vibes. And the rocks won't burn either.
It's a rock house surrounded by a rock fence, and literally.
Anyways, so you have some of your neighbors suffering from some wildfire. I wasn't aware of this. Was it?
Yeah,
caused
we've had 4 of our neighbors suffer. Their houses have been burned.
Damn. Well,
at least 4.
You came in to ask for prayers and good vibes to
I'm coming in to ask for people to please pray for my community because people are people are in severe danger right now. Like these fires, because the winds are literally like 60 miles per hour winds. So these fires are not, the firefighters cannot fight these fires because
Do they
can
know how
you?
it started? Do they know how it started? Because I
No,
know
they don't. They don't know how
you're
they
in
started.
you're in
There's
Texas, and
four,
it was like 4 days ago. There was snow in there. There was snow,
dude. Listen,
and that
there
probably
are
dried
four
everything
different
out. No,
fires right now in my count in there in there in my county alone. There's four different fires, maybe five, and it could have been started by chains on trailers. The chains that you have to connect to the truck and stuff. Could have
I
been
don't
the
know.
chains
Well,
dragging upon the pavement. Who
well,
knows?
to be honest, let's not talk about it necessarily. Is that what you calling me about last night?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit here. What?
Is that what you were calling me about last night?
No.
Okay, well, I think you called me last night. Anyway, but yes, definitely, man. Man. Hopefully, it
No,
doesn't
because
reach your place.
there was no fires last night. These literally just all blew up at about all at the same time, about 3 o'clock today in Texas. So no, I wasn't calling you about this last night. If I
Maybe
did
I'm
call,
thinking of. I
if I
might have thought
called
of
you
it.
last night, it might have been about me just wanting to talk to you about some spiritual stuff,
Yeah, that's what it probably was. Yeah, you did call me
because
last night. Anyway, let's not
do
talk
like to really talk to people about spiritual things, but most people.
I can, but I don't necessarily want to because, for the most part, we're going to disagree all night, and I just don't want to disagree.
To be honest with you, I don't think me and you actually disagree on spiritual things that much.
Well, we'll hit each other up one night on that, and then you'll see where I stand on it. Anyway. But yeah, that's really crazy. I didn't know that those fires were going on in Texas. That's crazy.
Like my entire county that I live in is on fire.
Holy shit.
My most of my family live in one place. Like my mom and dad live a quarter mile from my aunt and uncle, and my brother and sister live like a half a mile from them, and my cousin and his wife live half a mile from them, and these fires are all headed towards their fucking houses, and I'm freaking out because they're like all fixing to be
What?
fucking.
There's some wildfires in the path of your family's property?
So just please, everybody that's listening to this, pray for my family that they stay safe out of these fires.
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely, Shanna. We're gonna put some prayers and positive energy out towards your.
Put some vibes out there, please.
We gotta stop. You're saying these fires are headed towards your family's property?
Yeah, absolutely. I
Yeah, we gotta.
already had one of my best friends in high school. His name is Jeff Key. He married a wonderful, beautiful lady named Wendy. They've got 3 beautiful children. They live in a trailer house, and their house just got smoked to the ground, brother. Like their house is gone.
I'll just. Well, I know how hot those fires. I mean, people in California.
This fire
People
that
in
is headed
California
towards
know,
my mom and dad's house
dude. People in
just hit their
California know
house, and
how
their
fast.
house is gone.
All right, cool. Yeah. Anyone
These are
listening?
people I've loved for my entire life. These are people I've loved my entire life since I was a
They had
child.
to evacuate, and now they have nothing.
And their house is gone. They lost their barn. They lost their barn with tractors in them. The tractors burnt to the ground.
Is it on CNN?
No, nobody's covering this shit.
I think there's a fire that major that shit would be on the news.
You would think so, wouldn't you? But they don't care. All they want to cover is the Ukraine bullshit.
They don't like Texas.
They don't like Texas. They hate us.
All right, but hey, shout out to everyone out there. Send some positive vibes and prayers to the people in Texas that are affected by these wildfires. Well, it's probably not wild there, and they were probably set on purpose. But I mean, could have been an accident, maybe a lightning storm.
Yeah, please.
I'm not laughing about it, but yeah, seriously, yeah. If you had friends that had
seriously,
and they lost their
people.
Yeah, please.
Anybody that has anybody, excuse me, man. All this smoke in the air is making me sneeze like crazy and cough like crazy. Because literally, I'm surrounded by smoke. Because the town that is 6 miles north of me
you're experiencing the smoke there now?
Yeah, I'm surrounded. I'm surrounded by the smoke, dude. Because 6 miles. Okay, I'm gonna say 6 miles north of me. Ranger, Texas is on fire. The whole downtown area is on fire right now. And then 6 miles south of me, Carbon is on fire. And then you go about 20 miles southwest of me, and like the whole Cross Plains Pioneer area is on fire. I'm surrounded by fire right now. My sister told me that we should leave our house and evacuate because she's scared that our house will be in fire tonight.
What the fuck? When did this start, Shanna? Yesterday?
It started about 3 o'clock this afternoon. About 3 o'clock.
It could have started today. Really?
It started today. It all started today. Yeah.
I'm looking at some news. I mean, holy fucking shit!
And but it's because the wind was very calm. It was very calm, like yesterday, and then all of a sudden the wind picked up
big
like
ass wildfires like this don't just start on accident.
the wind picked up to 60 miles an hour wind.
I don't know. I mean, I guess some things can be an accident or something, but
Well, stupid kids. Like I'm a grown ass adult, and I don't throw cigarette butts out the window anymore. I don't even ash out my window. I ash in an ashtray.
Oh well, I guess.
There's stupid kids maybe that had thrown their cigarettes out the windows. Who knows?
Or something,
We can't actually pinpoint what caused these fires, but it's insane.
What I see so far, I've got NTSB says a 13-year-old was driving a pickup that caused a West Texas crash. Well, you're in East Texas though, right?
I'm in Central Texas.
Yeah.
I'm like smack dab in the middle of Texas. I'm in Ranger. Do you know where Ranger, Texas is? You probably don't, because Ranger's like nothing.
Oh,
it's a podunk town.
Oh, Ranger. Yeah. Fire engulfed small Texas city of Ranger in separate blaze from sprawling Eastland County.
And I'm not even in Ranger. I'm like 7 miles south of Ranger.
Yes. Hey, I'm always gonna go conspiratard every time. So, but yeah, this I mean, from what you're saying, it sounds so far what I'm looking at, it sounds it was like a total fucking accident. Build the city of Rangers down. Holy shit! That was put out by tomorrow afternoon, I think. But wow,
I'm telling you, all shit is breaking loose in Eastern County right now with fire. Fires are everywhere. It's insane.
I'm gonna mute this while I watch it.
Why Eastern County? Why is Eastern County being bombarded with fires? I don't know, but it is.
What is this? Ranger, Texas, cruising small Texas.
Anybody out there know why bombarded Eastern County is being bombarded with fucking fire?
Could be Reddit, but a few dumbass teenagers or whatever. Well, there's also kind of shit. If it doesn't reach beyond, Ranger, then it's just gonna be like a story that's gonna be fed in the background or whatever. But if it,
Well, the Ranger thing is actually a small part of it. There's the Carbon fire out in Carbon to Gorman, Texas, and the Pioneer fire that destroyed multiple houses. Man, this is insane.
I'm looking at an article. This is from WFAA. I don't know what that is. Some weather channel. And I've got a thing. So we knew coming in today, we had that red flag warning. We had everything ready throughout the country. Fox said. Somebody quoting Fox. But when we have the winds like there was today and the humidity down, nothing is what you're going to get. They were quoting somebody they interviewed on the street, I think. He added the Ranger fire started about 3 blocks south of the downtown area that was burned. God, this is a horrible article. I don't even want to read this shit. I feel like a dumbass just by reading whoever wrote this fucking article. WFAA.com. You should fire that person that wrote this article. That was horrible writing. It was probably a fucking robot wrote that shit. I think a lot of news places probably just have robots write articles and shit, because that is not a human way to speak.
Well,
I feel embarrassed trying to actually read that prose.
I'm about to probably crash out, Helio. I just please pray.
I hope.
Please pray for my neighbors. I personally don't feel that I am in all of the fires that are going on don't seem to be coming in my direction, but they are going in the directions of many of my family and friends, and I wish that everyone would put goodwill towards those people, that these fires would just be put out or misdirect them from their houses.
How about how they started? Was it because some fucking stupid camper on the outskirts of town?
No, it was probably some stupid. It was probably some stupid kid driving down the road that threw a cigarette butt out the window.
Bull fucking shit. I throw a cigarette out the window all the time, and that doesn't start fires.
That's not, no, it
Especially
does.
after a fucking snowstorm. You guys had a snowstorm the other day, like last week.
No, well, no, listen. It has been super dry here, and I bet you anything.
Are you in West Texas?
I'm in Central West Texas.
That means no. You guys had wet weather.
No, it's been super dry. All my grass is like burning up, man. It's super dry here. So I'm guessing some stupid kid threw a cigarette butt out the window.
Somebody flicking a cigarette out a window. No.
Yeah, that's totally what happened.
No, it's not.
Well, what do you
can't say for sure. I'm just
what do you want to say? What do you think started it then?
Okay, well, let's pretend.
What do you think started all the 4 or 5 fires that are going on right now?
There's China started it.
Hey, maybe it was somebody that was camping and forgot to stomp their campfire out.
No.
Really? So that's implausible because they didn't know how to.
That's very implausible because most of the places where these fires got started right off the highway. Okay, this is because we have an understanding of where these fires started. They started right off the highway, so maybe it was people dragging trailers with chains dragging on the ground. Maybe the chains made a spark because
that's about as plausible as somebody thumping a cigarette out the window.
Or maybe they want to build a high-speed railway next to the highway, and they burn in the houses to build the train going towards
just
California.
Want to get this out there is that our humidity is at 9%, which is super low. So it's a very high fire range.
Thump the window, thump the cigarette out the window, and now the whole fucking half of Texas is burning because somebody fucking got rid of their cigarette while they were driving down.
Pretty much. That's pretty much what it's going down to.
Well, then who the fuck told you that? If you believe that, you're probably not in your right.
Helio, didn't you ever build a campfire? It's easy. It's
me?
easy to catch things on fire.
Are you telling me that I'm a fucking idiot because I think that's actually what is true? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes, you can. I'm just saying, I thump cigarettes out in my, in my yard all the time, and even when it's dry,
out your window.
Never causes fires. I'm talking about thousands of cigarette butts in dry.
Yeah, I think you had a few too many fireballs to drink
and shit.
When your humidity is outside your house, 9% is your humidity, and you've already got like a huge blanket of super dry grass. You probably shouldn't throw your cigarette out the window, okay? I'm just saying. And these stupid children that exist here in Texas and across many other states, these children don't think about this big picture. They just throw their cigarettes out. They don't care about shit. But at the same time, there's people there's people that are dragging trailers and they've got chains that they legally have to have on their vehicles, and these chains sometimes hit the ground causing sparks, and those sparks can definitely cause fires as well. There's so many things that can cause these fires, and most of these things that cause fires are literally things that we are lawfully told to do so that we can
Okay, so is it against the law? Is it against the law to thump?
Why do they require chains on the vehicles?
Hey, y'all
Is it
need to
against the
slow
law
down.
to thump your
Slow down.
cigarette out the window?
Yeah, let's all speak at the same time.
Anyway,
so why do they
I
require
give
these
up. I
chains
give
to be
up.
on the
I
vehicles?
said my piece anyway. Go ahead.
Hey, okay. Who? Let's say who's gonna go first.
Helio.
Why do they require these chains to be on the back of the vehicle?
They require these chains to be on the back of the vehicle when you're pulling a trailer. There's these two holes on the back of your truck that the chains come off of the trailer where you hook them on the back of the truck. That way, if your hitch or something goes misfire, which I don't even know how your hitch could actually fuck up, but this is some stupid bullshit thing where they require you to have these chains to go through these holes beside the hitch in the back of your truck. Okay. That are attached to the.
So do people let them dangle when they don't have a trailer?
No, well, actually, here's what's fucked up is even when you hook them up when you're already hooked up, the chains dangle and sometimes still touch the gravel. That's what's fucked up. So.
Yeah, that is kind of silly, isn't it?
Yeah, and that could make sparks fly constantly.
I mean, I can at least vaguely understand why they would do that. Because I mean, if you think about high-speed accidents on the highway, I mean, yeah, I'd want the chains to be there in that scenario. But as far as starting fires and accidents,
the chains are like a backup system in case the ball hitch breaks or something goes down. Which
yeah.
is
So imagine you're driving behind that guy when the one
but
system fails.
the chances of a ball hitch breaking down is insane unlikable. Okay.
Wouldn't
Actually,
they just need to sorry.
The chains are probably gonna break down before a ball hitch would ever break down. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but can't they just make the chain shorter so they don't drag?
I don't know why they don't, but they don't. They always seem to drag. Every single trailer I've ever seen has these chains that just drag, and I'm like, what the fuck? But that's how they make them, man. I know there's a lot of information out there that most people don't understand. Okay. What you're probably getting right now, that I'm telling you, is not information, is typical information that people know. And listen, this is why there's jokes about stupid shit like all of this stuff. Yeah, because there are laws that are put into place to put things upon certain things that get done, and then they just don't get done, and and we're like, oh, well, why didn't it get done? And then when it does get done, we're like, oh, yeah, it got done, but it still didn't get its job done. Or man, this is government. This is government 101, where shit just never gets done because they don't want to get shit done. They just want to pretend. They just want to pretend stuff gets done and get their money and let us go into the shit show of what gets done with the minuscule amount of money that they put into the shit show. Did I get it cut off to the show? Because y'all are all silent.
I hear you.
Okay. Well, everybody got really quiet, so I was like, maybe I just pissed a lot of people off. I don't know. Did I piss you off?
No, I was gonna agree with you. You know, it seems that there's not really any accountability with the dollars that go towards taxes and government programs as much as there is in the private sector. Because if you're paying something directly out of your own pocket and you don't get what you paid for, then you don't go to that business and you don't pay for that nonsense. You go to a business that will give you your money's worth. But with government, there's not really any, there's not really very much efficiency except for the efficiency you get from the people you elect. And even then, it's all about, are the people around you smart enough to vote for the right policies or people that are efficient enough? Most people know.
Right, and I totally apologize that I threw a lot of things underneath that blanket that you're talking about. When I was just now talking, I threw a lot of stuff underneath that blanket of what you're talking about.
I hope the same cause over there isn't what's happening over here. You're talking about Texas, so it's probably not. But over here in Oregon, about 4 or 5, wait, actually, I guess it was a lot longer than that, like 5 or 6 years ago, there was a bunch of forest fires that sent a bunch of smoke to the west towards Portland, where I live, from the east, from eastern, well, not eastern Oregon, but like more central Oregon, but just east of where I am. And a bunch of those fires, they wouldn't have been quite so bad if they hadn't changed the logging regulations to make it so logging doesn't really happen in a certain sense as much as it should to have proper maintenance of the forest. Because, eventually when forests overgrow, they just catch fire and then you have a much bigger fire. Actually, forest fires are part of the cycle, part of the actual ecological cycle. But it's a cycle you can manage, and it's been recently poorly managed here in Oregon.
Has been a really horrible part of this whole the logger part of society. There's this society of people that want to stop logging and all of this, and then there was this whole thing of okay, I don't even know how to phrase this, really, to be honest with you, because I don't know even the people that did this, but you're probably very familiar with the tree huggers that didn't want to burn off all of the underburn of trees. And that's a horrible thing because we need to burn off all of the underbrush of trees because that is our most catastrophic thing to huge fires. And used to, it was a very normal thing for people to burn off all of the underbrush. It was normal. Just burn off the underbrush. But then the tree huggers got in there and said, oh, you gotta stop doing that. And when that started happening, that's when the what is it called, the Santa whatever breezes that came through California swept over when they stopped burning off all the underbrush. The fires that came through California were huge because they didn't burn off the underbrush. They didn't do that conservative thing to make the forest better, and it was a catastrophe.
Hey, Shanna, can I interject? You. Oh, it's. Never mind. Give me a sec. I gotta turn this off. Just listening to what you were saying.
Helio, you're rumpusing yourself.
No, I was rumpusing myself because I had another thing playing in the background. But as far as this thing, like a cigarette butt flicked out the window and cause a forest fire, that's ridiculous.
What?
Wait, are you
Helio, have you ever started a campfire before? Ever built a campfire?
No, he hasn't.
Have you? What, I haven't?
Yes, many times, both in Boy Scouts and in regular life.
Yeah, I know how fires work.
No.
Really? No, I don't.
Oh.
No, it doesn't take much to get them started when you have a bunch of dry
Alright,
kindling.
cool. What? I'm going to tell you what. I've been following the weather where I live, and Texas is not too far from me, and they've been getting as much rain as I have. You can't.
Maybe you started the fire because you throw cigarettes all the time.
Yeah, he's just covering his tracks.
Dude, if my house was gonna catch on fire by me flicking a cigarette butt in my yard, that shit I'd already be dead.
He'd be collecting the insurance money by now.
Hell yeah. Anyway, you remember that old thing back in the day, Smokey Bear? You remember him, Smokey the Bear?
No.
Yeah, well, you may not, but only you can prevent forest fires. And
they changed it to wildfires. I don't know why.
I know it's wildfires now. It's like cigarette butt. For the most part, you can't start a wildfire with a cigarette butt.
It sounds cooler. A slogan.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's just like, hey, somebody flicked their cigarette out while they were driving, and that caused multiple thousands of acres to just burn forever. You can pretend that's a possibility, but not really. I mean, one of the other ones, like the California fires, is like, well, lightning strike, they have stories about how the wildfires in California started, and all that kind of shit. Oh, well, it was just like hot lightning and it was dry. But I'm telling you, these fires in Texas, it's been raining there and snowing and shit. It's not because somebody flicked a cigarette butt out their window when they were driving down the road.
How do you know? Were you there?
Well, no. And were you there?
No, I'm not making any claims. You're making claims that someone didn't do that.
Well, I didn't do it, and nobody else did either.
I don't know, man. Except it's
Either
possible.
way, I mean, I'm not trying to take the piss out of Shanna's story, but Shanna, man, really, there's no evidence for.
Yeah, you're obfuscating from the fires that are actually happening. That you're worried about.
No, I didn't say the fires aren't happening. I'm just saying
you worry about
source.
how did it started, and you worry about how did it started, but you're not worried about the fire actually happening at the moment.
Okay, well, if the fire,
you're
the
acting
fires
like
are
a
actually
glober
happening
right now.
No, the fires are actually happening, but the source, you want to blame it on somebody thumping a cigarette out their window while they're driving.
But that's not the issue. The issue is a fire happening right now.
Yeah, just like the California fires, where all the houses burn, but the trees are fine. That was like 4 years ago.
Maybe if there was people smoking inside all of the houses.
Every single house that just was demolished, all the trees were fine, but the houses just disappeared. That was fun.
No, not fun at all.
No, it wasn't fun.
You know what that means, right? It means that the trees were smoking. The trees threw a cigarette butt down, started the fire.
Whoa!
Trees were smoking.
I didn't saw it to that level.
Hey, are you seriously saying you don't believe that I'm so right about fire?
No, I know. Shanna, I know you know what fire is, and what are you asking me?
Helio is saying that there might be another possibility besides the cigarette butt starting the fire.
Something else could have caused the fires moving across Texas, and I know that Texas has got a lot of rain and snow in the past few months, so I'm not buying the idea that somebody flicked a cigarette outside the window and caused a wildfire.
Oh, I am. I think somebody told you that. I think a few people did that. Cause listen, there's a total society of stupid children that don't even give a shit. They just like throw their cigarettes out. They don't give a shit.
All right. Well, I do it too. I do it all.
I don't ever.
Really? Well, I do it all the time. And it doesn't cause I throw a cigarette all the time, in different places.
I haven't thrown a
I work at
cigarette
a
out
wood
the window
shop. Well,
in 2000 and since 2000 at least.
Helio, Smokey the Bear would be very disappointed in you.
Yeah, I mean,
Helio,
I'm
I'm telling you, my town, my
what do they have?
my
Let me ask you this, Shanna. Where was the
Let
origin?
me ask you this, Helio. Can you stop interrupting other people when they're in the middle of the sentence?
It's too much. You can't ask me double questions.
Well, where's the origin that they've come up where the fire started? Is it near?
There's four. There's four. So there's four fire originating.
There were four people that flicked out cigarette butts.
No,
he didn't say that.
I think that it could have been somebody with their trailers going down the road with their because you gotta hook up those chains on your trailers to keep them on. The chains could have started a fire, and there's
chains
so
dragging
many
on the ground causing sparks.
Yeah,
But
and it could have been so many different things that caused these fires, man.
Lightning starts fires. Lightning falls in a tree, and it will turn the tree into fire.
There was a thunderstorm that went through Texas a couple of weeks ago.
You don't need a thunderstorm for lightning.
Well, I haven't seen much lightning in the past few days, so I would not say lightning
Just because you haven't seen the lightning, that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I was about to say, but just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Because lightning is a very weird phenomenon that can happen anywhere.
That's what I'm saying.
Bottom line, it's happening in Texas. There's some fire going on.
Texas is on fire right now, you guys. Like, Texas is burning to the ground, and like nobody cares. Like nobody cares.
Texas have like a big national guard. They could probably take care of it if they put the effort.
I don't think they care.
I think they do. I think they do. I don't know why you don't think they care.
The president probably doesn't care. You guys are going to help him fake a re-election.
I bet you any money the Texas National Guard cares, and they're probably on it.
Care.
Yeah. I mean, Texas is pretty much their own freaking country. I'm pretty sure the Texas National Guard is on it.
Where Texas is totally its own country. Totally. It is absolutely 100%
That's what I'm
its own
saying. The
country.
National Guard's pretty much on that shit.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't see like responses to what's going on like it should be. That's what's
the level
kind of
that it should be.
crazy. That's what I'm
That's what
finding
I'm saying.
crazy. This is what I'm finding crazy, Helio, is that it's not being responded to like I would think it should be. And
Don't we
so
have like
I'm a little,
thousands and thousands of aircrafts and airplanes and millions of military personnel and that kind of stuff that could probably do something to ease the fires if necessary?
you would
but all those resources are used in Afghanistan right now to find a guy in a cave.
Dude, Texas has their own shit going on. They know how to fucking figure this shit out. They don't need any national help. To be honest,
well,
Texas has got
Helio,
this shit figured out.
Helio, that's why I said I am actually a little worried because it doesn't seem like Texas is responding to these things like they normally would. So I'm actually truly a bit worried because I'm like, what the fuck, Texas? Why aren't y'all responding to these things like you normally would? So I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Because they're more worried about Vladimir Putin. I think maybe, so they're more worried about Putin than they are about.
Because typically, when anything shit breaks down in Texas, it gets resolved quick because people in Texas, they're down to the gut, and we got the government right there with us, and our politicians are yeah, we get shit fixed, and Texas is it is a sovereign state still to this day, and so they get shit fixed quick.
Well, I recommend just wait a day or two, and you'll find out that they're on top of this. Because
I
you're
wouldn't
right.
take any
Texas is,
recommendations from Helio at the moment because
no, I already
he's
know.
not 100%.
They don't seem very good at de-icing wind turbines.
De-icing what?
Wind
turbines.
Yeah, because wind turbines aren't meant to be de-iced, my friend. Okay,
No,
you take a helicopter.
they're meant to be in a warm temperature.
And Texas rarely gets ice, so why would you even bring that up?
They're meant to exist in a warm temperature where they don't have to be de-iced. I mean, that's just the honest truth. They're meant to be somewhere where it's not supposed to be cold.
And
there's an alternative to
you know
that.
what? You know what it is, Shanna? He wishes he lived in Texas, so he's giving you shit right now.
So there's these things called
talking about me?
wind turbines. Maglev wind turbines would be unaffected by any kind of weather, unless like a tornado hit it or something. But a maglev wind turbine is one that they're typically vertical axis, not horizontal axis. So from a distance away, it would look like a giant soda can or a giant cylinder.
Lived in Central America? I mean, we get some pretty hardcore ice storms here, man.
So I was just saying, like these things, they they don't have the same kind of moving parts, and they have a lot less friction because of the lack of moving parts or the lesser number of moving parts, so they kind of more efficient.
It's not about moving.
But all I'm saying is a maglev wind turbine would be unaffected by the ice.
It's about the ice buildup
on the superstructure.
Yeah. It's not about the engine. It's about how much ice builds up on the
ice is heavy.
The propellers. It's fucking crazy, bro. But you can get ice build up.
Well, yeah. Again,
very
you can
quickly.
shape it so that wouldn't happen. It's all about how you design it. You can design things to maneuver around these things.
No, not necessarily. Not when it comes to some of the heavy
necessarily you can. It's just all about the willpower. Does it exist or not? At the moment, no.
Is that what it is?
Willpower. Yeah. Do you have the willpower to make properly functional wind power?
So you went from lack of willpower. You ended up at lack of willpower to make a properly functioning wind turbine, but you started at there's not supposed to be ice there. So you blamed the ice.
No, I did not say that.
Here's what I gathered from it. It's like 90% of the time it's functional, but if we do have an ice storm, it's pretty much not going to work. But
yeah. So you're talking about those shitty ones that they have all over the place that look like propellers that you'd have on an airplane.
Really?
What are like a different kind of thing?
You can be so you have a plan to build a wind tower that is 100% functional, even in an ice storm. You have a design for that?
Yes, it's called a vertical axis maglev wind turbine. There are many different designs that exist, but again, very few people ever put money towards them.
Are those the designs that actually do exist and are supposed to be supplanting the coal, natural gas, and crude oil power supply?
You're saying that with presupposition, I think, that these people care about the environment. They don't care about the environment. All these wind turbines were built by scams.
Those wind turbines
were built by drink out of the liver.
And in that vein, I actually agree with you, Orion, on that one, because they're not building these wind turbines to actually help us out, to move us forward, into.
No, I just came from the bathroom.
They don't actually help. They never.
They don't. Yeah, and I agree with that. It's just really kind of.
No,
it's for show.
Go get that for me.
What are you?
It's actually even worse than that, because vertical axis wind turbines, they technically generate electricity if the wind is blowing from any direction except up or down. And the horizontal axis ones, they only generate electricity if they're blowing from one direction or another. So
to be honest, Ryan, I'm totally on board with what you're saying. I think they're useless altogether.
I've never experienced wind that blows straight down on the top of my head.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That practically never happens. That's